There was a time when ghosts only occasionally appeared in various incidents, where some of them were good, but often there were evil ones. However, about 100 years ago, the power of ghosts increased sharply, and they began not just to scare, but to kill people, doing it for their own amusement. Their actions greatly reduced the population of the entire planet, and miraculously, those who survived somehow made ends meet while waiting for inevitable death. But everything changed when the first ghostly masters appeared on Earth, who had very specific abilities. Possessing a special gift, these masters could control ghosts and, with their help, fight both other ghosts and those who control them. Each ghost contacted its master with the help of special ghostly objects that the person himself chose. Those people who turn out to be the selected ghost from the item will be able to enter the academy and undergo training to become a ghost master. In one of the classrooms, whispers could be heard from all sides about the impending awakening of ghosts, where each of them was worried that if the awakening did not take place, then their whole life would be reduced to reproducing offspring according to the plan of at least 10 children before reaching the age of 30 years. The dark silhouette that appeared in the doorway froze, listening to the students' reasoning regarding their possible future. And then the silhouette finally began to enter the classroom, attracting the attention of both Jake sitting at his desk and other students. Memories of the past immediately flashed through the young man's head, where his own parents threw him away like a useless thing when he pulled out the weakest ghostly object, where everyone did nothing with such an object but mocked it, every now and then calling it garbage. Unable to withstand these taunts, Jake regularly got into fights with his offenders, not allowing them to call him trash. He promised himself that he would definitely become stronger, and therefore was now focused on passing today's test. That same dark silhouette, which had recently been hiding at the door, was already moving around the classroom, announcing that he was the examiner to whom the students would take the test in order to be enrolled in the School of Ghostly Masters. And while the future students were wondering whether their teacher was a ghost or a person, the man ordered them to prepare their ghostly objects. Fulfilling the teacher's demand, everyone began to take out their objects, where for some it could be some kind of weapon, for others it could be jewelry, for others it could be some kind of completely unremarkable trinket at first glance. When each of the future students prepared their subject, the man explained that now they must direct their internal energy into this subject. Looking at his ghostly object, Jake noted that it looked very unusual. And when the students began to try to direct their energy into ghostly objects, the teacher's eyes suddenly lit up and he said that the time of gestation had come to an end. The time of liberation had come. Immediately after these words, the ghostly object of one of the students suddenly began to move and blood sprayed out of it in all directions. The girl sitting to the right of Jake, who had put her ghostly object in the form of a ring on her finger, suddenly felt how it began to heat up. Meanwhile, the teacher calmed everyone down, noting that the awakening of spirits is carried out under the control of his ghostly aura. However, there were also those in the class whose ghostly objects did not show any reaction, which horrified the children from the realization of what the future now awaited them. And so the teacher said that all those whose ghost had not awakened should immediately leave the classroom. It was not easy to come to terms with this fate, and one of the students shouted in hysterics that he was not going to listen to someone who was not even human. Watching the unfolding scene, Jake noted with bitterness that his ghostly object showed no signs of life either. He looked at that butterfly with a skull, which he had once pulled out and because of which his parents abandoned him on the street, thinking that his days were numbered. And then one of his old enemies approached him, who sarcastically noticed that Jake still turned out to be scum, where nothing else was expected from a street tramp. After which the fat man added that from now on, such a worthless person as Jake no longer has the right to use physical force against the ghostly master. After which, the well-fed master pointed the young man towards the door, telling him to quickly get out of the class. But a completely different student reacted to the fat man's words, whose ghostly object also showed no signs of life, who decided to teach him a lesson in strength. But before he had time to rise from his seat, suddenly his whole body seemed to be in a spasm, as a result of which even the features of his face were greatly distorted. And then, in front of the entire audience, this young man suddenly collapsed on the floor unconscious. Jake, who first saw how the ghostly masters use force, was surprised and scared at the same time. Meanwhile, the teacher, whose actions had knocked the guy unconscious, menacingly repeated that everyone who failed to awaken must immediately leave the class, since they have no right to continue to be here. Like some other guys, Jake had no choice but to silently obey and, to the delight of his longtime enemy, leave the room. Already outside the classroom, the young man heard the teacher talk about subduing the awakened spirit, for which future ghostly masters needed to use a drop of their blood. Feeling a strong sense of disappointment, Jake, looking at his ghostly object, could not believe that he turned out to be an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the remaining students in the class took turns following the teacher's instructions and subduing the spirits by dripping blood onto their ghostly object. But suddenly everyone's attention was attracted by a loud noise coming from the side. Turning around, they saw the same fat man who was begging for help while watching what suddenly began to happen to his ghostly object. But after a second, the pleas for help stopped, and the body of the victim of the awakened ghost instantly changed. Clearly possessed by an evil ghost, the fat man furiously attacked the first student who crossed his path, where, with a knife clenched in his fist, he struck the young man's hand, leaving a deep wound. After that, all the students rushed out of the classroom, and the possessed man did not lag behind them, where Jake watched all the action through the window. The young man was tormented by the question of why the teacher did not intervene in the situation, where one of the versions was that he simply decided to check how the newly minted ghostly masters would behave. Jake was distracted from his thoughts by the appearance of his old enemy in the corridor, who immediately noticed the guy. Without hesitating for a second, the fat man, possessed by an evil ghost, rushed at Jake, clearly wanting him dead. But suddenly time seemed to slow down, and a board that appeared in the air informed Jake about the activation of the system. The next message informed the young man that the formation of his ghostly companion had begun. And then a beautiful girl suddenly appeared between him and the possessed fat man rushing towards him. Still automatically covering himself with his hands from everything that was happening, Jake could not yet understand what was happening now. Meanwhile, a new message from the system informed the owner that the ghost had been successfully summoned, about her abilities and that the level of this ghost was F. While Jake noticed that the girl was quite cute, the system offered to upgrade the ghost since the owner received one improvement capsule for a successful call. And when he agreed, it was announced to him that his ghost had reached level E, and all the abilities of the system owner were strengthened, which was very unexpected for the young man. Having examined the space in front of him, the young man noticed that literally everything had improved, including his hearing and vision. But then the system issued a task where Jake had to give a name to his ghost, which promised not only improved relationships and strengthened connections, but also added pumping points. The young man didn't even have to think long about the name, where his thoughts instantly plunged into the distant past. And so, a few seconds later, the young man announced that the name he was giving to his ghost was Christy. And while Jake was dealing with his ghost that had appeared from a spell of a certain system, the possessed fat man began to show some activity. The teacher appeared in the corridor and told the students to hide behind him, as the level D ghost, who had taken possession of the young man's body, was preparing to use his special abilities. But Jake, who grew up on the streets, was not one of the cowardly ones, where his hands themselves reached out to the back of a chair standing nearby. In his thoughts, the young man noted that his spirit was of a lower level than the one that had taken possession of the fat man's body, and therefore, first of all, he must rely on himself. And so, without fear and without a doubt, he rushed straight towards his old enemy, who now, although not of his own free will, still wanted to kill him. The fat man tried to stab him with a knife, but as it turned out, Jake's reaction also improved, where he easily left the line of attack and hit the enemy with a chair with all his might. But the ghost in the fat man's body was not going to just give up, instantly continuing his movement by intercepting his weapon. Jake saw a new movement of the armed hand, but even with his improved reaction, time was too short to be able to dodge. And then Christy suddenly stopped the movement of the knife with her blonde hands. Watching how those delicate little hands suddenly became stained with blood, the young man was very worried about his ghost. However, just a moment later, Christy suddenly transformed, where her clothes turned bright red and her eyes literally burned with fire. With a slight movement of her fingers, she crushed the blade of the enemy's weapon located in them. And since it was not just a weapon, but a ghostly object in which a spirit lived, it immediately received damage. Both Christy's owner and the teacher standing nearby watched with interest everything that happened before their eyes. Well, in the meantime, Christy, without allowing her opponent to come to his senses after receiving the initial damage, had already dealt him a new blow which threw the fat man up. Closely observing the movement of the opponent's body, the girl began to concentrate energy in her other hand, with which she attacked the possessed man for the third time, where the force of the attack was so great that her opponent's body was thrown many meters back. It was a victory where both the fat man and the ghost that possessed him were defeated once and for all. While Jake looked at his opponent's body, the system announced his first victory over a D-level ghost, for which he was given a number of rewards, including another enhancement capsule. While reading the system messages, Jake noticed that in his case, progress was not going at all the way they were taught. And while he was thinking, the system announced that Christy's ghostly energy had been depleted and that she was being forced back into a ghostly object. When the girl disappeared into his butterfly, the young man noticed that the ability to transform took too much energy from Christy. The other students standing nearby all this time were amazed at the strength of Jake, who had just before their eyes been able to single-handedly defeat a level D ghost. The teacher did not ignore the incident, saying that he clearly underestimated the young man, who, compared to the others, showed himself to be a real hero. After which the man snapped his fingers, where fire immediately appeared from them, and said that the test was completed, and they were all now enrolled in the training group for Ghostmasters. His body was already half burned when he ordered everyone to report to the outer part of the city the day after tomorrow. And after another couple of seconds, his entire body burned and disappeared into the air right in front of the students who were already shocked by today's events. But before completely disappearing, the man managed to think that the ghost summoned by Jake immediately had level E, and her abilities went beyond this level. Having almost completely disappeared into thin air, the teacher did not take his eyes off the young man, wondering who he was. Well, Jake himself, not paying attention to the fact that the disappearing teacher was watching him, examined his ghostly object, mentally saying that they would definitely make friends with Christy, where, together with her, he decided to become the strongest of their ghostly masters, who would rise above everyone. The room where Jake lived was located in one of the oldest and poorest areas of the city. The young man lay on the bed and did not let go of his ghostly object, which instantly made him not only the happiest person, but also a star at the class level. After thinking a little, Jake summoned his ghost, where with her appearance he noted a noticeable drop in the temperature in the room. Exhaling steam from his mouth, the young man praised his companion, saying that she had done a great job today. But in response to this, the girl did not say anything, continuing to look at one point straight ahead. While watching the ghost, Jake wondered whether ghosts lack consciousness completely, or whether they simply need to be developed to gain it. And suddenly the system notified him that he had been talking with his ghost for 5 minutes, for which experience points were added and the relationship was improved. Examining the ghost, the young man came to the conclusion that it was too early to use the improvement capsule, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion due to too rapid progress. Deciding to learn more about ghosts and the system, the young man extended his hand to the girl's head, immediately after which he was again announced an increase in experience points and relationship due to the fact that he stroked the ghost on the head. And now the young man was already standing in front of the board, trying to teach Christy the letters of the alphabet, for which experience points and relationships were again added. Watching a movie together also did not go unnoticed by the system, which announced another improvement. And even when Jake washed his face and brushed his teeth together with his ghost, the system added progress. So he spent the whole day doing various activities with Christy, accumulating 50 experience points and 30 relationship points. However, when he tried to sleep, the young man noticed that even with his own ghost behind him, it was not easy to do so. The next day, Jake, as the teacher said, headed to the outer part of the city. Along the way, all he could hear was the other students discussing his success in defeating the Class D ghost. Very soon, he noticed the transport he needed, where one of the escorts was inviting all the new students. He had just settled down on one of the seats when suddenly his attention was attracted by the scream of another student, who was frightened by a ghost appearing in the car. But Jake, looking at his ghostly object, came to the conclusion that if his ghost does not react, then there is no danger nearby. Everyone else was simply amazed at how calm the young man was, despite the fact that there was a huge ghost right next to him. Then an accompanying master appeared in the salon, who called on all students to cast aside their fears. The girl with the scar on her lip explained that there is no danger from these ghosts, and all newcomers should learn to interact with them, since there are quite a few of them in the outer part of the city. And so the passenger car set off, taking the future ghostly masters to their new life. Near the gate leading outside the city, the car was stopped by checkpoint officers. Handing over the permit, the driver said that new students were traveling in this vehicle to begin their studies. The documents were checked, after which the gates opened and the transport with its passengers continued on its way. Then the car had to overcome a huge tunnel, through which one could imagine the thickness of the wall surrounding the city. For the first time, young people driving through this tunnel and getting out of the city experienced many different sensations. And when the car left the tunnel, all the passengers were finally able to see with their own eyes the famous golden layer of the wall, 1 meter thick, which prevented unwanted ghosts from entering the city walls. The ghost in the cabin haunted everyone who had to travel with him. But the car arrived at its destination, where Jake, following the others, left the salon. Looking around with interest, the newly minted students moved in a line behind their escort. In this area, ghosts coexisted peacefully with ordinary people, most of whom were middle-aged men. Jake answered the questions raised, saying that ordinary people who no longer have outstanding reproductive abilities come to work here, which explains their concentration in this place. After that, attention towards the burden increased sharply, where his fellow practitioners immediately remembered how their friend had defeated a D-level ghost. However, attempts to make friends were suddenly interrupted by sheets of paper appearing before the students' eyes, which began to swirl, forming a small tornado. And now their recent examiner has already greeted the arrivals, noting that he is very happy about this new meeting. After which the man came to the table and said that now each of the students must choose their own housing. The problem was that every house was inhabited by ghosts, and the more comfortable the living conditions, the more powerful the ghost had to be defeated by the student or a united group of students in order to move in. And now Jake was already receiving information about a new task from the system, where he had to independently obtain housing for himself. The young man was distracted from his own thoughts by the female voice of a fellow student who approached and greeted him. Coming closer, the girl, realizing the general plan, invited Jake to join their team in order to get housing as safely as possible, to which the young man responded with a categorical refusal, saying that his plans were to get all the living space at his exclusively personal disposal. And when the young man left, the girl had no choice but to stand and blush in the middle of the street, thinking that until today no one could refuse her. Meanwhile, the guy standing next to this girl shouted after Jake, informing him that he had chosen the wrong direction, since there were private mansions in that direction. But the young man knew exactly where he was going, and very soon he arrived in an area with private houses. Moving between houses along the empty streets, Jake noted that the aura of this place was somewhat different than he had imagined. Soon he noticed a man lazily lounging on a bench, who immediately advised the newcomer to leave this place and look for another place to live, where he explained that despite the fact that these houses are also intended for students, over many years no one has ever been able to move in here. This was surprising to Jake, who immediately asked if anyone had even tried to get this property, to which the old man explained that there were applicants, but most of them died, and those who survived simply lost their ghosts and had no choice but to leave and engage in the reproduction of humanity. After the explanations he received, Jake thought that the difference in levels between his ghost and those who live in the mansions is 2 levels, which is quite significant. Then the young man remembered about the unused improvement capsule, after activation of which the system announced to him that Christy's level had been raised to D. And so Jake headed inside the mansion, listening to the old man's words that imminent death awaited him. But the young man's thoughts were occupied with reasoning that if his ghost used her abilities, then her strength would be at level C. Thinking that in this case everything could work out for him, the young man opened the front door. And now he was already standing inside in front of the huge staircase, thinking about where exactly the ghost of this house could be hiding. Before he had time to look around, suddenly on the 2nd floor he discovered what he had come for. Jake instantly found himself on the 2nd floor, but was disappointed to find that the ghost had disappeared. At that same second, the young man's highly trained hearing suddenly caught the sounds of a functioning kitchen. After taking a few steps, he opened the door, but there was no one in the kitchen area either. Looking around, the young man did not notice how a hand armed with a knife swung above his head. It was only when Christy appeared behind him, stopping the attack, that Jake finally saw the ghost. Seeing that the man was protected, the ghost of the servant retreated back from Christy, advancing on him. And now he began to deftly move along the long corridor, luring the human defender behind him. Noticing that Christy had fallen for this trick, Jake tried to stop her without even noticing what was starting to happen around her. Only by some miracle was he able to dodge a blow with a kitchen hatchet, which was inflicted by a newly appeared ghost. The young man wanted to rush away from this room, but another ghost blocked his path. Surrounded by ghosts, the young man began to think that there should only be one ghost here. However, Christy was not there, and Jake somehow needed to save his life. Gathering all his strength and energy, the young man made a sharp leap forward, managing to escape from the ghostly environment. And as soon as he left the kitchen and found himself in the corridor, all the ghosts at that same second disappeared into thin air. This suggested certain thoughts, which the young man immediately decided to check, carefully crossing the threshold of the kitchen. As expected, as soon as living flesh was in the room, the ghosts were activated again. Taking his leg back, the young man concluded that these ghosts were just a manifestation of the ability of another ghost who lived in this house. Having made the necessary conclusions, Jake quickly rushed to search for Christy, who was successfully lured by another ghostly clone living in the corridors. Running past the reception hall, the young man finally saw his ghost surrounded by a whole crowd of her kind. And while he was trying to tell her that she was trapped, the corridor ghost showed itself again, creeping up on its victim from behind. But this time, Jake was ready for his appearance, where he immediately pulled out a golden dagger from its sheath, with which he prevented the ghost's attack. However, to the young man's surprise, his counterattack did not bring any result, and he barely managed to dodge the ghost's knife strike. After which the young man began to back away and gradually moved into the very hall where Christy was. And at that same second, the corridor ghost disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only clothes and weapons. But the situation in the hall did not improve either, since the ghosts there immediately sensed the appearance of a new object. And now a whole crowd of ghosts was already approaching the young man, who, watching them, only clutched his weapon tighter. Taking advantage of the fact that he was able to distract the ghost's attention, Jake called Christy back into the ghostly object. And when the girl was saved, the young man began to slowly move towards the exit from this hall, densely populated with ghosts. Selecting the right moment, Jake rushed away, jumping over the railing before the bellhop's ghost became active again. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not land on the floor, but broke the old boards with his weight, continuing his fall. When he finally found himself below, the first thing that caught his eye was the back of Christy, who had once again left her refuge in the ghostly object, where, as it turned out, the girl appeared in order to protect her master from a new threat. Rising to his feet and looking out from behind his protector, Jake was finally able to fully see the very ghost that lived in this house. Immediately, the thought flashed through his head that this ghost was real, and not clones appearing throughout the house. But then the ghost began to attack the uninvited guests, where Christy only had time to fight off its tentacles. However, her opponent had too many limbs, and one of them finally reached its target. Shouting to the girl to be careful, Jake also prepared for battle. With a deft and quick movement of his golden dagger, he cut off one of the ghost's limbs. And now he had already covered the girl with his body, who had not yet recovered from the damage received from a ghost of a higher rank than her. However, human strength alone was clearly not enough to defeat this ghost. Jake could not do anything against the movement of the tentacle, which grabbed him and pulled him to certain death. Christy tried to save her master, but her movements were constrained by other tentacles. The young man, finding himself very close to the ghost's body, prepared to attack it with his only weapon. But suddenly he felt his aura weakening, as if someone was absorbing his very essence. Meanwhile, next to the house, an old man reported to the arriving teacher that one of the students had entered the mansion, who would definitely die there from a rank C ghost. Without hesitating for a second, the paper man rushed inside the house in order to at least try to save the arrogant student. Well, the ghost living in this house, meanwhile, had already managed to almost completely absorb its victim. Christy watched for some time as her master's body disappeared, but at some point her eyes suddenly flashed with a bright flame. And so the girl transformed again and began to use her special abilities. Having made her way through the tentacles, Christy approached the place where Jake's hand was still visible. However, when she grabbed it, she did not pull the young man out, but pulled herself towards him. And so their bodies connected right inside the ghost, the battle with which was so difficult for them. At that moment, the teacher who happened to be next to the broken floor, noticing a bright red glow below, noticed that this was a very bad sign. And as soon as he went down, a powerful explosion occurred right before his eyes. This explosion was so strong that even the old man who remained on the street heard its sound and felt the vibration of the earth. Slowly removing the hand with which the teacher had shielded himself from possible fragments and dust, the man tried to see what was in front of him. And when the dust settled, the paper man saw Jake in front of him, hugged by a beautiful young girl. But Christy gradually began to dissolve into thin air, returning to her ghostly object to restore energy. and the system announced to the young man his victory over a level C ghost, for which he received 1,000 experience points. Without saying anything and without revealing his presence, the teacher quietly disappeared in the same way that he had already used after the test. The fire, with the help of which the paperman disappeared, gradually moved to the finger of a certain girl, who was comfortably seated in a chair. Stretching, the leader of the Association of Ghostly Masters, Veronica, noticed that she had witnessed some incredible events. When asked by a man who approached, the girl explained that the ghost of one of the newcomers has unique abilities in the form of 2 modes, where the second mode greatly increases her abilities and strength. The servant noticed that for that guy to get such a ghost was great luck, with which the girl did not fully agree. Where, after taking a few sips, Veronica said that in this case they could be dealing with a gifted person, which greatly surprised the man, since the gifted were immediately taken from the city, which did not have the right to train such valuable personnel. After all, gifted people have the ability to control an unlimited number of ghosts. At the very beginning of the ghostly era, such people did not live long, as they were often absorbed by their own ghosts, becoming true evil. But after many years, the gifted ones learned to cope with such a load on their energy and subdue the ghosts. Meanwhile, Jake left the mansion where he had just defeated a rank C ghost, where he was greeted with a smile by the same old man. Having congratulated the young man on his victory, the man handed him the key to the house, saying that now he needed to register. A fairly large number of people had already gathered at the place where the winners were registered. Many of those present shared stories about how they conquered housing and how some were unlucky enough to lose their ghosts. But then it was Jake's turn, who was first asked his name and then demanded to provide the key to the extracted home. The registrar was quite surprised when the young man laid out the key to a private mansion on the table. The student standing behind the young man also could not believe that among them there was someone so strong that he could defeat a C-rank ghost. With a smile on his face, the receptionist handed Jake his personal communicator, which is used for communication, reading news, and receiving assignments. It was also announced to the young man that he now has 10,000 points in his account, and the house is paid for 3 months. But in the future, he must learn to earn money himself. Putting the communicator in his inner pocket, the young man thanked his interlocutor. And the girls standing nearby were already dreaming of starting a relationship with Jake, which would give them the opportunity to count on living in a mansion. When the registration procedure was completed, and the young man moved away from prying eyes, he called on his ghost. Thanking her again for her excellent work, which brought him good benefits, Jake invited the girl to go shopping. The young man automatically pulled his hand away from the girl's head at the moment when she suddenly nodded. Looking at his ghost with great surprise, the guy wondered whether a ghost could have consciousness. And so, using public transport, Jake, accompanied by his faithful girlfriend, arrived at the street he needed. Moving among the shelves of the supermarket, the young man thought that he needed to buy only the most necessary things and try to save, despite the huge sum that he managed to get. But he was shocked when he saw that for some bedding and other sleeping accessories, he had to pay 800 conventional units, which replaced money and were more often called points or credits. And when the seller explained that prices had risen due to a shortage, Jake decided that he could wait to buy the blanket because of the heat. But then the seller, pointing somewhere, asked if it was necessary to count all the things that appeared at the checkout along with the ghost girl. Where, turning his head, the young man saw Christy, who had brought with her a whole bunch of toilet paper. Smiling, the young man said that, in principle, toilet paper is always a very necessary item. However, the situation has not changed in the grocery department, where the diligent Christy picked up a whole bunch of products. Things were even worse in the clothing department, where the girl collected exclusively women's clothes. When it came to the weapons and ammunition department, Jake simply gave up, taking everything that Christy did for granted. The system also contributed to the costs, reporting that the inventory room was full and 500 credits needed to be spent to expand it. And so the young man headed to his home with a whole bunch of goods, on which he spent almost all his money, and to the announcement of the system that his relationship with the ghost had improved by 30%. Looking at his faithful companion, who was holding a large soft toy, Jake noted with a smile that although he had spent almost all his money, the main thing was that Christy looked very happy, where you could really tell from the girl's face that she was very happy and was even smiling. When all the things were laid out and the new house was a little lived in, the young man settled down on the terrace of the mansion, burying his face in his switchboard. In order to improve his shaky financial situation, the young man decided to look for tasks that could be completed for a reward. When the cheapest tasks for beginners were scrolled through, Jake wanted to take on the task of destroying a rank C ghost on the river for 20,000, but suddenly discovered that someone had already taken this task. Then he decided to take on the task of destroying the ghost that was devouring food in food warehouses. Moving among the warehouse buildings the next day, the young man noted that there were not so many people here. The warehouse workers who met him were doubtful that such a young, ghostly master could cope with their problem. But when Jake assured them that everything would be fine, one of the workers showed him on the map where to go after the ghost. Thanking the man, the young man turned around and headed towards the indicated target. Left alone, the workers started talking about how this young man was unlikely to cope and would simply join the list of dead craftsmen. Meanwhile, Jake was already making his way through the dense forest, where single rays of sunlight penetrated with great difficulty through the branches of trees. Very soon, he saw the goal of his journey in the form of a cave, next to which people were standing. The men greeted the one who had come to help them finally get rid of the annoying ghost that was destroying food supplies. The young man, looking at the entrance, was surprised that the food storage was so small. But one of the greeters explained that inside this cave is much larger than it might seem at first glance, after which Jake decided to get straight to the point and examine the inside of the room. While he was moving around the warehouse, accompanied by those who met them, they explained that the ghost bothering them did not harm people, but only destroyed food. The men also explained that last week one ghost master had already made an attempt to destroy the ghost, but could not detect it, since the ghost was hiding. After these words, Jake touched his ghostly item, summoning his ghost to begin the hunt. And so Christy, leaving her ghostly refuge, appeared in the blink of an eye. Not expecting to see such a charming girl as a ghost, those accompanying Jake were dumbfounded. Well, the owner of this beautiful person asked her to try to feel the aura of the desired ghost. After hanging in the air for a while, Christy suddenly turned sharply in the direction from which the men had come, leading Jake to believe that a ghost was hiding outside. But suddenly the girl changed her state, entering her second, more powerful form. But the surprises didn't end there either, where a real third eye suddenly opened in Christy's forehead. Jake couldn't believe that his ghost had such a powerful ability, and the girl continued to look towards the exit, where the men in front of her fearfully watched everything that was happening. And finally, Christy sharply raised her hand and pointed her finger to where the ghost was. The guy she pointed to was in real shock and did not know at all how to react to what was happening. But suddenly one of the pockets of his clothes suddenly began to show some strange activity. It was very surprising to Jake that the ghost decided to hide in the man's pocket. Meanwhile, changes began to occur to the guy whose pocket showed ghostly activity. And now he was already flying in the direction where his partner and Jake, who had arrived to clean up, were standing. Having waited until the possessed man was close enough, the young man met his head with a movement of his foot, where he struck with such force that his opponent's body was thrown several meters back. However, the ghost that had entered the man's body was not going to retreat and rush to attack again. Jake noticed that, taking into account the improvements to his body made by the system, an ordinary person would suffer significant damage from his blow. And while he was thinking about the fact that a ghost that has moved into a person's body also changes his physical characteristics, Christy suddenly came to the fore. With a deft and lightning movement of her hand, the girl stopped the movement of the possessed body. Squeezing her fingers a little tighter on the man's throat, she thereby forced him to open his mouth. Jake didn't even have time to say anything before his ghost's other hand was already inside his opponent's mouth, from which the girl extracted the same ghost that had been devouring food supplies and now possessed a person. But as soon as the ghost was outside, he began to spread some energy around himself, where Jake and the man accompanying him watched in horror as everything around them began to change. And so the warehouse workers said doomedly that they, apparently, were sucked straight into the stomach of the ghost. But prepared informationally, Jake knew for sure that they had found themselves in the world of this ghost. On the other hand, in the real world, Christy suddenly discovered that she was completely alone. Meanwhile, in the ghost world, the attack continued, where a warehouse worker was captivated by a huge tongue emerging from the wall. Jake didn't even have time to shout anything before his companion was already being devoured by one of the mouths on the wall. He wanted to try to help somehow, but suddenly he noticed that they were going to devour him too. Snatching his golden dagger, the young man quickly struck at the place where another mouth was located, which had already managed to grab his leg. Wielding a dagger and his free hand, the young man struggled to free himself from the deadly grip. But suddenly, from the mouth that grabbed his leg, bright red rays illuminated everything around him. After which the ghostly territory literally fell apart, and Jake saw his faithful Christy in front of him. Exhaling forcefully, the young man could not believe that his ghost could so easily destroy someone else's ghostly world. Jake approached the girl, and in the meantime, the system announced that the battle had been won, the accrual of relationship points and other improvements. Noticing the concerned look of his ward, the young man, stroking her head, told her not to worry, since everything was fine with him. The men who showed Jake the way to the ghost, with the skepticism inherent in people, noticed that less than 2 hours had passed before the guy decided to give up. But they could not believe their ears when the young man announced the destruction of the ghost. A man with an indicator of a ghostly aura who appeared in the office confirmed that it had become 0 at the food warehouse. Then the worker apologized to the retreating ghostly master, saying that the payment would immediately be transferred to the young man's account. Sitting at home in the evening, Jake received a message that 15,000 credits had been credited to his account. He was also pleasantly surprised by the notification from the system that Christy can now create her own ghostly world. Having opened the ghost status window, the young man noticed that each time Christy needed more and more points to develop. Recalling the recent battle with a C-rank ghost, Jake noticed that despite its rank, the ghost was quite weak. In order to avoid being in a mortally dangerous situation next time, it was necessary to raise Christy's level on easier tasks. The novice ghost masters sitting at the cafe table were once again surprised that someone had sorted out all the missions with level D ghosts. Meanwhile, Jake and his faithful companion were destroying another D-rank ghost. Having dealt with that, he immediately took on a new task to destroy a female ghost of the same rank. When the woman was finished, the young man, accompanied by Christy, was already chasing the evil childish ghost fleeing from them. For his next task, the young man chose to fight several D-rank ghosts living in the winery. In order not to waste time, Jack stayed overnight wherever he had to, for which he always had everything he needed with him. Another evening at the fire, the young man received a message that he had gained enough experience points to raise Christy's level, which he immediately upgraded to rank C. Watching the girl play with fire, Jake was very interested to see what her own ghostly world would look like. He was looking forward to the moment when the opportunity would arise to activate the ghostly world of his companion. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, several men watched as a certain ghost marked out his world right in the border zone. And when one of them doubted the idea, the eldest said that they were all masters of rank B, and therefore could easily cope with such a ghost. Having received the support of his companions, the elder said that he would launch an attack, and his friends would have to find a way to dispel the ghost world. And so the whole trio quickly headed inside an unknown ghostly world created by a powerful ghost. The first thing that caught their eye was a tree tied with ribbons standing in the center of the courtyard. After walking around several rooms, the men noted a complete absence of any life or activity. There was only one room left to check, which was immediately opened with a strong kick, where the amazed, uninvited visitors saw in front of them the bright red dress of the Chinese bride, where one of the men noticed that even some simple dress seriously scared him. The elder found the whole thing strange, since if there was an evil ghost here, their ghosts would certainly react. Then one of the men suggested that the ghost was somewhere outside or maybe even outside his world. And just as they were about to leave the room, the piercing cry of their third companion made them stop abruptly, where, in the mirror standing opposite him, he suddenly saw the face of a girl who was applying a certain pattern to her forehead. Pointing his finger at that same mirror, the man explained to his companion that the desired ghost was inside it. Having prepared their ghostly items, the men began to summon their ghosts to fight. But after a few seconds, they all realized that none of their ghosts were responding to their commands at all. The elder immediately concluded that this ghostly world most likely breaks the connection between the master and his ghost, and therefore they urgently need to get out of here. And just as they began to move towards the exit, suddenly the door to the room slammed noisily, and behind them an ominous silhouette with brightly burning eyes had already appeared, which did not bode well for the unlucky hunters. After some time, the ghostly world into which the men, thirsting for profit, entered, disappeared into thin air. The girl examining the last body informed the leader of the association that all 3 dead men were masters of rank B, where Veronica noticed that this ghost, clearly looking for something, appeared again. Covering one of the bodies, the woman asked her interlocutor as to what this ghost might be looking for, to which the girls explained that she did not have this kind of information, where she only knew that the ghost came to them from the city of Mitrover. where if only the association knew what this ghost needed, they could set up a trap. After which, Veronica ordered to notify all ghostly masters about the danger of forays outside the city while this ghost is operating here, where their city of Brime is officially closed from now on. Investigating the list of missions, Jake, not without surprise, noticed a fairly large number of tasks of rank C, which were previously very quickly sorted out by the masters, who seemed to have all died out at once. But this was only to his advantage. And now he was approaching the place where, according to the task, it was necessary to destroy the ghost killer of rank C. Moving through the forest, the young man suddenly began to notice people hanging from tree branches, where he got the impression that the ghost he needed definitely had some kind of mania for hanging. So he moved through the fruit forest for half an hour, noticing that the plantation was somehow overly large. Looking at the next dead man, Jake suddenly realized that he had already encountered this body before. And at that same second, the concentration of corpses on the tree branches suddenly increased greatly. Quickly looking around, the young man made the assumption that he could have been in a ghostly world for a long time, which looked like a fruit forest. While Jake was trying to get his bearings, he didn't notice how danger was approaching him from behind. But when he finally noticed some movement, he realized that he could not grab the moving ghostly object with his hand. And now this rope, living its own life, wrapped itself forcefully around the neck of the uninvited guest. However, the ghost of the killer did not have time to take any further actions as Christy intervened in the situation. The girl easily removed the rope from her master's neck, which he was unable to do on his own. But the dangers did not end there, where at that very second the hanged men, surrounding them from all sides, rushed towards Jake and his companion. At the same time, the ghostly rope in Christy's hands was activated and began to entangle the girl. However, with just a little effort, Christy easily tore the rope into small pieces, after which she, using her special skills, brought down a whole barrage of fire on the approaching ghosts. And so the system announced victory in this battle, and that the owner received an object in the form of a damaged ghostly rope. Despite the fact that he was never able to see Christy's ghostly world, Jake was pleased that he received a rope and a ghostly pill, which he could sell profitably. At the same time, on the outer side of the city of Brime, there was only talk everywhere about the appearance of a new powerful ghost and the closure of the city, where the ghostly masters did not see their future in the most rosy light, since there were only more ghosts from year to year. A man sitting nearby was listening to the other masters talking about some talented newcomer who was able to defeat a rank C ghost the first time and get an entire mansion to live in. After hearing this, the man sitting opposite him suggested that this newcomer most likely had a very strong ghost. Therefore, if they manage to find him and kill him, they will be able to sell this ghost for fabulous money and get rich. They soon found out where Jake's house was, where a guy passing by explained that he was most likely not at home, since the light was not on even in the evenings. The man was surprised that the newcomer dared to carry out tasks outside the cities, and the guy, meanwhile, asked what they needed from Jake. After this question, the men abruptly pulled themselves together and said that they were simply interested in looking at the one about whom the whole city was talking. When the attackers were left alone, they decided to find their target outside the city, where it would be even easier to kill him without prying eyes or suspicion. The idea was brilliant, and one of the evil men was already making plans on how he could spend the millions he received for the ghost. It had long since dawned, but in Jake's camp, under the close supervision of Christy, the fire still continued to burn. Looking out of his tent, the young man was surprised that his companions had spent the whole night outside at the entrance. After looking at Jake for a while, Christy suddenly blushed deeply and hid her face. Guessing that the girl was waiting for praise for her efforts, Jake did not take long to wait and stroked her, saying a few kind words. Turning on his communicator and establishing a connection with the satellite, the young man saw several unread messages that spoke of the appearance of a powerful ghost and the closure of the city. He also received a message from his fellow student, who informed the young man that he was interested in certain men who seemed very strange to him. Immediately realizing that he might have envious people, Jake came to the conclusion that they were unlikely to be able to find him, since the city was closed. However, if they are still able to go outside the city, they will easily find him according to the tasks he has chosen, since besides him, Level C has not been taken for the last few days. Therefore, now they will be busy keeping track of the list of tasks, where they will immediately move to the place where Jake will take up the work. Under such circumstances, letting everything take its course can mean certain death. And so the young man decided to act, having already headed to the place where the next task was located, which he was going to complete, while taking on a task in a completely different place. Very soon he found himself at a quarry, where it was proposed to destroy the ghost, which every now and then provokes collapses and interferes with work. With a smile on his face, Jake noted that there is no such rule where one must first take on the responsibility of destroying a ghost, and only then begin to carry it out. Meanwhile, the killers tracking the young man noticed that a task had been taken on a famous mountain. Having stayed up all night waiting for the moment when Jake would take on the task, the men rushed to that mountain, deciding to get ahead of the young man and ambush him there. Soon they were at the place where they decided to set up their trap for Jake, who had not yet arrived, in a lonely building. At the same time, Jake himself, with the help of his faithful girlfriend, had already finished dealing with the ghost at the quarry, after which he arrived to the foreman, saying that he was done with the ghost, which was surprising for a man who could not remember anyone taking on this task. But the young man, who held his switchboard behind his back and managed to press the button to take over the mission to destroy the ghost in the quarry, asked his interlocutor to check again, where, having taken out his switchboard, the man actually saw that the task had been accepted for execution, and the attackers in ambush at that very second saw how a task was accepted at the quarry, where one of them suggested that there might be another ghostly master outside the city. The second one agreed with this possibility, and therefore proposed to split up, where he would go and look at who took the task at the quarry. As he was leaving, he shouted to his partner to immediately notify him if Jake arrived at this place. A couple of hours later, the killer was already talking with the foreman, who confirmed that there really was a young guy here who destroyed the ghost that was bothering them. The angry man asked his interlocutor in a frightening voice where the guy was going, to which the frightened foreman could only show the direction in which the young ghostly master had left them. Having abandoned the man who was no longer interested in him, the attacker quickly rushed to the side where his interlocutor had pointed. Rising from the ground, the foreman shook himself off, mentally showering the visitor with not the most flattering words. After which, he took out his communicator, saying out loud that people like this definitely do not deserve to be ghostmasters. And now Jake has already received a message from the foreman, who informed him that a certain man was really interested in him. Where, 3 hours before, a young man gave this guy 5,000 points so that he would immediately inform him about when they would look for him. Now the young man happily noted that his plan had worked, and since only one of the killers was at the quarry, the second, apparently, was on the mountain. Now, apparently, the criminals were waiting for him to take on a new task, where Jake did not keep them waiting long, taking on another mission. The water ghost was defeated by him with the help of Christy quickly enough, where from his cave the young man decided to head straight to the mountain. In this way, he bought himself enough time to deal with one of his pursuers, and then another. Meanwhile, the man, rushing to the place where Jake accepted the task of destroying the water ghost, informed his partner about the changes in the situation. However, they did not even suspect that they had long ago lost their status as hunters, becoming only prey. Jake was rapidly approaching his goal, when suddenly his ghostly object began to show activity, and then Christy appeared behind him, who had already taken on her second form. Suddenly she approached her master, and the fabric from her clothes began to swirl around them. When the ghost's action was over, both Jake and Christy herself found themselves inside a kind of cocoon, where, through the gap left, the young man was finally able to see what his faithful companion was so alarmed about. When the danger had passed, Christy just as quickly released the young man. And so, looking at the girl who had returned to her normal form, Jake concluded that his ghost was hiding him when a more powerful enemy was nearby, after which he turned his gaze to the sky, where recently he had observed a phenomenon that was still inexplicable to him, deciding that this was a useful skill of his ghost. And then the system announced to the young man that with the awakening of a new ability, the owner receives the right to spin the lottery, where he now has one attempt. Deciding to try immediately, Jake, after the lottery wheel stopped, was informed that the possibility of recovering the ghostly artifacts was open to him. He felt that the abilities for such restoration were generated directly in his mind, but more energy was needed for implementation. Then the young man turned to his partner and asked her to give her palm, after which he placed a piece of ghostly rope in her hands, telling her to let her energy into it to restore the object. And now the system has already announced that the restoration of the ghostly artifact was successful, where, a second later, the young man already had a whole ghostly rope in his hands, which could well be useful to him in the next battle. Suddenly, behind his back, the young man heard someone's voice speaking and attracting his attention. A woman approached, began to ask if he had just seen anything unusual in the sky, but immediately told him to forget about the question, since if he had seen it, he would definitely have died. Walking further, she noted that it was now very dangerous outside the city limits and recommended that Jake return. Left alone again, the young man wondered why the association was looking for the ghost from whom Christy hid him, and whether he was the reason for the closure of the city. Remembering what he happened to see, the young man could only be glad that this ghost was moving in the wrong direction where he needed to rush. Meanwhile, an operational headquarters was set up at the site of the death of the three ghostly masters. After studying all the data, Veronica came to the conclusion that the murdered masters were subjected to a vile attack from behind, since they did not even have time to summon their ghosts. But when she tried to take a sip, the girl suddenly spat out what was in the mug, where the young man standing next to him immediately realized that he had forgotten to put sugar in the drink. Looking at the stunned young man, Veronica noticed that nothing fatal had happened, but in future she asked not to forget about sugar. Then a voice was heard from her switchboard, reporting that the group was following the trail of a ghost. Veronica asked to send the coordinates, and the voice from the speaker added that a meeting had just occurred with one of the students, asking to notify the educational institution about this, where the leader of the association instantly realized what kind of student was walking around here all alone. Meanwhile, Jake had already managed to reach the mountain, where one of the killers was waiting for him in ambush. After looking around, the young man realized that the most convenient place for an ambush was a dilapidated house. It was in this house that the man spoke with his partner, reporting that their target had not yet appeared. And while he was saying that the ghost's buyer had already offered $7 million for him, Jake was already behind him. He was very angry that these two arrogant upstarts were so easily in charge of his life and the fate of his ghost. The attacker didn't even have time to understand what was happening when Christy suddenly appeared behind him in his combat guise. However, the man managed to react and, using his ghostly object, also summoned a ghost, where both ghosts immediately entered into a confrontation in full view of their masters. Switching his attention, the killer looked around him, but could not find the enemy anywhere. Jake, taking advantage of his advantages in development, including speed, was already behind the enemy's back with his dagger ready, which he, without a doubt and without regret, immediately planted into the body of the one who wanted to kill him, selling it to Christy on the black market. Sensing a danger to the owner's life, his ghost immediately stopped fighting with the girl and rushed to the man's defense. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in front of Jake, beginning to spread his energy around. And now all the participants in the confrontation have already found themselves in the ghostly world he created. But the ghost did not hesitate and immediately began to call on his assistants, who were the ghostly cats inhabiting this world. Calling all of them to his aid, the killer's defender gave the order to the cats to attack the prisoners of his world. Watching how ghostly cats were approaching him from all sides, the young man could not figure out what to do. At that same second, his faithful companion was activated, folding her fingers into a special shape, clearly collecting energy. And now the girl, along with Jake, was already surrounded by a huge fireball, which the ghostly cats did not dare to come close to. The one who called on all his subordinate cats watched everything that was happening, not without apprehension. But as if having accumulated a sufficient amount of energy, the fireball created by Christy seemed to explode. And at that very second, Jake saw that they were in some kind of hellish amusement park. With affection, the young man noticed that the ghostly world Christy had just created was a huge playground, where his ghost was just an ordinary child in development. Toys on carousels, some figures in cages, everything was in an evil, ghostly, but still childish style. But then the girl raised her hand, waving her palm as if she was giving some kind of order. Immediately after which, the entire world she created began to come to life and rushed to the defense of the mistress. The wounded killer couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the toys come to life one after another. But these seemingly harmless toys have already begun to destroy the ghostly world created by the ghost of the intruder. But the ghost of the cat was not going to just give up, destroying one toy after another with its clawed paws. Where this counterattack greatly pleased the wounded man, who still hoped for the successful completion of his idea. While watching the actions of his ghost, he did not notice what appeared right behind him. Only when the huge head was already hanging over him did he notice that something was happening behind him. But it was too late to do anything, where this giant toy head simply swallowed the man. At that same second, the entire ghostly world created by the ghost cat was engulfed in flames and it began to collapse. Where, observing what was happening, Jake noted that with the death of his opponent, their connection with the ghost was also destroyed. The young man also noticed that Christy's ghostly world with all its inhabitants was also dissolving into thin air. However, for some reason, he and his girlfriend did not end up on the same mountain where the fight began, ending up in a completely different place. Looking around, the young man suggested that perhaps this was another level of the ghostly world. But his thoughts were interrupted by a cat ghost, which rushed past him and Christy, as if not noticing them, moving towards some monotonous knocking sound. At the same second, Jake's faithful companion followed him, whom he tried to stop. But after several failed attempts, the young man realized that the girl did not hear his words, as if someone was controlling her. Well, the ghost of the enemy he defeated had already managed to approach the entrance, where he passed through some kind of energy barrier. Looking in the direction where the cat ghost had disappeared, Jake suddenly noticed some women's shoes that could not break through this barrier. And while he was watching everything that was happening, Christy herself began to overcome the barrier. Realizing that if the girl was on the other side of the barrier, he would lose her forever, Jake realized that he should not allow this to happen. And so he took out the restored ghost rope from his inventory room, taking advantage of which he was able to stop the further advance of his ghost into destructive territory. When the young man realized that the rope trick had worked, he pulled his end with force, pulling Christy towards him. And then the girl found herself right in his arms, where he, unable to keep his balance, fell to the ground with her. And while they were falling, the landscape around them managed to change, where Jake and Christy again found themselves on the same mountain where it all began. The young man asked if everything was all right with his ward, but instead of answering, she showed him red embroidered women's shoes captured from the other side of the barrier. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, the members of the Ghostmasters Association finally found the very ghost they had been chasing for so long. Noticing the fiery comet unfolding, the leader of the group shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. However, having made a large arc, the unidentified ghost suddenly changed the trajectory of its movement again, rushing upward. The leader of the group noticed that this ghost either had no intention of confronting them or sensed what he needed elsewhere. Jake listened to the system's question about whether he wanted to improve his ghost, for which he had accumulated enough experience. Of course, the young man agreed to the improvement, where a moment later it was announced to him that Christy had reached rank B, which increased all her other characteristics. Such a speed of progress could not but rejoice, because without a system, it sometimes takes ordinary masters dozens of years to develop their ghost from rank E to rank B. In addition, the system announced that the owner could receive a second ghost, for which it was necessary to select a new ghost item. Where, of all the ghostly objects he had, Jake decided to choose embroidered shoes, immediately after which the system gave him a task, according to which he had to return her wedding shoes to the bride. And the fiery comet, which turned out to be a red wedding dress, quickly rushed to where it sensed the appearance of the desired object. Having finished perfecting his ghost, the young man, picking up the switchboard of the killer he had destroyed, found it strange that his corpse was missing, which should be there despite his death in the ghostly world. The only thing he could connect the absence of the corpse with was the place where it ended up, and from where the red shoes could not get out. But now there was no time to think about it, since there was still one more killer left alive, and the first killer's switchboard would definitely be able to help counter it. The young man also understood that the bride definitely had a connection with her shoes, and therefore he needed to deal with the second intruder as soon as possible. Having put the artifact into his storage, Jake was soon on a tree growing right on the edge of the cliff. Having looked around, the young man was quite satisfied with the view from this place, and so, using the switchboard of the defeated enemy, on his behalf he wrote to an accomplice that he saw himself getting ready to climb the mountain in the morning to fight a ghost. After which he sat comfortably on a branch, deciding to rest since it would take the second killer a lot of time to get here. Well, the second killer himself, having received the good news, quickly headed up the mountain, destroying low-level ghosts along the way and talking out loud about how he would deal with Jake. He did not notice how a ghostly paper airplane flew next to him, which heard the threats he made. It was one of Victoria's spies, who realized that it was urgent to warn Jake about the danger. To a question from a member of the search group, the girl replied that a certain killer was looking for the same guy their group had met earlier, to which her interlocutor said that she remembered the direction where that guy went. And Veronica, assuming that physically they would not be able to arrive on time, decided to send her spy to the young man. It was already dawn when the paper airplane approached the tree where Jake was resting. Approaching the young man's face, the plane literally began to hammer Jake's head with its nose. Reluctantly opening his eye, the young man looked at who decided to interrupt his sound sleep. And then the airplane suddenly transformed into the very teacher who took the test on awakening ghosts, and who now said that he had come to warn the guy about the impending danger. And when Jake asked if the teacher was referring to the flying spirit of the bride, the paper man warily asked him whether the young man had really seen this ghost. The young man could not say that he had received information from the system, and therefore simply said that he had seen a ghost from a distance. After which the teacher added that this was not the only danger, since a killer was looking for Jake. To which the young man replied that he also knew about this, which greatly surprised the teacher, since the guy clearly had no intention of hiding. And while the teacher was talking about how his real body was still on the way here, a voice was suddenly heard from the captured switchboard, saying that he had already arrived at the place. Listening to the killer's question about where they would meet his accomplice, the young man was glad that his plan had worked. And so he quickly headed somewhere amid the teacher's concerned questions about what he was going to do. Noting the guy's excessive calm, the paperman asked what rank his ghost had reached, that he was fearlessly heading towards the killer. To which Jake calmly replied that his ghost, like him, had already reached B rank by now. Thinking to himself that this guy was incredibly talented, the teacher asked him to voice a plan of action. To which the young man replied that at present we just need to wait a little. Meanwhile, the second killer quickly ran towards the target, reading a message that Jake was still sleeping under a large tree near the cliff. And so, having passed through a dense forest, the attacker finally found himself near the very tree where the young man had spent the night. After looking around, the man begins to look for the place where his accomplice is hiding, quietly calling him by name. But then his attention was attracted by a red shoe that lay at the base of the tree. And Jake, who was watching his actions from a hiding place, answering the teacher's question, who again took the form of an airplane, said that this is the artifact that the bride is looking for. After which the young man added that, according to his calculations, the bride was about to find her shoe, only this man would now be her goal. The teacher could only marvel at the guy's intelligence, where if the bride is stronger than the attacker, she will destroy him, and if their strength turns out to be equal, then both of them will weaken after the battle. The appearance of Christy, who immediately began to hide her master, signaled that the bride had reached the right place. And indeed, after a couple of seconds, a fiery flying comet could already be clearly seen in the sky. The killer also noticed the approach of an unknown object, immediately preparing his weapon for battle. And when the unidentified flying object approached and stopped, the man saw the bride's bright red dress in front of him. The ghost that appeared did not wait for his opponent to summon his spirit, and immediately began to create his own ghostly world. And then, right before Jake's eyes, the ghostly world of the bride appeared in the mountains, consisting of many Oriental-type buildings. At some point, a woman's voice attracted the young man's attention, where he turned around and saw people from the Association of Ghostly Masters approaching him. Coming closer, Veronica asked the young man why he was looking at her in such surprise. To which the young man replied that all this time he considered the teacher's owner to be some 40-year-old man. Laughing, the association leader said that she took what Jake said as a compliment. But finally, the group's attention was transferred to the ghostly world of the bride, where they were going to destroy her. Jake decided to go with them, where they would only play into his hands by holding off the ghost until he completed the task and returned the shoe. Deciding not to summon their ghosts for now so as not to scare the bride away, the team headed inside her ghostly world. And so they found themselves in the same courtyard that 3 other ghostly masters had visited not long ago, trying to get a solid jackpot here. Veronica ordered everyone to stop while she explored the place, and Jake noticed that everything was decorated for the wedding. Meanwhile, the girl, with her spells, created a paper crane which she sent on reconnaissance. But after flying just a couple of meters, her spy suddenly crumbled into small pieces right in front of the owner's eyes. Realizing that something was clearly wrong here, Veronica ordered everyone to summon their ghosts, which of course none of the group members could do. And Jake also noticed that he absolutely could not feel the presence of his Christy. Realizing the danger the entire group was now in, the leader of the association gave the order to immediately leave the ghostly territory. But the exit from the ghostly world of the bride was already blocked, leaving no chance of salvation for anyone. Some members of the group tried to use physical force in their abilities, but the door did not budge. At that moment, the attention of the association members and Jake was attracted by the sound of a blow and the following male scream. And so, flying across the entire yard, the killer's body hit the entrance gate with tremendous force. after which it slid down it to the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Turning again in the direction from which the man's body had flown, Jake suddenly saw the bride's dress hanging in the air. When asked by her subordinate what they should do, Veronica said that no one should move, where, as a last resort, she would sacrifice herself in order to be able to summon her ghost. But then Jake intervened in the conversation, saying that they would have a chance to survive if they managed to isolate the ghostly world of the bride for some time. And while the group was wondering how they could do this without ghosts, the young man had already called his ward, where the entire team of the Ghostmasters Association was shocked that this guy was able to summon his ghost in this place. And while Christy was changing her form to a combat one, Jake noted to himself that for his system there were no restrictions on summoning a ghost, which should seem incredible to everyone else. And so he gave Christy the order to create his ghostly world, where at that very second, ghostly attractions began to appear in the bride's world. Feeling that the integrity of her world was broken, the bride rushed forward, but her opponents were now standing in the ghostly world of Christy. And suddenly, a spear and knives in the form of golden feathers rushed toward the bride, whistling through the air, where their collision with the dress created an explosion of incredible force. However, when the fog began to clear, it became clear that the ghost of the bride was not harmed, calmly repelling this attack. But the ghosts summoned by the members of the Ghostmasters Association group were just beginning this duel. Watching the one Veronica summoned, Jake wondered whether this ghost was her second ward, or whether the paperman was simply an ability from using some kind of artifact. Meanwhile, Veronica's ghost continued to try to attack the bride's dress with her spear, while the other flying ghost was still pointing his knives in the form of golden feathers towards the bride. But suddenly the dress used another of its abilities, spreading long red threads throughout the fight area, which neutralized the movement of the weapon. However, she was unable to stop all the knives, and one of them still slid down her sleeve. Meanwhile, Jake retrieved from his storage the second red shoe that the bride was looking for, after which he loudly called on all participants in the battle, including the bride, to calm down and stop this confrontation. Veronica couldn't believe what she heard from the young man, but Jake insisted on his demands. But then everyone noticed that the bride's dress really stopped fighting, after which all other attacks were also stopped. And now, finally, the young man had the opportunity to get closer in order to complete his task. And so, standing opposite the bride, Jake handed her the shoe, saying that he accidentally found it and wanted to return it. The bride accepted the offering using one of her threads, immediately after which the system announced the completion of the first task to return the shoes. Carefully watching what the young man was doing, Veronica anxiously asked whether he was trying to get this ghost at his disposal. And despite statements that this ghost is too dangerous, the young man confirmed the guesses of the association leader. Meanwhile, the bride in the red dress had already put on both of her shoes, which went perfectly with her outfit. Immediately after that, a stream of energy descended on the ghost, the power of which was felt by everyone present. And Jake received information that the ghost has now acquired its full form and has rank A. Veronica did not see anything good in everything that was happening and ordered everyone to be ready. Well, in the meantime, Jake noted to himself that since he had not yet gained control over this ghost, then 15 connecting points for completing the first task was clearly not enough. And so the members of the association decided not to tempt fate, ordering their ghosts to attack the enemy. The ghost of Veronica was already preparing to continue wielding her spear, but suddenly everything around changed dramatically, and the group discovered that they had left the ghostly world of the bride, returning to the very mountain where it all began. And the leader of the association noted with horror that the bride did not push Jake out of her world like everyone else. And when she expressed her concerns, her subordinate noticed that this guy is not as simple as he might seem, and he may well be able to pacify this ghost. After listening to the interlocutor, the girl ordered all members of the group to return to the city, while she would continue to wait for the situation to be resolved. After thinking a little, Veronica gave orders not to disseminate any information about what was happening here. Before he could understand where everyone had suddenly disappeared, Jake suddenly received a new task, according to which he had to enter the bride's room and comb her hair. After looking around and choosing the right door, the young man headed inside the room, hiding behind it, where, once inside, he actually saw the red dress of the bride sitting at the table in front of the mirror. Until the last moment, the young man could not understand how he should be able to comb the ghost's hair until he approached the dress from the back. There, in the reflection of the mirror, he suddenly saw a beautiful but very sad girl, tears rolling down her cheeks. Right there, next to her, on the edge of the table, there was a comb for combing. Taking the comb, Jake positioned himself behind the ghost, trying to figure out how to start completing the task. Then he decided to use the mirror, not without surprise, noting that in this world, mirrors reflect ghosts, not people. However, in the reflection, he could see a comb in his hand, which he began to run through the girl's hair. And then the girl's face changed. Her hair became noticeably softer, and the system announced that the second task had been completed. However, a second later, the young man received a third task, according to which he needed to prevent the bride from getting married. The young man did not even have time to realize the meaning of this task, when suddenly a thick pink fog began to spread from the mirror directly towards him, which, after a moment, filled the entire space around, literally absorbing the guest. Trying to get out of this fog, the young man suddenly heard a female voice demanding to leave. And suddenly the fog cleared, and Jake saw in front of him the very room in which he had just been, and a girl in a red dress. Turning, she asked if he liked the dress she had sewn with her own hands. And when the confused Jake asked who she was, the girl laughed and called Yuan Biao a fool, saying that she was still the same Mei Li, after which she handed Jake half of her comb as a sign of their future engagement and wedding. Then the girl playfully added that although they are not married now, everything will change very soon. And then the young man was finally able to look at himself in the reflection of the mirror, realizing that he had now reincarnated as the groom of this girl. Looking at the half of the hair comb he received, the young man thought about how he could stop the wedding if she were to marry him. After some time, Jake was invited to a conversation by a young man offering to drink tea together. As it turned out, it was May's brother, who began the conversation by calling marriage a very responsible step. But then, looking at the young man, he decided not to make long speeches and said directly that a famous general had wooed his sister, and his family would definitely give preference to this man. Now Jake understood the meaning of the task, where he had to prevent the bride in a red dress from marrying. Concluding his speech, May's brother handed Jake an envelope, saying that his sister had personally written him an invitation to the wedding ceremony. Having opened the envelope, the young man read that a week ago the girl learned from her father that he had entered into an agreement for the marriage of his daughter with the general. She attempted to escape, but was caught and imprisoned in her room until the ceremony. The girl also expressed her sincere sadness that she would have to wear the dress that she sewed in order to marry a completely different person. With her last lines, the girl asked her lover not to do anything, since the general was a very influential person. This whole situation where parents control the destinies of their children reminded Jake of his own story, where his parents simply decided to throw him out onto the street. Remembering May's beautiful face, Jake mentally told her to be patient a little, where he would try to prevent her from ending up married to someone she didn't love. And then came the solemn wedding day, where people on the streets greeted the solemn procession of the groom's cart. Jake managed to join this procession, disguised as one of the servants. Moving next to the cart in which the general was sitting, the young man hoped that he would be able to see this man. And when a gust of wind lifted the curtain a little, the young man was surprised to note that inside was only the general's uniform. Turning to another servant, Jake inquired about the reason why the general did not come himself, to which he explained that this, of course, was the man's plans. But 3 days ago, he died unsuccessfully. This information could not leave the young man indifferent, where he did not understand why the wedding was not cancelled. And the servant explained that the wedding would still take place according to all the agreements reached, only the bride would marry the deceased, where the entire upcoming ceremony will mark the marriage and the afterlife. All this looked very strange in Jake's eyes, where he had never heard of a marriage being concluded between a living person and a dead one. Meanwhile, the final preparations before the wedding ceremony were being completed in the bride's room, where the healer came up and brought the girl a glass with some kind of potion that should help with conceiving a child. The mother standing next to the bride could not stop her tears, and the father, listening to the words of the sorceress, simply remained silent. Of course, the bride didn't even want to think about conceiving children with someone she didn't love, but the girl couldn't go against the will of her parents and took the drug. At the same time, Jake, who decided that he urgently needed to find his beloved Yuan Biao, in whose role he found himself, left his job as a servant. Approaching a room familiar to him from childhood, he caught the very moment when the bride went out into the street with her face covered from prying eyes. When he called the girl's name, she opened her face, surprised that her true lover had interfered with the ceremony, where, standing opposite May, Jake said that he had come to prevent this absurd wedding and wanted to take the girl with him. These were the best words that a girl getting married according to her parents could only hear. But the bride's father intervened in the emerging idol, telling Yuan Biao to stop interfering with the wedding and get away. But Jake was not going to back down, grabbing May's hand and dragging her away from this half-death event. They managed to break away a little from the pursuit, where a few meters later a wagon prepared by the young man was waiting for them. But suddenly the girl's hand slipped out of Jake's hand, after which she began to sink to the ground, where at that same second thick blood began to ooze abundantly from her mouth, turning black for some reason. Not understanding what was happening to the girl, Jake rushed to her, saying that he didn't leave her here anyway. Well, May, finding herself in the arms of her lover, remembered the medicine from the healer, which was obviously poisoned, and asked her parents why they did this to her. The mother, looking at her dying daughter, was silent, and the father asked for forgiveness, saying that only a dead soul can marry another dead soul. Jake couldn't believe what he just heard, loudly calling the girl's father a fool who has no right to decide whether someone lives or dies. Rushing towards the young man began to demand that he be given an antidote in order to save his beloved. Finding himself next to May's father, he grabbed him by the clothes and said in a demanding voice that he must save his daughter. But instead of helping the girl, the evil father ordered the guards to seize the insolent man. And now 2 guys had already pulled the young man away from the master, unceremoniously burying his face in the ground. After which, the man said that there was no cure for the poison used on his daughter, and the dying May extended her hand to her lover, lying directly opposite her, saying that he was the only truly close person. Jake had no choice but to ask the girl to hold on and not die. Meanwhile, May's father ordered the servants to bring the coffin that had been prepared in advance for his daughter. Seeing this, Jake experienced a new attack of rage, in the impulse of which he shouted that the father, who killed his own daughter for some gain, had dishonored his family. But leaning towards the guy, the man said that children are born for this purpose, to sacrifice themselves for the good of their families. After which May's father turned to one of the guards, saying that no information heard here should not go beyond the boundaries of their house. The words of the Lord of the Guards were interpreted correctly, and now Jake was already being dragged to the well, which was located in the yard. Still maintaining a small connection with this world, May, filled with despair, looked at how her loved one was thrown to certain death, and then the tenacious fingers of the guards unclenched, after which the young man experienced a feeling of free fall. And upstairs, May's body was already being placed in a coffin, simultaneously erasing the traces of the crime committed by her parents. Soon, the coffin with the bride was carried out to meet the groom, where it was announced that she had died 2 days ago, unable to survive the fact that her betrothed had died, but bequeathed to marry her in the afterlife. But the wedding ceremony did not have time to begin, since everyone who was nearby experienced a real shock when they saw the coffin, where, right on its lid, the bride sat as if nothing had happened, her face, as expected, covered by a red veil. First, the girl laughed loudly, and then long red threads grew from her body, which instead of a wedding ceremony, they staged a real massacre. At the same time, at the bottom of the well lay the crippled Jake, who every second felt how life was leaving his body. He could see how the sky above his head literally turned red, like the very dress that his beloved had sewn, whom he would never see again. When the darkness in front of Jake's eyes cleared, he saw a little girl trying to wake him up. The girl introduced herself to the boy, shrank from the cold and dying of hunger as Christy, and then asked the name of the random person she met. And after the acquaintance took place, Christy handed the boy some bread, saying that it would be nice for him to have a snack. Jake, who had not eaten for several days, greedily attacked the food, swallowing whole pieces of bread without even chewing. Christy turned to her grandfather, asking if she could take this boy, to which the old man replied that the man was not a stray cat to do this to him. And so, in the evening, sitting by the fire, little Jake told how his parents threw him out, calling him a useless creature. After listening to the child, the old man patted his hair, saying that the boy does not need to keep his feelings to himself. After which Jake burst out, where through his tears he said that on the one hand he hated his parents, but on the other hand, he missed them. But then Christy rushed into his arms and said that the boy no longer needed to be sad, since now he had her and his grandfather. Feeling these, albeit childish but sincere and warm hugs, little Jake had hope inside. And then Jake opened his eyes and immediately felt his faithful friend Christy hugging him. Through the strips of fabric, he saw that the illusion of the past had disappeared, and he again returned to the ghostly world of the bride. Turning to the wedding dress, Christy was already preparing for battle, but Jake stopped her, saying that now the ghost of the bride would not harm him. Suddenly, the dress turned around and headed away from the bride's room, where the young man decided to follow it. The bride's movement kept accelerating, and the young man, accompanied by Christy, had difficulty keeping up with the ghost. And suddenly the young man noticed that the ghostly world around had changed, and the bride's head had become covered with a veil. And then the gate at the end of the wedding alley opened, and the ghostly carriage of May's groom appeared from it. Realizing that the girl remained connected with that same dead general even after death, Jake decided to break this vicious circle. Having overtaken the dress, the young man told Christy to destroy the cart, but the girl could not pass through the invisible barrier. Once there, Jake was convinced that the created barrier was insurmountable for them. Once closer, Jake could clearly hear a certain sound coming from the groom's carriage. Taking a closer look at the bells, the young man realized that it was this sound that made the bride arrive for the afterlife wedding. Where, turning around, Jake saw how the dress had already reached the place where the carriage was. Having blocked the girl's path, the young man said that she should not go further, but should remember what happened in the past. But then the ghostly bride began to flicker and pass through the body of the young man, blocking her path. Looking after her, the young man concluded that with his current abilities, he was unlikely to be able to do anything. But then another bright thought came to his head, which he immediately began to implement, lowering himself into the well with the help of a ghostly rope. Down there, as expected, he found the remains of Yuan Biao, who was thrown into this very well. With regret, he looked at the bones of that young man, in whose body he had recently visited and experienced his torment. Then, thinking that this guy had not known that his lover had turned into an evil spirit, he reached for the part of the comb that the dead man's hand continued to grip. Very soon he left the well and returned to May's room, where he picked up the other half of the comb from the table. Where, a second later, the young man connected these two halves of an object belonging to two loving hearts. Immediately after which the restored scallop began to emit some waves, the area of distribution of which was not limited and reached the place where the bride was heading to her groom. The bride felt the energy of her restored item and turned around, stopping further movement. As she approached Jake, he showed her the restored item, once again asking the girl to remember everything. The feeling of true love overcame all other attachments of the ghost, and the bride saw her only lover. And suddenly Jake felt the bride stretch out her hand to the object that had become a symbol of tragic love. And suddenly, right in front of the amazed young man's eyes, May herself appeared in a dress, tears flowing down her cheeks. After looking at the young man for a while, the girl suddenly turned around and headed again to where the groom's carriage was waiting for her. Jake tried to stop her, but the ghost's desire was unshakable. However, when the bride approached the barrier, she did not go through it, but destroyed it. Where, once on the territory of her fiancé, the girl suddenly began to literally destroy everything that was in the area. May also smashed the ghostly cart into pieces, but a moment later it suddenly recovered. Where, after restoration, the cart suddenly transformed into a kind of ghost. Faithful Christy did not hesitate to attack the emerging ghost on one of its limbs. But this also did not bring a positive result, where the limb cut in half simply grew back together. Then Jake decided to act on his own, choosing the right moment and pushing off from the enemy's limb. From his storage, he took out a special bottle of cocktail, where he lit the wick and threw the flammable liquid right inside the cart. And at that same second, the entire ghostly cart was engulfed in a bright flame, from which there was no escape. And so the ghost let out a wild cry, and when the flame died out, Jake and two ghosts saw what was left of this cart. However, contrary to their expectations, the battle was not over, as the burnt layer from the remains of the wagon suddenly crumbled, and a new enemy appeared before the eyes of Jake and the ghosts. But then May decided to act, where, in front of the amazed young man's eyes, she materialized a ghostly fire. It was with this fire that she defended herself from the approaching paw of their new enemy. Where, immediately after blocking the attack, the girl herself directed a powerful stream of ghostly fire into the enemy's paw, which had an immediate effect as half of the new ghost's limb was destroyed. And then Jake decided to take control of the ghost's attacks, telling May to use fire with her threads, and Christy was supposed to distract and hinder the enemy's movements. A few seconds later, brave Christy had already entangled the limbs of a huge ghost with fabric, where immediately after this, May, continuing the plan, wrapped her long threads around his body. And as soon as there were enough threads entangling the ghost's body, the bride fired her ghostly fire at them. Jake breathed a sigh of relief when the system announced that the mission was completed. And while he watched the remains of their enemy burn out, the system, announcing that 50 connecting points had been accumulated, invited the owner to take control of the second ghost. Where, turning to May, the young man, of course, agreed with such an association. After which, the system announced that a drop of the host's blood must be used for binding. And Jake immediately revealed the girl's face, saying that they had met her again. After which, the young man bit through one of his fingers, leaving his bleeding hand at the disposal of the ghost. He physically felt how May took his hand and touched his wounded finger with her lips. Watching the ghost treat his hand so tenderly, the young man wondered if she would perceive him as that lover. But the binding procedure was completed, and Jake was announced to have received a level A ghost at his disposal. After it was all over, the young man was in no hurry to return to the real world, remaining in the ghostly world of May. Sitting next to her on the bed, the young man studied the characteristics of his new ghost in order to use her as effectively as possible in battles. Also, as a prize for tying a new ghost, Jake received one try in the lottery, which he immediately used. As a prize, he received some unknown ability related to the ghost subordinate to him, which he decided to deal with later. The young man was suddenly distracted from the lottery and other activities by an approaching sound. It was clear that this was some kind of horse, but May suddenly stopped his impulse to look at what it was. Immediately after which, the ghostly world of the bride suddenly began to disappear, plunging into a new ghostly object, the bride's comb. And when Jake returned to the world and looked around, he discovered that May had used her ability to move and led him away from the place where he heard the sound of hooves. Thinking, the young man concluded that the girl protected him from some unknown and strong evil ghost. While hiding a new ghostly item in his vault, the young man decided he needed to gather more information. In the meantime, he decided to return to the city in order to rest and recover a little. Soon he arrived at the headquarters of the Association of Ghostly Masters, where he was immediately invited by Veronica, who already considered him dead since the young man had disappeared for 3 days. And when she asked about the fate of the bride, Jake replied contentedly that this ghost would not bother anyone anymore. Where, after what was said, the girl could not believe that this young guy with no experience was able to get himself a second ghost. Well, the young man did not forget to thank the leader of the association, where without her help he would not have succeeded. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl said that words of gratitude were, of course, good, but she was counting on something more. Where, in response to Jake's question, Veronica explained that it would be nice if the guy joined the association and worked with it. Seeing how he doubted, the girl, noticing his eyes on her chest, explained that he would become a special agent who could do whatever he wanted, but occasionally he would be involved in special missions. When she put her hand on his shoulder, asking if the conditions were right for him, Jake thought that this was actually quite beneficial. And when the young man agreed to become a member of the team, Veronica expressed her satisfaction by taking a very seductive pose. Jake was very embarrassed when the girl noticed how eagerly he looked at the curves of her slender figure with his eyes. Then Veronica approached him and said that he had the right to enjoy this view as much as he wanted. But then this outburst of tenderness was interrupted by a certain man who announced that the coffee was ready, but immediately excused himself and disappeared, finding the boss in a very ambiguous position. Stepping away from the embarrassed young man, Veronica said that in order to join the association, Jake would also have to pass an exam. Personally, she does not doubt his abilities, but confirmation is required at the official level, where the next exam will take place tomorrow, where she will root for Jake. While in his mansion in the evening, Jake thought that Christy's abilities should be enough for him in the exam, since May, most likely, had not yet recovered. About 2 hours had already passed since the young man fell asleep, after which May's ghost suddenly became active. Her unexpected appearance greatly frightened the young man, who woke up and tried to understand what was happening. But the first thing that caught his eye was some strange expression on the girl's face, where she directed all her love towards Jake with her eyes. And a few seconds later, May was already comfortably seated under the blanket next to her lover. Jake almost physically felt the way she was looking at him, not understanding how now he could even fall asleep. The rays of the morning sun woke up the young man, who was able to fall asleep very early in the morning. Feeling completely overwhelmed, the young man realized that he might be late for the exam, since he still needed to get ready and prepare breakfast. But then May appeared in front of him, bringing clothes that had already been prepared for him. Jake fully realized that this ghost saw his husband in him when the girl began to help him change clothes. And now the time has come for the exam, where the host of this big event welcomed all the guests, spectators, and participants. Deciding not to waste time on unnecessary words, the girl suggested immediately moving on to the first round. While the participants were standing in line, the presenter noticed that mostly graduates were here. But she also noticed a newcomer, saying that it was very stupid of him to come here today. And then Jake's classmates sitting in the stands were amazed to find their classmate among the applicants. Those who were preparing to take the exam with Jake also whispered that there was clearly no place for a beginner here. And so the first round began, the essence of which was to pass a test on knowledge of the theory of ghosts. For each incorrect answer, the exam participants were eliminated, where by the end of the first round, approximately 1/3 of the participants had dropped out. Well, for Jake, this writing task seemed too easy. And now the presenter announced the start of the second round, where the participants' ability to concentrate and persevere will be tested. And so the first level D ghost began to spread its aura, which was supposed to affect the psyche of the participants. This aura literally made many people shake with fear, but Jake didn't seem to see a ghost in front of him at all. When everything became clear with the first ghost, the next, stronger level C ghost began to spread its aura, where the presenter, not without joy, noticed how many participants fainted from the influence of the aura of ghosts. One of the strongest participants could hardly stand on her feet, realizing that she was closer to her goal than ever. Words of support were loudly heard from the audience to this talented girl every now and then. But it became clear to everyone who could withstand the pressure of the aura of a level C ghost, and the test moved on to the third ghost, where a certain elder appeared in front of the participants, who was in symbiosis with the spirit of level B. After which most of the participants ended up on the floor, and the presenter congratulated all those who made it to the finals. In the last round, all that was left was to go to the evaluation table and call on your ghost in order to be able to set the level. The first summoned ghost was assessed by the device as having level F, and was immediately informed with regret that it would not pass with such a low level. The ghost of the next participant who had recently discussed Jake was assigned a D rank, which the young man apparently had no doubt about. And then it was Jake's turn, where it was announced that he was the only newcomer to make it to this round. Standing nearby, a young man who had just passed the test told Jake that if he could pass, he would eat his socks. Deciding that to pass this test it would be enough to call upon Christy, the young man revealed the girl to the eyes of all those present, where they immediately felt her powerful aura. Jake's friends, sitting in the stands, literally prayed that his ghost would be of a high level. No one could believe the reality of what was happening when it was determined that the rank of newcomer Ghost V. The elder and the one who promised to eat the socks were especially amazed, and Jake's friend was sincerely glad that his prayers were heard. The presenter loudly announced that all mistakes were excluded. The ghost of this newcomer really had rank B. The young man was listening to the congratulatory speech, when suddenly his face was distorted with pain, and a blade of some sharp object appeared from his chest. Where, having pulled his weapon out of the young man's body, some guy who caught Christy said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The wounded young man did not worry about himself at all, thinking only about how this guy was able to catch his ghost, and the attacker suddenly pulled himself by the skin of his face, where, after the mask came off, Jake saw the same second killer whom he had given to his bride to be torn to pieces, where, at that very second, a certain monster suddenly appeared from the back of this already not particularly handsome man. Jake immediately recognized his pursuer, realizing that he had then somehow managed to survive and turn into what now stands in front of him. Everything that happened created a real commotion, where the presenter, without stopping the broadcast, reported that a certain man, dressed as a student, stabbed Jake. The elder noticed that the attacker who appeared was in a forced symbiosis, and therefore would not last long, but he might have time to do some mischief. The elder's examination companion decided to try to attack the enemy by summoning his ghost. But the level B ghost that the killer teamed up with easily repelled the attack from the level C ghost, where, having dealt with the ghost itself, the green snake growing from the killer's back attacked his owner. Coughing up blood, the defeated man shouted that he was being affected by some poison used by the ghost. Meanwhile, the killer was already preparing to accomplish what he had started this whole combination for. And then in the direction where the wounded Jake was, the head of a ghost with a poisonous spike sticking out of its mouth rushed. Rising to his feet and clutching the bleeding wound, the young man noted to himself that this man had tried very hard for revenge, but today he would die for real. And now the bride he had called had already unraveled her red threads, stopping the further advance of the ghost of the killer. Immediately after which the girl, with the help of her threads, completely entangled the attacker, lifting him into the air. The culmination of this action was that the threads, with a sharp compression, literally crushed the killer's body. Those standing nearby, who had recently frightened the students with their ghosts, did not believe what had happened before their eyes. The elder, in the bride hanging in the air, immediately recognized the very ghost that the association had been looking for recently. At that same second, cries were heard from all sides that now it was definitely the end for them all, since even the members and leadership of the association could not resist the ghost of the bride. Clutching each other, Jake's classmates tearfully lamented that it was too early for them to die, where they had not yet even had time to experience all the joys of relationships with the opposite sex. Meanwhile, Christy's shackles fell off, and the system announced that the master's ghost had won the next battle. While the young man was getting to his feet, he learned that he had received more than 3,000 experience points and about a dozen relationship points with his new ghost. And so, finding himself between his ghostly girls, Jake thanked them for everything they did for him. Watching the young man's actions, people could not believe that this newcomer possessed two ghosts at once, one of which was rank B and the other rank A. Literally falling to the floor, the presenter asked Jake to confirm his guess that both ghosts belonged to him. Realizing that his cards were revealed and that nothing could be hidden, the young man reluctantly but positively answered the question posed. Immediately after which the entire auditorium, and especially that part of it where the classmates of the hero of today were, came into wild delight. The teachers said that they were proud of their student, but everyone else simply called this guy a genius. Well, the presenter, not without joy, announced that Jake, without any doubt, deserves to receive rank A. Standing between the two ghosts and listening to the crowd shout his name, Jake began to realize that this was his first real victory. However, such popularity also had a side effect, where even at home the young man could not find peace, as the fans who had gathered under the window begged him day and night to come out to them. Having not really slept for about a week, Jake came to the conclusion that he was unlikely to be able to continue living here, due to the fact that he could not leave the house, as he would immediately fall into the hands of the fans. The young man was deprived of the opportunity to spend his fee received from cooperation with the association. And the madness continued on the street, where, along with fans, reporters were constantly at Jake's house, filming one story after another and also hoping that the hero would appear. Veronica, who decided to visit the new member of the association, was unable to get through the crowd, after which she contacted Jake via the switchboard, offering to meet at headquarters. Using a roundabout route, the young man got out of the apartment unnoticed and soon listened to the girl's proposal to visit the city of Aliti together, where she was scheduled to meet with another of the 5 heads of the association. And in response to the young man's clarifying question, the girl explained that each division of their association has its own leader. Then, using a map, Veronica said that in every major city in the north, south, west, east, and center, there are divisions of the association. The young man especially liked the fact that in the eastern city of Aliti, auctions are held where you can make good money by selling artifacts and ghosts. When Jake agreed to keep the girl company, she came up and gently stroked his chest and told him to be ready in 2 days. 2 days passed quite quickly, and Jake, in the company of the leader of the association, was already leaving the boundaries of his city. Veronica, answering his question, said that they had to travel for hundreds of kilometers. But the association has its own safe routes, since the path runs through lands that even the most experienced craftsmen are afraid to tread. Noticing to himself that he still didn't know much, Jack thanked his companion for the detailed explanations. And so the group of cars confidently moved to the east, where the young genius inside mentally told Aliti to get ready to meet him. After some time on the road, the cars came across an insurmountable water barrier. Leaving the car, Veronica, using her switchboard, reported her arrival, where, a few minutes later, a huge submarine rose to the surface of the water, to which the girl invited Jake to continue the journey. Climbing inside, the young man noticed that the path underwater was indeed much safer, since even if there were ghosts there, their number would be disproportionately smaller. When the travelers took their places, Veronica explained that the inside of the submarine was all decorated with gold, and therefore not a single ghost could feel them, which guarantees complete safety. Soon, the submarine's engine began to make noise, and the association's colleagues continued their long journey. A few hours later, Veronica, watching with emotion the young man slumped on her shoulder, quietly said that they would soon arrive at their destination. Waking up and quickly raising his head, Jake sheepishly apologized, explaining that he had not slept for several nights because of the rowdy fans making noise under the windows of his house. Meanwhile, the submarine was already rising to the surface next to the ship docks. Aliti was a city of over 1 million people, in which a very large number of ghostly masters lived. While moving around the city, Veronica told Jake that he could stay at her personal residence where she had a guest room. Already sitting over tea, the girl said that she knew about Jake's desire to sell some artifacts that she would not mind looking at. Without any objection, the young man immediately showed the leader of the association a rank B ghost, which greatly surprised the girl, who immediately asked where the guy got a ghost of such a rank without an owner. To which Jake replied that this and 5 other similar ghosts were discovered by him in the ghostly world of the bride. Jake also asked how much they could be sold for, but the girl did not answer his question, as she was simply shocked by such rare wealth. But when she finally came to her senses, she said that such a ghost would cost at least $1 million, where she would contact the auction house tomorrow to arrange everything. A little later, Jake was comfortably lounging in the jacuzzi, truly enjoying his first calm evening in a long time. Looking at his switchboard along the way, the young man noticed that there were many different tasks in this city, including special tasks from the association, which would help increase the level of his ghosts. The young man's attention was attracted by May suddenly appearing in the bathroom. Trying to somehow close himself off, he asked the ghost, who had already entered the water, what it was doing. But the ghosts did not speak, and now the girl simply began to wipe the body of her lover, where the young man had no choice but to accept everything that happened as a given and get used to the role of a husband. When the water procedures were completed, the young man, leaving the bathroom, received a message from the system that for the time spent with the ghost, experience and relationship points were awarded. On the way out, he met Veronica, who was waiting for her turn to use the jacuzzi, and who was surprised to notice Jake's slightly confused face. But family life with his ghostly wife continued at night, where, as usual, May lay down next to her lover. Where Jake noticed that despite all the strangeness of what was happening, it was quite pleasant to open your eyes and see this beautiful girl in front of you. Mentally wishing May good night, the young man kissed the girl on the forehead, immediately after which the system again added experience and relationship points to him. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, in some abandoned house, sounds were heard indicating an ongoing battle, where several men inside had just destroyed a B-rank ghost, which couldn't help but make them happy. Then one of them, hearing the clatter of hooves, went out into the street to see who could be riding a horse here at such a late hour. Following him on the street were all his partners, who decided that something was definitely wrong here and prepared for a new fight. By calling their ghosts together, they were able to create an energy barrier that was supposed to protect them. And then, out of the fog, the same rider finally appeared, whose horse's hooves they had heard. As soon as the rider approached, it immediately became clear that this was a ghost riding a ghostly horse. Seeing the new enemy, one of the masters said that they had nothing to worry about, since the barriers from the ghostly worlds created by their ghosts were indestructible. But just a second later, the ghostly rider proved the opposite, easily breaking through the defense they had built. The last thing the ghostly masters could see was how the horseman's sword was raised above their heads. And so, having done his dirty deed, the unknown ghost instantly disappeared into the same fog from which he had appeared. When he woke up, Jake noticed that he slept through the entire first half of the next day. But before he even had time to really open his eyes, he was already greeted by Veronica in the company of his ghostly harem. Out of surprise, the young man literally jumped up in bed, making the leader of the association laugh. Looking at her guest with the most good-natured look, the girl said that she did not wake him up to go to the auction house, since he slept very soundly. She also noticed that if he fails a little more, then his ghostly wife will warm up breakfast for the 5th time. Very soon, Jake and Veronica were already devouring everything that May had prepared, where Veronica noticed that the women of that era were indeed very talented. Without stopping to eat, the girl said that the auction was simply crazy, but as a result, the ghosts were sold for $20 million, which made an impression on the young man, who overnight became a rich man. But the girl immediately added that the auction house takes 10%, taxes 6%, and 20% goes to her as gratitude for the mediation, where the young man has a little more than $12 million at his disposal. Then a message arrived on Veronica's switchboard, changing her cheerful expression, where, in response to her guest's question, she explained that someone had beheaded an entire squad of ghostly masters. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a certain man who greeted the leader of the association from Brime. After which the leader of the Aliti Association, Mike Rowdy, said that he was in full control of the situation with the beheading of the masters and would soon resolve everything, inviting the guests of their city to just relax and not get involved in anything. To which Veronica replied that she did not quite understand what her colleague meant, and Mike explained that she did not even have any information about the incident, unlike local authorities. After which he removed the switchboard, saying that it contained a recording of the events that had occurred. Having kindly agreed to demonstrate the recording, the man launched a video on which a dark silhouette of a horseman immediately appeared. Since the video also transmitted sound, the clatter of these hooves seemed very familiar to Jake, because he had already heard exactly the same one once. But that time, May moved him to a safe place. The recording continued, where Veronica and her companion were able to see the moment the murders were committed. Jake noticed that not many ghosts could be captured on camera, but when Mike rewinded the recording, everyone could see that the rider was missing his head. Quite pleased with himself, the leader of the local branch of the association said that his daughters were already tracking down this ghost. Without further arguing, Veronica waved it off and said that she would not get involved in this story. Meanwhile, Jake remembered the clothes of the very general whom they tried to marry May, where he found his appearance here not by chance, but by a planned persecution of his ghost. At that same second, the system announced a new task, according to which Jake was supposed to destroy May's marriage contract. Deciding that there must be some kind of written marriage agreement, the young man called upon May, telling her to unfold her ghostly world. And so he, accompanied by his two ghosts, was already entering the created ghostly world in order to find a marriage contract. And so the process began, where both May and Christy systematically sorted through all the things that were in the rooms. But it was Jake who was lucky to discover the marriage contract, where he immediately notified his girls about it. Without hesitation, the young man tore this harmful document into small pieces. But a second later, the small pieces of the wedding contract suddenly fell back together, and the contract was whole again. Then it was decided to resort to the ghostly flame that May possessed, which had already worked once with the wedding cart. And it was the right decision, where the system announced that half of the task had been completed, which meant the presence of a second copy of the contract, which most likely was with the headless groom. Some time later, Jake stood at the entrance to the cave, where one of the tasks was located, the completion of which was supposed to help him increase his level in order to be able to confront the ghostly headless horseman. And now the young man was already entering the cave, calling both of his ghostly girls at once. Meanwhile, to the north of the city, a whole task force gathered to examine the scene of another murder. The head of the local branch of the association, personally leading the investigation, stood and examined the headless body. Turning, the man asked Diana and Catherine what they thought about this matter, to which Catherine replied that even though the rain had blurred the hoof prints, she could still track him by his ghostly aura, which suited the girl's arrogant father quite well, who ordered them to hit the road immediately. After an hour of travel, Catherine said that the ghostly aura was intensifying here, which meant the ghost was somewhere nearby in the mountains. Mike and the ghostly craftsman accompanying him left the car interiors and went out onto the street. The leader of the local branch of the association gave the order to divide into teams and prepare an ambush for the ghost. After which, turning off the headlights of the cars, all the ghostly masters fled, scattered through the bushes. Meanwhile, Diana sent her ghostly butterfly to reconnoiter the situation. After some time, the girl received a signal from her spy that the ghost was really here. And when she conveyed this to her father, he said that the most important thing was to capture the living ghost horse, for which he had plans. While waiting for the ghost to appear, Diana said that today she had some kind of increased feeling of anxiety. But her sister calmed the girl down, reminding her that there were more than 30 craftsmen in the area. And then what everyone had been waiting for so long happened, where a headless horseman appeared in the clearing, which the nearest groups in ambush immediately reported to the rest of the team. Mike ordered the master to summon his ghosts so that they would constrain the rider's movement with ghostly worlds, which was implemented without delay, and the headless general found himself surrounded. However, this crazy ghost was not going to stop despite the superior number of opponents. Continuing his movement, the rider without much difficulty destroyed the first barrier that came across his path. Watching what was happening, Mike noted that the abilities of this ghost are very specific, where it would be very difficult to contain him. And right before his eyes, the ghost beheaded a detachment of masters consisting of 7 people, where even their ghosts were destroyed. Then the man summoned his ghost, ordering him to block the rider rushing towards him with his ghostly world. And then a huge dome spread over the head of the headless horseman, transporting him to the world created by Mike's ghost. Approaching the edge of the sphere, the ghost discovered that it did not collapse as easily as the others did. Deciding that the rider had been caught, Mike ordered the enemy to begin attacking, which was immediately done. But the ghost on the horse was not going to retreat and give up, deftly wielding his ghostly sword. Meanwhile, one of the ghostly masters turned to the leader, offering to urgently request help. But before Mike had time to answer anything, before his eyes, the horseman suddenly released another ghost from his cloak, which sunk his teeth into Mike's ghost's neck. And while the new ghost was holding back the huge raven, the horseman struck his crushing blow, after which the horseman called upon all the ghosts that previously belonged to the people he killed, who immediately created their own ghostly worlds. Watching what was happening, the leader of the group could not believe his eyes, realizing that he needed to start retreating. And now the remnants of the ghostly masters, led by their leader, have already rushed to flee from the battlefield. And the ghostly rider only managed to unhinderedly destroy everything around him. Mike, meanwhile, had already managed to climb into the car where his daughters were, who were asking where the rest of the team members were. And the surviving ghostly masters also tried to leave the deadly place, where, turning back, one of them saw that it would be impossible to escape from the ghost pursuing them. And after just a couple of seconds, their car was literally thrown into the air by incredible force. And he landed right on the hood of the very car in which Mike and his daughters tried to escape. The car's control mechanisms were severely damaged, and having lost control, the car crashed into a nearby tree. The only thing left to do in this situation was to hide in the van, which was trimmed with gold on the inside. And now the wounded man and the frightened girls were already sitting inside the van in the hope that the gold would save them from detection. Then Catherine noticed that the van was not sealed, which meant the ghost could feel where they were. Diana decided to check the situation by approaching the crack and looking out. The girl could hardly restrain a cry of horror when she saw a ghostly horseman right in front of her. However, for some reason, the ghost suddenly turned his horse in the other direction, where, as it turned out, his attention was attracted by his bride appearing in the air. The people in the van could not see what was happening on the street, and therefore were very scared when someone started to open the door. After making sure that there were living people in the car, Jake said that first they needed to get out of here, after which he gave his ghost, who was distracting the rider's attention, the previously agreed upon order. And suddenly a certain energy sphere began to form around the car and some buildings appeared, after which Jake and the car with passengers disappeared from an unsafe place. After some time, all the surviving participants in the unsuccessful raid were already at one of the city's border checkpoints. Jake was bandaging Diana's leg, and Mike only had time to lament that now he only had one ghost left, since the second one was destroyed by the horseman. The girl thanked the young man for bandaging them and for saving their lives. The young man was about to leave, but the leader of the local division of the association suddenly stopped him, tearfully begging him to persuade Veronica to help resolve the issue with the headless ghost. May constrained the movements of the huge ghost, while Christy dealt the final crushing blow, after which the system declared victory. Among other awards, Jake suddenly received a certain fragment that allows him to improve the ghostly world created by his ghosts, which became a real discovery for him. The young man also acquired an artifact in the form of ghost clothes, which could make him invisible or even pass him off as a ghost. Having tried on these rags, the young man noticed that although they did not look particularly attractive, they could be useful. After putting the loot away in storage, Jake looked at the cave in front of him, feeling a powerful aura emanating from it. Without hesitation, he headed inside where he immediately began to destroy all the ghosts that came his way, where, after each victory, he and his ghosts found more and more useful artifacts and ghostly objects. It was like a multi-level computer game where Jake and his ghosts were the main playable characters. And now the battle with the main ghost of this dungeon ended with another victory, where, as a reward, he received another fragment to improve the ghostly world, only now blue. In addition, the system announced that the owner had received a lot more ghost grass. Immediately, the young man began to think about what such grass could be for, where the thought of feeding ghosts with it was certainly absurd. Finally, Jake was able to realize what he set out to complete the tasks for, where his beloved Christy reached level A, also acquiring the ability to undergo some kind of transformation. Sitting on the stones, the young man thought that today he received excellent artifacts and rewards, where very soon May would be able to increase her level. Having completed all the tasks, Jake left the cave on the other side, having completed the dungeon completely. He was about to move to the nearest border post in order to acquire transport there, but suddenly he was attracted by some strong activity in the forest nearby. Having arrived at the right place, the young man carefully looked out from behind the tree, where he saw that same headless general rushing around on his ghostly horse. However, a second later, a car suddenly rushed past the young man at great speed. Watching the Mike he already knew try to hide in a van with two girls, Jake decided that he needed to intervene and save people. Having told all this, the young man added that the subsequent events were well known to the people he saved. Veronica was also there, with whom Jake had contacted, and whom Mike now asked to help him deal with the rider before he was deprived of his high post. Veronica was in doubt, because although she had an S-rank ghost, she could not use it yet, and therefore turned to Jake for advice. Only now Mike, hearing the name of this guy, immediately realized that this was the same brilliant student from Brime. And the man's daughters also could not remain indifferent when they realized who had saved their lives. Well, enterprising Mike has already promised the young man $5 million if he helps get rid of the ghost. While the man continued to offer material goods, the resourceful Katrin approached and suggested that she could offer him her daughters as well. To which Mike reacted not as a businessman, but as a father, shouting that no one would ever touch his girls. Meanwhile, Jake, saying that he was ready to help, put forward 3 conditions, where the man must provide him with all the information. Jake himself will choose the battlefield, and all the trophies obtained will go exclusively to him. The man had no objections to the first 2 points, but he was not ready to give the ghostly horse and the general's sword to some boy. The young man understood what was going on and decided to be proactive, where he, saying that he had heard about the loss of the ghost by Mike, was ready to sell him an ownerless ghost of rank A, where the young man was able to surprise everyone with his proposal, since this kind of ownerless ghosts is very rare. Holding out the ghostly object, Jake said that he would give it for only $10 million, but the man had no more than 30 seconds to think about it. Veronica, watching what was happening silently, noticed that this guy had become a good businessman. Meanwhile, both Mike and his daughters were amazed by the offer, where $10 million for a rank A ghost was very profitable. And so, under the pressure of circumstances and his own greed, the man finally agreed to the offer. After finishing his shower, Jake decided that he needed to get a really good rest today. While May wiped his head, the young man worked out tactics for fighting the headless general. Analyzing all the information received, Jake came to the conclusion that breaking barriers in the form of domes of ghostly worlds is most likely the ability of the horse, not the rider. Since May had encountered this general in the past, the young man turned to her to confirm his guesses. Then he decided to take a walk through her ghostly world, where he received a message from the system about the possibility of improving the world. Exploring the ghostly world, the young man soon came across its borders, beyond which lay absolute infinity. Having opened his inventory room, the young man saw that each fragment was responsible for certain resources, which caused the color difference. After looking at the fragments, Jake chose one of them, deciding to test its effect, where at that very second the system offered him several options for vegetation that would fill the ghostly world. And so he chose the most beautiful flowering garden of peach trees, which immediately appeared in the ghostly world. Then it came to the terrain of the surrounding area, where Jake preferred high mountains with snow-capped peaks, following which he diluted the landscape with a lake, the water into which came from mountain waterfalls. Turning to May, the young man asked if she liked the way he arranged her ghostly world. The young man also decided to plant here the same ghostly grass that he received as a reward. Taking out a bunch of this grass, Jake immediately threw it into the clear waters of the lake, and as soon as the grass reached the bottom, it instantly took root, sending out its roots into the muddy soil. Then the young man asked May to try to control underwater plants, which the girl, of course, succeeded in her own world. This pleased Jake, who mentally noted that the trap had been set, and if everything went according to plan, the general would be in trouble. Meanwhile, in the city, there was only talk that even when the ghosts of the masters tried to break through, fewer died than had already died from the horseman's sword. And some particularly concerned men made plans for the rowdy sisters in the event that their father, the leader of the association, fled shamefully. Meanwhile, some movement began at one of the border posts. Having recovered a little from the horseman's attack, Mike sat behind the wheel of the car and listened to Diana, who recommended trying to recruit Jake into their service. To which the man said that apparently this guy is already working with Veronica, which leaves him no chance. In another car, Veronica told Jake that she had involved a couple of elite squads of 15 people in the operation, but the young man did not seem to listen to her at all. When he finally made it clear that he could hear his interlocutor, the girl assumed that his thoughts were now occupied by the Rhodey twins. But the young man refuted these assumptions, saying that he was simply going through the battle plan in his head, after which Veronica noticed that all the details needed to be provided for. And suddenly she shortened the distance and told the young man directly to his face that she would not be able to survive his death. And the assistant sitting behind the wheel called on everyone to maintain decency. Soon, the team arrived at the place where just recently there had been a real massacre involving a ghostly horseman. Veronica's assistant called upon her spirit to carry out reconnaissance and try to establish the location of the target. The Rowdy sisters also joined the search efforts, where Diana had already launched her butterflies, and Catherine was trying to find a trace of the aura. After some time, the ghost of Veronica's assistant returned, unexpectedly approaching not the mistress but Mike, who did not understand what was going on. Then the hostess herself turned to the ghost, asking what had happened and whether anything had been discovered. Immediately after which the little winged girl unclenched her fingers and showed a small black feather, looking at which the man noted with regret that it belonged to his ghostly raven. And so the ghost girl again rushed somewhere, where her owner said that the group needed to follow her. Having arrived at the right place, the search group discovered another detachment of ghostly masters, exterminated by the horseman. After examining one of the bodies, Diana noticed that these people had died recently, which means that the general was nearby. And then, listening to her ghost's prompt, Catherine attracted everyone's attention by saying that someone was moving on the floor. It was already quite dark on the street, and none of those present could see what was moving in the thickets. But Jake's physical characteristics, improved by the system, allowed him to zoom in and understand that the general himself was moving across the floor. Everyone began to worry that his course was heading straight toward the city and suggested they set off in pursuit, warning the residents. But Jake objected, saying that he had a plan. The young man took out his ghostly item and summoned his spirit. Everyone nearby immediately felt what a strong aura the Red Bride had. Her dead groom also felt this aura, turning his horse around and heading straight towards the bride. Jake ordered the entire team to immediately summon their ghosts, since they would no longer be able to do this on May's territory. After which he told Veronica that she and her assistant should follow him, leaving the perimeter security to the still incapacitated Mike. The ghostly rider was approaching, and May had already begun to create her ghostly world. Once again finding herself in the world of the Red Bride, Veronica could not help but notice how much everything had changed here since the last time. Well, the headless general had already reached the edge of the ghostly world of his bride and was entering her territory. To hide from his gaze, Jake resorted to the help of Christy, who disguised him and the others from danger. The young man explained to Veronica that they needed to observe the habits of this ghost a little without interfering, which would increase the chances of winning. Well, the general continued his movement, approaching the first gate of the courtyard, where his ghostly horse easily broke through all the buildings on the way, one after another. The headless rider stopped only near the same tree with decorations. The girl was surprised that the ghost did not get off the horse, trying to look for someone, which Jake saw as confirmation of his guesses that the general was much weaker without his horse. Meanwhile, the ghostly horseman had already managed to visit the bride's room, sensing her aura. And suddenly the general raised his cloak, from which many different ghosts began to appear. Jake immediately realized that in this way, the horseman decided to search the entire ghostly territory, after which he outlined the task of destroying all of his assistants. Mike confirmed that he had accepted the order and said that the guy could rely on him. Jake himself left his safe place and, calling May, went to the rider. Like a fiery comet, the girl flashed over her dead groom in a red wedding dress, where, having noticed his target, the headless horseman quickly rushed after her. When he headed straight to the water, the young man was only glad of this, because if the horse got stuck in the plants, the rider would have to get off. But this ghostly animal had no intention of plunging into the water, continuing to move straight along the surface of the lake. Jake watched, not without surprise, as the dead groom approached his deceased bride across the surface of the water, where May, for some reason, stopped and sank to the level of the surface of the water, turning to the one to whom her parents literally sold her. And as soon as she sank down, the ghostly rider immediately stopped his further advance. For Veronica, What was happening was completely inexplicable, where, without the use of at least some abilities, the ghost of Jake forced the rider to stop. And only Jake himself knew that the general would not harm the one with whom he was bound by a marriage contract, where May used this to lure the groom into a trap. Watching his ward, the young man realized that now was the time to attack. Where, a moment later, long algae suddenly appeared from the water surface, clinging to the horse with a death grip. The general tried to fight off the new attack, but May skillfully controlled the plants, hindering his movements. Exhaling, Jake noted the intelligence of his ghost, since she would never have captivated this horse while running. Meanwhile, the algae increasingly entangled both the horse, depriving him of freedom of movement and his rider. Feeling that he could not cope on his own, the horseman called for help from all the ghosts he had released. Noticing this activity, the young man gave orders not to allow a single ghost to enter the lake. And so Christy, as well as the ghosts of the Association team, had already rushed to confront those who were trying to help the rider. The matter was serious, and Veronica summoned her second ghost of level S. With its help, the surface of the water was immediately covered with flowers, on which people could move. Having listened to her master's parting words, Christy quickly rushed into battle, where she easily destroyed a multi-armed ghost with rank A, which the rider appropriated for himself after killing its owner. Watching this, Veronica was very surprised that this ghost of Jake had already reached such a high level in such a short period of time. Her ghost also did not lag behind the others, deftly dealing with emerging opponents. Meanwhile, the system only had time to celebrate Christie's victories by awarding experience and relationship points. Veronica's assistant also couldn't help but notice how powerful Jake's ghosts were, where their abilities even went beyond their rank. The young man closely watched the riders who did not want to dismount. Then he instructed his faithful girlfriend to attack him in order to knock him out of the saddle. Seeing the approaching danger, the general decided to immediately counterattack by jumping out of the saddle. This opportunity could not be missed, and the general's horse, which had lost its power, was immediately attacked by Christy and the ghost of Veronica. And May, without wasting any time, immediately tied him up with seaweed, making it impossible to resist. And now, 3 ghosts began to attack the headless general, who found himself in a completely disadvantageous position. But the attack was not successful, where suddenly the general, using his abilities, threw back everyone who approached him. The people watching the battle were amazed at how easily the general threw away several ghosts at once. And when they looked at the rider himself, they were convinced that he had not received a single scratch, where Veronica and her assistant suggested that all this was due to a special ghostly sword owned by the general. Meanwhile, the rider, freed from the algae, was quickly approaching Christy. Jake shouted for the girl to be careful, but she clearly had other plans. Where, a second later, Christy took on her new third form and easily stopped the movement of the general's sword, after which the girl, with a confident movement, threw the enemy several meters back. And the young man told May to use her ghostly fire, which could work in this case too. It didn't take long to persuade her, and after a few seconds, fireballs were directed at the general. One after another, they crashed into the body of the ghostly rider. And now he was already completely engulfed in this powerful ghostly flame, capable of burning out anything. Obviously, the attack was successful, and other ghosts immediately rushed in to continue the attack. Veronica's ghost constrained the rider's movements, and Christy dealt him a crushing blow, after which the headless general suddenly went limp and sank to his knees. Veronica assumed that it was all over now, but Jake, who had not yet received a victory message from the system, was not so sure. The fire did not destroy the general's body, which continued to stand on the water, surrounded by ghosts. And as it turned out, his weakness was ostentatious, a kind of military stratagem, having finished with which the rider again rushed to the attack. But Christy managed to react to this attack, getting ahead of the rider and separating one of his hands with her blow. Picking up the sword that had fallen from the severed hand, Jake thanked his ghost, after which he closed the distance and stuck this sword where the ghost's head should have been. At that same second, the evil general disappeared into thin air, and the system announced the victory of the owner and that he had received ghostly armor and a sword. An additional prize for the young man was a ghostly horse, whose abilities included moving across any type of terrain and passing through most barriers of ghostly worlds. To say that Jake was very pleased with what he was able to get from defeating the Ghost Rider would be an understatement. Diana, standing nearby, told her father to help Jake, to which the man replied that this guy definitely didn't need help. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the entire ghostly world disappeared into thin air and everyone again found themselves in their last place of deployment. Suddenly, everyone noticed how Katrin's face was distorted with horror as she was pointing at something. Turning, Mike and Diana saw a ghostly rider rushing straight towards them. But when he caught up with the group, it became clear to everyone that there was no longer any ghostly rider, since all his trophies now belonged to Jake. Veronica, who approached the young man, confirmed that from now on the headless general was finished, and this was done by the guy sitting next to her on a ghostly horse. Neither the Rhodey sisters, nor their father, nor everyone else who participated in today's battle could believe that this young man was so strong that he was able to destroy such a strong opponent and ride a ghost horse. Trying to use his last chance, Mike asked if the guy would like to sell him this horse. But even when the man offered $50 million for her, the young man responded with a categorical refusal. But the thirst for this trophy could not be quenched, where Mike was already ready to pay $100 million for the horse. Watching her father, Diana thought that her dad had definitely gone crazy over this horse, since he was practically ready to go broke because of it. Veronica and her assistant standing nearby also noted that paying that kind of money to have a ghost horse is completely absurd. Jake was tired of listening to this man's nonsense, and he said that it was pointless to flaunt his wealth, since in their time it was not money that was valued, but rare artifacts. Hearing such harshness addressed to him, the man began to stutter, unable to utter a word. Well, Veronica mentally supported the young man, thinking that if he has such wisdom now, it will be extremely interesting to see what he will be like in 20 years, where most likely it will be a level of development that neither this planet nor any of the people who have lived or are living on it has ever seen. And so everyone was already loaded into the transport, but Jake refused to go with them, deciding to get to know the ghostly horse better during the return journey. In parting, the girl asked him to take her with him next time to ride this horse, to which the guy responded with a sign of consent. When everyone had left, Jake called on his faithful ghostly friends, saying that they needed to somehow celebrate the beginning of May's single life. And so he sat his girls on a ghostly horse, deciding to give them a little ride on it. He felt May's chest press against his back, and no matter how strange it was, it gave him a pleasant sensation. After some time, Christy, using her third eye ability, pointed in the direction where the evil ghost was. Having spurred his horse, the young man without hesitation rushed in the direction indicated by the girl, intending to test his horse in action. The ghost that Christy felt created a ghostly world, through the barrier of which Jake easily broke through on a ghostly horse. With one quick movement of the sword, the ghost was destroyed, and the young man, having broken through the barrier that had not yet collapsed again, rushed on. A little later, Jake noticed that both the horse and the sword were quite good, where now ghosts would not always need to fight to gain experience. And so, closer to morning, having ridden his horse, the young man reached the walls of the city. Deciding not to be conspicuous, the young man dismounted from his horse, and his captured armor immediately disappeared into thin air. The question now was how to place this horse in a small inventory room. The solution was suggested by the system itself, reminding us of the possibility of improving the storage, which Jake immediately implemented. The renovated room had a place to store clothes, and even a whole stable where he could give his animals something to eat. Watching the horse gobble up the ghostly grass, the young man finally understood why he needed it. When Jake returned to the real world, his attention was suddenly drawn to Christy, who was clearly worried about something. Looking in the direction the girl pointed, the guy saw a certain ghost, whose ghostly aura was even weaker than that of level E ghosts. Completely oblivious to the guy standing nearby and his ghost, the ghost with some kind of burden simply walked by. Jake noticed that one of the bags was some version of an ancient postman's bag, which could contain something valuable. The decision was made instantly, where the young man ordered Christy to steal the ghost's bag. And as soon as the girl took possession of the property of an unknown ghost, Jake immediately felt how the aura of the dissatisfied spirit intensified significantly. But May, apparently sensing danger, instantly transported her lover to the cave. Examining his ghostly object in the form of a hair comb, the young man wondered what kind of ghost this was that he made even the Red Bride afraid. Meanwhile, Christy had already opened the bag and took out some kind of ghostly letter from it. Having printed it out, the young man realized that he was not able to read these ghostly hieroglyphs. Then he called upon his second ghost, who had the skills to decipher ghostly text. And when the young man was able to read what was written, he realized that a certain ghost was asking for help. Where, immediately after reading the ghostly letter, the system issued a new task, where the owner has the opportunity to acquire for himself a third unknown female ghost. But the good news ended there, as the system announced that first of all, the young man must arrange for the delivery of a ghostly letter from an unknown female ghost, returning it to the ghost postman. Realizing that they had just robbed him, Jake asked the girls if they could defeat him, to which they just shrugged. Then the young man decided to start by writing a response letter to an unknown female ghost. And as soon as he finished with this, suddenly the rapidly moving silhouette of a postman appeared in the distance. The aura of this ghost was simply terrifying, where it seemed that he could level mountains and not even notice it. Then the young man made the only right decision, putting the letters in the box and simply throwing it to the postman. And as soon as the ghost received his property back, the terrible aura immediately dissipated and he simply continued on his way. At the same time, events developed in the apartments of the head of the Sea City, where the ghostly masters reported to the old man that last night someone named Jake Stone was able to single-handedly deal with the ghost of the headless general. The daughter of the city mayor, Melanie Abraham, reacted skeptically to the news, saying that they had known about this guy for a long time. But her father Wilhelm noticed that they needed to recruit this talent at all costs. In one of the city's taverns, several men were sitting and enjoying drinks and Philistine conversations. The bartender whispered that he had hacked into a government server, where he learned that the phantom horseman had been killed last night, where he showed the downloaded files to the disbelieving men, where, to their surprise, such a dangerous ghost was dealt with by some rookie teenager. And a pretty tipsy old man sitting nearby noticed that some people are simply naturally better than those who are now discussing that guy. That guy himself, as usual, slept in the same bed in the company of his beloved ghostly girlfriends. A strong knock on the door woke up the young man, where he went to see who had come to him while May dressed him at the same time. The visitor turned out to be Veronica, who told the young man that some very attractive girl from the city government had come to see him. And now Jake was already sitting opposite Melanie, who kindly noted his high talents and services to the fatherland. And when asked how he could help her, the girl said that she had come to ask him to join their forces to govern and protect the city. Jake didn't let her finish, trying to explain something, but the girl interrupted him, asking permission to finish her thought. Where she immediately continued, she explained that her father is a very influential person who has connections in the association, where Jake can learn from the best, as well as participate in confronting illusory breakthroughs. Feeling that the girl had not yet said everything, the young man asked her to continue what she had started. Rising to her feet, which meant getting to the point, Melanie said that she was proposing more than just swearing an oath to the city. Her father is already over 86 years old, where he predicted his death within the next 5 years, after which the fate of the city will fall into her hands, where she will need a good and strong husband. The young man began to understand where this girl was going, and the expression on his face changed sharply. Sitting back on the sofa, Melanie said that if in these 5 years Jake can reach a certain level of development, then his father will not be against their marriage, where they will remain to rule this city together. Listening to the girl's words, Jake thought that approximately 99% of men would agree to such a generous offer without hesitation. Then he decided to resort to cunning, asking why they chose him, while calling the girl Aunt. And when she, embarrassed, asked why he called her that, the guy explained that she was clearly older than him, therefore he should show respect when communicating. The trick worked, and the embarrassed girl, saying that in 5 years their small age difference would not be noticeable, said that she still had things to do today. Following the fleeing Melanie, Jake, continuing to call her aunt with a hint of sarcasm, asked questions about what he had done or said wrong. Veronica asked what the guy did with the daughter of the head of the city, that she ran out all red, to which Jake explained that he simply called her aunt. The girl was in extreme amazement when she heard this and also blushed, and the young man tried to understand the intricacies of female logic. Sitting in the car and continuing to experience a strong feeling of embarrassment, the girl mentally scolded Jake for not telling her about his age in advance. However, age by age, the main thing was that this guy, who seemed very attractive to her, agreed to the proposal. Veronica and Jake continued their conversation over breakfast in one of the city cafes, where the girl told her companion about how Wilhelm became the manager of the city and what heights he managed to achieve. The young man was interested in the question of what would happen to the ghost of the city ruler after he died. Taking a bite of the burger, Veronica explained that no one could control such a powerful spirit, and therefore, just before his death, Wilhelm would go to a golden prison, where he would die in one of the cells, thereby sealing his ghost there. The information that there are prisons with ghosts in the world was new and very interesting for the young, inquisitive mind. And the girl explained that this, as a rule, is an underground structure made of gold, where the ghosts of deceased rulers live in the chambers, which cannot be released because of their enormous power, capable of wreaking real chaos. However, after some time the ghosts become calmer, and then the ghost masters may try to take possession of them. And then Veronica revealed her secret desire to someday take possession of the ghost number 55, which she has long dreamed of. Then, changing the subject, the girl, offering the guy a cherry, said that first of all he should take care of her. The young man was distracted from this display of tenderness by a message from the system, where he was to arrive in the western part of the city to receive a ghost letter. And at the appointed time he was already in the appointed place, calling Christy and May just in case. And then a ghostly postman appeared, at the sight of whom Jake hoped that he would not take revenge for the previous robbery. However, the ghost's speed did not slow down, and the young man was forced to prepare for a confrontation. At the very last moment, the postman slowed down, after which he respectfully handed his letter to the addressee, for which he was awarded verbal gratitude. However, a simple thank you clearly did not suit the postman, who with a gesture hinted at something more substantial as payment. Then, on reflection, Jake asked May to share the ghostly fire in this strange character, where such a tip completely satisfied the ghost, and he turned sharply and headed away with his enormous speed. Well, the young man opened the letter and placed it at May's disposal so that she could translate the ghostly language. The letter was written from a convent called the Quiet Monastery. The ghost could not make a complete translation, but the general meaning of the letter could be made out, where the young man was supposed to follow the ghostly aura of the letter to the southwest of the city. Spurred on by the prospect of receiving a third ghost, the young man decided to hit the road immediately. His path ran through long-abandoned lands that legally belonged to no one, on which huge cities stood in the distant past. The young man's journey was interrupted by a message from Veronica, who reported that ghosts to the west of the city were organizing a breakout attempt. The ghostly breakthrough was a rather dangerous phenomenon that did not occur often, but during which a huge number of ghosts united and tried to break through the walls of the city. As a rule, cities had several lines of defense, where it was best to stop breakthrough attempts at the first line, since the further the ghosts went, the more difficult it was to deal with them. Having told all this, the school teacher added that all previous breakthrough attempts had been successfully repulsed, so the children had nothing to worry about. One of the students, holding out her hand, relayed her mother's words that today's breakthrough attempt was the largest in history. And when the girl asked why the teacher himself, who was also a ghostly master, did not defend the city, the man embarrassedly dismissed the class, saying that he would answer the questions next time. Meanwhile, ghost masters were gradually gathering on the city's first line of defense, where the men and women uniting to protect the city began to reason that this time they would have quite a difficult time defending the city. But suddenly the conversation between the masters was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a level A ghost, who broke through the protective barrier without much difficulty. Having decided to enter the battle, the ghostly masters immediately called upon their charges. However, the ghost that appeared and began the breakthrough attempt was quite strong, easily fighting off the ghosts of the masters. And so the ghostly masters, huddled together, were already preparing to meet their death. But the ghost world barrier of the attacking ghost was suddenly broken by a ghost horse that suddenly appeared. Immediately after which the attacker was instantly destroyed by some kind of flaming clawed palm. The masters began to lament that the new ghost was even stronger than the previous one, when the master girl noticed that there seemed to be a person on the ghostly horse, where, having looked closely, everyone else saw Jake, who was sitting on his horse, surrounded by ghostly girls. The masters thanked the young man for his help and pointed out the direction in which the main breakthrough began. They wanted to add something else, but the young man had already taken off, heading to the designated point. The masters recognized that same gifted young man about whom they had already talked a lot, and when they were left alone, they began to discuss the fact that the youth today are very talented. Having covered the required distance, Jake stopped to assess the situation, where, right in front of him, he already saw the consequences of the ongoing attempt at a ghostly breakthrough. Immediately, the young man remembered what he had been told about the construction of defensive lines, where it was impossible to allow weak points to be pushed through by the attack of ghosts. And so, after catching his breath a little, the young man rushed forward, where a fierce confrontation was taking place. Like a hurricane, He rushed into the thick of the ghosts, swinging his ghostly sword and destroying evil spirits by the dozens. Christy, who easily dealt with ghosts of a lower level, did not lag behind him. A young man and a girl were fleeing on a motorcycle from a huge ghost, which did not detach itself and continued to pursue. After leaving the girl, the man told her to take care of herself and he would try to lure this A-rank ghost into a trap. But suddenly, right before his eyes, a ghostly horse appeared, whose rider only had time to scatter the ghosts in different directions. Sticking to his plan, the guy on the motorcycle began to move, when suddenly another ghost blocked his path, where he had no choice but to turn his motorcycle in the opposite direction. But the worlds created by these ghosts came together in full swing, where the man had no chance of salvation. Watching what was happening, his recent companion could only shout the young man's name. However, a second later, a ghostly horse appeared before her eyes, which passed straight through the world of the attacking ghost, where the rider was holding a guy from a motorcycle in one of his hands. Without stopping his movement, Jake threw him next to the other masters who would definitely help him. The guy who miraculously survived asked if anyone had looked at his savior, to which he would receive a negative answer since everything happened instantly. Moving on, Jake simultaneously studied the situation with the breakthrough, where the switchboard screen showed a large concentration of rank A ghosts who had broken through the defense line. And so, being very close, the young man saw that even the golden wall had been broken through by ghosts. Along with his ghosts, Jake immediately entered the battle, where after destroying several attackers, the system announced that May's level could be increased. The young man, without hesitation, agreed to the improvement, where the system immediately announced that the Ghost Bride had reached level S, and also acquired a new ability to release fog. Such improvements were very useful, and the inspired young man continued the fight with the wave of ghosts. Meanwhile, the ghosts had broken through all the defense lines and were already approaching the populated areas of the city. Destroying another ghost, the ghostly master old man Elroy, answering a question from one of his colleagues, said that you shouldn't count on help from the association, you need to handle it yourself. But immediately after his words, someone reported that an S-rank evil spirit was approaching in the western part. Heading to help, Jake suddenly discovered that he was in a bamboo grove, where, a second later, the owner of this ghostly world of level S appeared in front of him, the approach of which, apparently, was reported to Elroy. The ghost panda, whose appearance did not match his personality, immediately attempted to attack Jake. But the nimble young man was able to dodge the blow, immediately giving May the order to use her new ability. Following the instructions of her lover, the girl began to spread a thick green fog across the ghostly territory. While Jake's second ward had already taken on her third form and was preparing to attack the ghost, Christy rushed with her formidable weapon past the ghostly panda like a hurricane, cutting the air with a whistle. And so the huge ghost split into two halves, but for some reason the young man did not hear the announcement of victory from the system. Looking closer, he saw that in the very center of this huge, collapsing carcass there was something else, where, as it turned out, the real ghost had not yet been destroyed, only its more bulky shell was destroyed. The little panda was obviously very unhappy with how the intruder was treating him, and began to spread some energy around him, where at that very second more and more bamboo trees began to grow from the ground. And in general, the ghostly world of this little evil ghost bear cub has increased significantly in size. The masters fighting with other ghosts noted with horror that the ghostly world of the panda was gradually absorbing the ghostly world of Elroy. And Elroy himself said that he would deal with the S-rank ghost, ordering the others to continue to hold the line. And this little angry bear, apparently, was just starting to gain momentum. But Jack, who was opposite him, said with a grin that his opponent was definitely not having a good day today since he was unlucky to meet him, where May immediately entered the battle, using her ghostly fire to fight. Having concentrated her energy, the girl sent a blow directly at the enemy, creating a strong explosion, and the system declared victory over the S-rank ghost. Only when Elroy arrived in time to the barrier of the ghostly world of the panda, he suddenly saw how this barrier was all cracked. And when the ghostly world of the bamboo grove began to crumble, the old man saw ghostly silhouettes approaching him. Soon, Jake and Elroy were sitting under a canopy, where one of the foremen brought to them information about the losses of personnel. After listening to the report, the old man once again thanked the young man for his help, noting that if it weren't for him, the losses would have been much greater. After which he asked why the guy arrived alone, since according to information received from the association, 2 teams were supposed to arrive. To which Jake explained that he is a special agent who works alone, and the group sent to help most likely have not arrived yet. Having received such an explanation, the old man smiled, saying that their savior and one was worth several support groups, for which the young man expressed words of gratitude. Here other masters also joined the conversation, recognizing the guy as the same Jake Stone, a brilliant student. The old man also praised the young man for rushing to the rescue and not passing by when he heard that an attempt at a ghostly breakthrough was beginning in the city. The peace lasted about half an hour, after which the watchman reported that the second wave of a ghostly breakthrough was approaching, where this time the number of ghosts was many times greater than the previous breakthrough attacks. One of the masters attracted Elroy's attention by saying that according to the information received, one of the ghosts with an S rank had appeared. However, as soon as the old man looked at the sensor, another ghost of rank S appeared there, which horrified him, since stopping them with his not-so-great forces seemed impossible. Then another ghostly master came running, who reported that in the southern direction a huge army of ghosts had begun an attack, having already wiped out 2 checkpoints from the face of the earth. After listening to this sad report, the old man fell silent, completely not knowing what to do now. Turning to Jake, Elroy said that the situation was an emergency and he should leave, since losing such a genius would be a disaster for the world. And then, approaching, the man added that Jake would avenge them when he grew up and gained strength. However, the young man was in no hurry to run, asking for a little time to assess the situation. Looking into the distance with his enhanced vision, the young man saw the first S-rank ghost. And not far from him there was a second one, where each of them was surrounded by dozens of level B ghosts. Smiling, Jake noted to himself that destroying these opponents would definitely give him a very good amount of experience. Turning to Elroy, the young man asked him to hold back the pressure of one of the S-rank spirits for a while, which the old man promised to implement. Noting that this was all he needed, Jake, preparing to move, told him to leave the rest to him. The man tried to somehow stop him, but the absolutely confident young man had already jumped down, where his ghostly horse immediately appeared under him. And now he was already rushing towards mortal danger, and preparations for battle began on the wall. Turning around, Jake shouted to Elroy that they only needed to hold out for a quarter of an hour. Inspired by this young guy's confidence, the man, gritting his teeth, promised to hold out. And now the masters were already loading the golden shells, reminding each other that they needed to use ammunition sparingly. Jake was already approaching the world created by the S-rank ghost when golden projectiles began to rain down around him, destroying unnecessary interference. Elroy also did not stand still, setting about fulfilling the mission entrusted to him, calling on his ghost as he went. And so the ghostly world created by his ghost collided with the world of an attacking ghost of rank S, where the old man was supported in the confrontation by other masters. The remaining masters on the wall watched as Jake approached the world of the second S-rank ghost, surprised that he had not yet used his ghost world. Finding himself very close to the ghostly world, the young man told his girls, who were destroying the ghosts they met along the way, to follow him. And now, on his ghostly horse, he was already overcoming the barrier of the ghostly world created by his enemy. In addition to the main enemy, inside the world he created there were only 8 ghosts of lower rank, which could not but rejoice. Jake rushed to distract the S-rank ghost, while May, as agreed earlier, attacked the remaining ghosts using her threads. Immediately after which she began to create her ghost world right inside the ghost world of their opponent. The masters on the wall could hardly believe that this guy was able to create a ghostly territory right inside another similar territory. And so, gradually, all the ghosts ended up on May's territory, where they were deprived of the opportunity to create their own territories and noticeably weakened. And so Christy received a command from Jake and quickly destroyed all the ghosts of lower rank. The masters fighting nearby were only amazed at the power of this young guy, who destroyed 8 ghosts at once. The young man himself was very pleased with the result, praising his beautiful ghostly girls. Busy with praise, the young man did not notice how his main opponent approached him from behind, swinging his formidable weapon. The blow delivered by the S-rank ghost was incredibly powerful, and was more like an explosion. May and Christy, who did not have time to react, looked in confusion at where their beloved master had just been. But when the dust settled a little, Jake breathed out a sigh of relief, where the armor he was wearing saved him from certain death. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, the evil ghost began to gather energy to use his special abilities. But Jake saw the enemy's impulses in time, immediately rushing forward in order to prevent him from gathering his strength. The thick green fog released hid the movement of May, who suddenly appeared behind him from the ghost. And so the concentrated girl delivered her precise and powerful blow to the enemy, whose body immediately began to dissolve into thin air, and the system announced that the owner and his ghosts had won another victory. At the same time, Old Man Elroy continued to hold back the pressure of the second S-rank ghost. While dealing with a ghost of a lower rank, he noticed how his main opponent attacked the ghost belonging to him, and noticed that they would not hold out for long. And having defeated the first strong opponent, Jake was already rushing to deal with the second. Having passed through the barrier of the ghost world of the second S-rank ghost on his horse, the young man immediately noticed that the dome had not completely collapsed, although it had been broken through. Turning around and seeing his savior, Elroy was very glad that the guy joined them. Then, looking at his ghost, the old man said that he was already seriously wounded, and again invited the young man to leave the battlefield to save himself. But the young man was not going to run away, opening the system window and studying the characteristics of his new opponent, who was much stronger than the previous one. Suddenly, after the destruction of another ghost, it was announced that Christy could be improved. It was just in time, and with a satisfied smile, Jake ordered the system to improve the girl. An S-rank attacking ghost was preparing to finish off Elroy's ghost when changes began to occur to Christy. As if sensing what was happening, the ghost stopped its attack and turned around. Meanwhile, the system announced that Christy had moved to level S, where all her abilities were improved many times over. While the improvement was happening, Jake told the Red Bride to create a ghost world and use it to destroy the world of their enemy, which the girl immediately did, where her power was enough to literally crush the world of the white ghost. The young man turned to Elroy, saying that now both of his ghosts had risen to level S, and now was the time to start the assault. Listening to the guy's instructions, the old man thought that there was some absolutely incredible person in front of him. Jake had already given orders to Christy, who immediately rushed to attack the white ghost, using her improved abilities. But their opponent was not going to give up so easily, and was not as easy as it seemed, where he suddenly sent all his subordinate ghosts forward, where, before the eyes of the astonished Jake, they merged together, turning into a huge ghost that stopped the movement of Christy's armed hand. And immediately after blocking the attack, the huge ghost struck the girl back. Seeing what was happening, Elroy gave the order to provide any possible assistance to Jake and his ghosts. But the young man also had an ace up his sleeve, and since the action was now taking place in May's ghostly territory, he used his cloak, releasing the ghosts from it, where this huge crowd of ghosts immediately fell on a large white monster created from many ghosts. This maneuver was necessary only to hinder the movements of the ghost, where Christy immediately repeated her attack. The S-rank ghost, seeing what was happening, rushed forward, where he probably wanted to help stop the attack. But it was too late, as his defender began to split into two halves in different directions. Then the ghost tried to stop the further movement of the ghost girl's weapon. But Christy made every effort, where her opponent instantly shattered into small pieces. However, despite the fact that the ghost was defeated, the system did not announce that victory had been achieved. Elroy, who was tracking the movement of ghosts, noticed that the second ghost of rank S was leaving the battlefield. Using his upgraded vision, Jake saw a white ghost running away from him. Christy was about to rush after him, but the young man stopped her, saying that the first priority was to protect the city from a breakthrough. And Elroy and the master standing next to him only had time to marvel at how the S-rank ghosts started running, where they had seen this for the first time. When Jake approached them, the men thanked him for his help and praised the guy's talents, where the old man noticed that Jake was lucky not only for their city, but for all of humanity. The young man was very embarrassed by such loud praise, modestly saying that Elroy had done much more for the world during his years of service than he did today. Here the old man's switchboard came to life, where he was informed that the situation on the southern side of the city was very bad. Both the old man and everyone who was nearby were perplexed by what they had just heard. Jake thought that all the actions of the ghosts that he observes today seemed to be carefully planned, and the people who reported the tragedy were already panicking, saying that the city would be wiped off the face of the earth. Concerned masters tried to decide what to do, where everyone had their families in the city center. Elroy lamented the most, not knowing what to do, since if some of the people were redirected to the southern part, the west would not withstand the onslaught. And then Jake intervened in the situation, saying that he was ready to go to the southern part of the city to help. There was still no other way out, and the men thanked him, asking him to save the family. Without hesitating for a second, the young man jumped on his ghostly horse and rushed to save the people. Very soon he reached the desired part of the city, passing through a checkpoint where there was not a single guard. Looking around, the young man noticed that at first glance the situation seemed quite normal. And then he received a message from friends asking for help, saying that they were trapped in the basement of a shopping center. Heading to the right place, Jake soon noticed that part of the city was in a ghost world. On his ghostly horse, the young man was able to pass through the barrier of the ghostly world without any problems. Once on the other side, the young man immediately noticed what a terrible aura there was. Turning around, Jake saw that ghosts were attacking the very place where the school used to be. Meanwhile, his friends sat and waited for their friend, who had non-trivial abilities, to reach their shelter. One of them suggested that the ghosts breaking into the city might be too strong even for Jake, which horrified the other guy. And Jake was already approaching one of the shopping centers, while his faithful ghostly girlfriends were dealing with the nearby ghosts. In the basement, one of the guys asked the girl who was with them why her father, a famous master, did not come to help, to which the girl replied through tears that he was participating in the defense of the city, and this was more important. And suddenly the attention of the young people was attracted by a strong knock on the door, where they were glad that Jake had finally reached them. The young man stood near the door and knocked on it, asking if there was anyone on the other side. Meanwhile, the door behind which the students were hiding was broken through, and instead of Jake, a huge ghost entered the room. Jake also opened the doors, where once inside the room, he saw some people in the distance. When the young man was able to see the face of the man who was hiding here, his own face changed as if he had seen a ghost for the first time in his life. After all, sitting in front of him, clutching her child to her chest, was the same woman who had once been called his mother. The young man's thoughts moved to the distant past, where he joyfully announced to his grandfather and Christy that he had returned. Seeing how the old man swung an axe over the girl's head, Jake was horrified, shouting for him to stop. To which the man replied that he was not going to stop since Christy needed a haircut. And the girl herself also laughed and said that her grandfather simply knew how to masterfully cut hair with an axe. After Jake was abandoned by his parents, he was found and taken in by this grandfather, who had his own workshop. He was, of course, not a good teacher, but at least both Jake and Christy grew up with him in joy and without need. As it turned out, Christy was also not a relative of her grandfather, where he found her in the same way as Jake, and simply saved her from starvation. And so, despite the fact that they did not live very richly, this spontaneously formed family felt truly happy. One day, a dissatisfied client came to my grandfather and began to make complaints about how the old man had worked on his car, where, due to bad parts, he lost control, had an accident and almost died, and the car now needs serious repairs. To which the confused grandfather explained that he had not done anything like that. All the spare parts were of high quality. But the man clearly didn't like the old man's answer, where he also suggested checking everything himself in order to identify the problem. However, the disgruntled client was clearly not interested in this, where he literally threw the old man into the ground and told him never to dare to approach his car again. After which the man, identifying himself as a ghostly master, said that he claims that the breakdown was the fault of the old man, where he is now obliged to compensate for the damage. Jake and Christy were returning home to the market at this time, where they reasoned that their grandfather had definitely taken a liking to the saleswoman, who gave them more food than they had money. And suddenly the children saw their grandfather sitting on the ground, whom the retreating men threatened with violence if he did not pay. Immediately running closer, Christy helped him up, asking him what happened here. Showing an obscene gesture to the departing unworthy masters, the old man said that their status did not give them the right to humiliate ordinary people. After some time, those same masters returned, where one of them recalled that the car was broken due to the fact that his friend had too much alcohol, to which he explained that it did not matter, since that old man was just garbage. Finally, the attackers waited for the moment when the old man left his house, where, not believing that he had no money, they broke into his home in order to search for his supplies. But, as it turned out, the house was not empty, where frightened Jake and Christy asked what the uninvited guests needed. However, the presence of children in the house did not stop the criminals, one of whom held them, and the other two searched the premises. And so the search was completed, where the thieves could only find a bag with pieces of silver. Then one of the villains offered to take the girl with him, for whom he had familiar buyers who were willing to pay several thousand. Of course, Jake tried to prevent the implementation of this vile plan, demanding that Christy be released, and the only weapon he could use to resist was his own teeth. But as soon as he dug them into the villain's hand, he immediately received a powerful blow that threw him back. Losing consciousness, the boy watched as the men took away his best and only friend. The grandfather who returned home, bandaging the guy's head, said that they would definitely save Christy, once again asking whether Jake remembered correctly what the men said. To which the young man, through tears, once again said that they were talking about some kind of factory on the outskirts of the city. It was already dark outside when grandfather and Jake reached the industrial part of the city, where there was one single plant that had not been functioning for its intended purpose for a long time. Handing the guy a flashlight and a knife, the grandfather said that only he could fit into the ventilation hole, and therefore reconnaissance of the situation was on his shoulders. And now Jake was already crawling through the cramped ventilation passages, where his goal was to discover the room in which Christy was placed. And then, through the bars, the young man saw some semblance of a hospital ward, where two healthy men were carrying his girlfriend. The girl tried to resist, but the men held her tightly, and a woman standing next to her in a medical gown prepared to inject her with a sedative. Jake twitched at the sight of what was happening, and then the knife handed to him by the old man suddenly fell out of his pocket. And when a piercing and cutting object stuck into the next bed, it could not help but attract the attention of all those who were in the room. From the noise in the ventilation, the men and the girl in a medical mask immediately realized that someone was there. Realizing that he had been discovered, Jake decided that he urgently needed to leave this ominous place. But his plan was not destined to come true, as one of the men used some kind of weapon that tore the ventilation duct, after which the guy fell into the room. Having come to his senses a little, Jake first decided to look around, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pregnant woman lying on the bed, which immediately generated questions in the young man's head about what was happening in this place. But looking further and around the room, the young man saw that there were a lot of such women here. Then the boss of this criminal organization arrived in the room, and the first thing he did was ask his wife, who was hiding under a medical mask, if everything was okay with her. After which, the man ordered to show him the arrogant, brave man who made his way to them. And when Jake looked up and was able to see the face of the gang leader, he was simply stunned. After all, standing in front of him was his own father, who was held by the hand by his mother, the same parents who abandoned him on the street several years ago. At the same time, the grandfather who remained on the street without waiting for Jake to return came to the conclusion that something had happened to him. The guy, held by two of his father's henchmen, tried to figure out what his parents were doing in this place. A woman's heart was always softer, and Jake's mother could not hide the fact that she recognized her son, not believing that they had met again. But then his father gave the guy a strong slap in the face, telling him not to say nonsense since they were not his parents. The development of events was suddenly interrupted by a powerful explosion that thundered above, where an old man suddenly appeared from a hole in the wall and pointed his crossbow at Jake's father, ordering him to move away from the boy. And while the man was asking about their uninvited guest, Jake shouted to his grandfather that they had Christy captive. Immediately after which, the old man shouted furiously that his kidnapped granddaughter should be returned to him. But Jake's father was not going to do this, taking out a gun and saying that he paid a lot of money for her. And then a second later, massive fire was opened on the grandfather, where he barely managed to get out of the line of fire. Using his only weapon, the grandfather told Jake to free Christy and run away from here. And now the children were already climbing the stairs that led to the roof of this building, which they immediately reported to the boss. To which Jake's father, who managed to avoid being hit by arrows, ordered to catch up with the prey. And so several men rushed to chase the children, shouting that they could not escape and it was better to return themselves. Very soon, Christy and Jake found themselves on the roof, where the girl asked what they should do next. But her companion did not have time to answer this, since their pursuers had already appeared on the roof, saying that the children had driven themselves into a trap. Pushing his named sister aside, Jake prepared to defend her. But then his father appeared on the roof, his weapon pointed at his grandfather's head. The angry man, in front of the shocked children, said that they could no longer count on the help of this worthless old man. But then the grandfather said that he was ready to give the kidnappers a lot of money if they released the children. But Jake's father suddenly kicked the old man right on the head, saying that he had no shortage of money, since here they were raising ghost masters of the highest levels. After which he began to approach the children, telling them to stop resisting and submit to fate. But neither Jake nor Christy were going to give up, approaching the edge of the roof closer and closer. But suddenly, the grandfather was able to break free from the grip and immediately rushed to attack the offender of his grandchildren. His strength was enough to reach the face of his enemy and leave his mark there. But the man immediately reacted, delivering a powerful kick to the old man, throwing him several meters to the side. The blow was so strong that the grandfather hit his head on the stone fence on the roof, and Christy rushed to his aid. Jake's father, furious that some grandfather had ruined his face, pulled the trigger, wishing the old man to end up in hell as soon as possible. However, Christy suddenly appeared on the trajectory of the bullet, hurrying towards her grandfather. And so, instead of hitting the old man, the bullet went through the girl's entire small body. And now both the old man and the dying Christy were flying down from the roof. Already on the edge, Jake could only look in confusion at the people lying below who had become his true relatives. Jake's father only swore that he had wasted his money on buying a girl, and one of his henchmen was already asking whether it was worth finishing off the guy too. But then Jake's mother intervened in the situation, asking her husband with a glance to save the life of their abandoned son. And so the young man stood next to the grave where he personally buried his little sister. His entire subsequent life was reduced to caring for his grandfather, who, after falling from a height, completely lost his ability to work. And when the last person close and dear to the boy's heart passed away, he went on a wander until he ended up in an orphanage. And so his own mother, who had once abandoned her son to the mercy of fate, was now on her knees in front of him, and turning to the young man, she asked for help. As he watched the woman, Jake realized that she didn't even recognize her own son, and the woman said that they were attacked by ghosts, where she received a leg injury and hid here to protect her little son. Suddenly, the young man's eyes filled with pain and anger, and he asked where her husband was now. To which the woman responded with tears in her eyes that at some point he abandoned him and his son and disappeared. It was in the spirit of the young man's father, who, as he had long ago realized, had nothing human. Then Jake looked at his little half-brother, deciding that if he didn't help now, then this boy could repeat his fate, becoming an orphan. And then his switchboard came to life, where the young man was informed about the arrival of an evacuation vehicle. Turning around, the young man told the car to drive to the rear entrance of the shopping center, after which he turned back to his mother and, holding out his hand to her, said that he would help her get out. Because of the wound, the woman could not walk, so Jake helped her climb onto his back and carried her out of their makeshift shelter. Approaching the evacuation group that had arrived at the indicated place, the young man told them to take the woman and child while he saved the others. And so his careless mother was already sitting in the cab of the car when she suddenly turned to Jake, asking permission to make one more request. And when the guy agreed, his mother asked to protect her husband, whom she last saw somewhere on the third floor of the shopping center. Surprised by such a request, the young man asked why the woman was asking to save the man who abandoned her with her son, to which his mother said that her husband had committed many sins, but nevertheless they have a common son. Jake did not respond to the woman's request, and after a while he was already inspecting the building. He soon managed to find his friend's switchboard, where he immediately wondered if this meant that his friend was dead, or if he had lost it while escaping from danger. And so he decided to continue exploring the building while his faithful girlfriends were busy destroying the ghosts. Then the glass dome, which was directly above the young man's head, began to collapse, after which he immediately remembered that this building had its own landing pad for helicopters. It was on it that a certain man, hiding in an already crumpled transport, tried to shoot back at the ghosts with golden bullets. But the ghost on the roof of the helicopter, seizing an opportune moment, rushed through the broken glass directly at the man. At the same moment, the doors leading to the landing pad swung open, and Jake appeared on the roof. Having taken a couple of steps on the roof, the young man suddenly stopped watching how a certain ghost was trying to enter into a forced symbiosis with a person. Consumed by the ghost, the man asked the guy to save him, where he had a lot of money and gold in stock. The guy said nothing in response, simply watching his father, who, like his mother, did not recognize his own son. And the man continued to ask for help, promising a high position in society, wealth, and women for this. After these words, Jake threw a pitying look at his father, thinking that this man does not change even in the face of death. Meanwhile, other ghosts on the roof of the building began to attack their victim. But the first ghost, entering into a forced symbiosis with him, has already begun to take over the man's mind. In a fit of despair, the careless father shouted that he did not want to die, but if he had to, he would take the one who did not save him with him, after which the man began to nervously press the trigger of the gun. But none of the shots fired by the father hit his son, where the latter did not even try to dodge the shots. Well, the ghosts continued to fall on the person who did not have the ability to control the ghost. And now the killer was already falling from the roof, no longer having a single chance of salvation. And when his body hit the asphalt and his heart stopped beating, the ghosts scattered in different directions. May and Christy began to destroy the ghosts who tried to return to the roof for Jake, and the guy himself walked, thinking that this was the fate that this man deserved. Two cars were quickly moving towards the eastern exit of the city, already approaching the tunnel. Suddenly, a fireball flew into one of them, causing the car to instantly explode. The people in the second car could no longer help, and all they could do was save their own lives by avoiding the obstacle that had arisen. The ghostly master on the roof, following the burning car with his eyes, noticed that they miraculously managed to escape. But then the reason for its destruction appeared from the blazing car, where, to confront this fiery ghost, the master called upon his own. The women and children in this car experienced real horror when the car began to shake violently. Towing vehicles were also parked not far from the school of ghostly masters. And Jake's friends, once again running away from the ghosts, noticed that for a short time they managed to break away from the one who almost finished them off in the shopping center. The attack of one of the ghosts who staged the breakthrough destroyed the ghost of the very guy who participated with Jake in passing the exam. Seeing cars parked right in front of them, people rushed towards them, as this was the only chance for salvation. One of the passengers ran up to the driver and shouted at him not to wait any longer, but to immediately move off and take away the one who managed to get there. At the same moment, another passenger noticed that something flashed next to the car, and then a huge ghost landed on the road surface, creating the effect of an earthquake with its landing, from which the transport and the people inside it were thrown up like popcorn on a hot frying pan. However, a huge toy train that appeared on the other side did not allow the car with people to roll over. And now, opposite the huge ghost, Christy was already there, who had created her own ghostly world. Seeing the enemy, the ghost tried to attack the girl, but she skillfully dodged this blow. And then May entered the battle, using her all-consuming ghostly fire. She directed a stream of her green flame directly into the ghost's face, which made him not see how Jake jumped in his direction with the help of a train on his ghostly horse. And so the young man, jumping off his horse, swung his captured sword, where his powerful blow literally produced the effect of a real explosion. The people around did not believe that someone could destroy such a ghost with one blow, and Jake stood on the huge head of the ghost he had defeated and personified a true hero of our time. One of the young man's classmates was overjoyed that he personally knew such an outstanding person. Well, Jake, meanwhile, left his makeshift pedestal, jumping to his horse. When he was on horseback and his faithful ghostly friends had joined him, the young man told all the people to take the wounded and follow him. Everyone who studied with the young man in the same educational institution noted that there was now a huge difference between them in experience and skill. And inside the vehicle, the young man's former teacher also expressed his respect to him. Having finished with one vehicle, Jake ordered one of the ghostly masters to oversee the loading into another vehicle and escort the students to a safe place. And so the column, guarded by an armed convoy, began its movement to a safe place, firing back from the attacking ghosts. And at the head, Jake was still moving on his ghostly horse, clearing the way with his ghostly sword. Soon, vehicles with refugees arrived at the shelter where all the rescued were sent. A familiar female voice, expressing gratitude for the help, made the young man turn around. And then the beautiful face of Veronica appeared before his eyes, and she asked if he had managed to miss her. Jake didn't say anything in response, but judging by his eyes and expression, he was very happy to see the leader of the association. And now they were both sitting at the table where the young man asked how things were going, to which the girl explained that the association had sent special units to clean up, but the situation still remains ambiguous. With great concern, Veronica explained that the ghostly masters are dying in dozens, unable to cope with the onslaught of the enemy. Suddenly perking up, the girl asked how Old Man Elroy and other masters in the West were doing, to which the young man replied that he helped them defeat several S-rank ghosts, and therefore their situation is relatively normal. Considering what was said as a kind of joke, the girl laughed, noting that the guy had finally acquired a sense of humor. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the master, who reported that a new strong ghost had appeared in the southern part. Quickly getting up, Veronica said that she needed to head to that part and support one of the local nobility. And when asked what kind of person this is, the girl explained that he is one of those who commands a ghost of rank S and commands the troops in the south. Meanwhile, a real war was going on in the southern direction, where the ghostly worlds of the Breakthrough tried to attack the ghostly world of the Defenders. The man on the wall shouted that the Ghost Army was approaching their last line of defense. The commander of the defense of the southern part, local Lord Basford McDowell, ordered all energy to be directed to maintaining the barrier. Then the master arrived in time and reported that another powerful ghost had invaded from the western direction, to which the Lord reacted very sharply, shouting that he did not have the resources for this and ordered the master to solve the problem himself. Well, Jake was already heading to the southern part, where Veronica, sitting behind him, really enjoyed riding a ghost horse. At some point, the young man told the girl to hold on tight, since now they would gallop, where, clinging to the young man's back, the girl herself blushed from burying her breasts in him. Looking at the sonar of his switch, Jake saw a dot appear on the screen, indicating the presence of a ghost nearby. Where this ghost was not slow to show itself, jumping from one mountain to another. Taking a closer look, Jake recognized the same S-rank ghost who had previously shamefully fled from him. Turning to Veronica, the young man said that this ghost had previously escaped from him, and she noticed that he was somewhat similar to the paperman she had summoned. It was decided to act together, where the task of luring the fugitive fell on the girl's shoulders, and now she has already sent an entire squadron of her paper airplanes into the air. And as soon as they caught up with the ghost, he immediately had a desire to absorb this ghostly paper. It was for this purpose that the ghost quickly rushed after the paper airplanes, where, after some time, he suddenly found himself in a spacious vacant lot, which is what Jake was trying to achieve. At that same second, May unfolded her ghostly world around the area, being in which the ghost would not be able to create its own double and escape again. And on the other hand, Jake's other girlfriend was already approaching the fugitive, preparing to attack. This time, one hit was enough for the system to declare victory over the S-level ghost. Everything happened so quickly that the ghost summoned by Veronica did not even have time to prepare for any attack, and his owner herself was in a state of deep shock, only now beginning to realize that Jake was not joking about destroying several S-rank ghosts. While she was wondering how it was possible to level up so much in a couple of days, Jake praised his ghostly friends for their excellent work. Then the young man turned to Veronica, asking if she liked the way they worked, to which the girl responded positively, thinking that now this guy definitely wouldn't need her help. Suddenly, a voice was heard from Veronica's switchboard, informing about the appearance of new ghosts. At the same time, right in front of the wall where Basford was, something previously unseen suddenly appeared. It was a ghostly mirror, upon seeing which the Lord warned that it was about to use its special skill. Immediately after which all the mirror surfaces in the area turned green. Looking at how some new ghost appeared in the water, the masters recoiled and did not understand how to act. And on Jake's sonar, the mark indicating a ghost suddenly changed color, after which the young man wondered out loud what it could mean. To which Veronica explained that this meant the ghost was changing rank, where he had just raised his level to S1. This was the first ghost of this level that had ever appeared during a breakthrough attempt. While the Lord was thinking that there was no one in their ranks who could cope with this threat, he was informed about the arrival of Veronica and Jake. Basford asked the girl who approached if she knew about the new problem, to which she responded positively, asking if there was any plan. But there was no plan as such, where, pointing to the ghost, the Lord only noted that it did not enter the battle. Where its leveling up without a fight could mean it feeds off the energy of others. Here, Jake intervened in the conversation, suggesting that it was this ghost that was directing the entire breakthrough. Veronica was struck by the fact that with such power, this ghost had not yet created a ghostly world that would suppress the one that protects the city. But exhaling heavily, Basford explained that in fact, not everything is as simple as it seems. Where the entire city, along with its barrier, has long been covered with a huge ghostly dome. The girl could not believe what she heard, as it meant the most dire consequences. And the Lord seemed to read her thoughts, saying that retreat would be simply impossible, where the mirror would kill everyone at once if it wanted. After which he added that they needed to wait for reinforcements, but in the meantime he, who was at the same level of development with the mirror, would be able to hold it back. Well, the task of Jake and Veronica will be to help weaken this ghost that feeds on the victories of others. And so the young man on his ghostly horse and the girl on a motorcycle rushed into battle, deciding to destroy the S-rank ghosts first. Seeing 3 ghosts in front of him, the young man noticed to himself that he should cope without difficulty. But literally a second later, he decided that he was seeing double since there were already 6 ghosts. After some thought, He came to the conclusion that this was most likely some kind of ghost mirror skill. They went with Veronica in different directions, deciding that to win, they just needed to find the main body of the ghost. And so the girl called on one of her ghosts, ordering her to reveal which of her opponents was the real one. And so the ghost began to attack one of the twins, checking whether it was a real ghost or a mirage, where, judging by the reaction of the attacked, it was a real ghost. But suddenly both ghosts, being in their own worlds, simultaneously attacked Veronica's ghost. Where, seeing this, the girl noted with horror that both opponents in front of her were real. All the other masters participating in the battle also conveyed information that the enemy's numbers had doubled, where not only the highest-ranked ghosts were cloned, but also the A and B level ghosts. Veronica, who had already experienced the attack of ghosts on herself, told everyone that the second ghosts were as real as the first. Where, after hearing this message, Jake realized that the double of the S-class ghost would not be any weaker than the original. The girl noticed that the main ability of the ghostly mirror, apparently, is to double the number of ghosts participating in the breakthrough. Then the young man said that it was faster and easier to find a way to destroy all these ghosts than to look for loopholes and hide. And so, following his orders, May has already unfolded her ghostly world, in which the ghosts who were nearby found themselves. Where, without hesitating for a second, Christy attacked one of them, literally cutting it into two parts, where the system announced victory and awarded only experience points. But when May dealt with the second ghost of the same kind, the system awarded not only experience points, but also some other bonuses. Noticing this feature, Jake immediately thought that the relationship between the original and the clone could be much closer than it seems. Turning to Christy, the young man asked the girl to use her abilities to identify original ghosts, which he needed to test one theory. And so, following the orders of her master, Christy opened her third eye, beginning to scan the ghosts. After a couple of seconds, she had already determined which of the two identical ghosts was real, where at that same second the girl rushed towards him and dealt a crushing blow to his head. The system announced victory and awarded a variety of bonuses, and Jake noticed that with the destruction of the original, the clone was automatically destroyed. Meanwhile, at another point, the breakthrough ghost and its clone attacked one of Veronica's ghosts. But her other ghost immediately intervened in the situation, destroying the attacker. Where the destroyed ghost turned out to be the original, and therefore its copy immediately disappeared into thin air. A man watching the battle from the wall happily noted that the recently arrived young man and girl destroyed 6 S-rank ghosts in one fell swoop. Then his attention was attracted by the Lord, who seemed to have difficulty standing on his feet and explained that he did not have the strength to continue to hold the ghostly barrier. The man then contacted Jake and Veronica, informing them of the problem and asking them to return. Just starting to move, the young man suddenly discovered that the terrain around him had changed dramatically, where a completely different city suddenly appeared next to him instead of the one they were currently defending. Where in this ghostly world, the young man immediately saw clones of the ghost of Lord Basford himself. After a couple of seconds, it dawned on him that in this world the ghostly mirror is capable of cloning any ghosts. And when he turned around, he and his faithful friends saw several copies of them. The Lord himself found himself in this ghostly-looking glass, who warned Jake that the mirror clones any ghosts along with their abilities. The information, of course, was useful, but not at all reassuring, since the forces were becoming completely unequal. He then ordered his ghost to attack the clones without using their special skills. Since the ghostly horse was useless in the ghostly-looking glass, the young man decided to continue without it. Jake told Veronica, who had already arrived at the edge of the dome, not to go inside, as this would only worsen the situation by cloning her ghosts. Meanwhile, Christy, without using any special skills, had already dealt with several of her copies, where the system declared victory and awarded experience points. May kept up with the achievements of her companion, destroying her copies and thereby adding experience to her treasury. And in a matter of seconds, not a single clone remained in the air, and Jake noticed that the fighting abilities of the ghostly mirror were not as good as it might seem. But Basford did not share this enthusiasm, saying that the first wave of clones was apparently simply used to test the enemy's strength. And now more and more clones of Jake's ghosts began to appear in the air again, where this time May's clone had a weapon. And so 2 identical girls came together in a new battle, where the clone's sword clearly could not withstand the attacks of the original. While watching the battle, the young man noticed that this time the clone's abilities had improved significantly. However, he did not notice that the ghostly weapons had been copied. And then May's clone's sword shattered into small pieces, as did the clone itself, and the system once again awarded experience points. Christy also did not stand aside, destroying her clones one after another, for which she also received a lot of experience. Jake, meanwhile, thought that if the mirror endlessly creates clones, then sooner or later he will lose the battle, since his ghosts will simply waste all their energy. At the same time, the clone attacked the ghost of the Lord, where the latter, holding on with his last strength, noted that his ghostly world was about to collapse. Then Jake instructed May to expand her ghost territory of the same size. And when the buildings from May's world appeared, the young man noticed that her ghostly world immediately fell into a ghostly-looking glass. Meanwhile, new clones of his ghosts again materialized in the air, ready to continue the battle. Then the young man ordered Christy to use her third form to attack, and May to use ghostly fire. And so the girl, who had changed her appearance, moved from one copy to another, easily destroying them. Well, May, without even leaving her spot, simply burned all her copies with her green ghostly flame. Jake noticed that the time between the appearance of new clones increases each time, which means a loss of strength in the mirror itself. Then he heard Basford's cry, who warned the young man about the appearance of new clones. And then several copies of Christy and May hung in the air again, where, seeing some clubs and other rubbish in their hands, the young man was confirmed in his guesses about the impossibility of copying ghostly weapons. But then, right before his eyes, there were twice as many clones as there had been several times before. Deciding that it was time to end this battle, Jake instructed the girls to use all their abilities to destroy the clones. Basford, watching the battle, marveled at how many abilities the ghosts of this unknown guy had. And now May has already spread her long red and unusually deadly threads everywhere, where her actions were complemented by Christy's incredibly powerful attack, whose fiery form dealt a crushing blow. Having finished with her clones, May began to destroy the clones of the Ghost Lord, where for this she only needed one movement of her hand, releasing several fireballs at the ghosts. Basford, watching the two ghostly girls work, was very impressed by their incredible strength. When there were no clones left in the area, Jake instructed Christy to use her third eye to find the main body of the ghost mirror. Having done this, the girl instantly discovered the place where the ghost attacking them was hiding. At that same second, the brave girl rushed to the place where she discovered the ghost in order to destroy it. But the mirror was not so easy to overcome, where this ghost could easily move from one object to another. Jake noticed the ability of the ghost mirror to hide in the mirror ghost world anywhere. Then the young man decided to use one of May's new abilities, telling her to create a double ghost world. And as soon as the girl began to use her ability, the mirror world could not withstand the double pressure and began to collapse, where the ghost had no choice but to jump out of his crumbling shelter. He also did not have a single clone left for his protection and energy to create new ones, and Jake, pleased with himself, ordered May to attack. The evil ghost tried to get away from danger, but without his clones, there was little he could do against Jake's ghosts. And then May, who appeared next to him, decapitated his ghostly body in one movement. The victory was won, which the system immediately announced to the young man, awarding all the bonuses due for this. Well, instead of a ghost, a damaged mirror appeared in the air, which quickly began to fall down. The young man caught the mirror, generally mentally thanking it for all the experience that he was able to gain during this adventure. Soon, Veronica arrived at the scene and immediately asked if the ghostly mirror was finished. Basford answered the question, saying that this time they managed to win and survive, thanks to the nice guy standing next to him. And one of the nearby masters also noted that all the other ghosts began to retreat. This was a great victory for humanity, where people could not get enough of the fact that they were saved and saved their city. Thanks to their savior, the people grabbed Jake and began to throw him into the air, simultaneously shouting his name. Not far from what was happening, the young man's mother, who only now heard the name of the one who had recently saved her, stood holding her son and mother. A little boy standing next to the woman asked if she knew the man who saved them. Having answered this question in the negative, Jake's mother at the same time told her second son that he should remember the name of their savior and pay him back when he grows up. After listening to his mother, the child with the most serious expression on his face let her know that he would not forget the kindness and remembered her instructions. Meanwhile, Basford informed Veronica that they still had a lot of work to do to clear the rubble and restore the city, where the girl had already managed to give some orders on this matter. Jack then approached the Lord, asking what he should do with the ghostly mirror, to which the man explained that this was the winner's trophy, and also invited him to a festive ceremony that he would organize in his honor. Jake tried to refuse to participate, but Veronica decided everything for him, telling the Lord that they would certainly be there. Then followed the long and tedious processes of clearing the bodies of dead people and ghostly masters from the streets and restoring the destroyed buildings. A few hours later, Veronica found Jake sitting on one of the dilapidated buildings. Sitting down next to her, the girl noted that the young man was not himself today, to which he replied that he was simply very tired. But after a short pause, the young man said that all his life he had strived to become strong so that some people would see it. But when he achieved his goal, they did not even recognize him. Where in saying this, only he alone understood who he now had in mind. Remembering for a moment his negligent parents, Jake, without hiding his sadness, said that he had lived alone all his life. But Veronica suddenly said that his truly loved ones are always next to him, where the guy did not understand what she meant. And the girl explained that she meant the ghost of Christy, who so bravely protects him, although she does not speak to him. And also May, with whom the young man, like Christy, has a very strong personal attachment. After which the girl added that Jake is not alone, because there are always two devoted and loving ghosts next to him. After which, Veronica hinted that she, too, would like to become not the last person in this world for the young man. After listening to his interlocutor, Jake thanked her for her words of support, saying that he now had an incentive to live and develop. Meanwhile, many cars began to pull up to the city, in which a group of reinforcements arrived. The commander of this unit, the man, found it strange that there were not a single ghost in the area, deciding that the city had already fallen. However, his first mate, having read the local news, said the ghosts of the breakthrough had retreated. This was surprising for a man who saw with his own eyes from the destruction how far the ghosts had climbed. Another ghost master in the car read and voiced that someone named Jake Stone was able to defeat an S1 rank ghost, after which the horde retreated. And to the commander's question about who this guy was, his first deputy explained that he had heard about some gifted student who appeared not so long ago. Having decided to sort things out on the spot, the belated reinforcements continued their journey to the city. Near her family's mansion, the daughter of the city's mayor, Melanie, was watering the flowers she had planted. The girl was distracted from her quiet occupation by one of the maids, saying that it was very urgent. And when the lady asked what was the matter, the maid told her the news that someone named Jake Stone was able to defeat a powerful ghost and stopped the breakthrough. The girl, who recently invited this guy to enter into an arranged marriage, was quite surprised at his abilities. Snatching the switchboard from the maid's hands, Melanie decided to read what was written in the news herself. When the news story was studied by her, the daughter of the city had noted to herself that she needed to get this guy as her husband at all costs. Where, observing the reactions of her mistress, the maid told her not to worry, since no one would definitely refuse such a beauty like her. But Melanie did not listen to her, starting to blush again at the thought of marrying a young man who was younger than her. Here the maid reminded the mistress that many had claimed her hand and heart, and now, having learned about the girl's choice, they could begin to plot against Jake. It was almost dark outside, and Jake, accompanied by the head of the Association of Ghostly Masters, arrived at the mansion where a celebration was scheduled to celebrate the victory. Once inside the room, the young man looked at everything around him with interest. The first person to notice the hero was Old Man Elroy, who immediately headed towards him. He hugged the guy like an old friend, and Jake expressed his feelings of joy that the old man was okay. Then Elroy turned around and introduced the guy to the commander of the reinforcement group and his first deputy. Not knowing what to say, the young man simply said that he was glad to meet you. And Veronica, who accompanied him, noted that they did not need reinforcements today. Laughing, the commander said that he would only be glad if he remained without work at all, since this would mean the reign of peace on Earth. And his first deputy already shook the guy's hand, congratulating him on his big victory and expressing his readiness to work together in the future. In his ear, the man warned the young man that rumors about the choice of Melanie Abraham had already spread throughout the city and the guy should be careful. Jake understood what we were talking about, where candidates for husbands could definitely make attempts to deal with a competitor. Soon, all the guests of the event sat down at the tables, and Basford stood and made a toast in honor of the hero of the day, Jake Stone. The generous lord announced that he had transferred $1 million to the young man's account and was also giving him one of his estates. In addition, the man gave the young man the right to choose for himself 3 artifacts from the repository of ghostly objects. When he finished his toast, All the guests rose from their seats and began to greet, congratulate, and praise the hero. A few hours later, the party was over, and a fairly tipsy Veronica, thinking that Jake most likely drank alcohol for the first time, asked to be escorted home. Soon they arrived at her place, where along the way, the young man, whose body was different from any other thanks to the system, managed to sober up a little. Having escorted the girl literally to her bed, he helped her lie down and wished her pleasant dreams. Jake was about to leave her room when Veronica suddenly grabbed his wrist, after which, pulling the young man towards her with a rather strong movement for a drunken girl, she pressed her lips to the young man's lips. Falling back onto the bed a few seconds later, Veronica said that now the true reward has found its hero. But suddenly, unexpectedly for her, Jake lowered himself to her, where he now connected their lips. Leaving Veronica's lips, the young man covered her cheek with kisses, after which he reached the girl's tender neck. Feelings overwhelmed both of them, and their palms clenched tighter and tighter. Waking up, Jake noticed how much his head hurt after drinking alcohol the night before. When he took a shower and got dressed, he found Veronica in the kitchen, standing next to the set table. Seeing the food, the young man asked if May accidentally tried again with food, to which Veronica explained that this was her creativity, since she woke up early and did not know what to do with herself. The young man was pleased with such attention, and he immediately sat down at the table with words of gratitude. But from the very first bite, Jake fully realized how disgusting this girl was at cooking. And when she asked about the guy's breakfast, he had to lie, saying that it was very tasty so as not to offend the girl. After which, Veronica very coldly said that she needed to go to the western part of the city and asked Jake to close the door when he got ready to go somewhere. Leaving the key in the hallway and saying goodbye just as coldly, the girl left her home. Left alone in the corridor, the girl reproached herself for what she had done last night, thinking that now she couldn't even look the guy in the eyes. Jake, also left alone, thought that he did not have time to ask for water to wash down the highly salted food. Having finished with a tasteless breakfast, the young man soon left the city, where he could finally go about his business and get the third ghost. Calling on May, he asked her to use ghostly energy to determine where they needed to go. Watching how the girl concentrated, the young man assumed that the ghostly aura on the letter had managed to dissipate during this time, which means it would not be easy to find the way to the monastery. And then he remembered that the Rhodey sisters specialized in tracking ghosts. Deciding to try to attract them to his project, the young man spurred his ghostly horse, and now he was sitting at the table opposite the leader of the association in the city of Aliti, Mike Rowdy, who he had saved, and talking about the fact that he needed some help. With a friendly smile, the man said that he would help if it was in his power. After which, Jake explained that he actually came to his daughters because he needed help tracking down a ghost. Both girls immediately blushed and became embarrassed when they heard that this handsome man had come to them. Handing the letter to Catherine, the young man asked if her ghost could sense the remnants of her aura. And now the girl has already called upon her ghost to hold him with one hand and the piece of paper with the other. Where, after the ghost's reaction, Catherine said that it would be impossible to tell the exact location, but she could indicate the direction. This suited the young man quite well, and he turned to Mike, asking him to lend him this talented girl for a few days. The man did not quite understand the word the guy used. Borrow. Immediately after which, the young man recovered and said that he was simply asking to let Catherine go with him to track down the ghost, promising her absolute safety along the way. Mike, thinking not about the dangers, but about the fact that his daughter would sleep next to this guy, said that the decision largely depended on his daughter's position. Where at that very second, Carton very actively expressed her agreement, saying that Jake saved their lives, which means they simply have to return kindness for kindness. Diana immediately intervened in the conversation, saying that she would also go with them, so that her ghost could help in establishing a more accurate location. Lamenting the fact that both of his daughters were running into the clutches of this guy, Mike had no choice but to give the go-ahead for the trip. And so the guy, pleased that everything had turned out so well, said goodbye to his sisters, saying that he would pick them up tomorrow morning. Turning and heading towards the city, he suddenly came across a man whose face was hidden under a hood. And when the girl raised her head, Jake was surprised to see Melanie in front of him. Embarrassedly noting that she was glad to meet, the girl said that her father had something to do with him. The young man was quite surprised that the head of the city might have something to do with him, but the girl confirmed that he had heard correctly and invited him to go to their mansion, where his father was already waiting to meet him. This was an excellent opportunity to learn something about the quiet monastery from a man who had seen the world, So Jake agreed to the invitation. The only thing that was incomprehensible to the young man was why the old man sent his daughter after him, and not just a servant. Very soon they arrived at the appointed place for the meeting, and Jake helped his companion leave the car. Wilhelm Abraham, who had already appeared on the porch, greeted the guest from afar, saying that he was glad to meet him. When the young man said hello, the old man noted the guy's outstanding appearance, saying that now he understands why his daughter liked him so much. Inviting the guest to follow him, he promised to show him something right away. Moving after Wilhelm, Jake noted to himself that this man looked quite healthy and full of strength, where it was difficult to believe that he only had about 5 years left to live. Moving along the alley, the trio soon reached the desired place, where a certain structure immediately appeared from under the ground. The old man placed his palm against the gold plate and then invited Jake and his daughter to enter. Being here for the first time, Melanie asked her father what kind of place this was, to which he replied that she would soon see everything for herself. And suddenly, after simple manipulations carried out by Wilhelm on the dashboard, the cabin began to rapidly descend. This descent was just kind of endless, where Jake managed to count down about 5 minutes before the cabin stopped. And then the elevator doors opened, and the young people even had to shield themselves from the blinding light. After all, right in front of them was a long corridor, completely inlaid with gold. Moving along this corridor, Wilhelm explained that this is a secret room for keeping special ghosts, to which only the head of the city has access. Looking around, Jake said it reminded him of the Association's Golden Ghost Prison. Noting the young man's high awareness, the old man corrected him, saying that it would be more correct to say that the prison was similar to this room, since the room appeared first. In those distant times, his father was the head of the city when the great invasion of ghosts began. Many people managed to survive only thanks to the shelter he built, where he himself trained and raised the first generation of ghostly masters. It is thanks to his father that Aliti is one of the few cities that has withstood the great invasion of ghosts. However, at that time, the masters were just beginning to comprehend the basics of interaction with ghosts, and therefore, after their death, the ghosts rebelled against people. This is precisely why this secret room was built, where the masters came to live out their last days in order to lock their powerful ghosts here. Wilhelm got to continue his work, where he put all his efforts into it and created the city as it is now. Well, after the Association of Ghostly Masters was founded, a golden prison was built according to the drawings of this room. Approaching one of the doors, the old man said that behind each of them there was a very powerful ghost. Where, for example, behind this door there is a ghost that, like bats, moves using echolocation, and is also capable of killing using its sound waves. In room number 2, there is also a special ghost, from the sight of which a person immediately dies, and therefore no one knows what he looks like. Approaching the cell window, the young man looked at the box inside, after which, turning to the old man, he asked how such a ghost could be locked in a box without looking at him. To which Wilhelm explained that he was already going to try to destroy this ghost, who had killed more than one master. But then a box was created, which itself attracts ghosts, in which this dangerous spirit was locked. Then the old man said that there are many ghosts locked in this room, each of which is enough to destroy the city, but in the event of a real threat, they will become a reliable shield. Melanie asked what her father meant by a real threat, and what could be worse than trying to break through. To which the wise man explained that by a real threat he means a war between people, which, as history shows, will happen sooner or later. Indeed, according to some assumptions, the great invasion of ghosts began precisely because of the experiments of the latest nuclear and chemical weapons by the warring powers of the past. Listening to what Wilhelm said, Jake completely agreed with him, since he experienced firsthand how terrible human nature can be. And suddenly the old man turned his attention to the young man, saying that he had observed his success, where, during his long life, he managed to meet many outstanding ghostly masters, who were overcome by a thirst to get the most powerful ghosts, from which they died. However, he sees his guest today as a reasonable, calm, and far-sighted person. And so the head of the city spoke about the main thing, asking whether the young man had thought about his daughter's proposal, where such directness on the part of the father made the girl quite nervous. Jake was also very embarrassed, confusedly saying that it was too early for him to think about such things. Laughing, the man said that he completely understands a guy who does not want to be bound by family obligations ahead of schedule. At the same time, the old man made an offer where if Jake reaches a certain level of development in 5 years and agrees to marry Melanie, then he will give him the most powerful ghost from his vault. And the last condition, which shocked the young man, was that he should become the new head of this city. These words annoyed the girl, who could not believe that her father would give her place to someone else. But Wilhelm explained in a fatherly tone that his daughter, despite her age, still only had rank A, which would not be enough to protect the city. Despite the fact that outwardly everything seems calm, they have many envious people and ill-wishers. He had already heard that the association wants to take over their army, and the nobles want to lead the city, and therefore, after his death, a real war could begin. After listening to everything her father said, Melanie admitted that she hadn't even thought about it. Jake understood that there was some truth in the old man's words, but suddenly he said that if he needed a strong leader, he just needed to make one out of his daughter and not marry her off. This was an adventurous proposal, where both the old man and his daughter objected, saying that even the strongest masters could not level up in a couple of years. But then Wilhelm turned to his daughter and said that the option proposed by their guest was worth trying, and if she succeeded, then the post would go to her. The girl looked at her father with a grateful look, thanking him for his trust. When they had already left the secret room, Jake promised the old man to keep everything a secret and to consider his proposal. Before saying goodbye, the young man asked permission to ask Wilhelm one question. And when he received it, he asked if the man had heard anything about the quiet monastery convent. Thinking for a moment, the old man said that this name was very familiar to him, and then it dawned on him, where he remembered that it was this monastery that was destroyed by some evil ghost about 50 years ago. The monastery had a long history, where after the great invasion of ghosts, ghost masters were also trained there, but only women were accepted. Then, while still young, he was traveling in the north of the country when he suddenly felt a terrible aura. Later, talking with various people he met, he found out that that burst of aura was the moment when the monastery was destroyed by a ghost out of control. After making sure that the monastery really existed, Jake asked if anyone had gone there after what happened, to which the old man explained that expeditions visited there, but no one could find anything, including the ghosts that destroyed the monastery. The next day, as promised, the young man arrived at the Rowdy family's house to pick up Diana and Catherine on the trip. Promising his father to return the girls safe and sound, Jake invited them onto his ghostly horse. And now, happy with how everything was going, the girls were already sitting behind him, where Diana was lucky to press her body against the guy. Mike could only watch as the ghostly horse and its rider carried away his beloved daughters. After several hours of continuous racing, Jake asked Catherine to check if they had lost their way, to which the girl explained that they needed to continue moving in a northwest direction. After thanking the girl, the guy thought that the ghost that destroyed the monastery could be very strong, and therefore he needed to be careful. Deciding to see if he had the opportunity to improve his ghosts, the young man discovered that he had 2 unused attempts at the lottery, which appeared after raising the level of his ghosts. Jake's first use of the lottery gave him the ability to transfer damage received. This meant that if he was wounded, all the damage received would be distributed among his ghosts without harming him, which was a very useful skill, since once he almost died during an exam when he was pierced with a dagger by an unfinished May assassin. The second spin of the lottery gave the owner the skill of telepathic communication with his ghosts, where the young man decided to test the capabilities of this skill later. At the same time, the ghost postman was approaching the place where they were waiting for him to deliver the letter. When the walls of the monastery appeared in front of him, the postman abruptly stopped his movement. Approaching the ghostly territory, he calmly stepped over the barrier. And now the postman already found himself in the courtyard of the monastery, where he was met by a pink ghostly umbrella. When the ghost was very close, the umbrella immediately handed the prepared letter to the postman, which he carefully took into his hands, thereby taking upon himself the responsibility of delivering the letter to the addressee. And now the ghost has already left the walls of the monastery, continuing his hard work of delivering letters. Well, when the postman left the ghostly world, the umbrella suddenly opened and began to spin, creating a strong whirlwind. At that same second, a huge number of similar umbrellas appeared from behind the mountain and approached the monastery. Altogether, they began to open up, forming one huge umbrella over the buildings, acting as a ghostly barrier. But then the walls of the monastery, made in the shape of palms, called upon a certain force that instantly destroyed the dome created from umbrellas. Hidden in the gorge, a man asked one of his companions whether this place was really suitable for an ambush, to which the leader of the group said that, according to his information, Jake Stone had already left Alayat and was heading straight towards them. The third member of the criminal gang immediately told his companions not to worry, since he had never missed with his sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Jake slowly guided his ghostly horse through the gorge, asking if his companions were tired. To which Diana, turning a little pink, said that she wouldn't mind taking a little break. Then the young man decided to arrange a halt immediately after they left the gorge, and the attacker, watching through binoculars, told his accomplices that he could already see their target. The sniper immediately perked up, saying that now he would solve the problem with this guy once and for all. Pointing his sight directly at the young man's head, the killer pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the unsuspecting Jake continued to direct his ghostly vehicle towards the exit of the gorge. Since he had time to move a little since the shot, the bullet hit him right in the back, immediately after which his ghostly objects, in which Christy and May lived, were activated, and the young man realized that they had been attacked. And now his ghostly girlfriends had already come outside, where May immediately surrounded her lover with a ghostly barrier. Jake's companions turned to him, asking if the young man was injured, to which the young man replied that everything was fine with him, thinking to himself that if not for the new ability to redistribute damage, he would definitely have come to an end. The man who shot could not believe that after his shot the target was not only not hit, but continued to live and move. And the young man had already found the place where the killers hid, quickly realizing that this was the only road out of the city where he could be easily tracked. Assuming that a high-ranking master might be among the attackers, Jake decided to lure them out into the open. Having accelerated the movement of his horse, the young man immediately ordered that May unfold her ghostly world immediately upon exiting the gorge. And now he, along with the Rowdy sisters, are already relatively safe in the ghostly territory of the Red Bride. Well, the group of killers sincerely did not understand why this guy not only remained alive, but also controls ghosts. The traveling trio managed to get off the horse, where the girls asked Jake about what they should do next. Well, those who wished him death had already managed to descend from their hiding place, intending to catch up and destroy the target. The young man understood that the news that he had an S rank quickly spread among people, which meant that among the killers there was at least one person of S1 rank. The only hope was that the pursuers would not summon their ghosts before they reached May's territory. And so the men standing at the entrance were preparing to find and kill Jake, where one of them suggested calling on the ghosts first. But the older and more experienced killer, going inside, said that it was not worth calling on the ghost yet, so that Jake would not see who he was dealing with and would not be able to prepare. And so, standing in the middle of the yard, the man shouted that guests should be greeted completely differently. To which the young man who appeared in front of him on his horse replied that somehow he did not have time to meet them at the threshold. Then Diana said that she knows this man who lives in their city, has an S1 rank and controls 3 ghosts. And the uninvited guests continued the dialogue, calling the guy very talented, but also explaining that he had crossed the path of very influential people. Laughing, the young man asked why they were so confident that they could kill him, to which the S1 rank master did not answer, but said that the guy would have a chance to survive if he immediately rushed to seek shelter, and in his next life he should not try to be a hero. Here Diana intervened in the dialogue, asking her friend why he wanted Jake dead. And then the killer said that he had been friends with the girl's father for a long time and did not want to kill them at all, but there should be no witnesses. And so the attackers pulled out their ghostly items, trying to summon ghosts. Watching the faces of his ill-wishers change, Jake grinned and asked them what happened. Meanwhile, behind the men appeared the one on whose territory they found themselves, having lost contact with their ghosts. The blow was delivered instantly and left no chance for the killers to escape. Diana and Carton watched in horror as an old acquaintance of their father, who had taken a not entirely correct path, gave up the ghost. Justifying his actions, Jake explained that he had to act quickly and decisively, where otherwise they would all face certain death. Less than a minute later, the travelers again climbed onto the ghostly horse and quickly continued on their way. And the sniper who remained in the shelter, when May's ghostly world disappeared, saw 2 bodies of his accomplices lying on the ground. Amazed by how Jake dealt with an S1 ranked man in a couple of minutes, the killer decided to report this to the customer. When the sun almost disappeared behind the horizon and it began to get noticeably dark outside, Jake suggested spending the night in an abandoned city that came their way. Christy quickly cleared the place chosen for the night from the ghosts that lived there. After some time, Jake was cooking dinner for himself and his companions by the lighted fire. Handing Diana one of the skewers, the young man wished the girl a bon appetit and warned that the food was still hot. Having received her portion, Diana was very surprised at how the young man managed to take so much quality food with him. It was all about his ghostly storage, which had the unique properties of keeping food constantly fresh. The girl was overjoyed when Jake handed her fried chicken and said that he would get more pillows and blankets closer to bedtime. Here, Diana noted that her sister somehow stayed in the toilet for a very long time, after which the young man volunteered to check if everything was okay. He was slowly moving through the streets of an abandoned city when he suddenly heard a woman scream. Without thinking for a second, he rushed in the direction where the voice came from. As it turned out, Katrin came across a huge snake that was slowly descending from a tree straight towards the girl. And so, opening its mouth wide, the snake made its deadly throw, from which Katrin had no chance to escape. A powerful punch interrupted the snake's attempt to feast on human flesh. The impact was so strong that the huge python was thrown towards a distant nearby tree. Rescued and frightened, Katrin immediately rushed into the arms of the brave young man. They soon returned to camp, and when dinner was finished, Jake made a bed for them in the former lair of the destroyed ghost. He was still sitting by the fire when Katrin, who suddenly rose from her sleeping place, attracted his attention. Still under the influence of those emotions from meeting the python, she asked the guy to go to bed with them as she felt very restless. After thinking a little, the young man agreed to sleep next to the girls if Katrin would be calmer. And now he was already lying next to her, where the girl was very pleased that she would sleep next to this beautiful young man. Another warm morning arrived, finding the travelers still sleeping in the shelter under a tree. However, only Rowdy's sister slept soundly, and from Jake's appearance one could safely say that he definitely did not see sleep that night due to the fact that Katrin constantly placed her arms and legs on him. Having had a quick snack, the friends continued their short journey, where they had already managed to move 500 kilometers away from the city. The girls in charge of navigation said that there was not much left to the goal, only about 10 kilometers, where they just needed to go down the hill. They covered this distance quite quickly, where they immediately saw what they had been looking for so long. At that same second, the system announced that the owner had discovered the location of an unknown female spirit, where for this, he received 5 points of relationship with it. Together with the 3 points previously received through the transfer of letters, Jake noted that this was very little to establish a strong connection. Diana was already admiring the monastery while the young man helped her sister get off the horse. A monotonous knocking sound was coming from the nunnery, and the overall aura emanating from it was quite unusual. Suddenly, Katrin touched Jake's hand, fearfully informing him that someone was approaching them. Turning around and seeing his old acquaintance, the young man told the girls that there was nothing to worry about. And then he received a letter addressed to him, for which he was immediately awarded gratitude in the form of May's ghostly fire. Handing the ghostly letter to his translator, Jake asked to translate it so he could read it. As it turned out, the letter contained a request for help, where, after reading it, the system issued a task according to which Jake had to help the orange umbrella escape. Looking closely, the young man saw how the one he was supposed to help escape was fighting. Heading towards the monastery, the young man called on the sisters to help save that orange umbrella. And when Diana said that the opposing side had a rank higher than S, Jake decided to go a different route. Turning to May, he instructed her to approach the umbrella and move it to a safe place, and then return back. At that same second, the girl rushed to carry out the assignment, instantly finding herself next to the ghostly umbrella. Having touched it, May surrounded the object of salvation with her ghostly sphere. And after a few seconds, both the ghost girl and the umbrella disappeared into the air, as if they had never been there. And when the red bride returned, the system announced the successful completion of the task and the award of another 10 relationship points. The young man's joy was interrupted by the frightened voice of Diana, who drew the attention of her companions to the ghostly territory of the monastery approaching them. Looking at it, Jake noted to himself that their location had been discovered. Before he even had time to think about what he should do, suddenly everything around was shrouded in a thick lilac fog. And before the eyes of the friends, there was already the entrance to the quiet monastery convent. Both Jake and his beautiful companions suddenly felt a severe headache, from which it seemed that their head was about to split. Overcoming the surging pain, the young man heard the same monotonous knocking sound that attracted his ghosts. This was a case where it was clearly worth trying out telepathic communication with your ghosts. Without thinking, the young man activated his skill, connecting himself with the girls, and then ordered them to return. And then the system issued a task to go into the monastery and find an unknown female spirit, which only added questions, since Jake considered the umbrella he saved to be such. Telling Diana and Carton to try to calm down and not pay attention to this knocking sound, the young man called them to follow him. As soon as they were inside, they saw a room filled with people right in front of them. Looking closely, Jake saw the ghost of the abbess of the monastery, beating a rhythm, and right behind her he noticed the cat ghost he had already met. Having also seen a large number of ghosts, Katrin quietly said that she was very scared to be here. Taking his beautiful companions by the hands, the young man told them to stay close to him at all times. But as soon as they took a few steps to the place where the abbess was, suddenly the monastery seemed to be transformed. Turning around, the young man noted that behind him the terrain had also changed, where the hill from which they had descended had disappeared somewhere. Here they were noticed by one of the nuns, who loudly asked the uninvited guests who they were. Jake didn't have time to respond when the disgruntled nun said that it was a convent, asking her sister to call the abbess. Without hesitating for a second, the second nun used a flare, signaling to everyone that an unusual situation had arisen. Where immediately after the rocket exploded in the air, many footsteps were heard approaching. A crowd of women approached and immediately began to be indignant that a man had allowed himself to be on their land. But then one of the nuns called on everyone to remain calm and step aside, allowing the abbess to pass. Jake stood silently and watched as a very beautiful girl approached him, with no hair on her head. And so, approaching the unexpected guests, the beautiful girl introduced herself as Olivia Hudson, the abbess of the Quiet Abode Convent. When the girl asked whether the young man controlled spirits, Jake did not hide it, noting to himself the incredible beauty of this girl. But then the abbess asked who these girls were that were standing next to the man. Seeing that the inhabitants of the monastery did not favor men at all, Jake tried to collect his thoughts. Diana came to his aid, saying that her and her sister's boyfriend was a cousin, where during their journey together they were attacked by a ghost, and therefore they decided to take refuge in a monastery, saw him nearby. Hearing this, the girls standing behind the abbess began to whisper that it looked like this man wanted to rob the girls. But then the abbess said that men were prohibited from entering their monastery, and therefore they would have to leave right away. But the young man was not going to give up after making it this way, where he turned to Olivia, saying that their strength was exhausted after the collision with the spirit, and all that was required was a few days of rest, after which they would leave. Katrin immediately got involved and said that, according to rumors, the Quiet Abode helps everyone. That's why they decided to ask for help here. Another nun felt sorry for the travelers, but she decided that the abbess would never allow a man to stay here. But suddenly, Olivia gave the order to prepare 2 rooms for their guests, where the women watching were amazed that the abbess agreed to accept a man for the first time in decades. Jake thanked the girl for her kindness, and the nun was already inviting the guests to come with her. Moving through the territory of the monastery, the young man immediately recognized the place where the ghost of the abbess beat out the rhythm. And the girl accompanying them said that more than 300 people live in the quiet monastery, and its territory is quite large, where it is not difficult to get lost. Finally, they arrived, and the nun showed them the rooms that were reserved for them, also explaining that there was a dining room nearby where they would be fed. With their hands folded respectfully in front of them, Jake and his companions thanked the girl who had seen them off. Left alone, the friends first checked their communicators, which, of course, did not receive a signal. Diana said that this was all very strange, considering that the monastery was destroyed 50 years ago, and her sister immediately assumed that they had made a time jump. Recalling his experience with May, the young man said that this was not displacement, but a ghostly world based on memories, where they would leave this place when they realized what needed to be done here. The girls were very surprised that ghosts can create worlds from entire memories, where these memories are their greatest regrets. And at that very second, they all realized that the abbess's greatest regret was the destruction of the monastery. Rising from the table, Jake asked Diana and Catherine to chat more with the other girls while he just looked around the monastery. And now the rowdy sisters had already arrived to where most of the girls of the monastery were going about their daily business. While washing their clothes and bedding by hand, the girls discussed how some ghostly masters from the city abused the girls. Where one of the women participating in the conversation mentioned that the authorities were going to create an association of ghostly masters. And so Diana and Catherine finally decided to get closer, offering their help in household matters. Addressing the girl who was collecting water, Catherine noted that she was very beautiful and asked where she came from. She had already grabbed the bucket from the girl when she said that she had arrived from Mare's, when the abbess saved her from the ghostly masters, and therefore stayed here. Diana immediately told her new friend that there were many good people among the ghostly masters, to which the girl annoyedly stated that, apparently, girls also know how to control ghosts and therefore will never understand them, ordinary people. She did not deny that the masters saved many people, but then the authorities turned their heads, and if the ghost simply kills people, then the masters are simply mocking them. At the same time, Jake, hiding on the roof of one of the buildings, listened as two nuns discussed the Mother Superior's decisions to let a man in, very quietly expressing that she missed male influence. Looking around the expanses around and once again noting that everything had changed outside the monastery, right up to the horizon, the young man wondered where this huge illusion ends. Deciding to check this out, Jake jumped off the roof, left the quiet abode, and went to explore the ghostly world. The border of the illusion turned out to be not as far as one might think, where the young man saw what was further but could not pass. When the friends gathered around the table again a few hours later, they shared the information they had received with each other. Jake said that they wouldn't be able to get out yet, to which Catherine cheerfully stated that their dad would definitely not be bored for another couple of days. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by the appearance of one of the nuns, who kindly invited the guests to dinner. Once at the table, the hungry girls noticed that the food looked very good. And just as Diana was about to try the rice buns, Jake suddenly stopped her impulse. Reminding that they were in a ghostly world, the young man came to the conclusion that they should not eat this food, where he would hide it in his hiding place, as if they had eaten everything, and later in his rooms he would get his own normal food. As he expected, the food he wanted to hide in storage simply disappeared into thin air. Noticing that the Mother Superior had appeared in the dining room, Jake decided to go talk to her. Once nearby, the young man first of all thanked the girl again for the warm welcome. For the umpteenth time, he was amazed at how beautiful and feminine this girl was, where even the lack of hair suited her very well. Continuing the conversation, Jake said that the ghost who attacked them was of a very high rank. Hearing this, the girl suddenly stopped her meal, asking the young man about the level of the ghost. Repeatedly saying that the ghost was level S1, Jake responded by hearing the girls guess that the guy himself, in this case, had a level no lower than S, since he managed to escape. After which Olivia said that the young man had nothing to worry about, since she would deal with him if he appeared at the monastery. After which she invited the guests to come to the meditation hall tomorrow. This statement shocked Jake, who was now wondering how strong this girl was, and how she could allow the monastery to be destroyed. Having accepted Olivia's invitation, the next day the young man approached the very meditation hall in which from his world he watched the girl's ghost. Once inside, the young man found her in the same position in which he had seen her from his world, where the abbess was beating out a meditative rhythm. Having announced his appearance, Jake greeted the girl, who invited him to sit down. Occupying one of the places for meditation, the young man asked why the girl beats the rhythm against the wall, and not in front of the statue of the deity. To which the abbess explained that in difficult times it is better to improve yourself than to rely on the gods. Hearing such an unusual answer, the young man asked for what purpose Olivia invited him here today. But there was no answer to this question. The abbess simply continued to beat out a meditative rhythm. Jake sat in this position, listening to the girl's rhythm for an hour. The young man mentally noted that during all this time the abbess had not uttered a word, wondering why she was doing all this. When the second hour ended, the girl suddenly said that the young man was very patient, to which Jake replied that he simply did not want to distract the girl from her meditation. After which Olivia allowed him to leave the meditation hall and invited him to return tomorrow. Thanking the abbess for the science, the young man prepared to leave the hall with the thought that, apparently, the girl was simply on her own. The next day, Catherine asked her sister where Jake was, to which she explained that he had gone to the meditation hall. And indeed, the young man was still in the same position and in the same composition in the meditation hall, listening to the abbess beat out the rhythm. This time, more than 4 hours had passed since he arrived at the hall, but Olivia turned and allowed him to go, telling him to come back tomorrow to continue. On the third day, the young man began to notice that the local knocking sound was different from what he heard from the ghost, more peaceful, and began to learn to focus on it, which made time fly by. Opening his eyes, the young man suddenly realized that the abbess was testing him for some reason, where the guy was simply wondering what would happen next. So about 10 days passed, where once again returning after a whole day of meditation, the young man found his friends in the company of nuns, where they all together decorated a tree with glowing paper lanterns. Delighted that Jake had returned, Catherine joyfully announced that one of the sisters had a birthday tomorrow, so they helped decorate the territory of the monastery. Looking at the glowing, multicolored lanterns, the young man praised the girls, saying that it looked very beautiful. When everything was finished, the nuns left, wishing the guests a good rest and sleep. While Catherine said goodbye to her new friends, Diana told Jake that they had become very close friends with the nuns during their time here. A little later, the Rowdy sisters told their friend that all these girls really lived in the monastery 50 years ago, and the monastery itself is located south of the city of Mares. Of the total number of female novices, there are only 30, of which at least 10 are S-rank ghost masters and have 2 evil ghosts under their command. Jake was quite surprised that the girls controlled evil ghosts, which in itself was very dangerous. Diana explained that for a long time the nuns had tamed and subdued evil ghosts, which never left their control. Jake's thoughts revolved around the fact that by this time the masters had already begun to work with good ghosts, since the evil ones were fickle and led to quick death. But in the quiet abode, everything was different. Remembering the words of the abbess that it is better to improve oneself than to rely on imaginary help, the young man came to the conclusion that she, too, controls and restrains the evil ghost. When Jake asked if they managed to find out anything about Olivia's past, Catherine revealed that she was an orphan who was taken in by the previous abbess. Diana added that Olivia has 3 ghosts in her blue, one of which is of rank S1, and no one has ever seen the other 2. It was impressive, where the young man wondered what rank Olivia now had as a ghost in his world, having been so powerful in life. The next day, he again came to the meditation hall, where, to his surprise, he found the abbess greeting him at the entrance. Looking at the girl, he wondered why she still had not started her usual meditation today. And then the system suddenly announced that the owner had been meditating with the ghost of the abbess for 10 days, for which he was awarded 5 relationship points, which almost shocked the young man, who did not expect that it would be possible to start the process of obtaining a 4th ghost, and such a powerful one at that. Meanwhile, Olivia said that the young man, having held so calmly for 10 days in meditation, exceeded all her expectations. Jake thanked the girl, and she was already inviting the guy to follow her. Without further ado or questions, the young man followed this extraordinary girl. Walking outside the monastery, the girl led her guest along a stone path through a bamboo forest, where very soon they found themselves in some clearly abandoned wasteland, which, according to Olivia, was the final destination of their route. Approaching one of the walls, the abbess touched it, immediately after which a hidden door began to open. Jake watched with great amazement as a secret room appeared before his eyes. Once inside the spacious golden room, Olivia explained that this was the first hall that was built in the monastery long ago. When evil spirits began to greatly annoy, it was decided to melt down part of one golden deity in order to make a shelter for people. The young man could not believe that in such a short period of time he was visiting the second secret room of gold. But suddenly the abbess turned to him, asking who ghosts were in his opinion. Deciding not to try to be smart, Jake immediately asked the girl who she thought ghosts were, where she said that she had been researching their essence for a long time. And so, calling on her ghost, Olivia said that in their world there are more than 100 different types of ghosts. Jake noticed the frightening aura of this ghost, wondering if this ghost was the reason for the destruction of the monastery. The Mother Superior then said that it was her ghost, but even if she controlled it, it didn't mean it was safe. Where you just bring your hand closer, it immediately begins to become covered with an ice crust, where everyone will die when approaching this ghost. Returning the ghost to her ghostly item, Olivia said that she had always been interested in knowing ghosts, but she had never been able to find out either their nature or the reason for their appearance. After this, the girl approached the table on which there was a golden oblong box, saying that today she wanted to show the young man something. Having opened it, the abbess, in front of Jake, took out a certain scroll. When she unfolded the paper, the young man saw an image of a girl on it, and Olivia explained that this picture represented a materialized ghost. Carefully examining the image of the girl, Jake asked who she was, to which the abbess explained that the girl depicted here is her distant relative. Jake asked where she was now, to which Olivia explained that when a certain man from Mares tried to capture her to avoid dishonor and abuse, her relative committed suicide. Folding the paper, the girl said that this was the only relative she managed to find, but she never had time to talk to her. Where after her death, she turned the girl into a ghost, inhabiting this picture. The young man was shocked by the information that ghosts can be created, to which the abbess replied that she did not so much create it as provide the conditions for a second life, although it can hardly be called life. The young man thought that the abbess's knowledge of ghosts was far ahead of her contemporaries, and if she had survived, she would have reached incredible heights. And then the girl revealed why she invited Jake, saying that she needed his help in order to strengthen her connection with the ghostly picture through meditation. Where the young man did not quite understand why Olivia needed another person to strengthen the connection, to which the abbess explained that the painting is an evil ghost, which she previously fed with other weaker ghosts. But now she has gained strength and is beginning to get out of control. Mentally, the young man noticed that the issue with this ghost could be Olivia's very regret, where his help in resolving this issue would finally give them the opportunity to get out of here. And so Jake agreed to do everything in his power to help the abbess, after which the girl noted that subduing this ghost would be difficult and very dangerous. Unfolding the picture again, Olivia said that when the young man was inside, the first thing he should do was look around. The guy was a little surprised that he had to enter the picture, and the abbess explained that the world inside the picture is something like a ghostly world created from memories. She then gave Jake a bloody handkerchief that belonged to her sister, saying that as long as this handkerchief was with him, her ghost would not touch the guy. Having received all the instructions, the young man from one ghostly world created from memories headed to another. The passage was quick, and the young man was already on the other side of the image. Where the ghostly world he found himself in was a completely destroyed city. Thinking that the abbess could have created this world when she created the conditions for the ghost to live, Jake decided to start by looking around a little. Moving through the ghostly world, the young man did not notice how he stumbled with his foot on a human skull, and when he turned his head, he was horrified to discover 3 hanged men nearby, from whom a not very pleasant aura emanated. But before he even had time to look at the terrible discovery, his attention was suddenly attracted by a man who appeared next to him. A second later, another one appeared next to him, where Jake immediately recognized them as ghostly masters. And suddenly, right in front of the hanged men, a portal opened, in which 2 ghostly masters disappeared. And now, next to the hanged man, instead of shadows, the same ghostly masters who were also hanged appeared. Jake found this place very unpleasant, where the most terrifying energy was felt from a hanged man in shackles. Suddenly, the bodies of all the hanged people nearby began to disappear, and their particles rose somewhere up. The young man raised his head and was amazed at what he saw there. Directly above him in the air hung the same picture that he had recently entered, which was absorbing the bodies of the dead. Jake watched in fascination as this picture absorbed everything around it, and suddenly the picture of the ghostly world quickly began to crumble, like broken glass, where familiar golden statues began to appear before the young man's eyes. And now he saw the abbess, who asked him if he could see what was happening there. To which Jake replied that the behavior of the ghost resembles the behavior of a hunter after his prey. Olivia explained that using its ability to absorb, the painting devours everyone, even people. This explained why he felt such a heavy aura in that ghostly world. But that was not all, where the Mother Superior revealed to Jake that the most terrible ability of the painting is the creation of a ghostly pattern, seeing which the young man noticed that he had already seen similar ones in ghostly letters. Olivia explained that low-level patterns can simply transmit information, like letters, but high-level patterns affect the energy of a ghost. After listening to the girl, Jake concluded that in this case the ghost could, as it were, strengthen itself at any moment. The abbess highly appreciated the young man's intelligence, not expecting that he would be able to understand everything so quickly. The young man's thoughts were that a self-developing ghost was something incredible. Having rolled up the picture, the abbess said that for today, this is all the young man needs to know, where they will continue tomorrow. After which, the girl suddenly handed him the key to the very golden box in which the painting was kept, reminding him not to forget to lock the door before opening it. After which, Olivia handed Jake her rosary, saying that if the young man couldn't cope with the picture, then he just needed to say her name and she would help. And the last thing the abbess said was that if the painting ever got out of control, she would have enough strength to contain it, even though it would cost her her life. And now the young man was already saying goodbye to the abbess, returning to his travel friends. While the young man was looking at the rosary, the system informed him that 10 points had been added to his relationship with the abbess. The girl's face, so pure and kind, remained before his eyes for a long time, and when Jake decided to turn around to look at her again, he discovered that Olivia seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Returning to his room, the young man, sitting at the table, thought about whether the objects he received from the abyss were real or would also turn out to be part of the illusion. The only way to test this immediately was to try to put them in storage, where the system announced to the young man that the storage had been replenished with 3 items, where the bloody handkerchief and the abyss's rosary actually turned out to be ghostly objects. The system explained that the rosary will help to summon the abyss, but more points are needed to create a bond of communication. Then Rowdy's sisters emerged from the room and joyfully greeted their returning friend. And when the young man inquired about the reasons for such wild joy, the girls explained that the nuns gave them gifts, where they were very interested in whether they would dissolve like food. Having prepared his vault, Jake said that they would check it now. The objects turned out to be real, and the young man came to the conclusion that during their stay in the ghostly world, the connection between the girls and the spirits of the nuns strengthened, where the latter chose the sisters as their hosts. Returning the gifts to them, Jake explained that these are ghostly objects that the girls cannot lose, and then upon completion of the mission, they will receive a new, powerful ghost. Catherine was very upset when she realized that their new friends were destined to die and become ghosts. But Diana noticed that their friends will always be with them, which is also a kind of continuation of life, after which the Rowdy sisters thanked Jake for taking them with him, where they could find real girlfriends. The night turned out to be restless, with thunder and lightning flashing in the sky every now and then. The overly timid girls moved from their room to Jake's room, where they clung to him out of fear, not allowing him to sleep. Catherine noticed that in the ghostly territory, thunderstorms seemed much worse than in their world. And then Diana said that something was clearly wrong with this thunder and lightning. At that same second, Jake remembered that earlier in the day he had a very bad feeling, as if something was going to happen. Having told the girls to stay in the room, the young man decided to scout out the situation. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately felt a terrifying aura outside. The Rhodey sisters sitting on the bed also felt this chilling aura. And only now did Jake realize that at that moment the destruction of the quiet abode began. Suddenly there was a strong clap of thunder, and a bright flash flashed before the young man's eyes. Rising to his feet, the young man tried to understand what happened, where the last thing he saw was lightning flashing before his eyes. When his vision cleared, Jake saw that the monastery had returned to the state in which they found it on their first visit. Remembering the girls, the young man quickly rushed into the very room where he had left his sisters. The situation in the room also changed. All the furniture and other utensils disappeared, and Catherine and Diana lay unconscious in the center on the floor. Jake was the first to wake up Diana, who, with difficulty opening her eyes, asked what had happened to them. And the young man replied that the ghostly world had disappeared, and they had returned to where they started. Then Catherine also woke up, and her sister tried to clarify their location, because they had entered the ghostly world from another ghostly world. And Jake confirmed her guesses, saying that they were still in the original ghostly territory. After which, the girls realized that they would never be able to see their new friends, who during this time had become very close people to them. The joy was that the gifts received from the nuns did not disappear, which meant that the girls could call on them at any time. Jake thought about what to do next, remembering the words of the abbess that she would keep the painting even at the cost of her life. Deciding that the painting might still be in the ghostly room, the young man decided to walk around and look around. Soon he led the girls to the same bamboo grove through which Olivia had once led him. And now they had already approached the place where the secret golden room shown by the abbess was located. Only now did the young man realize that if the picture was contained by Olivia, then it was in a real monastery, and not in ghostly territory. Then, deciding to return to the first task, he turned to Carton, asking him to check if she felt the presence of the ghost here, whom they followed at the very beginning. And so the girl's ghost pointed in the right direction, sensing that same aura. Following the instructions of the ghost of the paintings, the friends quickly rushed in the right direction, and soon Jake saw right in front of him the ghost for whose sake he ended up in this monastery. At that same second, the system announced the completion of a task where the owner found the ghost of an unknown woman in the form of a pink umbrella. This information pleased the young man, where he now had 33 points of relationship with the new ghost, which means he should not have attacked. As they moved further, Jake immediately understood why the pink ghost umbrella couldn't get out, where they had overcome another internal ghost barrier. As soon as the young man approached, the pink ghostly umbrella itself fell to his hands, Well, the young man, calling on May, asked her to move them from this place to the real world. And then, a moment later, the trio of travelers, along with the ghostly umbrella and May, disappeared from the ghostly territory imitating the quiet abode. In the real world, it was still quite light on the street, where a red ghostly sphere suddenly materialized in the middle of a clearing. And so the friends stood in the middle of the yellowed trees, where Jake clutched in his hands the saved pink ghostly umbrella, for saving which he received another 5 relationship points with it. And the rowdy sisters suddenly noticed that it was quite cool outside, not understanding where they were, since when they entered the ghostly territory of the monastery, it was summer. Looking around, Jake also noticed that in appearance it was autumn here, although they only stayed in the monastery for 10 days. Suddenly, Diana pointed to a car moving in the distance, suggesting that they ask the people in it where they had ended up. And the men who were sitting in the car were discussing what a lucky day they had today, where they destroyed 2 rank B ghosts and discovered a ghost weapon. Suddenly, the driver attracted the attention of his friends by pointing out that a horse was approaching them. Having looked closely, the travelers were horrified when they realized that what was rushing towards them was not just a horse, but a ghost. And now they have already left their car, calling on their ghosts and talking about caution due to the strong aura of their enemy. But unexpectedly for them, a guy sitting on a ghostly horse turned to them, politely asking them to tell them where they were. Realizing that this was not quite a ghost in front of them, the men said that they were not far from the city of Mares. Then Jake introduced himself, saying that he was a ghostly master who had arrived from Aliti, who needed to find the Quiet Abode convent. Immediately after which, the men began to discuss that only a very important person could come on a ghostly horse. After which, one of them took out his switchboard, saying that he had heard something about this place. And now, he was already showing the young man where he should go in order to find the monastery. While Jake was looking at the switch screen, today's date caught his eye. After which, the young man's face changed greatly. Taking the guy's facial changes personally, the man asked what he did wrong. But without answering the question, Jake turned sharply to his companions, saying that they entered the monastery in July 2135, while it is now October 2136. This meant that in the ghostly territory time passes many times faster than in their world, since some 10 days spent there became equivalent to 1 year and 3 months in the real world. Realizing how much time had passed, the girls experienced a real shock, not believing what was happening. Thanking the random people he met for their help, Jake turned his ghostly horse and headed it in the direction where the monastery was supposed to be. Left alone again, the men did not understand what this strange guy was talking about the time difference, deciding that he had lost his mind. Diana asked the young man about how long it would take them to reach the Quiet Abode. Saying that they definitely wouldn't get to her today, the young man asked the girls for forgiveness for breaking his promise to leave them from home for just a few days. But the sisters were not angry with the young man, since it was not his fault. But at the same time, they were worried about their father, who had probably already managed to bury them. At the same time, sitting on the bed in his mansion, Mike Rowdy, finishing another bottle, cursed Jake, demanding that his precious daughters be returned to him. Having reached the settlement, the young man rented rooms for himself and his companions for the night. Having settled comfortably on the bed with the same May on his chest, Jake was glad that he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. He apologized to the Red Bride, who really missed her lover, since while they were in the ghostly territory, he could not release the ghosts. It was already deep night when suddenly an orange ghostly umbrella appeared on the street. Feeling his approach, May suddenly stood up, making Jake nervous as well. And now the girl was already protecting her lover from a ghost that had appeared with unknown intentions. And suddenly the umbrella opened, beginning to spread ghostly energy around it. Where a second later, Jake moved from his room to some place unknown to him. The building in front of him was very beautiful, and the young man decided that he was in the ghostly world of an umbrella. Suddenly, many small glowing umbrellas appeared before his eyes, moving in a spiral, where, whirling like a whirlwind, they gradually began to form one large umbrella. And then the system announced the presence of a third task, where Jake had to go to the Association prison and save another ghostly umbrella. Jake immediately came to the conclusion that the 2 umbrellas he had were the same ghost, and the third umbrella was probably his last clone, where now he should have figured out how to get into that golden prison and free the ghostly umbrella. However, the prospect of possessing a ghost that could clone itself was tempting, where the gamble was definitely worth the candle. And so he turned to the orange ghostly umbrella, offering to stay with him and promising to get to his brother a little later. And apparently, the orange ghostly umbrella agreed, since the young man immediately returned to his room, where the confused May was waiting for him. The next day, Jake, accompanied by his girlfriends, arrived at the very mountain where the real quiet abode was supposed to be located. The search space turned out to be simply huge, where friends could not find traces of the monastery. Catherine suddenly attracted everyone's attention, pointing to a certain structure visible among the forests. It was an ancient and long-abandoned city wall, which was built in a time when there were no ghosts. Looking a little further, Katrin said that on the horizon she saw a structure that did not fit into the overall architecture of the wall. Deciding to see what it was there, the friends came across some old and long-abandoned temple. Activating her ghost's abilities, Diana said that she felt the presence of an alien ghost here. This was a great opportunity to try out the abilities of the new Ghost Sisters, which is what Jake advised them to do. And now Carton and Diana have already stepped forward, having prepared the ghostly objects received from the nuns. And the ghost lurking in the temple did not take long to rush into the attack. The Rhodey sisters, using their new ghostly items, called upon their new friends to confront them. Nun Catherine, whose name was Clara during her lifetime, used her abilities to repel the ghost's attack, where for an absolute victory over the enemy, only one blow was enough for her. The girls watched in fascination as in the blink of an eye one of their new ghosts neutralized the danger. Jake noticed to himself that the new ghosts of his girlfriends had at least rank A and even S. When the short battle was over, the girls tried to talk to their spirits, but they, deprived of consciousness, did not answer them. But suddenly the ghosts of the nuns turned around, heading somewhere, where the young man asked not to stop them, since they could lead them to the quiet monastery. Having climbed onto the ghostly horse, the travelers continued their journey, keeping pace with the nuns. After some time, Jake and the Rhodey sisters noticed that the ghosts of the nuns had stopped. And when they came closer, they saw the dilapidated entrance to the quiet abode they were looking for. Dismounting, the friends headed inside, exercising utmost caution in this terrible and mysterious place. When they found themselves in the courtyard, they were surprised at how everything had changed in 50 years. Both in the courtyard and in the interior, the young people discovered many remains, which suggested that the battle with the painting was truly terrible. Having resorted to the help of her ghost, Diana suddenly said that something clearly didn't add up, because among all these remains, there is a huge number of male bones. Having sat down and examined the remains, the young man was convinced that they belonged to men, which was clear from the different width of the pelvis and shoulders. Having examined some of the bones more closely, the young man found traces of weapons on them, which indicated ordinary physical death. Among the remains of clothes, Jake suddenly discovered an identity card from a resident of the city of Mares. After examining the other remains, Catherine and Diana also found exactly the same identification. Turning to Jake, Diana wondered aloud what really happened here, since none of this looked like the consequences of an attack by a ghostly painting. Confirming his companion's guesses, Jake said that they probably still have many secrets to reveal. Continuing to explore the territory of the monastery, the friends came across various remains everywhere. Female remains were also abundant and much larger than male remains. After Jake and the sisters had recently seen the monastery alive, today's picture seemed extremely gloomy to them. Moving along the stone path for the third time, the young man noticed that the bamboo grove had grown stronger over the years. At some point, both the young man and his companions suddenly felt that they could not move on. And suddenly a ghost began to appear from the void before their eyes. At first, Jake thought it was a ghostly picture. But when the ghost appeared in full, he immediately recognized the same ghost that Olivia showed him. Immediately, the young man told Catherine and Diana not to approach her, because this would threaten immediate death. But the ghost began to create his own ghostly world, into which he planned to drag uninvited guests. Not at a loss, Jake called on May, who immediately created her ghostly world, protecting the young man and sisters. Summoned by him along with May, Christy immediately took on her third form and rushed to attack the ghost. Jake shouted for her to be extremely careful as the blade of her phantom weapon was already approaching her opponent's throat. But as he got closer to the ghost's body, Christy's sword gradually began to fall apart. And so, when a piece of ghostly metal broke off, Jake stated that the abilities of this ghost affect not only people and ghosts, but also ghostly weapons and objects. He had no choice but to use the ghostly rope to save his ward from certain death. Having grabbed Christy, The young man pulled the end of the rope with all his might, pulling his ghost out of the dangerous ghostly world. When Christy was nearby, the young man felt how the ghost of the abyss began to take active action, striking May's world with his world, where the blow was so strong that the barrier surrounding the Red Bride's territory began to crumble. And so May's ghostly world was dispelled by a more powerful ghost and his world. And then their enemy took out a certain vessel, into which he placed part of the plant, after which a circle was drawn with these objects. Already being in a strange ghostly world, everyone suddenly noticed that the snow began to fall more slowly. But as it turned out, not only the snow slowed down, but also everyone who was in this world, including Jake, the Rhodey sisters, and their ghosts. The usual speed of movement was maintained only by the ghost of Olivia, who immediately rushed to her victims. The young man had his ghostly sword in his hands, but his slow movements did not allow him to strike. Watching the ghost of Cold approach Jake, the sisters remembered his words that they should not get close to him, and death was just a few centimeters away from the young man. He could clearly see a hand extended to his face when red flashes suddenly began to flash around him, and suddenly the snow-covered ghostly territory disappeared, where instead the young man found himself on a stone path. Next to him were Catherine and Diana with their ghosts, where May had all moved them here. Feeling his face, near which death itself stood a second ago, Jake noticed that he was literally on the edge. Well, the sisters immediately rushed to hug the guy, wailing that they had already mentally said goodbye to him when the ghost approached. When everyone came to their senses a little, Diana asked what kind of ghost it was, and the young man said that this was the former ghost of the abbess of the monastery, whom she once showed him. Then Diana asked if Olivia had mentioned her ward's weaknesses. Lost in thought, Jake replayed in his memory everything that the abbess had told him about this ghost, where the last words about the ghost were that if she had not suppressed the energy of the ghost, then everything here would have long ago turned to ice. After analyzing the information, Jack said that they first need to destroy her ghostly world, remove the slowing effect, and then destroy the basis of her abilities. However, the girls did not share this enthusiasm, saying that even the three of them were too weak against this ghost, to which the young man replied that in this case, you need to ask the abbess for help, simultaneously removing her rosary from the storage room. When the ghostly object was in his hands, he, as Olivia had instructed, said her name. At that same second, both he and his companions heard the already familiar monotonous knocking. And suddenly, right from the rosary that was in Jake's hand, some special ghostly energy began to spread, where the dome created from it expanded until it covered the entire monastery. And this ghostly energy easily broke through the barrier of the snowy ghostly world. Hearing the wild scream that Olivia's ghost uttered, the young man was delighted, as this meant that his plan was working. Smiling, the young man noted that Olivia herself could not appear yet, since he was not completely connected with her, but even her energy could solve a lot. Noting that the ghostly sword did not turn into dust but was only broken, the young man asked Christy to restore it. And when the preparations for the second round were completed, the young man headed forward, saying that they needed to act right now. Once again, finding themselves close to the ghost of the abbess, the friends discovered that her ghostly world was badly damaged. Now all that remained was to destroy the barrier that surrounded the ghost, preventing anyone from getting close to him. This is where Jake decided to use the ghost mirror for the first time, where at the same second, the mirror created several clones of the ghosts of May and Christy. Clones could not copy ghost weapons, but they could copy abilities, and the young man ordered May to use ghost fire. And now, not one, but several red brides have already directed their green, ghostly flames at the enemy. Jake stood and watched how it worked, something that he himself had fought against not so long ago. The ice barrier of the abbess's ghost could not withstand the triple fiery strike, and Christy's clones were already at the ready, led by the original, where the real girl was armed with a restored ghostly sword. When the ice barrier that prevented approaching the ghost was no longer there, copies of Christy rushed to attack. The final blow was for the real Christy, and the system issued a message about the owner's victory in this battle. The defeated, terrible, evil spirit of Olivia gradually began to dissolve into the air, and when it completely disappeared, the system reported to Jake that he had received a special ghostly bottle with which he could slow down his opponents for 10 seconds. A special joy was that Christy's experience points reached the amount necessary for improvement, and as soon as Jake raised the ghostly girl's level to S1, he was immediately announced that she had a new ice strike ability. Cartine, standing nearby, literally jumped for joy when Jake won this battle, noting his great achievements. And when she calmed down a little, she began to look at the ghostly mirror with interest. But suddenly she jumped back when the ghostly mirror and the newly obtained vessel suddenly began to contact. And at that same second, the young people were able to see an image appearing in the mirror, as if on a TV screen. The first thing that caught Jake's eye was the living abbess of the quiet monastery walking down the street. The girl saw a girl running away, where the man chasing her only had time to hurl curses at her. At some point, he caught up with her, roughly grabbing her arm and head, hissing menacingly in the girl's face so that she wouldn't even think about twitching. Returning to his friends, who were guarding several more girls, the man reported that he was able to catch the fugitive. The leader of the kidnappers prepared to teach the girl a lesson, raising his hand. But Olivia, who arrived in time, did not allow him to finish what he started, grabbing his hand and asking who allowed him to treat women like that. But the man did not take the girl seriously, noting her pretty face and offering to join him for the next night. But suddenly the kidnapper's face began to distort and seemed to crumble into molecules. And before the eyes of his companions, the man's body first turned into ice and then crumbled. Only now did the villains realize that in front of them was not just a nun, but a ghostly master who was definitely above rank A. Olivia repeated her question about who allowed men to treat women this way, now addressing it to the remaining members of the gang. Falling to their knees, the men began to beg for mercy, saying that they were only carrying out the order of the Wallace family, where one of this family recently arrived here and ordered them to find a suitable bride for him. But the girl standing next to her refuted what was said, explaining that dozens of women had already disappeared from the Wallace family mansion, who were being raped, tortured, and killed there. Olivia grabbed the kidnapper's hand, and he, experiencing terrible pain, shouted that he was not torturing anyone, but only delivering girls. Suddenly, the abbess noticed a handkerchief belonging to her sister on the man's wrist. Taking the bloody fabric into her hands, the girl ordered the man to tell him where he got it, to which the kidnapper explained that last night some girl committed suicide in the Wallace family's house, and he simply took this scarf because he liked it. When Olivia heard that her sister was dead, her eyes and expression changed dramatically. Very soon, she visited the mansion of this perverted family, where she destroyed all living things and freed the surviving captives. The tortured girls thanked their saviors, begging them to deal with whoever arranged all this for them. The abbess expressed her deep regret that a person cannot die twice, telling the rescued that their tormentor was no more. Rumors that his younger brother was killed quickly reached the head of the Wallace family, Big Man Bill. From the report, Bill learned that his brother was killed by the abbess of the quiet monastery, who was avenging her sister. After which, old Bill said that he would show the whole world what happens to those who dare to go against his family. Meanwhile, at the monastery, the abbess warned the nuns that uninvited guests might come to them, ordering them to guard the entrance around the clock. To which one of the novices asked how they could find out who took revenge when everyone who was in that house was dead. But Olivia explained that someone could have escaped from that house, and therefore they should be careful. To create a protective field, the girl needed some ingredients, and therefore she sent her ghost to the gorge to collect special grass. And the attackers, who came to avenge the murder of a member of the Wallace family, were already approaching the quiet monastery. The gang of killers was led by the head of the family, Wallace Bill himself, who had already summoned his ghost and was preparing an unexpected dastardly blow. Jake and the girls watched in horror at what the mirror showed them, remembering that there had also been a thunderstorm on their last night in the monastery. Now both the young man and his companions began to understand what really happened here. Meanwhile, the picture in the mirror changed, where instead of a monastery, a certain cave appeared. In this cave, a ghost directed by the abbess obtained the grass necessary to create a shield. And so, under the cover of darkness in this stormy weather, the ghost headed back to his mistress. But it was already too late, because a real massacre began in the quiet monastery, which was carried out by the killers who suddenly burst in. Some of them, obsessed with lust, tore the clothes of their victims, preparing to commit violence. Meanwhile, the powerful ghost of Bill was already dealing with the second abbess, who remained with her. The girl tried to find a solution on how she could now protect the monastery, since her most powerful ghost was far from her, and the third ghost she had with her repelled other attacks. And Bill, pleased with himself, was already shouting that the end had come for both the abbess and her quiet den. Helping Olivia get up, One of the nuns said that he was victorious only because he attacked like a vile jackal. But the man cared little about what they would think of him, where he believed that all means were good for victory, promising special torment for all those who remained alive. Then Olivia made the only saving decision, giving the nun a key and ordering her to release the ghostly picture. The girl tried to object, but the abbess shouted at her, forcing her to speed up. And then the men attacking the monastery saw a ghostly portrait appear above their heads, where at the same second huge tentacles began to descend from it. Making their way to their victims, the tentacles hit the roofs of buildings, destroying them one after another. And as soon as they touched a person, his soul immediately left the body and was absorbed by the ghost. And so, one after another, everyone who attacked the quiet abode fell dead, and their souls went to the world of a ghostly picture. When it came to the leader, he was shocked that his powerful ghost was powerless against the new enemy. At this time, her third ghost returned to Olivia, who became completely free due to the fact that all his opponents were absorbed by the painting. Having received the order of the mistress, the ghost ninja struck the main enemy of the quiet abode with a lightning-fast movement. His body had not yet fallen to the ground when a novice arrived in time and reported that the ghostly picture was losing control, beginning to destroy the inhabitants of the monastery. Looking at her creation, the abbess concluded that, having absorbed many souls and ghosts, the painting had become a taste and now wants more and more. And if she is left free, then not only the quiet abode will suffer, the whole world will be in mortal danger. Deciding that she could not allow this to happen, the girl began to finger her ghostly rosary, after which she ordered her third ghost to use her special abilities. Immediately after that, a rapid stream of energy created by the abbess and her ghost was released into the picture. Watching what was happening, the nuns were horrified because Olivia merged with her ghost to confront the picture. And suddenly everything around was lit up with the brightest flash, blinding everyone who was nearby. Jake and the Rhodey sisters, watching the events of the past, also closed themselves off from the bright light. And when the light disappeared and they were able to open their eyes, they discovered that the image in the mirror had disappeared. Now they knew exactly what had happened, where the only question that remained open was whether the abbess was able to lock the painting. Putting away his ghostly mirror, Jake didn't know how to respond, assuming that she might well have done it. This could be found out right now, and the friends continued on their way to the secret golden room. They walked further through the bamboo grove without incident and soon found themselves in a familiar wasteland, where Catherine immediately drew attention to the remains located in the middle of the site. These were the bones of the abbess, who apparently stood guard here for decades, not allowing the painting to get out. This meant only one thing, that the ghostly picture was still inside the golden room. Approaching, Jake said that the time had come when the room would be open again. Standing next to Olivia's skeleton, the young man mentally told her that he would take care of the painting, finally giving the girl the opportunity to retire. By touching the right place, Jake caused a keyhole to appear, but no matter how much he tried to turn the key, he could not do it. In response to questions from his companions, the young man explained that most likely the abbess used some kind of additional protection to ensure that the painting did not get out and endanger the whole world. Then Catherine asked how they were going to pacify the painting, if even the abbess herself could not cope with it. The question was reasonable, since even if the painting did not kill him when he released it, then nothing would prevent her from hiding. And his interlocutor stated that if a ghost of such power was released, then Olivia's sacrifice would be in vain. There was something to think about here, where somehow it was necessary to take control of the painting and not let it escape. After examining the structure, Jack noticed that most of the golden room was underground, and then a wonderful idea came to his mind. Taking out a very ordinary tape measure from his storage, the young man asked his sisters to help him with measurements. The girls, who did not refuse help, asked their friend why he took up these measurements, to which the guy explained that if they cannot release the picture, then why don't they build an additional floor? Hearing what was said, Catherine and Diana were delighted, because this provided additional insurance in case the painting suddenly broke through. Going downstairs, the young man offered to bury Olivia's remains, and then go to the city and purchase the necessary building materials. Moving on a ghostly horse through the most picturesque landscapes, the friends suddenly noticed smoke nearby. As they approached, they found an elderly woman standing near a lit flame, clearly performing some kind of funeral ritual. Hearing people approaching, the old woman asked who they were. Diana said that they were traveling ghost craftsmen, and then asked what an elderly man was doing in such a wilderness. To which the woman explained that her friend lived in the quiet monastery, But after her death 50 years ago, she comes every year to honor her memory. Here, Carton looked a little more closely at the random person she met, and it seemed to her that the facial features of this woman were very familiar to her. And now she had already imagined the face of the very woman whom they had somehow helped with the laundry while they were in the ghostly world. Diana, turning to Jake, confirmed that this was exactly the woman, which was surprising, since they thought that everyone in the monastery had died. Hearing how the young people called her by name, the old woman eagerly inquired about how they knew her and what they had to do with the quiet abode. Showing Olivia's rosary to the woman, the young man explained that the abbess had instructed him to deal with the ghostly picture. Taking the precious object in her hands, the woman immediately recognized the rosary of her dear abbess. After which, trusting the youth, the old woman said that that fateful night Olivia used all her strength to move a handful of survivors to safety. She herself, having entered into symbiosis with one of her ghosts, remained to protect the world from the ghostly picture. After this, she and several other survivors hid, as they believed that the Wallace family would pursue them. After which the woman burst into tears when she realized that the abbess had been standing there absolutely alone all this time, until she turned into a skeleton. Carton calmed the woman down by telling her that they had buried Olivia's remains in a bamboo grove. The young people accompanied the grandmother to the abbess's grave, saying that she would be glad to know that at least someone survived and lived a long life. Continuing to hold the abbess's rosary in her hands, the woman seemed to feel her energy, telling Olivia that her sacrifice was not in vain. After this chance meeting, the young people continued their journey and very soon arrived in Mares. The population of the city looked in amazement at those who were able to saddle a ghostly horse and ride it. Very soon, Jake and his faithful companions reached the place they needed, where they planned to get hold of gold. Just 100 years ago, store windows were filled with gold jewelry. But now gold has become a strategically important and very expensive material that could not be easily bought. And so they made an appointment at one of the branches of the Association of Masters, where they waited in line for more than half an hour. And then the girl approached and reported that the leader was currently on a business trip, and therefore the reception would have to be postponed. Leaving the young people, the girl thought that this guy would never be able to meet such an important person with a snap of his fingers. But suddenly the elevator car opened and cries were heard from all sides that the leader of the association had arrived. A very well-fed man began to move forward, where his guards only had time to push various petitioners aside. Jake also tried his luck, saying that he urgently needed help from the association. But in response, he heard from the man that he was very busy. Jake then decided to introduce himself in hopes of being recognized by his name and title as a special agent for the association. But this did not work either, since the man did not know his name, and also called him a liar, because he did not believe that such a young guy could be a special agent. At that very moment, a very beautiful girl appeared on the threshold and reproached Drake Bolton for not knowing such a celebrity as Jake Stone. Hearing a familiar voice, the man sharply changed his manner of speaking, very friendly meeting the girl, whom he called Miss Stewart. And one of the founders of the association, Bethany, reproached the man for only reveling in power and letting amazing talent pass by. Looking sideways at the guy, Drake wondered who he was, since even Bethany Stewart herself knew him. Meanwhile, the girl approached Jake, greeting him and telling him that she had already heard about how he repelled the breakthrough. Delighted with how everything was turning out, the young man greeted Bethany in return, noticing that she had a very strong aura. People standing everywhere could only marvel at the girl's unusual friendliness towards some unknown guy. Here, Drake decided to make his contribution, playfully noting that he had completely forgotten the name of such a famous person as Jake. Then Bethany invited the young man to talk in a calmer environment, to which he agreed, explaining that he had just come for help. When Drake heard that the young man wanted to buy gold, he did not see any problem in this, asking how much he needed. In response, the young man said that he needed about 1,000 square meters of construction gold sheets and approximately 50 kilograms of gold paint. The volumes were no joke, and the association did not have the amount of gold that needed to be purchased from gold-digging families. After which the man explained that their city was ruled by 6 families who had huge reserves of gold. Jake said that he had never been interested in gold prices before, and therefore he would like to understand how much such an order would cost him. Mentally rejoicing that this arrogant kid would never get that kind of money, Drake announced the amount of 2 million. But then Bethany intervened in the conversation, explaining that these already rich families do not really need money, but they are very interested in various ghosts and artifacts. Having looked at the balance of his account, the young man discovered that he was about 700,000 short of the required amount, after which he decided to sell several ghosts. Where after he dealt with the killers, their ghosts remained in May's territory, where one of them has an S1 rank. And so, taking out one of the ghostly objects, he handed it to the man and asked how much it could be sold for, but his impulse was immediately stopped by Bethany. Summoning her ghost, she suddenly instructed him to check what the young man had brought. And so her ghost, changing the shape of her face, began to spread some kind of pink dust that enveloped the ghostly object. At that same second, an S1 rank good ghost appeared from the ghostly object, where the girl's surprise knew no bounds, since finding such a spirit without an owner was something extraordinary. Approaching the young talent, Bethany suggested that by selling such a ghost, the guy himself had reached the S1 rank, which Jake did not deny. Leaning very close, the girl noticed that he had exceeded all her expectations and also announced that she was buying this ghost. It would take about 10 years for a ghost to reach that level, making it worth several billion. Having given the ghostly object to Drake, Bethany ordered to organize an auction with a starting amount of 2 million, which the young man needed to buy gold. She thought to herself that the managing families would definitely want to get him, and therefore they would shell out a fortune. Watching everything that was happening, the Rowdy sisters realized that their family, which they considered rich, was simply poor in comparison with the rich people of Mary's. The young man expressed sincere words of gratitude to the beautiful girl for her assistance. Replying that it was the least she could do for him, the girl asked him to step aside with her. Walking on the terrace, Bethany began the conversation by noticing the excellent weather, where she added that in their region the weather is often very good compared to others. Jake said that he was thinking about using some special technique that would drive clouds away from the city. Then the conversation turned to the fact that despite tangible progress, humanity's position in front of ghosts is quite weak. That's why the Association of Ghostly Masters is constantly looking for talented people like her new acquaintance, where his abilities are approximately the same as hers, but there are not even a dozen such gifted people in the whole world. Surprised that this girl was so strong, Jake thought to himself that she was wrong in their equality, since he had a system that nothing could compare with. When they stopped, Bethany admitted that her longtime friend Veronica told her about Jake, and when the young man asked where they knew each other, the girl explained that they had once studied together. Only now did the young man realize that he had been missing from the life of that beautiful girl for more than a year. And Bethany continued, saying that she was hopeful that Jake would agree to study at their Academy of Ghostly Masters, even though he had not wanted to get involved with studying before. Realizing that this was his chance to end up in a golden prison, the young man asked to first inspect the headquarters and other buildings of the association before making a decision. The girl was pleased with the young man's reaction, which gave her a chance to hope that they could get a talented ghostly master, and therefore she agreed to show everything without any problems. The day gradually ended, where the sun, which had spent its time for today, hid behind the horizon, painting the sky in the most incredible colors. Drake, who visited the girl, reported that as soon as he published news of the auction, 3 families contacted him with a request to sell the ghost privately. This did not surprise Bethany, but she begged to differ, saying that the auction must take place on the appointed date. Catherine, who met Jake, joyfully announced to him that she had found workers, and her sister went to get the tools. Pointing to the men standing behind her, the girl said that there were about 30 people in total. The young man praised Catherine for her efforts, saying that this amount of manpower should be enough. And when he asked the workers if they understood the task, they said that they had already prepared a drawing of the building they required. Having familiarized himself with it, the young man praised the men, saying that he counted on their professionalism. When they were alone, Jake told the girl that tomorrow he would go to look at the association's premises and return to the beginning of the auction. And when he asked if they could handle their sister on their own, Carton cheerfully said that they had recently become S-rank masters, and therefore they would definitely be able to fend for themselves. The young man was also interested in how they managed to gather so many people in such a short period of time, to which the girl explained that she promised a reward for each invitee, as well as good earnings per day. Laughing, the young man noticed that Katrin had very non-trivial thinking. He reached out his hand and stroked the girl's hair, expressing words of admiration for her. This gesture on the part of the guy made Katrin blush, and she tried to quickly leave, explaining that she was busy. Saying goodbye to his girlfriend for a moment, Jake wished her luck. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Christy, who for some reason appeared from her ghostly object. From the entire appearance and expression of the ghostly girl's face, it was immediately clear that she was clearly dissatisfied with something. Taking a closer look at his devoted girlfriend, the young man suddenly realized that this was nothing more than a manifestation of jealousy. With all her appearance, Christy made it clear that the young man's assumption was absolutely correct. Immediately telling the girl that she was his cutest and promising not to pat others on the head anymore, Jake stroked Christy. Soon he arrived at the appointed place where he met Bethany. Summoning her ghost, the girl said that they needed to move out immediately, and since there were only two of them, they would arrive at the right place by morning. After which, she instructed the summoned ghost to unfold his ghostly world. Watching what was happening, Jake immediately realized that the movement would be using the ghostly territory, where he had already seen something similar when he was at the ghostly territory of the quiet abode. When the ghost finished, Bethany invited the young man to follow her, and as soon as they were inside, the sphere began its movement to a given point. Once inside the ghostly world of Bethany's ghost, Jake immediately noticed how beautiful this world is. Looking around, the young man asked if they had already started moving, to which his companion answered positively. Soon they reached the pier, where the girl invited her guest on board. When they drank a mug of tea, Bethany said that their journey would take all night, and therefore the young man could take a nap in one of the cabins. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, Jake asked to see the Golden Prison first, where he was interested in one S-rank ghost. After listening to the request, the girl asked why a person with level S1 needs a level S ghost. But a second later, she answered her own question, suggesting that this ghost had some special abilities. Focusing her gaze on the young man, the girl said in a flirting voice that she would help him if he was friendly to her. When Bethany's face was already a few centimeters away from Jake's face, he, not knowing what to do with himself, tried to change the subject by asking what Veronica was like during her school years. Pulling back and laughing, Bethany replied that her classmate had always been a bright and outstanding girl. As far as she knows, her parents were famous ghostmasters in Alita, and from childhood the girl was sent for training. The girl turned out to be very capable, studied excellently, and quickly gained authority at school. She was also constantly followed by crowds of fans, since she was not deprived of beauty. But most of all, Jake was surprised by the words that even now many famous masters are asking for her hand in marriage, where Bethany recommended that the young man be careful. Having finished the conversation with this, the girl sent her guest to bed, saying that she would wake him up in the morning. When the young man was left alone, he was finally able to use his switchboard, where he read many messages from Veronica, who was very worried about the fact that the young man had disappeared for more than a year. Jake was pleased to read all these messages, which clearly showed how Veronica felt about him, and he decided to immediately write to her as soon as the connection appeared. A blush appeared on his cheeks as he remembered his and the girl's first night together. As Bethany was told, in the morning her ghostly world arrived at the place where the Golden Prison was located. The sphere disappeared into the air, and the girl invited the guy to follow her. And now they were moving towards the front door, passing under the huge golden arches. Once at the entrance, the girl presented what served as a pass, and the ghostly masters guarding the entrance greeted the lady, after which one of them went to the wall and pressed the lever, which immediately launched the door-opening mechanism. As Jake watched the huge golden gates open in front of him, he couldn't help but feel excited that he had a chance to get his third umbrella. Once they were inside, the gate immediately closed again, showing a high level of security. Approaching the scanners, the young people underwent an identification procedure, without which it was impossible for even the highest-ranking officials to proceed further. And then another door closed behind the prison visitors, and they continued their journey along the long glass bridge. And ahead, we could already see the main structure of the Golden Prison, going down several kilometers. The construction greatly impressed the young man, who immediately noted that Wilhelm's golden room was not even close to this prison. When Jake inquired about how much gold it took to build this prison, Bethany explained that it was approximately 800 tons. When they reached the next door, they were greeted by some old woman who warmly greeted Bethany. Responding with the same warmth, the girl noticed that Grandmother Eleanor was still just as cheerful and energetic, which she did not agree with, saying that in a couple of years it would be just right for her to choose one of the cells of this place for herself. When the pleasantries were completed, Bethany introduced her companion to the warden. In the spirit of older people, Eleanor patted the young man on the cheek, noting that he was very cute and expressing regret that she was no longer so young. Holding the reddened part of his face from the physical impact, Jake answered his granny's question, explaining that he was looking for a ghost in the form of an umbrella, most likely rank S. Thoughtful, the caretaker said that they have several ghosts that are shaped like an umbrella, but there is only one at level S. With 2 deft leaps, in no way consistent with her age, the granny found herself at the control panel. Having connected to the desired camera, she showed the young man an image of an umbrella, after looking at which the guy confirmed that this was what he needed. Then Eleanor, opening the passage, said that she would escort the guests to the cell they needed. The descent in the elevator was very long, where the young people had to listen to disco-style music for those over 80, which the caretaker was crazy about. When the descent had already dragged on for about 10 minutes, Jake asked Bethany if she thought the elevator was going too slowly, with which the girl completely agreed. But the suffering of the young people was completed when the elevator car stopped and the caretaker announced her arrival at the desired floor. While they were moving along the corridor, the old woman gave instructions, saying that this umbrella was a special ghost, which, despite its S rank, once almost killed a master of S1 rank who was trying to get it. Bethany was surprised that a master with a higher rank lost, to which Eleanor explained that according to the entries in the journals, another umbrella appeared during the fight, which then ran away. And only Jake understood what happened, where, by cloning, the umbrella thereby lowered its level. The caretaker also warned that the umbrella was resistant to mental attacks, where several mediums also failed to take control of it. Concluding her story with the words that this ghost is completely uncontrollable, the old woman once again asked if the guy wanted to back down, to which Jake, of course, responded with a categorical refusal. Then Eleanor took out the key and marked it in the keyhole near the cell with the umbrella. The door swung open and a golden box hanging in the air appeared before the eyes of the visitors. When everyone was inside, the caretaker took the box and told the young man to get ready to open it. As soon as the young man gave the sign, Eleanor immediately opened the box and the umbrella broke free. Turning to the caretaker, the ghostly umbrella made a gesture where, given its human form, it would have been clear that it was sticking its tongue out at the woman, after which he made a slight turn through the air and landed directly into Jake's hands. And the system immediately announced the completion of the next task and the addition of relationship points. Eleanor was shocked by what she saw, where she could not understand why the ghost suddenly rushed into the arms of the guy, as if more than a dozen children knew him. Further, the system announced that the young man can create a full-fledged connection with a ghost, but he will be able to combine umbrellas into one ghost only when he has additionally accumulated connection points. Of course, Jake agreed to bind the ghost, where it was immediately announced that the owner had acquired a third ghost, most of whose characteristics were still unknown. Meanwhile, Bethany stated that she was becoming more and more interested in the young man. The young man, turning to his companions, asked if he could take this ghost with him, to which the girl explained that she had already agreed on everything and paid for everything, and therefore the young man could calmly pick him up. Eleanor approached and handed the guy a golden bag in which he could put his new ghost. Taking this opportunity, Jake asked if the caretaker knew where the ghost known as number 55 was located. Hearing this number, Bethany immediately realized that Veronica had told the young man about this ghost, and the granny explained that this was a very scary ghost that could once destroy an entire city, and therefore it was not so easy to enter it. Well, then the company had a long return ascent, which was to the liking of only the caretaker, who did not often visit this elevator and took full advantage of this opportunity. But all the tests of retro music were left behind, and the company was already going out onto the glass bridge leading to the exit. Saying goodbye, Eleanor recommended that Bethany get married as soon as possible, so as not to remain a lonely old woman like her. Soon the visitors left the Golden Prison, where, approaching the emerging ghostly world, Jake asked if they would now go to the Association School, to which Bethany suggested that they come to her first, since after the connection with the new ghost, the guy definitely needed rest. And now the young people were already in the beautiful girl's mansion. Stirring some strange mass in a small jacuzzi, Jake asked if it was really possible to swim in it, to which the girl cheerfully replied that this mass contains a lot of useful trace elements, including gold. When the young man heard the word gold, he was quite surprised by this circumstance, and Bethany explained that gold is very beneficial for human skin. Where, after these words, the young man noted to himself that this metal is vital for people to resist ghosts, and she transfers it to her skin. Having finished helping prepare the mixture for the skin, the young man was about to go to the room assigned to him. But the girl delayed him, taking a flirtatious pose and offering to join her today. Politely refusing, The young man continued to the room, noting that one should be wary of women's charms. When he was alone, he decided to get to know his new ghost a little better. As soon as he opened the golden bag, the ghostly umbrella immediately burst out, beginning to spread its ghostly energy around. And so Jake found himself in front of a beautiful building that was already familiar to him, where another umbrella had somehow already moved him. Turning to the turquoise umbrella, the young man asked whether all umbrellas were part of one whole. To which his new friend responded positively, nodding his head. The young man was wondering if the umbrella had any human form, which is what he asked the ghost about. In response to the question, the umbrella began to draw some lines in the air, clearly trying to write something. And when the young man read the answer, which said about the new form after the merger, the system added one interaction point for the first conversation with the ghost. The young man noticed that in such a simple way, you can little by little collect the points needed for unification. First of all, the guy decided to improve the ghostly world of the umbrella with the help of fragments, for which he was awarded 3 more points for connection with the ghost. Whereas new elements were added in the form of a forest, lake, and others, 3 points were also added. Watching the umbrella spinning around him, the guy thought about what else he could do to get points. And then he decided to do absolutely everything he could think of. Among his activities were reading for an umbrella, lullaby, massage, and many other activities for which the system added 1 point at a time. And when he washed the umbrella, the number of points he needed accumulated. He immediately started the process of merging the umbrellas, upon completion of which Jake received a message that his ghost had an S1 rank. And before his eyes there was a new yellow umbrella, and the young man was glad that he had a ghost of the same rank as his Christy. Morning came, and Bethany, who visited the young man, asked if the guy was bothered by a new ghost. To which Jake shyly explained that he had long ago received a connection with the ghostly umbrella. This was shocking information for the girl, since even it took her about a week to connect herself with a ghost. Noticing that Jake was indeed a very unusual person, Bethany invited him to the association school. Standing on a hill, the girl explained to the young man where and what buildings were located, and also showed the location of the headquarters. Concluding her story, Bethany emphasized that this is both the most dangerous and safest place in the world. And so the young people already went downstairs, where they immediately headed to the entrance to the association's territory. Turning around, Bethany asked the young man whether he was impressed by the type of association, to which he responded positively. In one of the statues, the young man recognized a hero who was once able to destroy 2 ghosts of level S3 at once. Here the girl's attention was attracted by some fussy man, who was very happy about her visit, asking her to go with him and help deal with 2 students who had started a duel. Indeed, on the territory of the educational institution, 2 young people stood opposite each other, behind whose backs were the ghosts they had summoned. Throwing not the most friendly glances at each other, the young people whose dispute arose over a girl only had time to express words of threat. A certain girl stood nearby and watched what was happening without much interest, who, apparently, became the cause of the quarrel. Bethany's appearance among the crowd attracted everyone's attention, including the attention of the duelists. Walking through the crowd, the girl approached the guys, who immediately bowed their heads respectfully, calling each one by name. Where Bethany's calm voice suddenly disappeared, and she shouted that the academy had apparently wasted their time on them, after which the girl said that their strength is actually insignificant, despite the fact that they have a different opinion about themselves. Noting that their peer was present today, capable of outshining anyone and everyone, Bethany asked Jake to reveal one of his ghosts to everyone. Standing among the crowd, the young man called upon his first and favorite ghost, Christy, where at that very second everyone who was nearby felt that the summoned ghost had an S1 level, to which they were all still very, very far away. And then one of the girls recognized the newcomer as Jake Rowdy, who had been written about on city forums for a long time, and who was listed as a special agent of the association. Hearing that this guy was the same age as them, one of the participants in the failed duel angrily muttered through clenched teeth that this guy had definitely bought his ghost, and had not achieved such a level himself. But then he drew attention to the face of his would-be opponent, who recommended that he turn around and look at what was happening behind him. But before the skeptical young man had time to turn his head, a huge ghostly umbrella appeared and opened right above him, after which everyone was stunned, since this guy had 2 S1 level ghosts that were impossible to buy. The guy floundering on the floor tearfully begged to forgive him for his mistrust and asked not to kill. Bethany also noticed that Jake's ghost had suddenly reached level S1, whereas last night he was one level lower, which only added to the questions. Then the girl who caused the duel approached Bethany, asking if she was joking about her age, and one of the founders of the association once again confirmed this. Bethany then turned to the failed duelists, asking them if they still felt unique or if their arrogance had diminished, where the young people immediately apologized for their unworthy behavior. Then the girl read a short lecture about how every day hundreds of masters fight for the bright future of humanity, where many of them die, and ended her speech by announcing a fine of 500 points to each of the participants in the brawl. The girl who had been watching the events from the side all this time, whom the guys liked, suddenly turned around and left the gathering place without giving preference to anyone. While Jake sent his ghosts back, Bethany continued moving, inviting the guy to follow her. The students left behind quietly admired the retreating young man, where someone even decided to create a club of Jake fans. After some time, Bethany and Jake were sitting at a table on which various dishes were already standing, and the girl was interested in how the guy found their educational institution. Noticing that the situation here was much better than what he expected to see, the young man at the same time said that it was unlikely to suit him. And in response to the girl's corresponding question, the guy explained that he grew up on the street and was not used to such good conditions. And besides, he is already strong enough to independently repel attacks on entire cities, where he sees no point in spending time studying. Understanding what the guy was talking about, Bethany admired his attitude, where saving people's lives was really much more important than achieving some of his own academic ambitions. Thanking the girl for her understanding, the young man also expressed the hope that he could turn to Bethany at any time if necessary, to which she agreed. Then, changing the subject, the girl said that today she was leaving back to Mares with an important cargo, and if the guy didn't mind, then he could go with her. Meanwhile, work was already in full swing on the territory of the quiet monastery convent, and Katrin told about a message from Jake, where he said that he would be there tomorrow. Sitting in one of the cars, the young man noticed that they had been driving for the whole day, but had not yet met a single ghost. Turning his head, the young man noticed that his beautiful companion had already fallen asleep, and he didn't even have anyone to talk to. But suddenly the car braked, causing Jake to almost fall out of his seat and Bethany to wake up. A ghostly master who looked inside the salon reported that a whole wave of ghosts was approaching them. Looking out the window, the travelers actually saw an incredible number of ghosts approaching from the side. When Jake and Bethany were outside, the girl said that she would take on ghosts of rank S1 and above, and leave everyone else to the guy. She also ordered the masters to distribute themselves so that one group defended the transport, and the rest helped destroy the ghosts. Jake was even glad of this coincidence of circumstances, where he needed to add May's experience, as well as test what his new ghost was capable of. Jake's ghost girls were already destroying one ghost after another, using all their abilities. But what struck the young man most was the ability of a ghostly umbrella, which instantly cloned itself, after which more than 10 umbrellas attacked the opponents. The ghostly masters guarding the transport were shocked by how Jake's ghost cleared the entire square in a matter of seconds. Watching how his new ghost operated, Jake noticed, not without joy, that his abilities were simply ideal against large groups of opponents. Fighting with one of the attacking ghosts, the girl from among the ghost masters could no longer withstand the pressure, and her ghost was defeated. And now she fell to her knees, preparing for inevitable death. But suddenly the ghostly worm's attack was interrupted by a ghostly umbrella blocking its path, where Jake appeared immediately behind him on his ghostly horse. At that same second, May also joined in the attack on this ghost, entangling him with her red threads. And then the ghostly girl made a sharp movement, after which the body of the ghostly worm scattered into small pieces. Jake jumped off the horse, asking if everything was okay with the girl, to which she responded positively and thanked the savior. And so the young man accumulated enough points to upgrade the Red Bride, where after a couple of seconds the system announced that her level had been raised to S1. Having felt the change in the aura of Jake's ghost, the masters could only be amazed at how this guy at such a young age could control 3 S1 rank ghosts. And so all the attacking ghosts were destroyed, where, leaving the ghostly world, Bethany said that now they could continue their journey. The next day, a line of cars successfully entered the gates of Maris. When the back of one of the cars opened, Jake was finally able to see the valuable cargo they were escorting today. Turning to the girl, he asked what kind of cargo it was that could attract a whole wave of ghosts, to which the girl only put her finger to her lips, making it clear with a short hissing sound that the information was strictly classified. Then Jake suggested that there was some powerful ghostly weapon in this coffin, to which Bethany said that the guy was not far from the truth, promising to tell everything someday. The ghostly master appeared and reported to the lady that the auction had already begun, after which Bethany and Jake proceeded into the hall, where from all sides shouts were heard every now and then about increasing bids for one or another lot. Greeting the newly arrived guests of the auction, Drake said that right now there is a fight for the item provided by Jake, where this ghost is in great demand as even famous personalities from neighboring cities came to the auction. And so the auctioneer announced that the last bid was 200 million, offering to cover this amount. Just a second later, a new sum of 1 billion was heard from somewhere in the hall, proposed by some male voice. Jake, Bethany, and Drake were very interested in the one who immediately raised the bid to 800 million, where, looking in the direction where the auction participant was, the girl immediately recognized a man from the Wallace family named Steve. Hearing a familiar surname, Jake immediately correlated it with those who were involved in the destruction of the quiet monastery. And Drake recalled that after one of the members of this family was killed by the abbess of the convent 50 years ago, the family fell into decline and abandoned its claims to seize power. Now the young man was sure that this auction participant was a relative of the one who destroyed the monastery, asking the man to tell him more about him. But Drake could only give general information, saying that this family had always been a little unusual, with each man in it having 10 wives and hundreds of children. The information that these men had hundreds of children had a strong effect on Jake and Bethany, whose thoughts agreed that they spent a lot of time in bed. Drake continued, saying that in this way the men of this family tried to increase the likelihood of the appearance of an outstanding master, and Steve himself, according to rumors, came to search for the remains of his grandfather, but decided to simultaneously participate in the auction. And only Jake knew that the remains of Bill Wallace were in the quiet abode, having come to the conclusion that he needed to quickly take the ghostly picture from there. But the auction continued, where a certain man outbid Steve, calling the amount 1,300 million. Clearly not going to give up this ghost, Steve immediately indicated the amount of 2 billion. But an old man sitting nearby decided to try to beat the bid, raising the price to 2.5 billion. Then the son of the Wallace family said that he was betting 3 billion, where this was his last offer, and he was ready to give in to the one who would give more. After which the auctioneer, as expected, announced the accepted bid, offering to outbid it and calling it the highest in the history of auctions. Steve was absolutely sure that no one would beat his bid of 3 billion and was preparing to pick up his new ghost. A quiet murmur was heard throughout the hall, where the auction participants called Steve a madman. But the auctioneer named the amount of 3 billion for the third time, hit the table with a hammer, saying that the lot was sold to Mr. Steve Wallace. Bethany, bursting into laughter, noted that thanks to the recklessness of this buyer, Jake is now fabulously rich. Well, Steve himself thought that only beggars live in this city, but as soon as he finds the remains of his grandfather, he will remove the shame from his family and show what they are capable of. Katrin, who was at the construction site, drew her sister's attention to the helicopter approaching them, where the girls saw their dear Jake in the open door. The young man thanked Bethany for helping with the delivery, to which she flirtatiously noted that this was done to her exclusively for the young man. Having said goodbye to his new girlfriend, Jake jumped onto the cargo hanging under the helicopter. One of the workers supervised the lowering of the container, and the rowdy sisters joyfully greeted their friend. Saying that they had missed each other a lot, Diana at the same time asked how it all went. Having already descended to the ground and opened the container, Jake explained that the trip was very successful, and he brought a lot of gold for construction. To this, Katrin noted that the wooden frame was already ready, and the builder added that if they started right now, then everything would be ready by tomorrow. This was very good news, where Jake smiled and allowed the men to begin assembling the second level of the gold room. It was decided to spend the night in one of the rooms of the quiet monastery equipped by the young people. At some point, Jake was awakened by someone's hand suddenly laying on his chest. Turning around, the young man found Catherine next to him, completely not understanding when she managed to get here and fall asleep. Turning around, the young man quietly began to try to wake up his unexpected night guest. Well, the girl, now not knowing what to do, didn't actually sleep, where having gone out at night to drink water, she accidentally went into the wrong room and realized where she was only when she didn't find her bedmate, who was her sister, having lush breasts. Realizing that simply pretending to be asleep would definitely not work, Catherine opened her eyes and, blushing heavily, suddenly said that both she and her sister really liked Jake. After which, after thinking for a few seconds, Carton sharply moved closer to the guy and pressed her lips to his. The young man, taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events, did not know what to say, and the embarrassed girl had already managed to jump off the bed and rush out of the room. In the morning, the young man met Diana, who said that the builders had almost finished everything, and asked her where he could find Katrin. But when the girl said that her sister was still sleeping, the young man decided to inspect what the builders had built. When the preliminary inspection was completed, Jake instructed May to use ghost patterns to further strengthen the walls, after which Christy had to try to get out of the new building. And so the Red Bride began to carry out the instructions of her lover. And when the process of applying the patterns was completed, Christy attempted to leave the room, which she failed to do. The young man was satisfied with the result, and he told Diana to stay outside and make sure that no one tried to enter here. Left alone and having locked all the doors, Jake made his way into the main golden room, where he noticed that the painting was not there. This meant that the abbess had somehow been able to place it back into the golden box, and just as the guy was getting ready to open it, he suddenly noticed some movement to the right. Turning around, he saw a ghostly picture in front of him, which blinded him with a bright light. Opening his eyes, the young man discovered that he again found himself in the ghostly world of this picture, where the system announced a new task to him, according to which the guy had to find the human body of the ghostly picture. Then behind him, Jake heard a female voice asking for help. Having dealt with the bully quite quickly, the young man asked him to explain where they were now, to which the man he beat said that they were now in Mares, and he was only fulfilling an order for the Wallace family. The young man noticed to himself that he was hearing this name again, which was already beginning to bore him. Realizing that this entire ghostly world is the memories of a ghostly picture, Jake went in search of the girl, where he remembered Olivia's name once said, Annette Hudson. The fastest way to look around the city was public transport, and so the young man headed to the nearest bus. When he got into the cabin, the conductor who was there asked him to pay for the fare, which required $5. Jake held out his switchboard, from which the points were to be debited, but the girl seemed not to understand him, demanding some dollars. Only now did the young man realize that this was the distant past, in which there were no glasses yet, but different currencies were used, and the conductor demanded that he either pay for the trip or leave the bus. While the young man was wondering what to do, someone's hand extended money, and a woman's voice said that she would pay for the trip for the young man. Having thanked the kind stranger, Jake turned his head, and his surprise knew no bounds. After all, Annette Hudson herself stood in front of him, whom he recognized from the image in the painting, and besides, the system immediately announced the completion of the task. The guy literally froze in place, where the girl had to bring him out of this stupor with hand gestures. Thanking the girl again, Jake went into the salon, thinking about what he should do next. Using his system-pumped hearing, the guy listened to the girls talking about getting somewhere, where Annette stated that her friends were there, whom she could not leave to their fate. One of her interlocutors said anxiously that she did not want to end up in the same captivity, but the third member of the group assured that caution would save them from this. Based on what he heard, the young man realized that the girls were going to try to save those whom the Wallace family was holding captive. He immediately remembered what the ghostly mirror showed him, where one of the girl kidnappers told the abbess about how her sister committed suicide. Soon the bus arrived at the next stop, where Jake noticed a group of girls getting ready to get off. Not yet knowing what to do, the young man decided to simply follow them. Annette and her friends were already approaching the Wallace family's house, and Jake carefully followed behind them. And now he was already watching how the brave saboteurs, one after another, overcame the high fence of the mansion territory. When they found themselves on the other side of the fence, Annette immediately drew attention to the men at the table in the company of two girls. Holding one of the girls close to him, Hank Wallace loudly declared that Mares had the most beautiful girls, unlike in his homeland. The girl begged to stop the bullying and let her go when the pervert extended his disgusting tongue in her direction. The man was very angry that the girl was so intractable, where he, ordering her to stop moaning, forcefully pushed her to the ground. And now the embittered man ran up to the poor girl and began kicking her. Having reached the mansion, Jake angrily watched what the merciless member of the Wallace family was doing. Annette, who came to the aid of the hostages, was not indifferent to what was happening. Seeing what was happening, one of Annette's companions pulled out a knife, ready to rush to deal with the monster. But the girl stopped her, reminding her that their plan was to save everyone. At some point, the company decided to leave, leaving the beaten girl lying on the ground, realizing that she could not escape anywhere. Then the leader of the sabotage operation showed that there was a sewer hatch nearby, where underground they could get into the dungeons unnoticed. And so Jake watched as the brave girls made their way to the hatch, pushing back the massive lid. And only the first of them began to go down, when suddenly a spotlight illuminated them all. And the man who quickly approached sarcastically inquired about where such beauties were going. It was Hank Wallace, accompanied by his henchmen, one of whom was very happy to have such unexpected guests. But after just a few seconds, the girls were surrounded by a whole crowd of men, happy that such beauties had come to see them. Standing in the center, Hank loudly declared that he would be the first to try this dessert, after which the rest could have fun. Pressed with their backs against each other and armed only with knives, the girls understood that they would not be able to escape, but they did not want to give themselves up to be torn to pieces by these perverts. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a task for the owner, where he had to prevent Annette's suicide and help her escape from the mansion. Meanwhile, the girl had already put the knife blade to her throat, preparing to accomplish her plan. Cursing the system for reporting the mission so late, Jake rushed forward, realizing that in any case he would not have time to save her. Closing the distance, the young man loudly shouted the girl's name in the hope that she would stop. But then a fragile hand armed with a knife slashed its body across the throat and the girl's blood sprinkled the ground. At that same second, the picture before Jake's eyes changed, where he found himself on a street that was already familiar to him, and the system issued a task to find the human body of the ghostly picture. At that same second, the young man again heard a woman's voice behind him asking for help. Opening the status window, Jake discovered that the points he received for completing the task of finding the human body of the ghostly picture had disappeared, and everything started all over again. This time, the young man already knew exactly the place where he would meet the human form of the painting. After standing by the bus for a while, the young man saw how Annette, like last time, went inside with her friends. Deciding not to be left behind, the young man entered the salon, where he again tried to pay using the switchboard, forgetting that he was in a different time. And again, the angry conductor demanded that they either pay for the fare or leave the bus without interfering with boarding. Like last time, good-natured Annette intervened in the situation and paid for the young man's fare. And when Jake thanked the girl, the system again announced the completion of the task of finding the human form of the painting. Looking at the girl's face in a little more detail, the young man noticed that she was kindness in the flesh, ready to help everyone. Having gone into the salon, he decided to try to talk to her, saying that it was his first time in the city and had not traveled by bus, in response to which Annette asked where the guy came from. After introducing himself, Jake said that he came from the city of Aliti, fleeing the tyranny of his cousin. Sympathizing with the young man, Annette introduced herself, saying that her parents were ghostly masters and had recently died on one of the missions. Expressing his condolences, Jake noted to himself that even though the girl was from a family of masters, she clearly did not have the talent to control ghosts. Continuing the conversation, the young man asked where the girls were going, to which Annette confusedly replied that I was going to a cafe to celebrate a friend's birthday. Deciding to try his luck, Jake said that he had heard about a gang operating in Mary's that was kidnapping girls, inviting them to postpone their event and stay home. To which Annette, brushing it aside, replied about the exaggeration of the rumors and about their trip to the safest place. Then Jake remembered that, according to the calendar, today was some kind of orthodox holiday on which one should not travel, which the stubborn girl called nothing more than a superstition. The young man didn't know what else to think of, realizing that he wouldn't be able to dissuade this girl from going. And then the bus arrived at the station the girls needed, where, leaving the bus, Annette said goodbye to Jake. Then everything happened according to the script, where a member of the Wallace family also beat the girl. After that, Annette and her friends, who sneaked into the territory of the mansion, were caught red-handed. And now the girls were already surrounded by a whole crowd of lustful perverts devouring their bodies with their eyes. Jake, watching what was happening, waited for the right moment to rush into the attack. And when everyone who should have gathered around the girls, he jumped out of his hiding place. And turning to the crowd of men, he shouted that no one could touch these girls. Annette was greatly surprised when she saw her new acquaintance, whose fare she good-naturedly paid for. However, Jake's appearance did not impress Hank at all, who laughingly asked the guy who he was. But without waiting for an answer, the man ordered the insolent man to be killed, where the men standing nearby immediately summoned their ghosts, where one of them immediately rushed at the uninvited guest. However, Christy, summoned by Jake, dealt with the attacker with one simple movement. At that same second, the picture before the young man's eyes disappeared, leaving him completely bewildered. And so he once again found himself in a familiar alley, wondering why he returned back again. And again, the system announced to him a task in the form of searching for the human form of a ghostly picture, and behind his back, the girl asked for help. Recalling how he ended up in May's memories, the young man noted that there he never tried to summon his ghost. This time, he decided to arrive at the mansion early and deal with those who noticed the girls. But this did not help, because they were discovered as soon as they went down into the sewer by the guards below. The task was failed again, and returning again, the young man decided to simply not allow Annette to get on the bus. Sneaking up behind her, Jake was just about to grab the girl when suddenly he was informed that the task had been failed again, and a hint was given that he should not interfere with getting to the mansion. And once again, the young man found himself in the same alley from which this impossible task began. When he was already at the mansion, watching the girls, he decided this time to simply fight everyone who would be there. Assessing his strength, Jake counted only about 20 people, each of whom was at least a sea-level master. The hope remained that he would be able to use his ghostly armor and sword in the confrontation. When he put on his armor, the task did not roll back to the beginning, and the young man began to act. And so Annette was again surprised by the appearance of Jake here, who said that he had come to save her. And numerous opponents surrounding the young man had already summoned their ghosts in order to kill the insolent man. Rushing into battle, the young man forbade his spirits to leave ghostly objects and interfere. Deftly dodging the massive tentacle's attack, Jake pushed away from it to get closer to the ghost's head. The men standing around watched in bewilderment what this strange guy was doing, who with a simple sword decided to confront the ghosts. Imagine their amazement when this guy cut the first ghost into two halves, landing after a successful counterattack right in front of a crowd of perverts. Annette and her friends, silently watching what was happening, also mentally wondered who this guy was, capable of killing ghosts with only a sword. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the fact that one of the ghosts had distracted Jake's attention, the killer crept up on him from behind. He tried to deliver his sneaky blow, but then the protective function of the armor worked, and the weapon flew out of the man's hands. Immediately after which, the young man quickly turned around and literally swept away several opponents from his path at once. And after some time, only the owner of this disgusting mansion, saturated with the suffering of women, remained alive, who, lying on the ground, begged for mercy, offering the guy to take all his girls for himself. But Jake, putting a sword to the man's throat, said that for a scumbag like Hank, death is a very easy way out, where he should be grateful for it. And after the leader was dealt with, the young man told the girls that they needed to leave quickly before reinforcements arrived, to which they agreed in confusion. And while he and the three girls were leaving the mansion, the system finally announced the successful completion of the task. Annette, meanwhile, noticed that the Wallace family has eyes all over the city, and therefore it is better for them to get there for a while, where she offers to hide in her home. Jake didn't know what to do next, so he easily agreed to the offer, and now he was sitting at the girl's house thanking her for the cooked food. Sitting down opposite her savior, Annette said that the young man should not thank her, where he could stay here as long as he wanted, where the fortune left to her would allow them to live comfortably for many years. Experiencing a very strange feeling from what was said, the young man embarrassedly thanked the overly hospitable girl. Leaving the young man alone, Annette left to take a shower. Taking advantage of the free time, Jake thought about what his next task might be. He was distracted from thinking about this by Annette's scream in the bathroom that a ghost had appeared next to her. The young man burst into the shower room with lightning speed, where he saw a girl huddled in a corner out of fear. Not seeing anyone else yet, Jake asked where the ghost was, and the girl pointed in the direction. Looking sideways in the direction his new girlfriend was pointing, the young man realized that the ghost was right outside the door. He didn't have time to do anything when suddenly the ghost, who turned out to be Olivia, suddenly rushed at the girl sitting on the floor. And at that very second, the system announced a new task for him, according to which he had to help Annette hide from the ghost of the abbess of the monastery. But like last time, the task was announced at the very last moment when the young man had no chance left to save the girl. And while the picture before his eyes changed once again, Jake thought that this time the system had definitely decided to mock him. Having rolled back to the beginning again, the young man had already completed the task of rescuing Annette, where she, running away from the mansion with him, offered to hide with her. Knowing that a ghost would be waiting for the girl there, Jake invited her to leave the city, hiding in the private sector. And now, sitting in the car, they were already approaching one of the exits from Mare's. And when they found themselves outside the wall, the young man was very surprised by what he saw in front of him, where, to his disappointment, no suburban area existed in this ghostly world. And he, with his entire female company, only found himself on the border of the ghostly world in which he found himself. Then his attention was attracted by Annette, who said that some ghost was catching up with their car. Turning his head, Jake saw the abbess of the quiet monastery rapidly closing the distance to the car. This time he decided to try to confront the ghost by climbing out and drawing his ghost sword. But the young man did not have time to do anything, when suddenly the abbess threw the defender off the roof of the car with one powerful blow. And with a second, no less powerful movement of her hand, she flattened the car along with everyone in the cabin, leaving them not a single chance of salvation. Annette, who had just been rescued by Jake, said that the Wallace family had eyes all over the city and offered to hide at her house. Realizing that he needed more information, Jake suddenly asked if the girl knew anything about the quiet monastery convent, to which she explained that his abbess, it seems, was her relative, whom she had never met and was not familiar with. Since Olivia also said that they were related, this meant that it was not the real abbess who was attacking Annette, where most likely one of her ghosts, with whom she entered into symbiosis, attacks. In this case, this memory was created by the abbess in order to trap the ghostly picture. And the ghostly picture itself uses it in order to get out of this cycle of events that repeats itself over and over again. And as soon as he saved Annette and everything did not go as planned, the abbess immediately appeared to kill the girl and return everything to its place. The realization of the whole situation came to the young man so unexpectedly that he even hit himself on the forehead for being so stupid. And when the amazed girl asked what happened, Jake joyfully said that he now knows how to save her, which stunned her even more. Having sent Annette's friends home, the young man asked the girl to follow him. Very soon they arrived at a construction site that belonged to the association, where he said that he and Annette needed to look for some underground structure, which definitely should be here. While they were moving through the unfinished premises, the girl asked how the guy knew so much, to which Jake said absolutely seriously that he came from the future, to which Annette replied that since he saved her, she would pretend to believe the guy. And after a few minutes, Jake found the room they needed. Once inside, the young man decided that this place would be ideal for hiding Annette from Olivia. Of course, gold paint is unlikely to help here, but this is definitely the last place where the ghost of the abbess would look, since Annette would never have come here herself. However, the effect of gold also could not be neglected, and therefore Jake asked his girlfriend to hide in a golden bag for a while. Fully trusting her savior, Annette agreed to climb into the bag, even though it was a very strange request. The young man gave the girl additional supplies of oxygen with him, since she would most likely need to sit in the bag until the morning. So more than 3 hours passed, during which the abbess did not appear, which indicated that the plan had worked. At some point, tired of sitting in the bag, the girl tried to get out, but Jake did not allow this, saying that the danger had not yet passed. In languid anticipation, the young man did not notice how he fell asleep and slept in a sitting position until the morning. He was awakened by a message from the system that the task was completed, where, opening his eyes, he suddenly saw how the ghostly world around him was collapsing. And now he was already in the golden room, and right in front of him a ghostly picture hung in the air. Despite the fact that he already had about 30 points of connection with the painting, the young man did not want to take too much risk, and the system had already issued a new task, where he had to free the ghostly painting from the golden room. After thinking a little, Jake turned to the picture, saying that if she really wants to get out of their room, then for a while she needs to go back to the golden box, from which he will later release her. And the painting complied with his demand, curling up and a moment later finding itself inside the box again. After which the young man said that he would soon show her how the world had changed after 50 years of her imprisonment. When he opened the doors of the golden room, he immediately heard that the Rhodey sisters were having a dialogue with someone, where Diana, standing in front, strictly following Jake's orders, did not allow anyone into the monastery, placing someone's remains in front of him and saying that he could pick them up without entering the territory. But Steve Wallace, who was opposite the girls, surrounded by his henchmen, stated that he could not be sure that these were the remains of his grandfather. He also added that the quiet abode is not someone's property, and therefore some girls will not forbid him to go inside. Having prepared for the confrontation, Carton and Diana immediately summoned their new ghosts, where several men in front of them were very surprised that these girls had S-rank ghosts. But such a move on the part of the sisters did not frighten Steve at all, who announced that he was ready to play. Jake's voice stopped the gang's advance, where he asked what crooks like them needed here. Turning sharply, the girls were sincerely glad that their faithful friend was now next to them. Well, the son of the Wallace family did not understand what kind of self-confident kid was interfering in his affairs. One of his gang members gave a clue, explaining that it was most likely Jake Stone, who is considered the youngest master of S-rank ghosts. Meanwhile, the young man jumped off the roof, and Steve invited him to get away with his girlfriends without interfering with them inspecting the monastery. Stepping closer to the man, Jake asked if he really needed to enter the monastery so badly. And when they received a positive answer, the young man proposed a one-on-one duel, where if Hank wins, he will be ready to step aside. Deciding to teach the arrogant guy a lesson, a member of the Wallace family established rules according to which they do not kill masters, but they can kill ghosts. Where such a proposal quite suited Jake, who was not eager to shed blood, and so the opponents sat opposite each other, surrounded by a crowd of fans. Hank was the first to summon his ghosts, where they turned out to be a three-headed fox and a necromancer's medallion, both level S1. Hank's team rejoiced, and Rhodey's sisters began to worry, but a grinning Jake summoned Christy, May, and the ghostly umbrella, and now he was standing in front of his opponent, surrounded by three S1 level ghosts. A ghostly umbrella was the first to attack at the young man's command, immediately after which both Christy and May activated, forming ghost worlds for their attack. And as soon as all three ghosts were behind Hank, and the last particles of his ghosts were scattered, the system announced another victory. Hank's team stood in complete disbelief as to what just happened here for just 5 seconds. Just like the son of the Wallace family who lost the fight himself, he did not believe that in a matter of seconds he was left without a single ghost. Every master feels the death of spirits, and therefore Hank, coughing up blood, sent insults to his opponent. But these did not bother the young man at all, who noticed that this was the easiest victory in the entire history of his battles. As they left the battlefield, a member of the Wallace family shouted that he would return and take revenge for today's shame. When Jake turned to the girls, Diana asked about the situation with the painting, to which the young man replied that everything worked out. And while the dialogue continued between them, Catherine stood nearby and blushed, for whom this was the first meeting with Jake, whom she kissed last night. And at some point, Jake said that it was time to end their long journey and return home. Having quickly gathered, the friends set out on the road, where very soon they arrived at some settlement in which literally everyone recognized Jake. And when the young man wondered how everyone knew about him, Diana explained that a lot had been written on city forums. Looking through the switchboard, Jake read about how he had recently fought and defeated a member of the Wallace family. While the young man was surprised at the speed at which the news spread, his interlocutor explained that, according to rumors, those same 6 families helped in disseminating the information, since they had long been at enmity with the Wallace family. Here the young man was attracted by a familiar female voice coming from his switchboard. Bethany contacted him and said that the association really needed the help of such a talented master. And in response to the young man's question, the girl explained that a certain ghost of rank S1 had appeared in the East, who had already managed to kill several masters, and with whom she asked Jake to deal. Deciding that this was a good option to get experience points, the young man agreed to help deal with the ghost. And now he was already turning his ghostly horse, telling his companions that this should not take much time. Arriving in the eastern part, Jake was already listening to a report from one of the masters about what the ghost that was bothering them was. The man explained that the ghost looked like a little boy who had incredible speed, but they managed to get a piece of his clothing. The young man took the trophy, and his companions explained that there should be no problems with their ghost bloodhounds. And so the team again headed towards adventure, where their departure was watched from around the corner by a certain man hiding his eyes under sunglasses. And when Jake disappeared over the horizon, the man asked to report to his superiors that Jake Stone was heading out to search for and destroy a new ghost. But the management themselves listened to this report, where Steve Wallace immediately said that he would not have peace while this guy calmly walks around the world. The evil man noticed that the ghost that Jake was chasing cost him a tidy sum, and no one would have any questions if this guy suddenly died while performing the task. Turning around, Steve said that he really hopes for the man he invited to confront Jake. Meanwhile, the young man and his companions had already reached the dense forest, and so the girls indicating the direction of movement said that the ghost they were hunting for was somewhere very close. Peering out from behind a bush, the friends were finally able to see their target, who was playing with the butterflies. Summoning the Red Bride, the young man gave her orders to capture the ghost in her ghostly world. Fulfilling the assignment, May approached the ghost on the ground, who had already begun to eat butterflies. But as soon as she tried to form her ghostly world around him, the little ghost quickly rushed away. The ghostly girl could only watch him quickly run away along the nearest tree. Well, Jake has already managed to summon both Christy and the ghostly umbrella, sending them to help May. Christy tried to reach the ghost with one of her attacks, but it was too fast. But at some point, the forest surrounding the young people disappeared, and they found themselves in some kind of stone wasteland. While Catherine and Diana were wondering what had happened, Jake had already realized that May had used movement, which meant they were in mortal danger. Having warned his companions that someone very strong wanted to attack them, the young man quickly looked around. After which the young man suggested that the appearance of this excessively fast ghost may not be accidental, where they were simply lured into a trap. Taking out from the storage the golden box in which the ghostly painting was kept, the young man told May to take care of the rowdy sisters if something went wrong. And so he, having decided to take a risk, opened the box, where the system immediately announced the completion of the task and the accrual of another 20 relationship points. The painting hung in the air, and the system issued the last task, according to which Jake had to help the painting find a member of the Wallace family and kill him. Immediately, the guy realized that the picture was seeking revenge, which could help him solve all the problems that had arisen. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of his switchboard, informing him that a new message had arrived, where Bethany informed him that this ghost was released by the Wallace family, who decided to set a trap for him. But the girl was shocked when the young man suddenly asked her if he could kill the member of this family who had set a trap for him. This young man increasingly captured the girl's thoughts, and she wrote that he could sort it out with him, where she would settle all possible issues. Having received permission that would allow him to complete the task, Jake mounted the ghostly horse and headed towards danger. Meanwhile, Steve asked the killer he invited about whether he had dealt with the guy, to which Adrian Wallace, who is Steve's uncle, replied that the young man seemed to have disappeared into thin air before he launched the attack. Steve was outraged by this state of affairs, saying that his uncle should have come up with something about it. But then the attention of the discussing relatives was attracted by Steve's henchman standing nearby, pointing somewhere to the side. Seeing Jake approaching, the son of the Wallace family angrily muttered through his teeth that the prey itself climbs into the trap. At that very second, Adrian, realizing that the guy appeared for a reason, began calling his powerful ghost. And then his ghost came into the world, where it turned out to be an evil dead old woman with level S2. But the young man also appeared prepared for this confrontation, immediately releasing his ghostly picture forward. Seeing how a woman's portrait unfolded in the air and feeling its powerful aura, Adrian could not believe that he was seeing such a strange ghost. Jake, watching how the painting created its own ghostly world, noticed that it was clearly in a serious mood. Observing the actions of the new unknown ghost, Steve's uncle noticed that he had at least an S2 rank. Steve himself didn't understand what was happening at all, since he had only seen 3 S1 rank ghosts last time. But then Adrian said that even the guy's presence of such a powerful ghost would not help him. Where would he deal with it now? And so he sent forward his evil dead old woman, who immediately began to accumulate ghostly energy. Noticing the actions of the ghost of his opponent, who was trying to block the world created by the picture with his myrrh, Jake noted that he is quite strong. But this was only the beginning of the attack, where at some point the pupils of the dead old woman suddenly changed, and crosses and coffins suddenly began to appear from the buildings of the ghostly world of the picture, destroying them. Watching what was happening, the son of the Wallace family gloated, declaring that Jake was no match for his uncle. Here Diana contacted the young man through the switchboard, asking him if he needed any help, to which the guy expressed confidence that the ghostly picture would cope. At some point in her hectic activity, the evil dead old woman suddenly turned her gaze to the sky, where, following her example, Adrian, Steve, and Jay suddenly saw how buildings from the ghostly world materialized on her canvas. With every second, the houses of the abandoned city of her world grew and reached their natural size. And at some point, the ghostly picture launched a real bombardment, where the houses that appeared simply began to fall down. Dodging the fragments, Steve did not understand why this guy's ghosts were so strong, and his uncle came to the conclusion that he needed to end the fight as soon as possible. Then he decided to summon his remaining ghosts, which were the ghostly head and the bone-dead dragon. After summoning 2 new ghosts that were S1 rank, Adrian ordered the old woman to use her special skills. Immediately after which it opened its toothy mouth wide and began to spread some acoustic waves. As it turned out, this was a signal for awakening, where the dead began to appear from the coffins of her ghostly world. Amazed, Steve noticed that all those who crawled out of the coffins also had an S1 rank, which makes the old woman a very valuable ghost. His uncle, immediately explained that his dead old woman had a special ghostly world into which they lured many ghosts, and now they serve him. Meanwhile, in the ghostly territory of the picture, a bone dragon was already frolicking at full speed, destroying one building after another. Well, the ghostly head summoned by Adrian approached the canvas itself, which, having frozen for a few seconds, suddenly began to wrap its long soot-black hair around the ghostly picture. Despite the fact that Jake did not call them, Rhodey's sisters still arrived at his place, where they were amazed at the huge number of ghosts that confront the painting. Jake was angered by this approach from the Wallace family and decided to equalize their position. At that same second, the young man summoned all his ghosts and activated the ghostly mirror, and his faithful companions called their nuns. Deciding to create a real ghost wave using the mirror's powers, Jake and his girlfriend sent their ghosts to attack. And then a real ghostly battle began in the air, where the nuns dealt with other ghosts without much difficulty. Next to them, Jake's ghosts also fought shoulder to shoulder, where Christy easily destroyed the S1 rank ghosts. The Red Bride did not lag behind the others, destroying ghostly worlds and burning opponents with her flames. The new ghosts of the Rowdy sisters, whom they essentially used for the first time in a serious confrontation, showed themselves at the highest level. Steve became agitated, shouting that their opponent had also summoned ghosts, to which his uncle calmly stated that there were only 5 of them. But as soon as he said this, the ghostly umbrella suddenly used its cloning ability, where a dozen ghostly umbrellas immediately strike with incredible power, destroying several ghosts at once. Then the ghostly mirror came into play, which literally in a second increased the number of ghosts of Jake and his girlfriends. Both the members of the Wallace family and even the evil dead old woman were amazed at how many opponents they had. In a matter of seconds, the course of the battle changed dramatically, with many ghost nuns easily dealing with their opponents. The ghosts of Jake, along with their clones, did not leave the other side any chance, destroying everything that came in their way. Thinking that the created copies were not combat ready, relatives from the Wallace family were horrified when they realized that they were mistaken. Meanwhile, Christy was trying to cope with the bone dragon, which had so far managed to repel her attacks. Noticing that it was necessary to change tactics, Jake instructed May to use her ghostly flame and Christy to use her ice blow. And so the Red Bride, with the support of her copies, activated her ability to erupt ghostly fire, where, with its use, a barrage of fire literally hit the bone dragon. At the same time, the shape-shifting Christy approached the dragon with her copies. Having united their ghostly weapons, the girls prepared a common ice attack on the blazing enemy. And so the huge ice blade created by joint efforts was finally put into action, where, having descended on the head of the enemy, engulfed in ghostly fire, the ice blade simply split his skull. And after the skull, the rest of the bone dragon's body was destroyed, crumbling into small pieces. The system declared victory, and the Rhodey sisters watching what was happening even squealed with joy. Well then, the attention of both parties was suddenly attracted by what began to happen above their heads. And there the ghostly picture had already managed to deal with the ghostly head entangled in its hair. Watching how his second ghost was destroyed, Adrian literally grabbed his head, not understanding how this could even happen. The main enemy remained only the evil dead old woman, on whom the ghostly picture focused its attention. The huge eye that formed on the canvas of the picture began to hypnotize the old woman, who immediately lost her fighting ability. Noticing the painting's actions, Jake immediately sent May and Christy to attack the dead old woman. And so the ghostly girls, acting in tandem, rushed at their opponent. The attack was very powerful and quite successful, where the old woman was greatly weakened from the injuries she received. Then it was up to the ghostly picture, which immediately began to overwhelm the enemy with the stone buildings of its ghostly world. Receiving one injury after another, the evil old woman gradually lost her strength and was already on the verge of death. Watching what was happening in the air, the ghost's owner suddenly realized that they definitely could not win this fight. And now the man was already giving orders to the dead old woman that they needed to hide. Where at that very second, she used her abilities and took Adrian away, leaving his nephew to his fate. But Jake did not put in so much effort so that the enemy and experience for his ghosts would so easily escape, instructing them to stop the fugitives. May intervened and placed Adrian and his ghost in her ghostly sphere. And now the fugitives again found themselves in the same place from which they began their shameful flight a few seconds ago. Steve, of course, was very happy that his uncle decided to return and save his nephew. But the man, who had no intention of returning at all, wondered how he ended up here again. He found the logical explanation for himself to be that the ghostly picture could have created several territories where they are now simply walking in a circle. And then a ghostly picture appeared right before the eyes of the already frightened Adrian and his ghost. At some point, the man suddenly felt that he was in free fall, not understanding what was happening, where within a second, the ghostly picture began to fold its canvas, absorbing opponents. And when the collapse was completed, the system announced that the owner was able to defeat a ghost of rank S2. The scroll fell directly into Jake's hand, and the system had already issued a new announcement informing that the task of destroying a member of the Wallace family had been completed. Having finished dealing with the main enemy, the young man, accompanied by the pictures, Diana, and everyone else, approached Steve in a ghostly manner. And now the son of the Wallace family was already sitting on his knees in front of him in the company of his henchmen and asked for his life. Where, worried about their own lives, the men accompanying him immediately rushed to blame Steve for everything, declaring that they were only following orders. Having caught up with the man, Jake asked him to name at least one reason why he should let him out of here alive. To which Steve replied that he was the most talented person from their family, and besides, other relatives would never forgive him if he killed him now. But the picture clearly had its own plans, where suddenly lightning flashed in the eyes of the girl depicted there. Immediately after that, something strange began to happen to the son of the Wallace family. A few seconds later, Steve's lifeless body fell to the ground. Looking at it, the young man noticed that the picture had been looking for those who needed revenge for so long. But in the end, they themselves came to it. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from the system that he had scored the required number of points in order to get the fourth ghost. It was a great ending to the adventure, with Jake immediately agreeing to form a bond with the new ghost. And so the canvas of the picture began to glow brightly under the announcement of the system about the creation of a relationship and the owner receiving another ghost, where the guy suddenly thought that the image on the canvas began to move. Diana simply looked in fascination at what was happening to the painting, and Carton happily noticed that that girl was really looking at them. And then the image of Annette actually began to move, turning and extending her hand to her master. Approaching the canvas as close as possible, the young man extended his hand to the girl, where, at that same second, an elegant female hand first appeared from the picture, followed by a leg. And now in front of Jake in all her glory was Annette, who was an S2 rank ghost. On the one hand, amazed at how beautiful this girl is. On the other hand, the young man could not help but notice her outstanding abilities, with the help of which she dealt with Adrian and the evil dead old woman. Turning to the girl, the young man said that although she doesn't remember him, now they will always be together. But suddenly the girl coughed violently, which caused alarming sensations in the young man. Grabbing Jake's hand, Annette suddenly pulled him towards the canvas from which she had just stepped. And right before the eyes of the rowdy sisters, the ghost and their friend disappeared into the picture. Once again finding himself in Annette's ghostly territory, Jake was very surprised and frightened when he saw who was waiting for them there. It was the ghost of the abbess of the quiet monastery, from which he saved Annette in a ghostly world created from memories. Suddenly, right before the eyes of the astonished guy, Olivia's ghost changed, as if leaving the symbiosis, and the system announced the addition of 20 points of relationship with her. Meanwhile, the ghost of Annette stood and closely watched everything that happened to the abbess, who imprisoned her in this picture. But she was no longer going to cause any harm while her body gradually dissolved into thin air. As Jake watched the last of Olivia fade away, he noted that he would now likely be receiving assignments to obtain the fifth ghost, which would be the Mother Superior. His thoughts were interrupted by the ghost of Annette, who grabbed the guy by the hand and drew his attention to the sky, where, raising his head, the young man immediately saw one of the crosses of the evil dead old woman, which pierced the ghostly world and did not allow it to recover. The young man immediately realized that the girl had brought him here so that he could help close this gap. After thinking a little, Jake took out a ghostly rope from the storage in order to hook the cross. And so the foreign object was removed, which created the conditions for the restoration of peace. But suddenly some strange objects began to fall in a heap from a hole in the sky, the flow of which did not stop, and after a couple of minutes the guy was literally covered with various utensils. Having got out from under them and examined what had fallen on him more carefully, the young man discovered that they were all ghostly objects. The girl just smiled sweetly when Jake asked about these gifts. But then Annette suddenly took out a writing pen from the case hanging on her chest, after which she sharply rushed somewhere upward, leaving the young man to observe his actions. Applying some kind of ghostly pattern, the girl began to work on the hole in the sky of her ghostly world. Remembering that Christy has the skill of repairing ghostly objects, and May also uses ghostly patterns, Jake directed the girls to help their new friend. And so, all together, 3 beautiful girls began to put Annette's ghostly world in order. Noticing that the process was not quick, Jake decided to leave them there and return to Rowdy's sisters, with whom he would have time to return to the city during this time. The girls were very happy about the return of their friend, where, answering their questions, the guy explained that the connection with the ghostly picture was completely established. Then Carton said that her ghost felt that the ghost of that mad child was very nearby. After half an hour of travel, Jake and the girls again found the one they came here for in the first place. Hearing some rustling behind him, the child's ghost turned around sharply, preparing to run away from danger as usual. But then he saw that there was no one nearby, and not far from him an umbrella was lying on the grass, with butterflies circling around it. Cheerfully waving his arms, the child's ghost came very close to the umbrella, dispersing the flying butterflies. Of course, it was a simple but cunning trap that Jake had set up, and which had just sprung shut. Placing the captured ghost in a golden box that served as a prison for the ghostly umbrella for many years, Jake decided that now it was definitely time to return. Bethany, peering intently out the window, was informed that Jake had returned to the city. In response, the girl instructed the reporting ghostly master to bring him to her. When the young man was already sitting opposite her, Bethany asked if he had really been attacked by the Wallace family, which the young man fully confirmed, saying that among the attackers there was someone named Adrian Wallace, whom he killed, like everyone else. The girl listening to his explanation was shocked that this guy was able to defeat a master with an S2 level. Literally jumping out of her seat and wanting to make sure that the guy was not mistaken, she named the ghosts and their ranks that were controlled by that man, after which Jake confirmed that it was him. However, Bethany still could not believe that this young man alone could defeat such a strong opponent. And to the next question from his interlocutor, who did not change the position, Jake confirmed that he had reached the S2 level. Suddenly grabbing the young man by the head, Bethany shouted that forcibly creating a connection with a ghost could be very dangerous. But Jake calmed her down, explaining that the connection was not forced. The young man, who sat down in his seat in surprise, told the girl that he had helped this ghost solve problems, and therefore was sure that everything would work out. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl once again noticed that Jake was an incredibly amazing young man. Then the young man took out a golden box, saying that he had also caught the ghost he was originally sent after. This also surprised Bethany very much, since the ghost really had incredible speed. Summoning her ghost, who had the skill of control, the girl allowed the box to be opened. Having examined the ghostly child, who, of course, tried to escape, the girl was very pleased. And while her ghost was putting the caught one back into the box, she told Jake that he could get a lot of points for it. But the guy shyly said that instead of glasses, he would like to consider getting Ghost 55 from the Golden Prison. Hearing such a request, Bethany began to guess that her interlocutor was definitely breathing unevenly towards her classmate Veronica, who, as she remembers, always wanted to get this ghost. Laughing, the girl told the guy not to worry and let her resolve this issue. When asked by his interlocutor about his future plans, Jake replied that he wanted to return to Alayat and relax for a while. And very soon, the young man and his faithful companions, Carton and Diana, raced on a ghostly horse towards the house where they had not been for more than a year. Bethany had warned him of a dangerous place along the route that he had passed when he first came to Mares with the help of the Quiet House. And now Jake was being careful. Suddenly, his ghostly horse stopped and began to rear up, as if something had greatly frightened it. Jake himself didn't feel anyone's presence, But his ghostly vehicle certainly wouldn't behave like that without a reason. Calling on Christy, the young man asked to be lifted higher in order to be able to look around. And from the shelter created by his ghostly friend, he began to examine the ruins visible ahead. And then, among the ruins of the city, the young man suddenly saw the very danger that Bethany had warned him about. In the company of Christy, the young man decided that even if Bethany recommended not to go to this place, then it would be best to do so. But suddenly the young man's attention was attracted by Carton, pointing to something that suddenly appeared in the sky. Raising his head, Jake saw that a certain illusion of a ghostly palace was floating in the sky right in front of him. Feeling that something was definitely wrong with this palace, the young man quickly began to go downstairs, demanding that the girls turn away. Diana listened to him, but Catherine did not have time to dodge the current spell, declaring that the palace was very beautiful. But then Jake blocked the girl's view, loudly convincing her that this was nothing more than some kind of trap. Diana suddenly noticed what was happening to her sister, where, looking at the girl, the young man also saw how her body began to literally dissolve into thin air. Not understanding what was happening, Catherine, with tears in her eyes, begged for help in some way. And now her body, which had become completely transparent, had already begun to be sucked into the ghostly palace that had appeared. Not knowing what else to do, Jake instructed Christy to try to prevent the paintings from ending up in the palace. However, the attempts of the ghostly girl were in vain, where the flaps of fabric aimed for capture simply passed through Catherine's transparent body. Diana also tried to grab her sister's hand, having to jump a little to do so. But her regular hand, like Christy's patches, simply passed through the girl's hand. At this moment, Annette suddenly appeared from the canvas of the painting, seeing what began to happen. After thinking a little, the girl suddenly took out the already familiar ghostly writing pen. Using ghost patterns and a ghost painting canvas, Annette was able to create multiple levels of ghost barriers. And suddenly, Carton's body became solid again, where Jake was immediately able to grab her hand and pull her to the ground. Feeling herself from head to toe, the girl could hardly believe that she had managed to avoid this danger. Jake, giving Annette the most good-natured smile, thanked the girl for her help. And so all the witnesses to the strange event noticed that the ghostly castle was beginning to dissolve into thin air. The girl, bursting into tears because she almost died, said that she thought she saw someone in that palace. Approaching and trying to calm Carton, the young man asked her to concentrate and tell her about what she managed to see. And so the girl began by describing the palace itself, which was very reminiscent of a real imperial palace, in a little more detail. Then she seemed to be drawn into the central entrance of this palace. Once inside, she saw at the far end a fiery throne on which sat some woman unknown to her. She couldn't see her face, but she was definitely wearing some kind of bright, fiery dress, reminiscent of the plumage of a bird. After Catherine's story, Jake was convinced that this place was indeed very dangerous, proposing to continue the path, bypassing it. Continuing their journey, the friends successfully skirted dangerous lands and soon approached their hometown of Aliti. Already on the way, Jake saw some kind of battle taking place ahead. Fighting off a whole crowd of ghosts, the ghostly master reported through his communicator about a difficult stop in their direction. Other ghostly masters who were in touch with him replied that they were not far away and asked the man to hold out a little longer. But then the man, looking at the radar, reported that all the ghosts of rank A had disappeared and the rest had rushed away from the city. And the watchman on the wall reported to Mike Rowdy that another ghostly breakthrough had suddenly begun to retreat. Seeing a real explosion, the watchman assumed that someone had sent them reinforcements. But then the smoke cleared and the man saw Jake through binoculars, accompanied by 2 girls and a whole horde of ghosts. Having recognized the hero, the watchman immediately informed Mike, who was standing next to him, who literally shook as soon as he heard this name. The masters who were on the battlefield and had just miraculously survived looked in fascination at the guy moving on a ghostly horse. But Jake himself was very disappointed, since for the whole crowd of destroyed ghosts of rank A, he received a negligible amount of experience. Then Diana drew her sister's attention to the fact that their dear and beloved father was on the wall. Meanwhile, Veronica, who approached the confused Mike, asked him if he had requested help, to which the man replied that he had submitted an application before everything suddenly calmed down. Taking the binoculars from the man, the girl decided to see for herself what was happening on the battlefield. Her joy knew no bounds when on the battlefield she discovered the long-lost Jake, to whom she was clearly not indifferent. Hearing a familiar voice, Jake raised his head and was also very happy when he saw Veronica. Mike and the leader of the association went downstairs, where the rowdy sisters immediately rushed to their daddy. Mike couldn't believe his eyes, and he was literally shaking from the sight of his beloved daughters. And when he was convinced that this was not a mirage or a hallucination, tears flowed like a river from the man's eyes. Meanwhile, the young man warmly greeted Veronica, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. His interlocutor answered him no less warmly, where both still felt some awkwardness. Continuing the conversation, Veronica asked the guy if they had any problems on the way back, to which he replied that everything was fine. After which Jake asked if his interlocutor would be interested in finding out where he had been missing for more than a year. To which the girl, blushing a little, explained that the main thing for her was that Jake had returned, and the rest did not matter. The father of the rowdy sisters categorically disagreed with this, and he brought down all his anger on the guy, accusing him of kidnapping his daughters. But Catherine and Diana themselves came to the guy's defense, telling their father to calm down since no one had kidnapped them. But Mike did not stop, declaring that this guy simply brainwashed them or hooked them on something. Laughing, Jake asked for forgiveness for the fact that everything turned out this way, where it was not his fault, but the circumstances. Catherine used her main trump card, telling her father that thanks to this trip, she and her sister rose to level S and received new ghosts. Hearing such a statement, Mike was shocked, since rising to S level in just a year was something completely unthinkable. But the sisters immediately presented their father with evidence in the form of their ghosts of nuns, also noting that Jake himself now has an S2 rank. The second news about Jake's rank even more shocked not only Mike, but also Veronica standing next to him. Immediately changing his tune, the man said that Jake was just a great guy, which he never doubted. Both Veronica and Rowdy's sisters stood on the sidelines and listened as Mike praised Jake, saying that now he was just like a son to him. Already in the evening, while sitting at dinner, Veronica noticed that Mike, apparently, was not averse to marrying one of his daughters to Jake. The girl also noted that there are rumors that the head of the city wants to marry her Melanie to him. Having asked his interlocutor not to raise these topics, the young man suddenly remembered that he had brought the girl a small gift. What she did not expect at all and was already in seventh heaven, rejoicing at such attention from the young man. At the same time, in another part of the city, a man reported to his master that Jake Stone had returned to the city, which didn't make the man whose son was going to marry Melanie very happy. Then the reporting man said that a year ago they already sent killers, but the guy somehow dealt with them, where now he became even stronger, since he single-handedly repelled a ghostly breakthrough on the approach to the city. To which the gentleman noted that in this case they have no right to make a mistake in resolving this issue. When Jake placed the golden box in front of his beloved and opened it, the girl could not believe her eyes. After all, right in front of her lay a ghostly object in which the very Ghost 55 she had dreamed about so much had settled. Jake confirmed Veronica's guesses, where she asked how he was able to get him out of the golden prison. To which the young man explained that he simply went to the headquarters of the local branch of the association and exchanged it for another ghost. Looking at the ghostly dagger, the girl noted with emotion that Jake remembered her wish, although she mentioned it only once. And suddenly she rose from her seat, approached the young man and kissed him, thanking him for such a wonderful gift. Looking at the girl, Jake replied that he didn't need gratitude, since he just did it for her. Slowly starting to move forward, Veronica said that she was going to take a shower now, but the young man who approached her took the girl by the wrist, making it clear that she would not be alone in her soul today. 2 days later, a man watching Jake's movements reported that he had not left the apartment, to which he received an order not to stop surveillance and to immediately report when he went outside. Seeing off her lover, Veronica asked him if he really wanted to go alone, to which Jake replied that it would be better this way, where he would decide some matters in the West and would return soon. Dressed in a nightie and a cape, Veronica asked the young man to be as careful as possible. And then the man watching the house reported that their target had finally left the house. While Jake moved around the city on his ghostly horse, everyone had time to admire this hero, whose return they were sincerely happy. The young man was busy thinking that he needed to deal with the surveillance which he had been warned about, for which he decided to lure the attackers outside the city. Having long noticed the one who was following on his heels, the young man smiled and mentally asked him not to lag behind. And so the one who started the hunt for Jake received a message that their target had left the city and was heading straight into a trap. Then the man got up and was just heading towards the exit when suddenly a voice called out to him, calling him father. As the young man approached, He asked the man to take him with him on this hunt, to which his father ordered that his son remain in the city, since the wedding with Melanie Abraham is much more important. The young man agreed with his father, but also asked him to be careful since according to rumors, Jake Stone is incredibly strong, to which the man smugly declared that his opponent had no chance of winning. Having got out of the city, Jake moved on his ghostly horse along the canyon, waiting for him to be attacked. And finally, some kind of movement of ghostly masters began around. Being at a height, one of his future opponents announced that the young man was surrounded and resistance was absolutely useless. Behind the man's back stood his ghost in the form of a huge snake, and he himself added that this time he would not be able to escape. Jake noticed that his opponents were becoming smarter, where this time they had summoned the ghosts in advance. Then, after looking at his opponents, the young man was surprised at what they were even expecting when they came here with 2 S1 rank ghosts and 1 S rank ghost. Grinning, Jake noted out loud that he expected much more from his enemies, and therefore did not run away. Shouting that the guy thought too highly of himself, the leader of the killers ordered his ghost to attack. Well, Jake prepared to repel this attack, calling only Christy, May, and a ghostly umbrella for now. And now the Red Bride and the young man's firstborn son have already caught the ghostly snake attacking him. And the ghostly umbrella, being cloned as always, did not let the remaining ghosts get bored. And when the main attacker realized what was happening, his surprise knew no bounds, since after the last attempt he was informed that all of this guy's ghosts had a rank no higher than S. But now he saw S1 in front of him. Meanwhile, Jake, deciding to deal with this situation quickly, summoned a ghostly picture, and then the ghostly canvas unfolded in the air, stretching out its long tentacles towards the villains. Seeing the S2 rank ghost appearing in front of them, Jake's opponents immediately decided to retreat. But it was already too late, as the tentacles of the ghostly picture had already reached them, sucking the souls out of their bodies. Annette and the ghosts controlled by the attackers did not go unnoticed. From the beginning of this short confrontation, only about a minute passed, after which it was all over and the system announced another victory to Jake. In addition, points were scored for the relationship with the ghostly umbrella, where the young man immediately agreed to a new association of umbrellas. Rising high into the air, the ghostly umbrella began to spin, emitting a bright light, after which it began to unite with the pink umbrella kept by Jake. And when the unification was completed, the ghostly umbrella finally took on human form in the form of 3 cheerful girls. A new task from the system to give names to new ghosts made the young man think carefully. Not knowing at all what to do in this case, the young man decided to identify the girls according to the colors of their clothes, and called them Tangerine, Rose, and Violet. What they didn't like very much, as well as the system, which repeatedly issued a message that the ghosts needed to be given names. And so all 3 girls again looked at their master hopefully, waiting for a normal name. His task was simplified when Jake realized that in fact this was one ghost. And so the girls rejoiced at the name Mickey chosen by the young man, where this one name in the interpretation meant a trinity. Suddenly, the young man's attention was attracted by cars approaching the battle site, where his name was loudly called in a familiar female voice. Turning around, the young man saw Melanie Abraham, who was very happy that she had finally found a guy. When the young man asked what she was doing here, the girl explained that she had learned about the impending ambush and moved forward to provide assistance. But as soon as she turned her gaze a little to the left, the girl experienced a real shock. After all, right behind the young man's back, 3 lifeless bodies were lying on the ground. The girl instantly recognized one of the dead men as the father of the young man she was going to marry, and Jake explained that these men were trying to kill him by setting a trap. Melanie was amazed that the guy was able to deal with 2 ghostly masters of the S1 rank. Realizing that Jake was being attacked because of her attention to him, the girl offered her sincere apologies. Melanie decided to make amends to her boyfriend by telling everything to her father, who had to take appropriate measures. One of the masters came to William Abraham, who was undergoing daily procedures, with a report. He showed a message he had received from his daughter, who reported that the family they had agreed to be engaged to had attempted to kill Jake Rowdy. At that same second, the old man ordered the arrest of the killer's remaining son, which caused bewilderment in the man, since the Abraham family had already concluded a marriage contract with these people. But immediately removing the oxygen mask, Wilhelm sternly declared that such a person from such a shameful family would never become the husband of his daughter. Soon, the ghostly masters descended on the estate where the would-be groom lived. Noticing the uninvited guests, The guy was very scared, not yet understanding what was happening. And the approaching master said threateningly that the machinations of their family, where they were going to kill Jake Stone, had been revealed. Where the guy's father, who tried to implement his insidious and shameful plan, has already gone to the next world. The young man begged for mercy when the master informed him of the termination of the engagement and his immediate arrest by order of the head of the city. The fate of all other members of this family was also decided, where the master announced their expulsion from this city without the right to return. Falling to the floor and hitting him with his fists from powerlessness, the guy thought about how all this could have happened, where he found his father, fixated on Jake, to blame. After some time, Jake visited a secret room where the son of the one who tried to kill the young man was locked in one of the golden chambers. Looking into the cell, the young man found the guy sitting on the floor in a huge pool of his own blood. Melanie, standing behind Jake, noticed that most likely this coward was afraid of torture and decided to commit suicide. Jake himself, who had every right to finish off this scoundrel, was generally almost glad that he did not have to get his hands dirty on him. Leaving the deceased, the young people left, where the girl invited the guy to a dinner organized by her father. The old man greeted the young man in a fatherly manner, inviting him to take a seat at his table. When he sat down, Wilhelm explained that he dealt with the remnants of the family that carried out the assassination attempt, not only because of their action, but also in order to show everyone that he still had strength. To which Jake noted that the man was already respected by the entire city as a wise and fair leader. However, then the old man noticed that his time was really running out, so he was in a hurry to get his daughter married. After a short pause, Wilhelm asked his guest to listen to what he would like to tell him. Having directly said that there was not a single worthy candidate in the city, the man said that he was ready to give power into the hands of Jake without any conditions, where such a loud statement could not leave a young man indifferent. And the old man continued, saying that after his death, the city should have a powerful leader, and asking his daughter to tell about the situation in the south, where Melanie immediately said that cities in the south announced their withdrawal from the association, and therefore they will no longer help, send ghostly objects and artifacts, or provide their craftsmen. This shocked the young man for the second time, who immediately realized that those cities were striving for complete independence. Wilhelm immediately continued after his daughter, noting that in general, everyone who becomes stronger begins to believe that he no longer needs protection. However, as soon as he is gone, these isolated characters will definitely try to take over and subjugate the city. After listening to his interlocutor, Jake said that as a member of the Alliance and just a friend of the Abraham family, he would definitely defend the city, but he could not afford to become the old man's successor. Melanie, who did not interfere in the men's conversation, was mentally amazed that there was such a person in the world who could so easily give up enormous power. Having said that he heard the young man's position, Wilhelm mentally noted that the more this guy resists, the more he wants to get him as his successor. Finally, the young man reached his home, where he could afford to rest a little. Suddenly, the system announced that he had been awarded several connection points for repairing the ghostly painting, where despite the fact that Jake did not call for it, the painting suddenly showed activity, straightening out in front of the young man. Where on her canvas, right before the young man's eyes, a bright flash appeared, and the world around seemed to crumble into small pieces. And when the guy opened his eyes, he found himself in the ghostly territory of Annette, who had changed a lot since the last time. Before he had time to properly look around, his attention was suddenly attracted by a female voice already familiar to him, calling him by name. Turning around, the young man saw Annette standing in front of him, who was asking the guy where he had been for so long. The way the ghostly world of the picture began to look, as well as the fact that this projection of Annette was talking, led the young man into complete confusion. "Well," the girl continued, recalling that at their last meeting the young man saved her from death, but left very quickly, where she did not even have time to thank him. Realizing that he needed to react somehow, Jake apologized to the girl, citing urgent matters. Annette joyfully announced that peace had finally come to Mares, and the Wallace family was no longer persecuting her thanks to Jake. After which the girl took out the keys to her house, which she handed to the guy, saying that he could come to her at any time. It was very unexpected and very pleasant, where, having accepted the gift, the young man thanked the girl. Then Annette invited her savior to take a short walk along the embankment and look at the life of this beautiful city. While they were walking, Annette said that she understood all the dangers that could await outside the city, but nevertheless she would really like to go somewhere. Only now Jake began to realize that here, inside the picture, this girl's life seems to continue, which actually creates the prospect for her to find herself in the real world in the future. Since this projection has a very real consciousness, it is quite possible that it will be able to merge with its ghostly form, where a completely new type of ghost will result. Noticing how her companion was lost in thought, Annette tried to attract his attention. After apologizing, Jake listened to the girl's words that she didn't want to be stuck in the same city for the rest of her life. To which the young man cheerfully stated that as soon as he has the opportunity, he will take the girl away from here and show her a huge and interesting world. Annette was very pleased to hear such kind words from her companion, for which she warmly thanked him. And when they continued moving, the girl carefully, with a slight movement, took her companion by the hand. At the same time, a group of men excavated a grave where members of the Wallace family, Steve and Adrian, were discovered. When their bodies were unconditionally identified, the elder immediately ordered their master to be informed about this. The ghostly masters moving through the city streets discussed the situation with the southern cities and recalled the merits of Jake Stone, where one of the interlocutors noted that they stopped writing about the guy because news about the independence of cities is much more important. Then everyone's attention was attracted by a certain phenomenon that appeared in the air. Raising their heads, the ghostly masters saw a ghostly world in the form of a huge mountain hovering over the city. Immediately, everyone felt how the ghost that appeared used some kind of mental attack on everyone who was below. Observing the unusual and clearly dangerous phenomenon, Drake immediately ordered the ghostly masters to be summoned, where he explained that this huge snow-capped mountain is the ghost world of one of the powerful ghosts belonging to a member of the Wallace family. Bethany also watched the appearance of this ghostly snow-covered territory, mentally noting that the current head of the Wallace family had decided not to accept the death of his son. Summoning her ghost, the girl asked him to take her to that mountain, and now a ghostly territory had already been created, where on the already familiar ship the girl went to visit the head of the Wallace family. Everyone who was on the street watched with interest and amazement as one ghostly world approached another. But then, on all sides, the ghostly mountain began to be surrounded by other ghostly worlds of masters summoned on Drake's orders. Bethany's ship was the first to reach the ghostly snow-capped mountain, and the girl had already stepped into dangerous territory. Following her, another ghostly master jumped onto the mountain, who menacingly said that the Wallace family was only starting a war with their antics. Gradually, other masters began to appear on the mountain, demanding that the one who disturbed their peace finally show up. One of the female ghost masters thanked Bethany for personally participating in the city's defense. And then everyone who arrived at the ghostly mountain saw the one who had caused all this commotion. Descending on a huge ice floe, the current head of the Wallace family immediately declared that he only needed Jake Stone. To which the masters stated that they knew that the guy dealt with two members of their family, which was very deserved. But the man was not concerned about the behavior of his relatives, where he loudly shouted that Jake would pay with his life for the death of his son. Immediately, the masters began negotiations among themselves about whether this man could have the right to revenge in this case. Only Bethany remained adamant, who said that Thomas's son was the first to try to kill Jake, and therefore everything was decided fairly. And everything that the head of the Wallace family is trying to portray here is nothing more than an excuse to try to start seizing power. In response, the man shouted that the impudent girl should not dare to disgrace the honor of his son. Then the rest of the masters turned to Bethany, asking if the Wallace family was really the first to ruin Jake's life. To which the girl replied that she even has evidence of this, which is located at the association's headquarters. Realizing that he might be overwhelmed by the overwhelming evidence, Thomas summoned his ghost, shouting that he didn't care about the evidence and would simply seek revenge. But the masters were ready for confrontation, immediately activating their ghosts and preparing them for battle. And the distraught Thomas shouted that he would not allow anyone to disgrace the honor of his great family. And so the ghostly masters, with the help of their ghosts, surrounded Thomas and his huge ghost. But suddenly someone appeared in the air, loudly saying that the Wallace family had long ago crossed all possible boundaries and had too high an opinion of themselves. When Thomas stated that he had long considered the old man dead, he explained that he still had about a dozen years of life left. And now the new participant in the confrontation has already unfolded his ghostly world, saying that he will not allow Thomas to be willful on this earth. Immediately after that, the old man's ghostly world sent a huge stream of energy into the ghostly mountain. Realizing that he could not withstand such a horde, Thomas said that he would still kill Jake as soon as he dared to leave the city. Where immediately after this, a huge ghostly snow-capped mountain instantly disappeared into thin air. Looking at the place where Thomas Wallace had been just a second ago, Bethany mentally noted that Jake needed to be more careful with this man. And Thomas, who fled from the field of the failed battle, materialized along with his ghostly world not far from the city, where he gave his henchmen the order to search for the whereabouts of Jake Stone and to continuously monitor all exits from the city. Meanwhile, Jake came to another meeting with the head of the city, Wilhelm Abraham. Turning to the guy, the old man sternly asked if the guy really killed members of the Wallace family while he was in Mares. And the guy did not deny it, saying that he really managed to deal with 2 unworthy husbands from this family. And then the old man's face brightened, where he, clapping his hands, praised his interlocutor for a good job, adding that this family should have been taught a good lesson long ago. Then, approaching the guy, Wilhelm noticed that Thomas Wallace would soon find out that Jake was in Alita, but he would not allow him to do anything here. Jake, of course, thanked the old man, but at the same time assumed that in this case William would also become Thomas's enemy. But the old man explained that a person who already has 1 foot in the afterlife has nothing to fear. Moving together through the garden, Jake asked his interlocutor about the power of the southern cities, to which he spoke about the presence of a certain master there. Having heard about a man with outstanding abilities, the young man asked to tell him more about him, to which Wilhelm immediately explained that that strong master had 2 S3 rank ghosts under his command, where even he with his abilities is unlikely to be able to compete with that ghostly master. Jake thanked the old man for the explanation, then added that he had one request, and when Wilhelm agreed to help, the young man asked if he knew of any very dangerous places nearby where one could meet and fight ghosts of ranks S1 and S2. Laughing, the old man replied that he had places in mind where he would immediately give the young man a map. Realizing that sooner or later he would have to confront the head of the Wallace family, the young man, looking at the map received from the head of the city, decided to focus on getting as much experience as possible for his ghosts, and therefore increasing their level. Having determined the order of his actions, Jake saddled his ghostly horse and set off. The S-rank ghost was defeated by his ghosts quite quickly, and the youth again studied the map to determine his next target. And while in the dungeon, his firstborn Christy defeated a ghost of rank S1. In one day, the young man won many victories, and now he was sitting in the treasury he had discovered, surrounded by his ghostly girlfriends. Feeling like a real Raja surrounded by concubines, the young man thought that having won many victories, he had gained a lot of experience, but the level of Christy and May had not yet risen. Deciding to check how his favorite was developing, Jake asked the girl to close her eyes, what she immediately did, after which she fixed her pure childish gaze on the guy. Touched by this beauty, Jake couldn't help but pat his little ghostly friend's cheeks. And finally, Jake received another task from the system, which was related to his receiving at his disposal the ghost of the abbess of the quiet monastery. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns in the city of Adaita, the ghostly masters sat and discussed how strong Jake Stone had become, who was able to defeat such a powerful master as Adrian Wallace. At another table, the masters were discussing how one of the families who tried to kill Jake had recently fallen, where for some time it was planned to marry the daughter of the head of the city to their son. And the Wallace family spy sitting nearby was already transmitting information that Jake might be in Alita. Well, the subject of the search for the evil family has already arrived at the place he needs in order to complete the task set by the system. And then, right in front of him, ghostly photographs began to appear, which were dangerous for anyone who looked at them. And from these photographs, a whole huge worm has already formed, thirsting for blood. Noticing that the photos were very similar, Jake immediately realized that this ghost was using the ability to clone himself, and the ghostly photographs have already rushed upward to attack the ghosts of the young man. But then the ghostly picture studied one of the photographs, after which it began their mass destruction. Watching the actions of the painting and the umbrella, Jake sent Christy and May to help and earn some more experience. A few seconds later, the Red Bride was already destroying the ghostly photographs with her ghostly fire. Christy did not stand aside either and used fire flares to resist. And then the system announced the complete destruction of a ghost of rank S2 that stood in their way. The system also announced that Jake's ghosts were receiving new abilities. Rejoicing, the young man continued his journey and soon saw several buildings in front of him. The stone statue located near the reservoir did not fit into the overall picture at all and seemed suspicious. Suddenly, the waters next to this stone statue rose, hitting it with tremendous force. Taking a closer look at what was happening, the young man suggested that a battle of ghosts was now taking place before his eyes. He directed his horse towards the statue, inquiring about who controls it. And then the statue explained that she was from the Association of Ghostmasters and was here on a mission to destroy a high-level ghost. Then Jake introduced himself, saying that this ghost had an advantage on his territory, after which he offered his help. When the statue heard the name called, she said that she had already heard about the guy's merits before, giving him the opportunity to act. Rejoicing that he could earn a little more experience, the young man immediately summoned all his ghosts. Using their abilities, Jake's ghosts quickly discovered the one who controlled the water masses. And when the enemy was found, both the ghosts of the young man and the stone statue immediately attacked him. Where the water ghost was unable to withstand this massive attack that split its ghostly body into two. And so the girl's monument thanked the guy for his help, also noting his outstanding abilities. Then the young man asked if his interlocutor had seen a certain ghost of rank S2 here, to which the stone girl replied that some time ago she had already pursued some strange ghost, codenamed Harlequin, and immediately handed the guy a certain fragment that should help in the search. After which, having said goodbye, the stone girl turned into a pile of fragments that soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the clouds. Having examined what he received from a random stranger, Jake realized that it was a fragment of a mask. This was a great opportunity to test the tracking abilities of the ghost painting, where, having studied the fragment, she let the young man know that she could help in the discovery. And now the ghostly picture was already rushing in the direction where it sensed the presence of the ghost, and Jake tried to keep up with it. After some time, the wildlife ended, and the young man found himself in a lifeless forest. A net, peeking out from the canvas, indicated the direction of further movement, where, through the red fog that appeared from nowhere, the young man saw another fragment of the mask. Directing his ghostly horse in the right direction, Jake approached the fragment and tried to take it. But suddenly a piece of the mask crumbled into pieces, where a ghost immediately appeared in front of the young man. However, the appearance of one ghostly face was only the beginning, where the guy found himself in a real Harlequin trap, and he was surrounded by many opponents. His ghostly vehicle, under the pressure of his aura, began to move further and further to the side. But at some point, Jake stopped him and discovered that they had almost fallen off a cliff. Calling on May, the young man asked the girl if she could dispel this red fog that was obstructing the view. And so the red bride used her abilities to ensure that the appearance became normal. When the fog was cleared, Jake saw a picture of a sting, where the entire steep wall in front of him was strewn with coffins. The young man also discovered that the fog was coming from a crevice, where something else was visible. Having looked closely, the young man discovered another ghostly cart in front of him, which quickly burst out of its hiding place and tried to attack the uninvited guest. But May immediately intervened in the situation, using her abilities, where, having evaded direct confrontation, the girl transported herself, her master, and all her ghostly colleagues to a safe place. This made the guy think that the ghost he was looking for was really very strong. Remounting his ghostly horse, Jake told the ghostly painting to continue moving towards where it sensed the Harlequin's presence. And so the search for the young man continued, where he simultaneously destroyed low-level ghosts. And so, when the next ghost was defeated, the system announced that the owner had received a fragment of the mask, which indicated its authenticity. After which Christy, who has the skill of restoring ghostly objects, got down to business. After a few seconds, the two fragments turned into one, which greatly pleased the young man. Inspired by his success, the young man continued on his way, following the painting, which led him to the location of the next fragment. The next victory, which brought Jake a new mask fragment, was won by his ghostly umbrella. Another fragment was given to the young man by a ghostly cat, whom he had saved from another creepy ghost. And finally, the system announced that enough points had been accumulated to increase Christy's level. And so the young man launched an update, where his favorite was immediately promoted to S2 rank. After familiarizing himself with Christy's new parameters, Jake thought that he only had one ghost left to level up in order to have 4 S2 rank ghosts. At the same time, interesting events began to occur in the city. Wallace family spies everywhere reported that Jake Stone had been discovered. And when one of these spies tried to detain the target, he suddenly discovered a completely different person there. At that very moment, a man who approached Melanie reported to her that her order had been completed. Smiling contentedly, The girl noticed that now the Wallace family would definitely be shocked. After all, points selling a variety of paraphernalia associated with Jake Stone have just appeared all over the city. In less than a few hours, a good third of the city's population was already wearing the same clothes as Jake's, and even wore wigs stylized to match his hairstyle. Jake himself has already arrived at his next destination, where a ghostly picture led him. From the movements of the painting, the young man realized that his target was directly under the water. Thinking, Jake realized that the Harlequin was definitely not a ghost associated with water, which means there was another fragment of the mask hiding there. Turning to the ghostly picture, the young man asked her to come up with a way to remove the fragment without disturbing the ghosts that might be there. In response, the painting recommended that the guy not use it, but a ghostly umbrella. And so Mickey was called up. Where she received the task, she immediately cloned herself, where numerous umbrellas began to quickly spin in the air. Soon, the air movement spun a strong whirlpool, and when days appeared, another fragment could be seen there. And so, having taken on a human form, the girl rushed down to take possession of the artifact. Quite quickly, she approached the bottom of the reservoir and picked up a fragment of the mask. But as soon as the fragment was in her hand, the passage that she had opened quickly began to close. Jake only had time to shout the name of his ghost, but the funnel had already collapsed. At the same time, the whirlpool on the surface continued to spin, drawing in all the other umbrellas in the air. A ghostly picture came to Mickey's aid, which began to grab the umbrellas with its huge tentacles, preventing them from plunging into the water. With another limb, the painting pulled out from the depths that umbrella, which took on a human form. But as soon as this happened, the water suddenly seemed to begin to grow, violating all the laws of physics. And then, following the selected prey, a huge ghostly dragon of rank S2 rushed into the air. Approaching the ghostly picture, the dragon used its poisonous breath on it. Concerned, Jake immediately sent May and Christy, who were next to him, to help. Using her abilities, the Red Bride was able to suppress the ghostly world of the dragon, creating her own. Where at that very second she, controlling the ghostly algae, fettered the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Christy appeared next to the ghostly dragon in one of her battle forms. However, the dragon was not going to just give up his position, trying to grab the girl's hand. Having freed herself, Christy intensified her icy onslaught on her opponent, and May had already prepared her deadly threads. And when the threads entangled the entire body of the frozen enemy, May smashed the dragon into small pieces. Holding the injured Mickey in his arms, Jake listened to the system's message about victory and receiving the next fragment. The system also informed the owner about the possibility of increasing May's level. And now the young man has already become familiar with the improved characteristics of the Red Bride, who has reached the S2 rank. Then the young man drew attention to the algae growing near the shore. But at that very second, he was driven away from his delicacy by a ghostly horse that very quickly shortened the distance. And as soon as he ate the algae, the system immediately announced that the abilities of this ghost had been improved. Jake also remembered that over the last 2 increases in the level of his ghosts, he had unused lottery attempts. After scrolling through it for the first time, the young man gained the ability to unite the ghostly worlds of 2 ghosts. The second prize was the ability to increase combat power, which, apparently, the abbess of the quiet monastery would have to possess. Having finished with the lottery, the young man turned his attention to the artifact he was collecting, where there were literally a couple more fragments left to be obtained. Continuing his path, the young man soon came across dense bamboo thickets, through which it was impossible to pass. But he had a ghostly horse that could easily move along the very tops of the trees. Soon, Jake first heard the sound of water, and then saw its source in the form of a waterfall, next to which stood a stone monument already familiar to him. Having dismounted, the young man greeted his friend, asking what she was doing here. Appearing from behind the statue, the girl replied that she had been guarding the Harlequin here for 2 days. And now fully appearing in front of Jake in a wheelchair, the girl introduced herself as Elizabeth O'Brien, a member of the Association of Ghostly Masters. Looking closely at his new acquaintance, the young man asked what had hurt her so badly. But Elizabeth explained that she was not crippled, but only temporarily unable to walk after being injured in battle. When the girl asked how his search was going, Jake replied that he managed to collect almost the entire mask, which was very surprising for the girl, who could not believe that the guy managed to visit such dangerous places in such a short time. Then she extracted another fragment that she managed to get, also giving it to the young man. The young man immediately connected it with the rest of the mask, after which he discovered that there was only one left to get. And his new friend and colleague at the association wondered for what purpose the ghost scattered these fragments everywhere. There were only two answer options, where the first was to kill people in this way, and the second allowed us to assume that this was just a weak point of the ghost that he did not want anyone to discover. Noticing the guy's high intellectual abilities, Elizabeth said that she would help him confront the ghost. Then, pointing towards the waterfall, the girl said that she felt the aura of the fragment there, along with another very frightening aura, where apparently there is a ghost of rank S3, which for some reason does not show any activity on its own. After which the young man went towards the waterfall, deciding for now to scout out the situation on his own. Finding himself in front of a falling wall of water, Jake summoned a ghostly picture to help him pass, where she used not her magic, but the most ordinary physics, using her canvas to redirect the movement of water. Once behind the waterfall, the young man discovered a hidden cave there, where there was someone right in front of him. Taking a closer look, Jake was able to make out a harlequin standing at some kind of altar. To begin with, the young man decided to use only a ghostly umbrella in order to catch the ghost. And so the umbrella cloned, rushing towards the harlequin, who, however, was ready to attack. However, contrary to all expectations, for some reason the evil clown did not rush to hide or run. But then the head, located on top of the altar, turned sharply towards the uninvited guest, where at that very second the cave in which Jake was located disappeared, and he found himself in the ghostly world of that same S3 rank ghost. Only now the young man realized that the harlequin interacted with this ghost in order to fall under its protection. The one who protected the clown also had the ability to clone, and Mickey could no longer withstand his attack. Then the young man called on his other ghosts in order to be able to somehow resist a new, unprecedented threat. And now the ghostly picture has already slowed down the further advance of some enemy clones. And Jake drew Christy's attention to the place where the harlequin was. At that same second, the ghostly girl found herself next to the ghost, trying to attack him. But the harlequin seemed to disappear into thin air, immediately materializing on another floating piece of stone. Christy wanted to rush after the clown, but unexpectedly received a strong blow, which threw the ghostly girl into one of the buildings floating around. And all the other clones had already managed to free themselves from the shackles that bound them to the ghostly picture. It was complete ghost dominance, where Jake and his team were already surrounded. The young man had no choice but to call on May, who immediately used her teleportation abilities. And a moment later, Jake and all his girls were already on the other side of the waterfall. Elizabeth, who met him, asked if everything was fine with the guy, to which he answered positively. Then he told his interlocutor that the harlequin was protected by the ghost of the altar, where his ghosts were only enough for 23 seconds of confrontation. Saying that she also had two S2 ranked ghosts, Elizabeth suggested that they could cope if they combined their powers, to which Jake refused, saying that this would not change the situation, but then added that their goal was a harlequin, and therefore there was no point in killing the ghost of the altar. After listening to the guy, Elizabeth noticed that he clearly had some kind of plan, to which the young man explained that if their ghosts unite and 4 of them are able to hold back the attacks for some time, then the remaining 2 may have time to catch the harlequin. And after they capture the clown, his ghost, who is excellent at quickly leaving dangerous places, will get down to business. Elizabeth found her new friend's plan very effective, agreeing to participate in it. After which the girl asked if the guy really had 4 ghosts, to which Jake replied that he actually has a 5th, but not completely subordinate to him, whom he can still try to attract. Noting to herself that this guy was truly incredible, Elizabeth asked when they would put their plan into action. Since it was already getting a little dark outside, the young man suggested waiting out the night. Soon a fire was lit, on which Jake prepared a fish kebab, which he treated to his new girlfriend. Having tried the simple dish, the girl was amazed at how tasty the young man had prepared it. To which Jake explained that due to frequent and lengthy solo travel, he had to learn how to cook. When the young man asked what city the girl was from, she explained that she was from Laketon, which is located in the west. After which, while devouring one of the fish, Jake listened with interest to the girl's story about their underground cities, where Elizabeth explained that because of this location, it is more difficult for ghosts to penetrate them, but the living conditions are much worse. Then the guy asked if there were any special ghosts in her homeland, and Elizabeth said that they have a ghost that, after death, inhabits any other nearby body, which greatly interested the young man, who really wanted to see something similar. Laughing, the girl expressed her surprise at the fearlessness of the guy, who finds such a dangerous ghost nothing more than interesting. When morning came, the first thing Jake did was take the rosary of the abbess of the quiet monastery from the storage room, and then called her name. Where at that very second, a ghostly territory appeared before his eyes in the form of that very monastery. Elizabeth looked with interest and at the same time with excitement at the world that had appeared. But the young man reassured the girl, saying that this ghost was on their side. And now he has already saddled his ghostly horse, and his today's partner summoned a stone statue. Like last time, the painting opened a passage to the other side of the waterfall. And now Jake and Elizabeth, who were on the other side, already saw the Harlequin in front of them, still sitting at the altar. The clown quickly realized that they had come for him again, turning around and seeing the uninvited guests, where at that very second his protector, the ghost of the altar, had already unfolded his ghostly world. Starting to act according to the plan, Elizabeth summoned her second ghost, where both immediately began to attack. Jake also used all the means available to him, also summoning a ghostly mirror where he himself rushed to attack, telling May to save her strength. The phantom umbrella was sent to help contain the altar ghost, which was carried out by Elizabeth's ghosts. The mission of Annette and Christy was to capture this harmful harlequin. The young man himself also did not stand aside, where he, with his ghostly sword, helped in restraining the enemy. Meanwhile, Annette and Christy moved towards the place where the harlequin was hiding, not being distracted by the attacks of the altar ghost, which were thwarted by Elizabeth's ghosts. And for the first time, the young man decided to test his ability in the form of combining the ghostly worlds of his faithful ghostly friends. This combination of energies created a more powerful effect than any of the individual attacks had before. But the harlequin was not going to just give up, instantly leaving the dangerous place. And so the clown also decided to go on an active defense, unfolding his ghostly world in the sky. Watching this, Jake noticed that even under the auspices of the ghost of the altar, the harlequin could not withstand the intervention of the abbess. At the 10th second of this confrontation, the combined ghostly worlds of Annette and Christy were rapidly approaching harlequin territory. And then Christy, who appeared from the rushing beam of energy, instantly destroyed several creatures from the ghostly world of the harlequin. The ghostly picture did not stand idle either, which also suppressed the world of the clown, spreading its tentacles. And then the quiet abode appeared right in front of the harlequin, where a knocking monotonous sound began to attract the ghost to itself. Noticing that their target was hooked, Jake asked May to take them to the entrance to the monastery. About 17 seconds had already passed since this operation began, and now everyone who participated in it watched with bated breath as the harlequin moved towards the monastery. He noticed the danger to his ward and the ghost of the altar opposing Jake and his team, where Elizabeth, sitting next to her, noticed that the situation was now getting out of control. When the powerful ghost began to attack, the place where the last fragment of the mask was suddenly discovered. Christy, using her special abilities, extended her huge ghostly hand for the fragment, and May was already preparing a retreat. And at the very last moment, when the wrath of the ghost of the altar had almost overtaken the team, they moved to a safe place. Noting that the red bride had worked very hard, Jake sent the girl to gain strength. The young man also noticed how his partner showed herself, but she did not share his enthusiasm, sadly saying that the harlequin managed to leave. But the young man objected, firmly declaring that victory remained with them. After all, his precious Christy managed to take with her the last fragment of the ghostly mask, and now the young man was already handing her the rest of the almost assembled mask so that the girl would use her charms. And as soon as the mask was completely restored, the system announced that now the harlequin will follow the one with the mask everywhere. And if he manages to put the mask on the clown, then the one who does this will gain control over him. After reviewing the information received from the system, the young man noticed that the mask really turned out to be the clown's weakness. And before the guy even had time to think about how he could lure the harlequin, he himself appeared from the bamboo thickets. Immediately calling upon the ghostly quiet abode, Jake invited the harlequin to follow him, showing him the mask, where the young man himself prudently stood behind the barrier of the ghostly world, after passing through which the ghost falls under the full influence of the abbess. And now he had already led the harlequin into the hall, where other ghosts were sitting and meditating next to the abbess. The clown joined the crowd, and the system announced that the task had been completed, for which the owner received 15 points towards his relationship with the new ghost, after which an announcement appeared that a sufficient number of connection points had been accumulated in order to possess a fifth ghost. And now the young man already had the opportunity to get acquainted with the skills of his new ghost, which were significantly different from all that had come before. One of the abilities that Olivia possessed was the transformation of ghosts from evil to good, where no one had ever heard of such a thing. Examining the girl he already knew, Jake noticed that she apparently understood her strength, and therefore directed it after death in a certain direction so as not to harm others. Looking at all those ghosts that were in the meditation hall, the young man realized that they should have already been subject to re-education. Looking at one of them and calling up the status window, the guy read that this ghost is 70% good and 30% evil. Information about another ghost showed that only 1% remained for complete re-education. And so a plan matured in the young man's head, according to which, after the Harlequin's complete re-education, he could be given to Veronica, who would immediately become an S2 level master. Having decided to try the process from the very beginning on a Harlequin, Jake was already looking forward to how he could organize a mass re-education of ghosts. Having given Olivia a ghostly mask, the young man noted that its use would help in re-education. And when the abbess got to work, the system added 5 points to the relationship for the fact that the owner provided the ghost with a useful artifact. Based on everything that happened, the guy could only rejoice. At the exit from the ghostly territory, Elizabeth continued to wait for him, to whose questions Jake explained that the Harlequin would not create problems for anyone anymore. After which, the young man thanked the girl for her help, where without it, he definitely would not have succeeded. Laughing, Elizabeth replied that she was only happy about it, but she would not refuse the guy's help if she suddenly needed it. Replying to this that he is always ready, you just have to call, Jake said goodbye to his new acquaintance. A warm, starry night arrived, where Christy, being essentially a small child, sat and played with fireflies. But suddenly some small inhabitant of the forest rushed past and literally snatched the luminous insect from the hands of the ghost. And so, against the backdrop of Jake and the other ghosts sitting by the fire, Christy was already chasing her little offender. Looking at the map, the young man made plans for his future path. Meanwhile, old man Wilhelm was undergoing recovery procedures as usual. Suddenly feeling something, the man abruptly rose to his feet and ordered to immediately gather all combat-ready masters. And people on the city streets were already observing the ghostly territory of the Wallace family that had appeared. Where this was just the beginning, because a second later, a second territory, very similar to the first, appeared in the sky. Having already managed to gather himself and prepare for confrontation, Wilhelm furiously noticed that this family was crossing all boundaries. At some point, the city residents saw another ghostly world unfold in the sky opposite the enemy. It was the ghostly world of the city leader himself, who, appearing before Thomas, said that he had written him off early. To which the head of the Wallace family stated that he was still a child when his opponent had at least some strength. And now, after so many years, some old man is still trying to save the city alone. To which Wilhelm openly stated that, unlike Thomas, he does not need henchmen. A man standing next to Thomas was clearly offended, realizing that by henchman in this case they meant him. But the head of the Wallace family himself did not allow the quarrel to begin, demanding that the head of the city hand over Jake, where he knows for sure that he is in the city. To which the old man noted in an icy voice that the guy is really here, but you can only get to him through his corpse. Summoning his ghost, Thomas noted that he would do this easily and with great joy, and his support was the ghost of a certain second man nearby. Watching the situation escalate above, people began to hastily leave the streets seeking shelter. At some point, a man approached Wilhelm and brought him what he asked for. And so, taking the golden box into his hands, the old man noted that his opponents did not think at all about the consequences of their actions. The appearance of this simple object in the hands of his opponent made Thomas stop, and the head of the city had already opened the first lock, where a very terrible aura immediately began to penetrate through a small gap, where even the ghosts of men who tried to attack the city immediately felt it. Having finished with the first lock, Wilhelm's hand was already reaching for the second, and suddenly Thomas shouted for the man to stop, after which he asked if he was really ready to do this for some guy. To which the old man replied that as soon as his opponent begins to look at the world not from the position of the ruler, he will be able to see many things that he does not see now. Turning around, the head of the Wallace family challenged his opponent that he could not protect the city and Jake forever, where time was on his side. Already dissolving into the air along with his ghostly territory, Thomas added that the old man was enjoying the remnants of his days. Left alone, Wilhelm immediately closed the first lock of the golden box he was holding in his hands. Meanwhile, Jake was already approaching the city of Wallace, which, like the others, was surrounded by a golden wall. He had already read the message about what happened in Aliti, and therefore decided to be as careful as possible so as not to catch the eye of the Wallace family spies. And now the young man was already walking through the streets of the city, throwing a hood over himself and hiding his face. Suddenly his attention was attracted by the appearance in the sky of a ghostly palace already familiar to him. Passers-by next to him also could not help but notice the celestial phenomenon, stopping and drawing the attention of others to it. And suddenly all those who decided to look at the palace floating in the sky began to dissolve in the air and disappear. A real panic began on the city streets when the driver suddenly disappeared from behind the wheel of a public transport and the bus collided with another vehicle. Remembering how the ghostly painting managed to save Catherine, Jake immediately summoned his ghost, asking him to stop the kidnapping. And so the ghostly picture began to create barriers from the coils of its canvas. Meanwhile, people on the ground continued to disappear, begging for someone to save them. Realizing that the painting alone could not cope with the power of the ghostly palace, the young man summoned a ghostly umbrella, after which he used the unification of ghostly territories. It worked, and the palace that was dragging people away disappeared, illuminating the entire area with a bright flash. The ghostly masters standing on the street were discussing what had happened, where someone argued that it was too late to warn people about the danger when it was recognized. Another young ghost master reported that in total more than 4,000 people had disappeared from the city, after which he added that if it were not for the one who intervened and stopped the ghostly palace, the losses would have been much greater. Stroking his beard, the leader of the Wallace chapter of the Association of Ghostmasters, Oral Milton, noted that he too had seen the ghosts of defenders, but did not know who they might belong to. Standing around the corner, Jake heard the entire conversation, including the last order to search the entire city. Then Elizabeth got in touch with the young man and asked whether the guy had seen the ghostly palace. The guy was already outside the city and, taking off his hood, replied that it was he who prevented the kidnapping of more people. Then the girl said that this ghost had been troubling many cities for a long time, appearing and absorbing thousands of people. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man noticed that he had already met this ghost once near another city. Continuing the dialogue, Elizabeth wondered how the ghostly world could move at such great speed. In response, Jake suggested that the real ghostly world is far away and the emerging palace is just a copy. Agreeing with this assumption, the girl immediately concluded that if some copy is so powerful, then it is difficult to imagine what the original is capable of. Then, changing the subject, Elizabeth informed the guy that she had encountered a couple of ghosts where she could use some help, to which Jake easily agreed. After a short period of time, the young man reached the meeting place and already greeted his new acquaintance by jumping off the ghostly horse. This time, the girl was already standing on her feet, which had managed to recover during this time, and thanked the guy for his response. Noticing that there was also his personal interest here, Jake said that there was no need to thank him. And then the stone statue opened, and Elizabeth invited the young man to follow her. The ghostly world inside the stone monument turned out to be very beautiful. When the girl brought the young man to the right place, she drew his attention to what she wanted to show him, where right in front of him there were some strange ghostly creatures locked in cages. Having told her guest to carefully observe what was happening, the girl opened one of the cages. And while the prisoner was getting out, Elizabeth managed to summon one of her ghosts. Watching closely what was happening, Jake noticed that this strange S-rank ghost would not hesitate to attack someone twice his strength. And so, when the freed evil ghost was very close, the ghost summoned by the girl intervened, depriving him of freedom of movement. When the attacking ghost was destroyed, Elizabeth said that after death, what remains of him is an ordinary body that will rot. But if not for death, he would live for thousands of years. Approaching the body and touching it, the young man noticed that it was as cold as the most ordinary dead person. The young man thanked the girl for her concern when she anxiously told him to be careful when touching the corpse, since they are all very poisonous. Then she took out a piece of fabric, which she managed to get while chasing some powerful ghost, for the sake of whose destruction she called Jake. Without thinking twice, the young man handed over the received item to a ghostly painting that could help in the search, where, having analyzed the object, Jake's ghost immediately indicated the direction in which he should move to search for the ghost. And Elizabeth suggested that that ghost might have the ability to pass through the earth. The direction of movement was known, and now the young people were already in one of the underground caves. Jake's companion noticed that for the first time, such a powerful ghost appeared in their underground cities, which must be stopped at all costs. By loudly announcing that an attacking ghost was about to enter the city, the Ghostmasters participating in the battle tried to prevent this from happening. However, their enemy had incredible strength, and those who were still alive quickly left the battlefield. The wounded man reported the situation through his switchboard and requested reinforcements, indicating the direction of the ghost's movement. His interlocutor, with a whole detachment of ghostly masters, confirmed the receipt of the information and said that they were already in place. And suddenly, the reinforcement group felt the powerful aura possessed by the enemy who had appeared in the distance. Looking up, the leader of the squad immediately realized that in front of them was a ghost not of rank S, as previously reported, but of rank S2. Suddenly, a group of ghostly masters saw some kind of ghostly canvas begin to spin around from the enemy, which instantly knocked the enemy down from the ceiling of the cave, and Jake and Elizabeth were already standing behind him. And suddenly, in the place where the multi-armed ghost had just been, a powerful explosion was heard. And when the dust settled after him, only a huge hole remained in the place where he was. Summoning his ghostly umbrella, the young man said that they needed to go down. Taking with it both the people and the ghost of Elizabeth, the ghostly umbrella quickly rushed down. He caught up with the fleeing ghost as he passed through some portal, and at Jake's command, he rushed there. When the journey through the portal was over, the young people discovered that they were in some kind of ghostly world. The young man immediately noticed that the castle buildings looked very familiar. And then, finally, he realized that this was the very palace that appears in the sky and kidnaps people, where neither Jake himself nor his companion could believe that they found themselves in this unknown and rather dangerous place. Elizabeth immediately felt that her ghosts were suppressed by the power of whoever lived here. But the young man noticed that the owner of this world did not attack them right away, and therefore there was definitely a chance for a positive outcome. Summoning his ghostly horse, Jake decided to look around in this ghostly world, where he did not find a single living soul. Having traveled through the entire city, the travelers soon arrived at the main gate leading to the palace itself. The ghost horse did not need to open the door, as it easily crossed the wall. And now, Jake and Elizabeth were already driving through the halls and corridors of this strange place. Soon they saw the main building in front of them, near which was the one they were pursuing. Sensing the approaching danger, the ghost turned sharply and bared its teeth, and the girl, jumping from the ghostly horse, has already called upon her ghosts in order to deal with the fugitive. Jake decided to take advantage of the moment, calling the abbess, saying that he couldn't do it without her help. Not wanting to be defeated, the ghost rushed forward, where he easily tore apart the vines with which one of Elizabeth's ghosts tried to restrict his movements. And so, having passed the first obstacle, he was already attacking the ghostly stone statue, where such incredible strength and mobility greatly surprised the girl watching the progress of the battle. But then the ghostly abbess came to the fore, beating out her usual rhythm, where, a second later, a ghostly world began to form around her. The energy of the abbess had its effect, slowing down the movements of the attacking ghost. At that same second, one of Elizabeth's ghosts grabbed him again with his vines, after which he hit him with all his might against the wall with spikes created by her second ghost. And now the body of the attacking ghost was pierced through and through by huge, thick spikes. That, however, did not stop him from jumping off and continuing the attack despite the damage he received. While the girl expressed her amazement, Jake noticed that ordinary wounds did not cause him significant harm, and the angry ghost was already approaching the one who threw him on the spikes, trying to deal with him. But suddenly his movement was interrupted by the abbess's hand, which simply lay on his head. Immediately after which the ghost began to fall apart, and the system announced another victory. Answering the question of the amazed girl, Jake confirmed that this was his fifth ghost. When it was all over, the young man wondered why the owner of this ghostly world did not react to their noise. And while he was thinking, Elizabeth suddenly shouted for him to raise his head and look up, where, having fulfilled the girl's request, Jake, not without surprise, saw a copy of the palace formed in the air. Preparing to defend himself, the young man immediately called Christy, who placed them in a safe place. However, no attack has yet followed, where a copy of the palace that appeared simply merged with the original. And then the door to the royal chambers swung open, where at the end of the long hall one could see a silhouette sitting on a throne, where this was the same person whom Carton, who almost became a victim of this palace, had once described to Jake. The young people instantly felt the powerful aura this unknown ghost had. No protective measures that were taken by Christy helped protect themselves from what was coming at them. Then Jake called for help from his favorite Annette and Mickey, who instantly joined the confrontation. May, who appeared behind him, wanted to move everyone to a safe place, but the young man stopped her. He thought to himself that the Red Bride would be able to transfer them at any moment, and therefore this was an excellent opportunity to test his strength and test Olivia's abilities. And so the young man again called Olivia, instructing her to carry out research on the ghost in whose world he found himself. And then the system announced that the ghost of the owner began researching the ghost of the fiery girl. Time passed, and the progress of research into this unusual ghost was small and amounted to only 5%, where at the same time the girl did not stop her pressure, pushing through Jake's defense. Realizing that he definitely could not win this fight, the young man ordered May to prepare to move. But suddenly the fire girl's attack suddenly stopped, where turning away from her intruders, she turned her attention to something apparently more important. And there, right behind her palace, whole waves of sand began to rise, ready to absorb everything that stood in their way. Elizabeth drew the attention of her companion to the fact that another ghostly world was forming, which was not very pleasing to the one who attacked them. And finally, everyone was able to see the one who decided to measure his strength with such a powerful ghost as the fiery girl. The dead man did not come alone, where behind him there was a whole army of similar ghosts of rank S, and he himself had rank S3. And now his ghostly world of sand was rapidly approaching the ghostly palace of the fiery girl. Watching how the mistress of the palace switched her attention, Jake said that she definitely had no time for them now. And so, after taking a few steps, the girl suddenly turned into a huge fiery phoenix bird, where, a few seconds later, she was already in battle with those who dared to attack her palace. Watching what was happening, Jake noticed that this was their chance, since in a conflict between two sides, the third can always benefit. Calling on his faithful ghostly friends, the young man ordered them to attack the dead who came from the sand. He instructed the abbess to wait for an opportune moment and begin researching the leader of the skeletons. And while Olivia was doing research, May easily and naturally beheaded one enemy after another. The ghostly umbrella achieved no less success, destroying dozens of skeletons with its tornadoes. The leader was clearly not happy with how the confrontation was going, and Olivia had already explored 15% of it. Having returned to her normal form, the fiery girl stood and now controlled the movements of the phoenix, burning hordes of opponents. And the system did not have time to count Christy's victories, skillfully wielding her ghostly weapons on the sides. Suddenly, the army of skeletons saw how the sand began to turn into some kind of mountain behind them. And at some point, this mountain shattered into pieces, and the crowd of opponents saw a ghostly picture, where, with its attack, the painting destroyed a huge number of skeletons that stood in its way. Meanwhile, the abbess's study was already 33% completed. But the young man noticed that this was quite little, and the effect could be enhanced if he drove the enemy into the ghostly world of Olivia. And now the abbess has already begun to bring her ghostly world closer to the commander of the dead. And the monotonous knocking sound undoubtedly had some kind of mental effect on their enemy. The captain of the skeletons, suppressed from all sides, was immediately attacked by the mistress of the palace. And so the ghostly world of the sands began to gradually lose its position and retreat back to where it came from. Jake's ghosts began to pursue him, but he immediately called them back. Where was the possibility that the fire girl might try to attack them again? But she did not even think about continuing the attack on the uninvited guests, and the system suddenly announced the awarding of 3 relationship points for assistance in the battle. This was very good news for the young man, who realized that he had a chance to acquire a 6th ghost. But just a second later, the ghostly world in which they had just been suddenly disappeared. And Elizabeth, who discovered that they were in some kind of dungeon, noticed that she felt someone's presence around. Although the eyes had already become accustomed to the darkness, it was almost impossible to see anything. And then Jake asked Christy to organize the lighting. And so the girl created her ghostly game world, immediately after which the young people were able to see those who surrounded them. These were huge crowds of ordinary people, where Jake immediately realized that these were all those who had disappeared after seeing the replica of the palace. Looking around, the newcomers to this dungeon noticed that the first ones who got here had been here for more than 10 days. Then the girl's attention was attracted by a female voice, which called her by name. Turning, Elizabeth saw a girl she knew named Mary, who was asking reassuringly whether this was a rescue operation. The men standing nearby also recognized the girl of the association member, deciding that now they were definitely saved. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, answering Mary's question, explained that this was not a planned rescue operation, but they would take all measures to get them out. After which the girl introduced Jake to Mary, who greeted him warmly. After brief greetings, Elizabeth asked her friend to tell her about what had happened to her during this time, and she said that they were just chasing a ghost not far from the base when they suddenly saw a ghostly palace in the sky. A few minutes later, they suddenly moved to the very palace that was hanging in the air. But then the palace dissolved, and they found themselves in this dungeon, where there is no food at all, but at least there is groundwater, which prevents them from dying of thirst. Having examined the cave, people were able to find several passages, but all those who tried to use them immediately died from some unknown force. Concluding her story, Mary added that from time to time some fiery girl appears here, as if checking something. After listening to the story, Jake thought for a while, and very soon the right thought came to his head. Summoning a ghostly umbrella, the young man said that they needed to get up. And then his umbrella opened, starting to spin more and more. And so Jake, Elizabeth, and Mary, standing next to them again, found themselves in the ghostly world of the fiery girl, where Mary immediately screamed heartrendingly when she saw that same girl, attracting the attention of her companions to her appearance. Turning around, the young man and his companion actually saw the same girl who had recently been helped in the battle. And then the system announced that it was possible to begin the process of establishing a connection with this ghost, where, having agreed with the proposal, Jake immediately received the first task, according to which he had to organize the people in the dungeon and carry out excavations. Only now the young man realized that the fiery girl had kidnapped all these people so that they would dig up something for her. Since he said this out loud, Elizabeth immediately asked how he understood this, to which he had to quickly improvise and say that his ghosts could communicate with her, where the guy thought to himself that he could not tell about the presence of a certain system. Well, his interlocutor found the abilities of this guy's ghosts to be very incredible, just like their owner. Having understood what the ghost needed, Jake said that people first need to deliver food and more water. Otherwise, they will all soon die and will not be able to help. Looking at the petitioner, the fiery, ghostly girl suddenly took out something and sent it into Jake's hands. The young man watched with interest as a sheet appeared in his hand, where the system announced that a ghostly artifact had been received. Elizabeth, standing nearby, suddenly wondered why this girl herself simply could not penetrate underground and extract from there what she needed. Deciding to check this out, the team returned to the cave again, where Jake's ghosts tried to pass through the ground. And when they didn't succeed, it became clear why the fiery girl decided to resort to the help of people. Taking a handful of this soil in his hands, the young man noted to himself that this soil is like gold, which does not allow ghosts to pass through, and therefore can be a very valuable find. Then Mary turned to the young man, who noticed that if the barrier was removed, then why don't they just get people out of here? To which Jake explained that firstly, his ghost would not be able to move such a crowd, and secondly, it would anger the mistress of the palace. Realizing that the surest way to get everyone home was to complete the mission, Mary agreed to help organize the people while Jake went out to get supplies. And now the young man again instructed Mickey to lead them out of this dungeon. And so the young man and his companions suddenly found themselves not in a ghostly palace, but in some kind of desert. Then Elizabeth was horrified when she turned back, scanning the area, and saw what was coming towards them, where just a few meters away from them stood the leader of the skeletons with his dead army. Deciding that now the risk would definitely not be justified, Jake instructed May to move them from the dangerous place. The Red Bride moved the travelers a good 100 kilometers, but nevertheless they again found themselves in the desert. And suddenly the sand right in front of them flared up with a bright flame, where it was clear that this was someone else's attack. And then, from the depths of the earth, a huge ghostly worm appeared, which also had an S2 rank. To protect herself from a surprise attack, Elizabeth summoned one of her ghosts, who didn't have time to do almost anything since Jake's ghostly picture was already wrapped around the worm's body. And Christy completed the job by cutting this not very pleasant ghost into two parts. A ghostly umbrella covered people from the pieces of the ghostly body of their defeated enemy falling from the sky, where the guy and girl, taking advantage of the moment, discussed where they should move next. Climbing onto the ghostly horse, they continued on their way, where Elizabeth constantly tried to catch the satellite signal. Suddenly, despite the ruins that were visible on their way, Jake noticed another ghost blocking their path. Since the ghost was rank S3, Jake again decided not to risk it and instructed May to teleport them once again. Once again, finding himself in the harm of the sands, the young man wondered what kind of cursed place this was, literally inhabited by ghosts of the S3 rank. Elizabeth answered his question, saying that this place was very similar to the Desert of Death. Continuing their journey, the young people realized that they were in one of the 8 most dangerous places on the entire planet. While they were driving, Jake asked for more information about these 8 dangerous places, to which Elizabeth immediately explained that only the elders of the association know about these places and carefully guard them. After which Jake noticed that this place was apparently the permanent residence of the fiery girl. Changing the subject, Elizabeth suddenly said that there should be a settlement nearby where they could replenish supplies. But before she could finish her thought, suddenly an S3 rank ghost appeared in front of them again. And again, the young people were transported by the forces of the Red Bride, where they discovered a real oasis at the new point of their appearance. After checking her switchboard, the girl noticed that the signal had appeared again, indicating that they had left the Desert of Death. The young people were noticed by an old man nearby who did not at all expect to see anyone here. Soon, the old man, who recognized Elizabeth, had already set the table, inviting his random guests and talking about how he had been at his post for 8 years. When the usual everyday conversations were over, Reginald inquired about how the young people managed to pass through the Desert of Death and who this guy was that was accompanying the girl. Having explained to the old man that this was a rather long story, Elizabeth told about the main thing, where they managed to find out the nature of the appearance of the ghostly palace and find all the missing people. The old man was shocked when he learned that all these people who had been missing for more than 10 days were still alive. And the girl explained that thanks to Jake, who somehow interacts with the fiery girl, they have a chance to get them all out, where they now went to get provisions for them. Having finally heard the guy's name, the man said that he had heard this name before. Then he added that the head of the Wallace family was looking for him, and also admired how he was able to pass through the Desert of Death. Sincerely embarrassed by the praise, the young man thanked the old man for his kind word. Reginald then asked the guy if he had a plan, to which Jake explained that first of all he needed to feed the people and then act on the situation. To which the man explained that in the nearest city they could find everything they might need. Here Elizabeth had a question about how they could deliver provisions in order to feed several thousand people, to which Jake immediately replied that he left the decision on this issue to himself. Already near the city wall, the young man turned to the functions of the system, with the help of which he decided to expand his storage. And when the required amount was spent, Jake's storage began to change. And when the renovation process was completed, Jake saw that it now looked more like a hangar. Then Elizabeth arrived, accompanied by Reginald, who informed the young man that all the products had been purchased. Demonstrating the volume to be loaded, the girl cautiously asked whether the young man would be able to deliver it all. To which Jake, summoning a ghostly picture that began to block the view, explained that his ghosts have special abilities. Meanwhile, the painting, which blocked everyone's view with its canvas, simultaneously removed the provisions into storage. And after a couple of minutes, Elizabeth was surprised to find an empty room. There was still one problem with the return, where May was greatly weakened after traveling through the Desert of Death, where, in response to a corresponding question from his companion Jake, taking out what the fiery girl gave him, suggested that maybe this item would be useful. Calling upon his faithful ghostly friend Christy, the young man asked her to try to figure out how it could be used. And after a short analysis, the sheet was destroyed, after which Jake and Elizabeth returned straight to the cave where the people were waiting for them. The girl who met them told Mary that they had brought enough supplies with them so that no one would go hungry. Immediately after which, Mary volunteered to organize all the people to receive food and water. And now everyone who was in this dungeon was already lined up in long lines receiving food. Handing out food and water, Mary told everyone who came that all troubles were now behind them. And those who had already received provisions sat and thanked those who came to their aid and saved them from starvation. A little girl came up to Jake and handed him some of her food, thanking him for his help. But the young man, saying that he had already eaten, invited the child to eat it himself. When everyone had a snack and gained strength, it was time to help the ghost who had kidnapped them. Having received the tools, thousands of people began to excavate, trying to get to the bottom of something unknown. Also participating in excavations, Jake periodically thought about what the fiery girl needed to find so badly. Every day, the depth of the excavated pit increased more and more. And at some point, one of the workers came across something very hard with his tool. Having removed a little earth in the place where something was found, the workers saw a stone slab with hieroglyphs. Realizing that this was exactly what the fiery girl was looking for, Jake asked the workers to completely dig up the find. And so the men immediately set to work with double tenacity, realizing that their speedy return home depended on how quickly they finished. It soon became clear that the discovery was a huge stone sarcophagus. The cries of people behind the young man, alarmingly stating that a ghost had appeared in front of them, forced him to turn around, where Jake saw that the fiery girl herself had descended into the dungeon, who was clearly pleased with the find. Having told all the workers to leave the excavation site, the young man himself remained below to dialogue with the ghost. And when he and she approached the discovered sarcophagus, the system immediately announced that the task had been completed. The rest of the people, including Elizabeth and Mary, watched with interest what the guy and the ghost thief were doing below. Turning to her friend, Mary asked if they needed to help Jake somehow, to which Elizabeth replied that this guy knew exactly what he was doing and could handle it himself. Meanwhile, the fiery girl touched the sarcophagus, which was accompanied by an excessively bright glow. And when the attempt to move it failed, the system issued a new task, according to which Jake had to help the ghost get this coffin and place it in the ghostly palace. Having begun to study this subject, the young man at the same time thought about why the ghost was unable to get it. The reason could be that it was still sitting quite tightly in the soil, which had some unusual properties. Taking out a huge sharpened piece of iron from his storage, the young man decided to act independently. And so, with all his might, he hit it at the place where the soil and stones were adjacent to the object the ghost was looking for. The young man moved around the sarcophagus, delivering one blow after another, where very soon the dust he raised hid him from prying eyes. And so the young man finally reached the place where the sarcophagus ended, deciding that now he should be able to move it. Coming closer, he grabbed its edges, preparing to pull it out of the ground. Using a little effort, the young man was able to lift this bulky coffin alone, with pumping from the system helping him. While Mary was in a state of shock from what she saw, Elizabeth noticed that anything could be expected from this guy. Turning to the fiery girl, Jake asked to show him where to put this very necessary item, immediately after which she opened the passage to her huge palace, giving the guy a sign to follow her. Once in the right place, the young man placed the sarcophagus on the floor, and the system announced the completion of the task. But at that very second, he received a new task, according to which he needed to assist in the opening of this sarcophagus, but not earlier than 3 days later. Already now the young man was thinking about how he could do this, since in this rectangular piece of stone there was not even a hint that it could somehow be opened. And then he realized that it was not in vain that the system had instructed him to help with the opening in 3 days, where some special conditions for this would probably be created. Then, turning to the fiery girl, Jake explained that he could help solve her problem only in 3 days. With a nod of her head, his silent interlocutor let the guy know that she was satisfied with everything. Then Jake, noticing that people were running out of food, asked for permission to leave the confines of her ghostly world again, where at that same second the girl handed him several ghostly leaves with which he could move. And so the young man returned, saying that the fiery girl would let everyone go, but only after 3 days. The young man thought to himself that he really wanted to explore the desert of death, but he explained out loud that he would go again for supplies. Both Elizabeth and Mary immediately volunteered to keep the young man company, but Jake objected, saying that it would be much easier for his ghost to move only in case of danger, which Elizabeth, who had already been upstairs, agreed with. And now the young man was already moving on his ghostly horse through the desert of death. Feeling May clinging to him, Jake thought that it was hard to imagine a better place to gain experience points. His thoughts were interrupted by a bright flame appearing right under the hooves of his horse, where, a second later, some blazing stump appeared in that very place. The young man did not even have time to think about how small the ghost he came across, as it had already grown to the size of a huge tree, engulfed in fire. This was a great opportunity to gain experience points against an S2 level ghost, so Jake immediately summoned his ghosts. Christy was the first to try to attack the blazing tree with her icy hand, but it was able to block this attack and even hit back, where the girl was diverted from the blow by a ghostly picture. Observing what was happening, the young man instructed Olivia to conduct research on the ghostly tree, where he immediately noticed that with an enemy of a lower rank, the research process goes much faster. And so the abbess of the quiet monastery completed the research, after which the suppression of the enemy's abilities followed. during which the ghostly blazing tree gradually began to decrease in size and its flames to fade. When the suppression was completed, what stood in front of the young man was just a charred stump. Approaching him, Jake, saying that the fittest survives, finally destroyed him with his ghostly scratch. Next, the young man had to overcome the desert of death as quickly as possible, where after the third movement the guy thought that May might already be very tired. And then in front of him he saw an oasis already familiar to him, where old Reginald should have been. Having reached a cozy corner in the middle of the desert, Jake moved past the palm trees trying to shout out to his friend. And suddenly his eyes caught a line of people moving through the desert on camels hung with loads. The guy realized that he was dealing with ghosts when he suddenly saw someone from the caravan handing a letter to a postman he already knew. Suddenly, May, who was accompanying him, took off and went to one of the merchants despite the young man's attempts to stop her. Once next to him, the girl froze. But the ghost of the merchant also did not begin the attack. This silent dialogue ended with the merchant suddenly beginning to extract something from his luggage. Having accepted what he gave her, the red bride thanked him with her ghostly energy. Jake realized that he was in some kind of ghost market when the system announced that he had received ghost fabric that could be used to create ghost clothes. From Christy's look, it immediately became clear that she was not at all opposed to expanding her wardrobe. At the same time, Melanie, pouring tea into her mug, told her guests that she had called them today to talk about Jake Stone. Veronica, Catherine, and Diana, sitting opposite her, listened attentively to what she said, where Veronica stated that she also had the idea of contacting the daughter of the head of the city. Meanwhile, Diana noticed that it had already been a month since members of the Wallace family established total surveillance of their city. Saying that the two tracking Jake are very strong, Melanie asked if the association could do anything to help, since her father couldn't handle it alone either. To which Veronica immediately responded that as long as the Wallace family did not take any action against the city, the association would not interfere on an official level. Then, with her eyes downcast, the mayor's daughter said that she didn't know how much longer she could mislead the Wallace family about Jake being here. Catherine noted with sadness that none of them even knew where their friend actually was now. Having picked up Carton's mood and longing for the young man, all the girls exhaled heavily. A little boy, accepting cotton candy from a stranger, thanked the man for such a gift. Where, after a successful contact, the disguised Thomas asked him to tell him if he had seen Jake Stone. To which the satisfied boy proudly declared that, of course, he had seen this hero. Then, saying that he really wanted to meet him, the man asked the boy to take him to where Jake was. But the boy, a little embarrassed, replied that he did not know him personally, but only saw him at the headquarters of the association, where he had not seen him again for many days. And the cunning Thomas only needed to hear this, where he had already drawn the right conclusions for himself. Well, in the meantime, the subject of his search was in the middle of the desert of death, where he enjoyed a heavenly life surrounded by his ghostly girlfriends. Suddenly, the system informed him that the ghost of the abbess had successfully transformed Harlequin. Deciding to see for himself how things were going, the young man went to the ghostly territory of the quiet abode. Entering the hall, he, as usual, found many ghosts there who were undergoing a process of re-education from Olivia. When he found himself next to Harlequin, the system reported that now he was not an evil but a good ghost of rank S2. After examining the abbess's status window, Jake suddenly discovered that there was much more information there, where this ghost's experience depended on how many ghosts she retrained. Standing opposite the girl, the young man thought about whether it seemed to him that her eyes were becoming more and more alive. And then the system announced that for maintaining eye contact with the ghost for several minutes, the owner was awarded several relationship points. Deciding to earn a little extra points in order to interact better, the young man immediately took a seat and plunged into meditation, receiving points for this as well. His next activity for points was cleaning rooms in the monastery. After he finished in the abbess's ghostly world, the young man went to visit Annette. Without letting go of the young man's hand, the beautiful girl called him to the fair taking place near the river. And now they were already walking together at the counters, where the girl was looking for certain things for herself. And when the daylight ended, the young people came to Annette's house as usual. The satisfied girl thanked her boyfriend for this wonderful day, and the system only had time to award points. When it was time for bed, the young man said goodbye to the girl, wishing her pleasant dreams. Meanwhile, events developed in a dungeon under the desert of death, where the ghostly world of the fiery girl was located. Sitting on her throne, the Fire Queen materialized a mirror in one of her hands. At that same second, her ghostly palace began to split into two, as if it had a reflection in the air. Continuing his way, Jake saw a copy of a building familiar to him soar into the sky. Watching the flight of the palace, the young man did not understand why the fiery girl created it again. That night, there was a full moon in the sky, where a replica of the palace suddenly stopped its movement right in front of the moon. Where, after a bright flash, the palace suddenly disappeared and the lunar ball turned red. When he saw a blood moon in the sky, the young man realized that this was the moment he needed to wait for. The appearance of the blood moon was a completely new astronomical phenomenon for people. Such a moon began to appear once every 10 years and had a very strange effect on ghosts, where the strength of some of them simply increased to incredible proportions. At the same time, if good ghosts fell under the influence of the blood moon within a few minutes, they turned into evil ones. Remembering all this, Jake concluded that the phenomenon of the blood moon was turning into a real nightmare for the ghostly masters. Meanwhile, in the very city in which the young man was shopping for groceries, ghostly masters declared heightened alert. Many of the masters, who were not yet so strong, hid from the light of the moon, with difficulty restraining their ghosts from breaking out. At some point, Jake noticed that a clearly visible ray was falling from the blood moon towards the earth. Using one of the ghostly leaves given to him by the fiery girl, the guy instantly found himself next to her palace, into which the bloody light penetrated. Without hesitating for a second, the young man rushed inside in order to complete the task. So he discovered that the fiery girl was projecting bloody light directly onto that same sarcophagus. Grabbing what the young man thought should move, Jake waited for the end of the countdown that the system was conducting. And as soon as it was completed, the young man managed to move the lid that had appeared. Looking inside, the young man could not believe what he saw right in front of him. There, in this magical coffin, was the body of that same fiery girl who kidnapped people in order to get it. Watching the ghost direct a bloody ray into its body, the young man was at a loss as to what was happening here now. But then his attention switched back, where tons of sand were again approaching the ghostly world of the girl, where the leader of the skeletons, already familiar to the young man, made a new attempt to attack the ghostly world of the Fire Queen. Busy with her body, the girl could not fight, and the system suddenly announced a new task, where Jake was supposed to help her deal with her enemies. This was a good chance to test my skills against an opponent who was S3 rank with his S2 rank ghosts. Having prepared for a difficult confrontation, the young man summoned all his ghosts. Well, the commander of the army of the dead only had time to call on new soldiers rising from the sands. The battle began, where Mickey struck the first blow, destroying several dozen opponents. However, the ghostly umbrella was unable to hold back the huge flows of sand masses advancing on the palace. Then Jake ordered the use of a ghostly mirror in order to enhance Mika's abilities. At the same time, the young man shouted to Christy and Annette not to attack the commander, since their main goal was to contain the attack. And so, obedient Christy began to destroy the skeleton soldiers with all her might, blowing off their heads and tearing off other parts of their bodies, depriving them of their fighting ability. The leader of the dead, observing the progress of the battle, clearly did not like the way the battle was going. But then a ghostly picture showed its charms, from the canvas of which the destroyed buildings of its ghostly territory appeared. Falling onto the sand, huge blocks turned the bodies of skeletons into dust. Watching Olivia and Annette, Jake suddenly had the thought that in life, these girls probably could not even imagine that they would ever fight shoulder to shoulder. However, despite all efforts, the streams of sand did not stop their movement, gradually absorbing the ghostly palace. And in order to somehow slow them down, it was decided to resort to Christie's ability to freeze. Having quickly looked into the palace, the young man saw that the fiery girl had not yet finished her act. Meanwhile, the leader of the dead was activated, began to control the sands and create real monsters from them. The attack was very powerful, and the ice shield created by Christy instantly collapsed, where Jake noticed that he was no longer able to restrain this enemy. But a second later, a phoenix appeared right before his eyes, blocking the path of the sand snakes. And so the two equal opponents froze opposite each other, and the system announced that the skeleton commander's research was 38% complete. Suddenly, the leader's hands and face began to turn bloody, indicating that he was preparing his own special attack. But the fiery girl suddenly materialized her mirror, which she used to create a clone of the palace. And now the mirror was used for the same purpose, since the ghostly palace began to bifurcate. But the main skeleton was not at all going to give up his position. With a deft movement, he bypassed the phoenix attacking him, where he clearly saw his target, with which he sought to reduce the distance to strike. And now, with the support of his sandy masses, the leader of the dead was already breaking into the palace. May responded to this obvious danger by creating a protective sphere around her master. But then, once in the palace, the main skeleton for some reason slowed down and finally stopped completely. The girl looked at the uninvited bone guest. He looked at her, and Jake watched both, waiting for what would happen next. Meanwhile, the investigation of this ghost was already 50% completed when he suddenly turned and looked angrily at Olivia. As if sensing the danger emanating from her, the skeleton rushed towards the girl, and Jake, who had noticed this impulse earlier, asked May to move them. And so the young man with his ghosts found himself on the roof of one of the buildings. And after that, the leader of the dead began to show some strange activity, where it soon became clear that he once again decided to retreat, sensing something was wrong. The task was completed, and the young man began to think that he had not had enough to completely suppress his abilities by the abyss. And so the young man returned to the palace, asking the fiery girl what to do next. And while she was silent, the guy said that they needed to catch up and finish off that impudent ghost while he was weakened, where Jake expressed his willingness to help the girl deal with him. After listening to the guy, the Fire Queen once again took out her mirror, which began to rotate in the air. Watching what was happening, the young man noticed that apparently the girl again wanted to create a clone. Standing next to her, Jake folded his arms and simply watched what would happen next. And then the entire ghostly palace of the fiery girl was engulfed in a strong and bright flame, which swirled around it, creating a whirlwind. The young man felt the sand begin to move right under his feet, and now he was already sitting on the canvas of a ghostly picture, and the bodies of skeletons again appeared from the sand masses. Their leader also happened to be nearby, where this time it was impossible to miss him. Preparing to continue the fight, Jake instructed Olivia to continue researching the main thing no matter what. The leader of the skeletons immediately felt that at some other level something was happening in relation to his perception. And now he has already moved forward with the clear intention of attacking the one from whom the threat was coming towards him. Assessing his chances, the young man understood that his team had a fiery girl with the rank of S3, and he also had May, with whom he could always escape if something happened. And now his ghostly partner has already entered into a confrontation with the leader of the dead. But suddenly the sands began to seem to envelop the buildings of the girl's ghostly world. The main skeleton was not going to give up at all and had no intention of retreating further. Those sand masses that were under the feet of the opponents turned into a huge crater, from which, after some time, a huge skeleton of a ghostly sandworm emerged. On the part of the skeleton, this was clearly the use of her special abilities, which the fiery girl called upon her phoenix to reflect. And so the bone worm and the bright flaming phoenix bird fought over the heads of the other participants in the battle. But at some point, the young man noticed how dozens of bodies wrapped in cobwebs appeared above his head, which meant the entry into the confrontation of another ghost, who probably came to the noise of their commotion. Seeing what appeared right behind his ally, Jake warned her of the impending danger. Busy with confronting the leader of the dead, the fiery girl could not defend herself, and then Christy tried to do it, standing in the way of the ghostly spider. The young man could only shout the name of his favorite when her entire body was already entangled in a web. Immediately calling on May, the young man shouted for her to use her ghostly fire to destroy the web. And then a fiery core rushed towards the spider, which had already completed entangling Christy in a dense cocoon. But as soon as the ghostly flame reached the threads of the web, it became clear that it was powerless here. Then Jake decided to act on his own, asking the ghostly picture to lift him up. Compressed by the steel threads of the ghostly web, Christy immediately felt a blow to the cocoon. The ghostly sword was able to do what the ghostly fire could not, and now the captive fell out of her bonds. Catching the girl in his arms, Jake tried to figure out if she was okay. Then, turning to his partner, the young man said that her task was to deal with the spider and he would take on the skeleton. And now the girl has already redirected her fiery phoenix in the direction where the ghostly spider appeared. Well, Jake, preparing to confront the leader of the dead, saw that Olivia's research had already reached 63%. Summoning all his combat-ready ghosts, he said that he needed to hold out very little until the research was completed. The battle began, where Jake's ghostly girls steadfastly held back the enemy's onslaught. After some time, the leader of the dead again decided to attack the ghost from whom he felt the greatest threat to himself, where the research had already reached 74%. He summoned his sand masses, sending them to the abyss, but it was too late, since the research had reached the cherished and necessary for suppression of 75%. And so his sand masses fell, never reaching their goal, and the leader of the dead himself grabbed his head, feeling the suppression of his strength. At this point, Jake told his girls that they needed to finish this ghost quickly. And so Annette and Christy, who had returned to normal, prepared for the final blow, being on the elements of their ghostly worlds. Well, May and Mickey pulled out ghost weapons and were also ready to attack. Observing complete readiness, the young man gave the order to destroy the enemy. As his girls approached, the young man used the ability to unite their ghostly worlds, which produced the most incredible effect, comparable to a real bombing. And so the population of the ghostly world of Christy only had time to destroy the skeleton warriors. The brave girl herself immediately attacked their leader with her ghostly weapon, which was powerful enough to destroy enemy weapons. But then a ghostly bone worm intervened in the situation, grabbing the girl's hand in which she was clutching her weapon. And then a huge creature protecting its owner quickly rushed up, taking Christy with it. The girl understood that she was trapped, but what she did before was not the limit of her capabilities. Where, a moment later, Christy took on another of her ghostly forms, which resulted in the instant destruction of the one who tried to interfere with her in the battle. And while one girl was finishing off a ghostly sandworm, May had already managed to strike the owner of this dead creature, after which she extended her red threads to the skeleton, shooting a fiery flame along them, turning them green. And now a ghostly painting joined this already powerful attack, spinning the flaming body of a ghost into its canvas, where, with a sharp contraction, Annette destroyed the leader of the dead, where the system immediately declared victory. Jake was very happy about this victory, and having received a message from the system about the possibility of improving Annette, he immediately ordered it to be done. And so the young man, studying the updated characteristics of the girl, could not get enough of the fact that one of his ghosts had reached level S3. Suddenly, a new window appeared before his eyes, where he was asked to choose a special skill that Annette would have, where it was either luring inside the painting and then destroying it, or destroying all opponents in a certain range. Both abilities offered were very tempting and useful, where the young man did not know what to choose. Looking at his ward, the young man mentally wondered whether it was possible to make sure that both abilities were present. Having understood what the young man was thinking, Annette, looking at him with her sweet gaze, made it clear that she would try to develop both abilities, which of course couldn't help but please Jake, who didn't expect that this was really possible. Having finished with Annette's abilities, Jake turned his attention to the confrontation between the fiery girl and the spider, deciding that it was time to finish this area as well. The young man's ally was very surprised when a ghostly picture suddenly came to her aid, which, moving upward in a spiral, wrapped the entire ghostly world of the spider that appeared completely out of place. But Annette's ghostly opponent turned out to be quite agile, immediately jumping out of the deadly trap. And now the spider was already away from the place where Annette began the attack, gradually moving away. Watching the retreat, Jake told the ghostly painting not to pursue this fugitive. And then the system announced the next assignment of relationship points, where the young man was amazed that even though he had 70 such points, his ghost still could not be assigned. Then the young man noticed that they had worked well together, saying that now they could return. When the allies returned to the ghostly palace, Jake received a new task, where he had to move a body from the sarcophagus. The young man stood and looked at the dead girl, not daring to touch the corpse. However, it was not a nasty corpse like those left by the new species of ghosts that Elizabeth had introduced him to. And so Jake finally made up his mind and began to lift the girl's body, which was incredibly cold. When it was completely removed from its coffin, a ghostly copy of it began to show where the body should be placed. And so, when he laid the dead girl on the bed, the system announced the completion of the task. But a second later, the young man already had a new task, which made him both horrified and blush, which was that he needed to kiss the girl. Thinking that she was, of course, beautiful, but still a dead person, Jake decided that he would do everything as quickly as possible. Leaning over the body, the young man apologized to the deceased for what he was about to do. And so, unable to take his eyes off the girl's dead body, he gradually moved closer and closer to her lips, where, finally, fully regaining his resolve, he pressed his lips to the cold lips of the girl. Well, the system immediately announced the successful completion of the next task, awarding relationship points. Straightening up, Jake exhaled with relief, glad that one of the most terrible tasks was behind him. Approaching the ghostly body of this girl, the guy said that she had fulfilled all the conditions, and now asks her to fulfill her part of the deal. Looking at her ally, the fiery ghost girl nodded in response. Without hesitating for a second, she suddenly waved her hand, where fire immediately appeared behind her movement. And so Jake, together with her, was again transported to the very dungeon where people were waiting for the end of this story. The guy was joyfully greeted by Mary, to whom he explained that with the help of the ghostly world that was kidnapping people, the fiery girl would now bring everyone back. After finishing the conversation with Mary, the young man spoke with Elizabeth, who promised to take care of the accommodation of all the people in the city. Well, her friend, overwhelmed with emotions, noted that Jake was just an incredible person, and so the girl began shouting loudly for people to prepare to return home. Watching the men help him fill the container with special soil, the young man thought that this soil could be useful, and there was more than enough space in his storage. Soon, Mary informed the guy that all the people were ready to move back home. And then the fiery girl stepped in, using the same power that put all these people in the dungeon, where a second later, several thousand people were already in her ghostly palace. After which, with already familiar movements, she created a copy of her palace capable of moving, which, having escaped to the surface of the world of the living in the desert of death, headed towards the nearest populated area. Jake, being nearby, corrected the course of the ghostly castle, pointing to where the city was located. A ghostly caravan selling ghostly fabrics looked with interest at the palace flying above their heads. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, one of the ghost masters, showing off the body of a ghost, happily said that today he was lucky to defeat a rank A ghost. But then his attention was attracted by a ghostly castle appearing in the air, heading straight towards them. Already aware that one should not look at this phenomenon without being absorbed by it, the masters immediately began to hide their eyes. And now they were already approaching the city wall, loudly announcing the next approach of a dangerous phenomenon. The head of the city was quickly informed that the ghostly palace was approaching. Elizabeth expressed a reasonable thought, suggesting that the appearance of the palace would only frighten the entire population of the city, where she needed to go down and explain everything to the people. And then people saw a rather familiar ghostly world descending towards them from the palace, where, in a matter of seconds, Elizabeth, familiar to everyone, appeared before the eyes of the amazed head of the city and other people. Straightening up and approaching the man, the girl explained that this time the ghostly palace had come not for abductions, but for the return of people. This information was shocking to say the least, where no one expected the abducted to return alive. To which Elizabeth explained that one of her good friends helped a ghost who was kidnapping people, in exchange for which she agreed to return them back. Rejoicing at how well everything worked out, the old man at the same time wondered to himself what kind of friend the girl had who helped solve the problems of ghosts. Elizabeth continued, explaining that now not only people from their city would return, but also from many other cities, and they would need to be housed somewhere for a while. To which the head of the city hastily replied that there would be no problems with this, and he would give the order right away. And then Jake received a message on his switchboard that people had been warned and they could continue approaching and returning the abducted. And so the ghostly palace hovered over the city, where the fiery girl instantly moved everyone who was inside down. Finding themselves free again, many could not believe that it all ended positively for them. Well, the young man thanked the ghost for everything, telling her to definitely contact him if she needed anything. A moment later, he also found himself on the ground, where after him several leaves fell into his palm, which would allow him to get into the ghostly palace at any time. And now vehicles were already approaching the people who had been dropped off not in the city itself, but on its outskirts. While the landing continued, many approached the guy and thanked him for saving their lives. Watching cars with returned people arrive in the city one after another, residents did nothing but discuss this truly grandiose event. There were also a couple of malicious citizens who decided to clarify whether a certain Jake Stone was involved here, where one of them noted that if this guy really turns out to be the savior, then they will be able to provide a considerable service to the Wallace family. Standing on the wall, a certain man reported to the head of the city that the ghostly castle had disappeared and the danger had passed. The old man once again rejoiced at such a tremendous success, noticing that usually nothing good happens after a blood moon. To which the leader of the Hetrod City Association branch added that now they will not fall in the eyes of others. Suddenly, the attention of the men was attracted by a female voice, which made them turn around. It was Mary who greeted the men, asking forgiveness for the delay, where it was necessary to help with the accommodation of the people. Turning to the girl, the head of the city tried to find out the name of the one who, together with Elizabeth, was able to bring all these people back. Remembering the request not to disclose Jake's name, Mary replied that some colleague of hers was helping the girl. Remembering that there had been mention of someone negotiating with the ghost, the old man asked again if she was sure she had not seen anyone else. At this very time, a man standing nearby was analyzing the information received, where some suspicions crept into his head. Taking out his switchboard, Marcus showed the girl a photograph of Jake, where she had no choice but to confirm that the guy looked exactly like this. Immediately after which, the man explained to the head of the city that this guy was a member of the association, possessing very specific skills and already having the S2 rank at his rather young age. Only now Mary could imagine how strong the guy who helped them get out of the dungeon was. Marcus added, saying that the Wallace family was looking for him, where if she found out something, she would certainly come here. And so the girl, who had already begun to experience the most tender feelings for her savior, asked the man to take some measures to protect that guy. Well, the head of the city decided that first they needed to meet with Jake and talk in person. Returning to his companion, the man reported that some of the rescued were able to draw a portrait of the one who pulled them out, and his interlocutor, taking out his switchboard, happily announced that now all that was left was to compare the image with the photograph. What he immediately did together with his comrade who stood next to him. In order to discern a complete coincidence, no special powers of observation were required, which pleased the attacker, who decided to immediately report the find to the head of the Wallace family. Meanwhile, preparations had already begun on the ghostly territory of the head of the Wallace family. And the head himself once again asked one of the masters whether the information about Jake Stone's presence in Hetrod was really true. Having received confirmation, Thomas only now realized why they could not detect a single attempt to leave the territory. After thinking a little, the man said not to remove surveillance from the city so as not to arouse suspicion, and another person would go after Jake. Having moved away from the populated area, Jake set up camp right next to a fast river. His ghostly girls were resting, where Annette was busy making ghostly drawings, and her relative Olivia was meditating as always. Christy was busy playing with some threads, and Jake himself studied the characteristics of his ghost's new skills in more detail in the status window. The first thing the young man turned to was Annette's new abilities, where both special skills were still under development. He then learned the skills of the abbess of the quiet monastery, who, like her sister, had already reached the S3 rank. But then his attention was attracted by Christy, who needed something from the young man. Turning to the girl, he saw her holding out her hands to him with a thread strung on her fingers in the form of a pattern, offering to play with her. But the guy didn't know how to play this game, and simply pulled the threads towards himself, thereby angering Christy, who spent a lot of time trying to get the pattern. Suddenly, Jake's switchboard, which was lying nearby, showed signs of life starting to make sounds. Leaving the upset ghostly girl behind, Jake picked up his device to read the incoming message. The young man wrote to Elizabeth, who warned him that despite the measures taken, information about his whereabouts had most likely already reached the Wallace family. While the guy was reading the message, the system suddenly announced to him that Annette's special skills in creating ghostly patterns had become available for use. This greatly pleased the young man, who decided that now was the time to deal with this annoying Wallace family. And then Elizabeth read the message received from the young man that he would no longer hide and would soon arrive in Hetrod. And while she was confused by the information she had received, Jake had already saddled his ghostly horse and set off. Quite quickly, he reached the walls of the city, frightening with his appearance all the ghostly masters located nearby. Someone anxiously asked to report to management about the approach of an unknown ghost, and someone simply filmed the strange ghostly horse on their switchboard. And very soon, the entire network was full of messages that Jake Stone himself had appeared in the city and saved a lot of people. Those who spied for the Wallace family could not help but notice the arrival of such information. Well, all this was only to the advantage of Jake himself, since this was his plan to confront the Wallace family. Having driven a little more, the young man approached the Golden Wall, behind which the main quarters of the city were hidden, where he suddenly stopped. Elizabeth and Mary, who were on the wall, looked at him silently, not understanding what this guy was up to. Jake suddenly loudly addressed those who are here and reporting information to members of the Wallace family. Those to whom the young man was invisibly addressing automatically pulled their hoods over their faces. The guy, pointing somewhere, asked those who were spying on him to watch and listen very carefully. Where, pointing towards one of the mountains, Jake stated that he was waiting for members of the Wallace family at its peak. No one could believe what the young man was doing now, and he ended his invitation by saying that on this mountain they would end their confrontation. The old people standing in the crowd did not understand what the young man was talking about, remembering that no one had heard anything about the Wallace family for a long time. Meanwhile, the spies in the crowd quietly noticed that Jake would definitely come to an end, since he decided to challenge the ghostly masters of the S3 rank. Jake has already called his faithful May to go to the appointed meeting place, where, in front of the entire crowd, the red sphere carried him straight to the top of the mountain. Watching, like everyone else, her friend's movements, Elizabeth tried to understand how he was going to win. Then the head of the city, accompanied by Marcus, approached the girl from behind, and Mary, who was standing next to her, immediately turned to them. The chapter leader of the association said that at first he had the impression that this was some kind of deception on the part of the guy, started to get away, but now he doesn't think so. The old man noticed that a ghost master of rank S2 would never defeat a master of rank S3, which are some members of the Wallace family, where the guy could use some help from the association's head office. To which Elizabeth explained that higher management would not quarrel with the Wallace family, and therefore would not interfere. Here Mary intervened in the conversation, asking the head of the city to help this young man who had saved such a huge number of people. Marcus said that the head should not interfere in what does not concern their city, but the old man reassured the girl by telling her about his intention to observe the fight and intervene as a last resort. And now, more than 3 hours have passed since Jake invited his opponents to a meeting. The red ghostly sphere hanging in the air was closely watched by the city leader, wondering if anyone from the Wallace family would dare to appear. Suddenly, Mary shouted loudly that another ghostly world had appeared in the sky, approaching their city. Jake, from his ghostly sphere, also could not help but notice the approach of the enemy. People on the ground immediately felt what a powerful aura the appeared ghostly world had. And Thomas's envoy Isaac Twin, who appeared before the guy's eyes, arrogantly shouted to the young man that he expected to see something more. Urging his opponent to talk less and get straight to the point, Jake mentally noted that, as he believed, the head of the Wallace family had sent one of his henchmen. And so the young man called upon Isaac May, Christy, a ghostly umbrella and a ghostly mirror to confront Isaac. But his opponent also had something to surprise, where ghostly samurai were sent into battle from his side. People watching from the ground were quite surprised when they saw that Jake had as many as 3 S2 level ghosts. But the head of the city immediately noticed that to defeat the S3 level master, who Isaac was, these 3 ghosts would definitely not be enough for the guy. And on the battlefield, the ghostly umbrella that had cloned itself was already approaching the samurai. And so the ghostly samurai, seemingly at the very last moment, pulled out their katanas and stopped the attack of the umbrellas. The young man was amazed at how, essentially, some pawns on the battlefield dealt with his attack so quickly. Meanwhile, another clone of the ghostly umbrella tried to attack one of the opponents. And despite the fact that the attack reached its goal, the ghostly samurai did not die, but drew his formidable weapon from its sheath, with which he, with a slight movement, neutralized the ghostly umbrella attacking him. Watching the confrontation, Jake realized how to confront these opponents and ordered Christy and May to attack. The first to go through the enemies like a hurricane was Christy, who did nothing but chop off their hands with swords. Following her, the Red Bride also destroyed her opponents, but for some reason the system did not award a single experience point for a single killed samurai. Isaac, watching the battle go on, grinned and concluded that his enemy managed to hold out for 10 seconds. But now the real battle will begin. And then all the ghostly samurai on the battlefield suddenly began to gather into some kind of homogeneous single mass. And when this action, incomprehensible at first, was completed, the resulting mass turned into one huge samurai. Jake and his 2 ghostly girlfriends watched in amazement. Now the young man understood the reason why he was not awarded experience for defeated samurai, where they turned out to be not independent ghosts, but parts of one large ghost. At some point, their huge opponent made a movement with his bulky hand, clutching a katana, thereby beginning his attacking actions. Mary, like many others, watching the events unfold, shouted that the guy needed to be saved. Only those who notified the young man's enemies were satisfied with how everything turned out. Meanwhile, Jake noticed that not all the small samurai had yet united into their single body, where with each subsequent one joining, his opponent only became larger. Deciding that it was time to act, the young man summoned the ghostly picture, deciding to test what it was capable of. And now the ruins of the ghostly world of the picture were already approaching towards Isaac's ghostly world. When the man felt the presence of an S3 rank ghost on the opposite side of his aura, the smug smile disappeared from his face. The spectators were also amazed by the unexpected appearance of another S3 rank ghost in the air. And the spies of the Wallace family have already conveyed to their master information that Jake Stone has a ghost under his command that is of a higher rank than expected. The head of the city and Marcus, who did not leave him, expressed their opinion regarding the ghost that appeared, only suggesting that it could belong to Jake. Meanwhile, the ghostly picture, unfolding in full force, had already stretched out its huge tentacles towards the enemy. And the young man joyfully stated that a net had absorbed the remaining small samurai, not allowing her to merge with a single body. And so, not very happy that his components were destroyed, the samurai prepared to attack. With his huge blade, he dealt a crushing blow to the buildings of the ghostly world of Annette. But she did not confront the ghost alone, where Christy and May supported her nearby, using their abilities. However, the ghostly picture itself did not remain in debt, carrying out a powerful attack using the ruins of the ghostly world. Watching the actions of his ward, Jake noticed that this was some kind of incredible, terrible force, where this force has already descended directly on the head of the one who provoked its manifestation. Realizing the seriousness of the current situation, Isaac decided to no longer waste time and use all resources, where, to counter the ghosts of his opponent, he immediately summoned 2 more of his S2 rank ghosts. But the appearance of new characters on the field did not bother Jake at all, who, together with Christy and May, rushed to the attack. The first to attack, of course, was the omnipresent Christy, but the ghost managed to block the blow. Meanwhile, Isaac's female ghost began to use her powers, releasing several assistants. However, May dealt with them quite quickly with the help of her red threads. But everything turned out to be not so simple, where small ghosts torn to shreds were restored after a couple of seconds. Noticing that the new ghosts were also strong, Jake summoned the ghostly Umbrella and Olivia, saying that they should help. Using her charms, the abbess of the quiet monastery began to spread energy that suppressed opponents. Jake realized that the ghostly witch summoned by Isaac, who was an evil ghost, could well be placed in a monastery. And this witch already felt the effect of the abbess's energy suppressing her strength and will. And while this action continued, Jake took upon himself the destruction of the small assistants released to her. Immediately after this, a ghostly rope was used, with which the young man intended to capture the witch. And so the rope entangled the ghostly body of the witch, where immediately after this Jake pulled its end with force. And so, after a short flight, the ghostly witch successfully landed on the ghostly territory of the quiet abode, which Olivia managed to deploy. Her resistance was finally broken, and the system announced that his ghost had received a new object for re-education. The girl's next target was another S2 rank Isaac ghost, who could not withstand their massive attacks. The system declared victory when Christy cut this fat man with her phantom weapon with all her might. Watching how his ghosts were neutralized, Isaac could not believe his eyes. Marcus didn't believe what he saw, and Mary, standing next to him, only had time to talk about what a wonderful person Jake Stone was. Meanwhile, the young man's opponent, realizing that if he lost, the boss would simply destroy him, decided to take extreme measures. The man cut his palm with his knife, after which he sprinkled blood on the ghostly object in his hand, which had its effect, where the ghost belonging to him began to change right before his eyes. With one short movement, he repulsed the attack of the ghostly painting, throwing it back. And the young man could only wonder how the ghost's powers increased in an instant and several times. Christy and May, who were nearby, rushed towards Jake, covering the gentleman with their bodies. And the ghostly samurai had already rushed forward, intending to sweep away everyone who stood in his way. The spies watching the battle never ceased to rejoice, believing that this time the guy would not be able to get out. Realizing that the guy found himself in a hopeless and very dangerous situation, the old man, as promised, prepared to move to the rescue, taking out his ghostly object. But no one could have thought that the ghost Jake had another special skill in reserve. The inhabitants of the city who were on the ground suddenly saw a ghostly world rising to the battle site, which was created by the ghost of the head of the city. Rising at maximum speed, the old man hoped that he would have time to help the guy. And the huge samurai was already approaching Jake and his ghosts, preparing to destroy them all with one blow. Jake calmly but firmly told Annette to activate her second special skill. At that same second, the canvas of her painting unfolded and, with winding movements, entangled the samurai's weapon. But the enemy turned out to be not so simple, and with a slight movement of his weapon, he tore the canvas to shreds. This greatly pleased his master, who decided that now the guy was definitely finished. But his face, like the face of his ghost, suddenly changed greatly, where they felt a strong aura. Raising his head, the ghostly samurai saw the canvas of the painting, which, layer by layer, created something like a paper dome above it. And a few seconds later, the canvas of the ghostly picture covered with its coils the entire ghostly world of Isaac. Well, the young man noticed that his opponents did not understand that the first movement of the canvas in relation to the weapon was nothing more than a distracting maneuver. The head of the city, who was still very far from the scene of events, froze along with his ghostly world when he saw what Jake's ghost had done in the sky. But then the coils of the painting's canvas sharply contracted and destroyed both the samurai and the flying ghostly mountain. Isaac, who found himself on the ground, looked at the sky in confusion and could not believe that he had just lost. Then Jake approached him, who told his opponent, who quickly grew old in a couple of minutes, that he would leave him alive so that he would tell his boss everything. But having lost both all the ghosts and his youth, Isaac gave up life by stabbing himself with his knife. Well, the head of the city was interested in whose ghost of rank S3 it was, thanks to which Jake won. The spectators standing everywhere were also interested to see who such a powerful ghost could belong to. And then, finally, everyone saw how the ghostly picture curled up and fell right into Jake's hand. The entire crowd surrounding the winner literally opened their mouths in surprise, where it seemed incredible to them that the young guy had such a ghost. Only Elizabeth was calm. She knew that the ghostly picture belonged to her, but did not think that the young man would be able to raise her level so quickly. Meanwhile, Annette brought Jake the phantom armor and samurai weapons he had received, where the young man, noticing that these were excellent trophies, decided to update his uniform. The old man sitting down next to the guy, without hiding his amazement, asked him how he was able to reach such a high level. To which Jake replied with a smile that it happened somehow by itself and by accident. Then the head of the city said that he would like to talk to the guy, suggesting that he take a short walk. The young man had enough time, and he did not refuse the old man, agreeing to go for a walk. The only ones who were not happy about the young man's victory were the spies of the Wallace family, where one of them had already read messages on the city forum informing that Jake Stone was an S3 level ghost modder who had just defeated a powerful opponent. A partner who joined the viewing said that the boss urgently needed to be informed about this. And now Thomas has already been informed that Jake has dealt with the one he sent after him. Having experienced incredible rage, the man could only note the increase in the strength of that guy, where he could now easily come to him. Then he decided to go to one place and do everything to become the owner of one powerful ghost. Meanwhile, in Hetrod, sitting at a luxuriously set table, Jake, after the old man told him about his plans, clarified information about whether the satellites would be launched at the same time. To which he explained that it was in their region that more than 100 years ago, people launched their satellites into space, where the launch pad has been preserved to this day. Swallowing another shrimp, the young man made the correct assumption that launching satellites could attract ghosts. To which the head of the city said that a similar precedent had already happened last year, when a ghost of rank S3 appeared to them during the launch of a satellite. Therefore, they would really like the support of a master like Jake, where for this they are ready to give him control over one of the satellites. The young man's thoughts revolved around the fact that access to satellite control would significantly improve his communication capabilities, and he asked what day the launch was scheduled for. When the old man replied that preparation would take about another week, the young man agreed to help. Greatly delighted, the head of the city ordered that wine be added to his guest. And then a girl with a very attractive appearance approached him and kindly filled his glass. And moving away from the young man, she whispered in his ear that the best wine was in her room on the 3rd floor, where she would be waiting for him that night. Of course, the young man did not accept the invitation of this beauty, where, standing on the balcony, he thought that it would be nice for him to finish with the binding of the ghost of the fiery girl. Deciding to hit the road immediately, the young man crumbled one of those ghostly sheets that had the function of teleportation. A second later, he found himself in a palace already familiar to him, where, however, he did not find the girl on the throne. Deciding to wait a little, Jake himself sat down on her throne, finding it quite comfortable. A few minutes later, he suddenly felt the aura of a fire queen forming somewhere near him. And now he was already trying to explain to her that he sat down only in order to assess the degree of comfort. Then Jake thanked the girl for the return of all the people, again hinting that he was ready to help the girl in resolving any issues. Looking at her guest, the fire queen suddenly nodded in response. After which, the manipulations with the mirror, already familiar to the young man, suggested that she was going somewhere again. And now the copy of the ghostly palace she created has already escaped from the depths of the desert of death, soaring into the air. After some time, the palace approached some ruins which greatly impressed Jake, where the fiery girl dropped off both herself and her guest. Having looked around, the young man asked his ghostly companion why they had flown to this place, but there was no answer, where the girl, with the help of her mirror, suddenly began to attract moonlight. And so she pointed it straight at the destroyed buildings that were right in front of them, where at that very second, before the young man's eyes, the city literally came to life. Meanwhile, the system announced to the guy a new task, according to which he had to go into the ancient city and find the Pearl of the Night. Looking ahead, the young man suggested that this ghostly world might be similar to those he had encountered before. Consequently, in case of danger, he may not be able to summon his ghosts, and therefore additional measures should have been taken to protect himself. At the same time, Annette finished transforming the new ghostly armor, and now the system was already asking the owner if he wanted to combine their characteristics. The guy didn't have to ask this question, and now his new armor had already materialized on him. Ready to face the coming challenges of the new ghostly world, Jake overcame the ghostly barrier. The city of the past looked very lively and very oriental, where local girls were especially beautiful. The young man closely watched how local beauties bought themselves fabrics for new seductive outfits. Then his attention was attracted by two men, one of whom was hurrying his comrade in order not to be late for the coronation ceremony. This information interested the young man, who suggested that it might somehow be connected with his fiery friend. The item needed to complete the task could well be at the very ceremony to which the guest of the ghostly world was also nominated. But as soon as he caught up with the guards, they, seeing his empty hands, asked where his gift was. Jake had nothing to answer to this, and passage to the ceremony remained closed to him. Standing to the side, the young man took a closer look at what certain guests brought with them as gifts. Deciding that it would not be difficult to deceive the people of the past, who had never seen such a curiosity, Jake took a lantern from his storage, which he tried to use as a gift. Throwing a glance at the guy standing in front of him, from which one could understand that the guard doubted his mental abilities, the man noted the empty hand of the strange guest. Realizing that real objects could not be seen here, Jake decided that ghostly objects should also be visible in the ghostly world. And so he produced and showed the guard the exquisite fabric that May had purchased from the ghostly caravan, which became his ticket to the event. Very soon, the courtyard was crowded with those who came to see the coronation with their own eyes, and the head of the royal guard shouted loudly so that silence reigned around. Immediately, the crowd died down, and everyone, including Jake, froze in anticipation of the appearance of the queen herself. The graceful figure of the girl easily climbed the steps, where her face was still hidden under the canopy. The people joyfully greeted their new queen, tearing their throats, and the young man simply looked in fascination at the movement of the one whose cold lips he happened to kiss. The beautiful girl looked exactly the same as he saw her ghost and her dead body in the sarcophagus. However, there was no time to enjoy her beauty, since he needed to find a pearl, which obviously was not with her. Then Jake decided to conduct a secret inspection of the entire palace, which was exactly the same as the same ghostly palace that he had visited several times. As soon as he climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings, suddenly people standing everywhere began to pay attention to something approaching from above. Interested in what was happening, Jake decided to linger on the roof to see what would happen next. And when he looked up, he saw some ghostly world approaching the earth. And all the people who were in the square suddenly began to fall to the ground unconscious. At that same second, Jake felt the activity that his ghosts began to show, who, caring for the well-being of their master, successfully pushed him out of the ghostly world of memories. Immediately understanding the reason why he was thrown out, the young man decided that before the second attempt, he needed to instruct his ghostly girls not to interfere. And so he went inside again, where everything began exactly from the same place from the last time, which reminded him of a journey through the ghostly world of Annette. All the same men were hurrying to the coronation ceremony, which was about to begin. Estimating that about an hour had passed between now and the start of the ceremony the last time, Jake decided to immediately go in search of the pearl. The young man did not even waste precious time at the checkpoint, simply deciding to move along the roofs of the buildings. Soon he was already in one of the rooms, which was filled with chests of jewelry, but he did not find anything that resembled a pearl. And then the time came when an unknown ghostly world appeared above the palace. And a few seconds later, the young man once again stood in front of his ghostly companion. While the fiery girl was looking at her assistant, the system suddenly announced that one relationship point had been awarded. But instead of joy, Jake experienced completely different feelings, realizing that this was given to him as if out of pity. The third attempt to obtain the treasured artifact was made by him immediately. Standing in front of the guard post, Jake realized that if the pearl was not in the queen's chambers, then one of the guests must bring it with them. He had no choice but to wander among the arrivals, peering intently at what they brought as a gift. But no matter how much he walked, the young man could not find the pearl. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a separately seated group of guests who, apparently, were some kind of VIPs. And the treasured pearl could well be in one of the gifts brought by these people. Since Jake could not see through opaque objects, he immediately picked up a small stone and quietly threw it in the direction where the especially privileged guests were sitting. The small projectile reached its target, knocking off the lids of several boxes standing on the table, frightening important people. Luck was on the side of the daredevil, since in one of the boxes he actually saw a large black pearl. Deciding to act immediately, Jake overcame the fence and quickly rushed towards the desired object. The alarmed guards, noticing the penetration into the box for special guests, came to their defense. However, the guy's physical characteristics, pumped up by the system, allowed him to easily break through the security cordon. And now he was already next to the treasured pearl, preparing to take possession of it. But before he could clench his fist, suddenly everything began to change before his eyes. With a clenched palm, Jake found himself once again thrown out of the ghostly territory. Somehow he needed to become invisible to everyone, where the idea came to his bright head quite quickly. Calling on May and Annette, the young man said that he would need their help in an unusual way. Taking out the ghostly fabric from storage, Jake asked the girls to sew him clothes. May acted as a tailor while the system announced that the owner was developing ghost clothes. Meanwhile, her ghostly partner was applying ghostly patterns to the fabric. Considering that in ghostly clothes the population of the palace would accept him as one of their own, Jake expected that he would become completely invisible if his ghosts cast their spell on the fabric. And now the process of creating a ghostly suit was completed, where the system immediately brought all its characteristics to the attention of the owner. When the young man put on what his ghostly girls had sewn for him, he was very glad that no one could see him, since Annette had clearly overdone the design. Deciding to check how his disguise worked, Jake approached the guards, who did not react to his appearance. Now he knew which box contained the required trophy, and therefore did not rush, deciding to see where the pearl would be taken. Standing nearby, Jake heard the conversation of the maids, who expressed hopes that the pearl could cure the queen. And so he continued to spy on the girl delivering the artifact he was interested in. Having opened the curtain, the maid asked the queen if she needed the night pearl, which had already been delivered right now. Well, Jake, standing behind her, could only open his eyes wider from what he saw in front of him when the maid pulled back the curtain. There, the same fiery girl entered the huge bathtub, who was completely naked and could not help but touch the feelings of the man who saw her slender body. Stopping, the queen ordered the maid to bring her the pearl right away. Already rather flushed, Jake decided to keep appearances and looked away from the naked girl. The girl herself, having received the pearl at her disposal, immediately lowered it into the water, after which she plunged into the water after her, hiding her head under its surface. The queen did not stay underwater for very long and soon surfaced, scattering splashes around her that shimmered in the light. After dipping, the girl's hair exposed her back, on which an incredible number of scars appeared, but she did not pay attention to this and asked how soon the ceremony would begin. While the maid was answering the question, Jake became very interested in why the girl was so badly disfigured. Meanwhile, the queen, playing with water, quietly said that now, after 20 years, the time has come to fulfill her mission. After which she lowered her head, looking at how the pearl swirled the water in her bath and plunged into memories. The little red-haired girl looked at the reflection of the blood moon in the water, listening to her mother's words that now their time had come. The woman explained that such a moon only creates problems for everyone, driving ghosts crazy, but for their family it is a source of unprecedented power. Taking her daughter by the shoulders, the queen asked if she was ready to begin training and become a leader who could protect the entire people, to which the girl, of course, agreed. For many hundreds of years, a variety of ghosts constantly attacked cities and villages, destroying people. But only their city lived peacefully, because it was ruled by a family that worshipped the blood moon and was able to resist evil spirits. Each princess underwent the most severe tests, which stimulated the development of special energy in her. Where one of these was hanging for 3 days by the legs, where the girl was not supposed to close her eyes, scaring off the scavengers with her eye movements, because if she fell asleep, the birds would peck out her eyes, thinking that she was a corpse. When the princesses were studying, stern teachers forbade them to watch children play, forbade them even to laugh, regularly using physical force. The girls' fear was eradicated with the help of smoldering coals, on which they were forced to walk barefoot. The will was brought up in an unimaginable cold, where the teachers or guards sentenced that even if their student dies, she must save her face. A particularly cruel test was placing the girls in a pit with poisonous snakes, since it was believed that the poison stimulates the production of internal energy. One of the exams, and at the same time a training in determination, was the task of killing a dear pet that had grown up with the girl all her life. The girl passed this cruel exam, and throwing away the bloody knife, she walked away from the scene of the terrible massacre. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when suddenly she heard someone call her name. Quickly wiping her eyes, Jasmine pulled herself together and told whoever had called her that she wasn't crying. But it wasn't one of the teachers. A spirit appeared in front of the girl and said that he wanted to give her something as a gift. Reaching out his hand, the spirit handed Jasmine a small pendant, telling her not to tell anyone about their meeting. When the girl accepted the gift, the spirit who visited her said that in due time she herself would understand everything. And so, a few years later, the queen sat in her bathroom and looked at what a certain spirit had given her. The maids appeared, interrupting Jasmine's memories, saying that it was time to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Already in the bathroom and invisible to anyone, Jake managed to grab the pearl while simultaneously watching how the girl was being helped to get ready. He witnessed all the events that the queen remembered, and now he sincerely sympathized with how difficult her past was. And now, dressed, Jasmine walked up the steps, ready to take on the responsibility of protecting the people. She was met by the queen mother, who was very proud of her daughter. Removing the crown from her head, the queen mother lowered it onto the head of her successor. It was at this moment that an unknown ghostly world appeared above the city. Both the new queen and the remaining conscious people noted with horror that their city was under attack by evil ghosts. Having ordered the guards to lead away and protect people, Jasmine turned to her mother for help in confronting this ghost. But the woman suddenly said that there was no need for any confrontation. Meanwhile, Jake, invisible to everyone, watched as events unfolded further, where the girl, stunned by her mother's words, asked her in confusion what she meant. And while a ghost appeared behind her, the queen mother explained that the terms of the deal that was concluded with the ghosts needed to be fulfilled a little earlier this time. Poor Jasmine didn't understand at all that her mother was now talking about some kind of ghost trail. And so the woman explained that their kingdom was able to ensure peaceful coexistence with ghosts, where they are obliged to periodically give them queens, and today it was her turn. Even Jake, who had seen a lot, was amazed by what the queen mother said, not to mention what her daughter was experiencing, which reminded her mother of the terrible training she went through to gain strength. At this moment, men began to approach the girls and apologize to Jasmine for keeping everything a secret from her. Former teachers explained that the human body, of course, contains a certain amount of energy, but it is insignificant compared to what ghosts have. Special training increases this energy, which ghosts use as high-quality fuel. Now the girl realized that after some time she too would be sacrificed, asking her mother why. And then the woman said something that finally finished off the girl, admitting that she was not her biological mother. And one of the teachers explained that information about the succession of power is only to distract the eyes of the common people. In fact, one of the girls who were born on the night of the blood moon is elected as the future queen since their energy is special. After which the girl is raised in the palace, subjected to terrible training in order to increase the concentration of energy in her for the ghost. And 20 years later, the queen gives her body to a ghost who will feed on her energy. Then the cycle repeats, which has ensured the safety of their city and people for many hundreds of years. Jake really didn't like the approach these people took in confronting the ghost. With a confused expression on her face, Jasmine stated that all her suffering in childhood turned out to be a lie. The woman justified herself that she did not want to hide it, but if she had told, the girl would not have started training. And an old man standing nearby used the main argument, saying that if the girl agrees, she will live another 20 years, and if she refuses, then the end will come to the whole city. After listening to this bleak alternative, Jasmine concluded that her choice was either to die alone or to die with everyone else. Then the queen's mother approached her and said that although she was not her own mother, she nevertheless loved her, after which the woman added that it was because of Jasmine that she believed that she had not lived her life in vain. These were her last words, after uttering which the woman found herself surrounded by ghostly energy. Already dissolving into thin air, she looked at her stepdaughter for the last time, extending her hand in her direction. And Jasmine, who had fallen to her knees, experiencing incredible mental suffering, watched as what had been her mother a minute ago dissolved into thin air. The girl herself did not notice how a drop of salt water suddenly fell on her hand, and a second later, tears flowed from her eyes in a stream. Seeing how their pupil burst into tears, the teachers did not understand how this was possible, because their training was supposed to harden the girl's heart and soul. But the same pendant that Jasmine received from a certain spirit suddenly began to emit a bright glow, where the girl's body was instantly engulfed by tongues of bright flame, rising higher and higher. And the ghost, and the teachers, and the invisible observer in the person of Jake looked in fascination at what began to happen to the girl. The first to realize the impending danger for him was the ghost, who began to activate his energy. His ghostly kingdom began to expand, literally preparing to swallow the entire city. Feeling this terrible aura, Jake mentally noted that this ghost definitely wants to kill the girl, because he understands that over time he will become no match for her. Jasmine herself was already looking at the one who killed the woman dear to her with his literally flaming gaze. The teachers, still hoping for something, tried to stop the ghost by reminding them of the agreement and calling for continued cooperation. But the ghost had already made his final decision, instantly dealing with the old people, shaking only for their lives. He directed his next attack at the one who dared to go against his will. But the girl was not defenseless, where she opposed the ghost's attack with her fiery powers. The fire created by Jasmine absorbed the ghostly blades flying at her. The next step was to take the fire that the girl was creating into a concrete form, which revealed the phoenix bird. The young man, who understands such issues, immediately noticed that Phoenix is a ghost controlled by a girl, but judging by the energy, she has been controlling it only recently. The girl's infusion was serious, where she mentally told her dead mother that she was simply confused by making deals with ghosts, but she would avenge her death. Immediately after these thoughts, Jasmine sent her phoenix to attack the ghost that killed her mother. But her opponent was very strong. He deftly repelled the attack and immediately counterattacked, causing a rain of dozens of ghostly blades. Realizing that she needed to somehow defend herself from the swords rushing into her body, Jasmine deployed her ghostly assistant, and so the phoenix surrounded the body of its mistress, protecting it from the falling blades. But the use of this ability was not limited to just one place, where dozens of swords began to destroy the city. Jake, who continued to watch, immediately realized that this ruthless ghost wanted to destroy the entire city. Meanwhile, surrounded by the brightest flames, Jasmine rose to her feet. The ghost tried to personally destroy the girl, but she suddenly disappeared, soaring into the air along with her ghost. Watching the girl move through the air, it was impossible to understand whether she was sitting on the phoenix or had become part of it. But as soon as she was above her opponent, Phoenix unleashed a real barrage of fire at him, capable of destroying everything that was in its path. However, the ghost didn't care about this, where he put up some kind of ghostly shield against the fire and immediately directed a stream of his energy at the girl. Where this energy blow was felt for the girl participating in the battle of ghosts for the first time. But suddenly the ghost fighting with Jasmine turned around and looked exactly where the young man was watching him. At this moment, his swords, which were sticking out everywhere, suddenly began to rise up. His ghostly world followed them, and after him, the ghost himself decided to disappear from the battlefield. Watching Jasmine's recent adversary disappear in the same place he came from, Jake was at a loss as to why he retreated. The only thing that was completely clear was that the decision to retreat was made immediately after he saw Jake. Not believing that this ghost could bypass his disguise, the young man looked around in search of what could frighten him away. A routine inspection did not bring any results. And then the young man decided to inspect the area with the help of his ghostly mirror. At first, the young man saw in the reflection only houses behind him, but suddenly someone's legs appeared in the reflection, descending from somewhere above right behind the young man. Interest captured the young man's entire being, and he immediately began to turn the mirror in order to examine the unknown creature. But he was distracted from this activity by the increasing heat around the young man, as if the sun had decided to approach the earth. Quickly turning his head, Jake saw a fiery bird rushing towards him. Only with great effort was the young man able to dodge this crushing attack, and the enraged girl had already continued moving, heading to where the city residents who had survived the rain of blades were located. Watching in horror as Jasmine burned down one street after another, Jake realized that she had completely lost touch with reality. The last thing he could see was the phoenix flying above him, shooting down several fireballs, after which the ghostly world created from memories dissipated, and the young man returned to where he started. Looking at the ghost of Jasmine, Jake wondered who was able to capture and imprison the maddened queen in that sarcophagus. But so far there were more questions than answers, and so Jake simply handed the girl the trophy he had obtained. And as soon as the fiery girl accepted the pearl, the system announced the completion of the task and the addition of relationship points. But not even 10 seconds had passed before the system issued a new order, according to which Jake needed to find the ghostly warrior and help Jasmine deal with him. Rejoicing at the new task, the young man told his companion that he would help her take revenge. Although not able to communicate with words, but clearly understanding everything Jake was telling her, the Fire Queen smiled slightly at his words. The young man understood that he needed to spend as much time as possible with the ghost in order to strengthen their relationship, and therefore invited the girl to start searching for the ghostly warrior together. Nodding to her companion in agreement, Jasmine began to disappear into thin air, and when she disappeared, the young man was left with her golden crown in his hands, with the help of which he could summon the Fiery Queen to people instantly. Happy with how everything worked out, Jake headed back to the city to help with the launch of the satellites. Elizabeth and Marcus, who were at one of the exits, joyfully greeted the returning hero. Dismounting and greeting him back, Jake said that, as promised, he had come to help with the launch of the satellites. Elizabeth explained that the launch was scheduled for this evening, where her interlocutor could not understand why this event was postponed until the evening. Marcus brought clarity, explaining that the sky was too cloudy during the day, so the team decided not to risk it and launch in the evening. The man then added that otherwise they expected success if they were not bothered by ghosts. After some time, Jake, accompanied by his new friends, arrived at the launch center where Marcus gave him a short tour. The man said that they spent a lot of effort on restoring and training specialists who did not have abilities in ghostly crafts, but at the same time would have non-trivial mental abilities. And the ghostly masters located on the territory of the launch center immediately recognized Jake walking here, rejoicing at his presence during the launch. Well, the tour of the center ended directly at the launch site, where the huge space shuttle was located. Here, Marcus introduced the young man to two sisters, Betty and Amelia Cruz, who ran everything here. Betty, who was an S2 level ghost master, extended her hand to the young man, telling him to contact her directly if he needed anything. The girl then turned her attention to her little sister, who was an ordinary person, saying that Jake liked her very much. Looking at the shy and modest girl, the guy praised her for the work she did for the benefit of society. Covering her blushing face with one of her folders, Amelia modestly said that it was just her job. After the introduction was over, Betty announced the end of the preparatory activities and said that everyone could rest a little until the evening. Time passed quite quickly, and the people gathered again at the launch center were already listening to the countdown, at the end of which the engines of the rocket with the satellite were started, and everyone who took part in organizing this launch, as well as those who simply came to watch the historical moment, did not hide their joy. Jake and Elizabeth, unlike most, watched the launch on the street where problems with ghosts could arise. Using her switchboard, the girl reported that after the launch of the first satellite, no ghosts appeared. 3 hours later, Amelia announced the first satellite had entered orbit and ordered the second one to be prepared for launch. At the same time, Elizabeth's face suddenly changed, and she reported the approach of a huge number of ghosts. Immediately from the resulting portal, Marcus and Betty came to participate in resisting the attack of ghosts. And while everyone gathered was thinking what to do, Jake said that his ghosts would cover the territory of the launch center, after which the task of the Ghostmasters was to confront the ghosts up to the S1 rank, leaving everyone who was stronger against him. After listening to the young man's plan, his interlocutors immediately agreed to act this way. And so the young man summoned his ghostly picture, asking it to isolate the entire territory of the launch center. This was immediately accomplished, and the launch center was under a huge dome. Well, the ghostly masters, marveling at the strength the guy had, were already on their way to counter the attack of the ghosts. Leading the defense, Betty shouted for a few people to help her deal with the S1 ranked ghosts, while the rest beat those of lower ranks. Having not seen anyone stronger than S2 rank yet, Jake sent his ghosts to confront them. It was not difficult for his ghost girls to destroy ghosts of this rank. The system only had time to announce everything about new victories achieved by Jake's ghosts. The young man himself, having examined how the ghosts were advancing, noticed that among them there should definitely be someone of rank S3. At the same time, Elizabeth, working in tandem with Marcus, destroyed another ghost of rank S1. But suddenly her partner warned the girl about danger approaching from behind. Quickly turning around, Elizabeth saw a terrible ghost approaching her. As soon as the female ghost was nearby and prepared to strike, then suddenly something did not allow him to do so, throwing him aside. Not noticing what flashed past them, Marcus and Elizabeth briefly assumed that it was one of Jake's ghost abilities. But when the girl looked closer, she saw that she was saved by some completely different ghost. Not understanding what it was, the battle partners, retreating back, watched as the strange ghost continued its movement, destroying everything that stood in its way. Quickly taking out the switch, Elizabeth warned Jake that an incredibly powerful ghost was approaching him. Having already noticed his old acquaintance, the young man thanked the girl for the warning. And then he added that she should not worry, since he knows this ghost very well. As Jake watched the mailman deliver the letter, he tried to understand why he had walked so unceremoniously through the crowd of ghosts, destroying them, where the only reason could be that he was late in delivering the mail. Immediately, the guy had a wonderful idea, where he decided to use the postman's abilities for his own benefit. And so the young man sent Christy to him, who was tasked with stealing the postman's bag again. While the ghost was receiving payment for delivery from the addressee, the girl quietly crept up on him from behind. In one easy movement, she snatched the mailbag from him, to which he immediately reacted. There was no limit to the rage of the ghost of the postman, realizing that he could now be late with his delivery. Jake told his ghostly assistant to follow him with the postman's bag, and so Jake moved across the battlefield. Christy flew behind him, and behind her, wanting to get back what was his, the postman rushed, destroying all the ghosts that got in his way. The ghostly masters located on the defensive line immediately noticed how the territory was being cleared of ghosts, as if they were removing snow with a shovel. Meanwhile, Jake decided to save his ghostly friend from the need to fly and sat her in front of him on a ghostly horse, continuing to run away from the postman. But the most interesting thing for the young man was that for each ghost killed in this way by the postman, he was awarded experience points. The defending ghost masters, who were in a difficult situation, thanked the guy who galloped past for destroying a whole bunch of their opponents. Jake instructed the ghostly picture to take measures to defend that part of the launch center where the ghosts had made their way. And then the same huge tentacles appeared from the canvas of the painting, destroying dozens of ghosts that stood in their way. One of the scientists who miraculously escaped death thanked the higher powers for sending them such a protector. The young genius of ghostly craftsmanship himself continued his work with the participation of the postman, deciding to destroy the maximum possible number of ghosts in this way. And so he burst into the very thick of the opponents, whom, following him, the ghostly postman mercilessly destroyed. At some point, Jake noticed that the system stopped notifying him about victories and experience accrual. The guy turned around and discovered that the postman pursuing him had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Looking around, the young man began to realize that something was clearly wrong here. He did not notice how several huge ghostly nails were fired from the void directly at his back, from which, however, the Red Bride was able to protect him, creating a protective barrier. Turning around, Jake was finally able to see the ghost he had been waiting for. Only the shape of this ghost was very strange, where directly opposite the young man there was a coffin chained with chains. But then the ghost turned around, where, as it turned out, the coffin was tied with chains to the back of the ghost's main body. It was a ghost of rank S3, whom the young man immediately asked to clarify where he put the ghostly postman who had helped him so well. At the same time, Betty was informed about the appearance of a ghost of rank S3 in the eastern part, after which the girl ordered to retreat. And so, having taken their ghosts, the crowd of ghostly masters on their motorcycles left the dangerous place. Some nearby craftsmen watched with interest as Jake was about to fight this ghost. But at some point, several coffins approached them, and hovering in the air, they opened. The inside was empty, which surprised the men, who had expected some kind of ghost to emerge from the coffin. But, as it turned out, the coffins were not used to release someone, but to absorb them. After some time, almost the entire team of Jake found themselves inside the coffins, who realized that in this place they had lost contact with their ghosts. The ghosts of these masters only had time to look at the empty motorcycles that had fallen to the ground, when suddenly they also disappeared from sight. Being under the protection of his ghostly girls, Jake clearly saw both people and ghosts disappearing around him, where everyone who found themselves within the influence of the ghostly territory of this afterlife ghost immediately found themselves in coffins. The young man noticed that his opponent was not only very strong, but also quite smart, where he immediately left the center without protection, and Jake himself without any outside support. In one of the coffins, there was also a ghostly postman, who now was not particularly worried about his letters and the timing of their delivery, as he understood the hopelessness of the current situation. Turning to his assistants, Jake distributed duties, where Olivia had to restrain the influence of the ghost so that Jake would not be dragged into the coffin, and the ghostly umbrella, with the ability to create a huge number of copies, was sent to repel the attacks of other ghosts. The young man then took the postman's bag from Christy, placing it in storage so that his ghost could fully fight, after which Jake sent her in the company of May to attack the afterlife ghost, where Christy definitely had to be able to stall for time, since despite her S2 rank, a number of her abilities were comparable to the S3 rank. The ghostly picture was given the mission to free captured people and ghosts. But it quickly became clear that the coffins would not be able to be opened, and if you resorted to special abilities, you could accidentally kill someone there. Jake then ordered the people in the coffins to be moved to safety, realizing that the only way to open them was to destroy the ghost. And then the ghost from the grave saw how the picture absorbed the coffins with the prey he had caught. Then the ghost resembling a bad Buddha gathered his energy and again used the ghost nail attack. But then Christy appeared right in the path of the nails and took on her fiery form. With her devilishly hot flame, the girl melted the flying ghostly nails. And Jake, watching what was happening, realized from the appearance of his opponent that he definitely did not expect this. Suddenly, the ghostly Buddha used some kind of thief technique, where behind his back several coffins lined up in a magical sign. The young man noticed this action, which clearly did not bring anything good, shouting at Christy to be careful. But not having time to dodge, the girl took a blow that was able to move her huge flaming body several meters back. However, within a second, Christy suddenly rushed forward, counterattacking her opponent. Jake immediately sent Annette to help Christy, who, due to her rank, definitely had a chance to destroy the ghost. Hovering directly above the enemy, Annette unfolded the canvas of a ghostly picture and also applied ghostly patterns. The Phantom Buddha once again tried to use the magic sign to defend and counterattack. But this time such measures did not help him, since the attack was carried out by a ghost of equal rank to him. But even being wounded, the ghost was not going to retreat, folding his hands to his chest and using another special ability. Long chains with paws at the end appeared from the coffin behind him, and the ghostly Buddha himself transformed into a different form. Watching his actions, Jake warned all of his ghosts to be ready for the enemy's special attack, and this followed immediately, where chains with metal paws quickly filled the entire surrounding space. Even Jake himself had difficulty dodging one of them as it slid over his shoulder. Holding his wounded hand and seeing that his ghosts were also seriously injured, Jake decided to take extreme measures. Taking out a knife, he ran the blade across his palm and sprinkled blood on the ghostly umbrella. He repeated exactly the same thing that Isaac tried to use against him, instantly increasing Mika's strength several times. And so the ghostly umbrella, having received bloody fuel, even changing its usual color, rushed at the mighty enemy. Jake himself, whose body was also exposed to this ancient magic, received messages one after another that his life expectancy was decreasing. The risk the guy took was justified and brought results, where Mickey was able to easily destroy the dangerous chains. Here May and the ghostly mirror came to the rescue, and together they were able to significantly increase the number of bloody ghostly umbrellas. And this incredible number of umbrellas crowded onto the mutated ghostly Buddha. Realizing that the battle was lost, Jake's opponent tried to hide, starting to climb to the top. But Jake did not allow him to do this, sending a ghostly picture to support him, wrapping the body of the Buddha. Paired with a bloody umbrella, the picture succeeded, and after a few seconds it was all over, and the system declared victory. Remembering what subsequently happened to Isaac, Jake, having examined his palms, was glad that this would not happen to him, since thanks to the system, his life expectancy is much higher than that of ordinary people. And when he looked at his face in the mirror, he was able to finally be convinced of this. Well, what followed was a pleasant increase in Mika's rank to S3, which made not only Jake himself happy, but also the girl and her copies. Meanwhile, the ghostly painting brought back to Earth the ghostly coffins that she had been putting away in her ghostly world. Since the ghostly Buddha no longer existed and his spell had broken, the coffins immediately opened to release the captives. As Betty watched the coffin dissolve into thin air, she wondered what had happened. The ghostly masters standing opposite her said that they were all in coffins, but if they were able to get out, then the ghost who kidnapped them was defeated. Immediately, someone noticed that all the other ghosts who were attacking the launch center began a mass retreat. Then Betty noticed Jake standing nearby, interacting with one of his ghosts. Watching the young man, the girl could not imagine how it was possible to single-handedly deal with an S3 rank ghost while holding off the attacks of other ghosts. And with all this guy was not yet 20 years old, which was simply something incredible. The next opened coffin released the ghostly postman, who immediately looked around. Seeing his target, he instantly rushed to the one who stole his property where, observing his actions, Elizabeth warned the guy about the danger. But Jake was ready to meet his old acquaintance, even rejoicing at his appearance. But guiltily lowering his eyes, the young man noticed that now he did not need the postman. Calling the abbess of the quiet monastery, the young man asked her to take control of the postman. A moment later, Jake was already in Olivia's ghostly territory with the postman rapidly approaching, and his ghostly assistant was busy researching this unusual ghost. As it turned out, the study was already 60% completed, since this was not the first time the postman had come under the influence of the abbess. Since the ghost was already on the monastery grounds and under Olivia's control, Jake told her to send him straight inside. When the postman found himself in the courtyard, the research had reached the minimum that allowed him to suppress the ghost's abilities. And since the target was located on the territory of the monastery, the effectiveness of suppression immediately increased several hundred times. And so the ghostly postman felt the overwhelming energy of the abbess of the quiet monastery. The process did not last long, and at some point Jake asked Olivia to stop so as not to completely destroy the ghost. By that time, the ghostly postman had turned into a very small and completely helpless ghost, which Jake placed as a keychain on his own ghostly bag, which he took out of storage. When the young man finished with the postman, he returned to his friends, who admired the strength he possessed. Separately, Betty thanked the guy for saving and repelling the attack of ghosts, noting that she did not know what to offer in return. To which the young man replied that he did not require any special honors. Amelia watched everything that happened outside from the launch control center. The girl was sincerely delighted with Jake and his abilities, thinking about how cool this guy was. And since there was no more interference, the girl ordered preparations for the launch of the remaining satellites. Soon the last satellite soared into the sky along with the rocket carrying it into outer space. Jake and the sisters, whose work made it possible to carry out today's launches, watched intently and without hiding their joy as the third rocket disappeared from view. And then it was announced over the loudspeaker that the satellite launch project had been successfully completed, which greatly pleased all those who contributed to its implementation today. The crew's sisters, standing opposite Jake, said that the young man had exclusive access to one of his companions, and little Amelia handed her idle instructions for managing satellite communications, adding that if problems arise, he can always contact her. Having accepted the gift and thanked the diligent girl, Jake mentally rejoiced that now he would not have to worry about communications in remote areas. Then Betty turned to the young man, who once again thanked the guy for everything, offering to relax with them for a couple of days, where she would guarantee good food, wine, and cheerful company. Jake expressed his gratitude for the invitation, but refused to stay, explaining that he had other things to do. While the young people were talking, Elizabeth approached and was glad that Jake was still here. Drawing the attention of the young man, the girl said that they had received a message from the main office of the association that they wanted to meet with him. Seeing that the girl was very excited and not understanding the reason, Jake cheerfully asked who needed it so much. To which Elizabeth, with the most serious expression on her face, replied that one of the founders of the association wanted to meet him, whose name no one knows, but everyone simply calls her Flickering. After this, the young man's face changed, where he was surprised not only that such a person wanted to meet him, but that one of the founders of the association was a woman. The nickname Flickering provoked the young man to ask what she looked like, to which Elizabeth explained that most members of the association had never seen her. The girl also added that the flickering one has not been following the affairs of the association for a long time, but is only tracking the flows of ghostly energy, where after today's events she wanted to see the guy. Thinking about this new information, Jake said that he was heading to the meeting immediately. The path to the meeting place was quite long, but the landscapes that flashed in front of the car windows were truly mesmerizing. The young man was accompanied on this journey by his old friend Bethany, who noticed that thanks to the new companion, communication had become much better. After which the girl told the guy that this time rumors about his exploits had spread very widely, where now the elders of the association knew about him. Smiling, the young man noted that he was glad that he had the opportunity to benefit people. Access to a satellite and constant contact was, of course, very convenient. But on the other hand, the guy was simply inundated with messages from his closest fans. Here, Bethany changed the subject, informing the young man that after all the events, nothing was heard about the Wallace family at all. To which Jake replied that this vile family was definitely plotting something against him right now, falling silent for a while. With which his interlocutor completely agreed, recommending the young man to be more careful despite his high rank. But their journey was completed, and Bethany informed her companion that they had arrived at the right place. When they left the car, the girl said that the guy should go on alone. As soon as Jake walked through the entrance arch, he immediately realized that he had entered a ghost world. And when I turned around, I no longer saw either the car in which I arrived or my companion, who remained at the entrance. And right in front of him was a dilapidated high tower, at the top of which the young man noticed someone's presence. Quite quickly, having overcome the numerous steps of the tower, Jake went out onto the roof, where he met the flickering one. The woman, who was hanging in the air while swaying in her chair, greeted the arrival. Showing politeness in return, Jake simultaneously thought that judging by the founding date of the alliance, she should be about 70 years old, which could not be said from her young voice. Suggesting not to waste each other's time, the shimmering one said that she admired the young man and invited him to ask her any 3 questions. Without being at a loss, Jake immediately asked his interlocutor to tell him about the ghostly warrior, describing in detail his appearance and skills and asking for help in finding him. After listening to her guest, the woman hanging in the air asked how the young man knew about this ghost. Realizing that he couldn't talk about the system, Jake lied, saying that he met him completely by accident. Apparently, the young man's explanation suited the flicker, since she immediately said that she had met him once, having managed to grab some of his clothes, which should help in his search. Having received a valuable item from the woman, the young man thanked her, and she also told the guy to be careful, since that ghost was really very strong. Jake's next question was what rank would be after completing all the S-rank stages, to which the shimmering one told the young man that the next rank is the rank of awakening, which is also divided into several stages. At the first stage, the ghost's form is restored. It gains more energy, grows and develops. At the second stage, the ghost begins to form a very real human consciousness. Well, when the third stage begins, the ghost begins to fully understand who he is and what he is capable of. After listening to the interlocutor's explanations, Jake asked if he understood correctly that at the third stage the ghost would be able to think and make decisions independently, to which the shimmer responded positively, adding that when a ghost master reaches that level, he only has 3 attempts to safely awaken the ghost's consciousness, and if they fail, control over him is lost. When the woman asked the young man about his third question, he asked permission to leave it for another time, which he was allowed to do. Saying that they would certainly meet again, the shimmering one disappeared into the air before the eyes of her guest. And as soon as she disappeared, the ghostly world in which Jake found himself disappeared. Bethany, who met him, noticed that less than a minute had passed from the moment the guy walked inside, but according to Jake's feelings, their conversation with the flickering lasted at least 30, which means time flows differently in her ghostly world. Remembering his mysterious interlocutor, the young man did not explain anything, simply stating that they had time to talk. This suited the girl quite well, who immediately invited Jake to go to her mansion. Sitting at the table with Bethany, the young man, saying that he needed to somehow find the ghostly warrior, asked his interlocutor if the main office of the association could help him with this. To which the girl, smiling flirtatiously and openly flirting with the one she had been trying to seduce for a long time, replied that she didn't know for sure, but she might ask if Jake agreed to take a bath with her. Realizing that Bethany was breathing unevenly in his direction, Jake did not know how to respond to this, and simply awkwardly noted that it was a good joke. When the guy was alone in his room, He gave the scrap of fabric he had received to Annette, asking her to try to track down the ghost to whom it belonged. The girl placed the resulting fragment into the painting, but after a few seconds she took it back without giving out the result. Annette's search abilities were clearly still at an insufficient level, and therefore something else had to be invented to find this ghost. Then Jake remembered that he had a postman's bag, but the postman himself would definitely not deliver the letter in this form. Therefore, the young man decided that his favorite Christy would become the new postman. When the mailman's bag and hat were given to the girl, the system announced that she could be a mailman for a while, where her letter delivery level was currently 20%. First, it was necessary to raise Christy's level as a postman, and so Jake, standing in the wasteland, handed her a letter addressed to himself, after which he called on May to move him away from this place. Immediately after that, the newly minted postman Christy set off to find the addressee and deliver the letter. Finding themselves among the ruins and other ghosts, Jake and May soon saw their own postman approaching them. Jake received a letter. Christy received a reward from May in the form of energy feeding and an increase in level to 40%. After some time, the young man, lying on the canvas of a ghostly picture, relaxed with the participation of Annette. And so the letter was delivered, where Christy's level as a postman increased to 50%. And even when he hid underground with Mickey, the postman Christy was able to discover the addressee by delivering the letter. Very soon, Jake managed to raise the level of his ghostly girlfriend to 90%, which he considered sufficient. Calling upon May, the young man asked her to write a letter, addressing it to the ghostly warrior, which the Red Bride handed over to the new postman for delivery to the addressee. And when Christy rushed to search for the addressee, the young man could only follow her and in this way find the desired ghost. At the same time, his ghostly object in which Christy lived guaranteed that they would not get lost. While one of his ghosts moved to deliver the letter, Jake set up camp on one of the highest mountains and rested. While he was having a snack, a ghostly picture brought to him information about where Christy was now. And when Annette reported that the postman was moving in a northwest direction, Jake noted that the plan was a success, since Jasmine's palace was also located there at one time. Remembering that he had not visited his new acquaintance for a long time, the young man used another ghostly leaf and immediately found himself next to the fiery girl sitting next to his body. Jake immediately noticed that Jasmine's ghost was using the pearl he had obtained, placing it on his body. Turning to the girl, the young man said that he had found a way to discover the ghost she needed, and very soon he would help her take revenge. Where, immediately after these words, the system announced the accrual of several more relationship points. After some time, Annette informed Jake that Christy was apparently approaching the right place, and he moved towards her. Inspecting the structure of some ancient temple, the young man believed that they had arrived where they needed to be. The gates turned out to be closed and did not open, and then Christy, fulfilling the mission assigned to her, deftly climbed right over the walls. Once inside, Jake kept up with the postman he had created, who was looking for the addressee. But the last room was empty, and the young man suddenly noticed where the gaze of the Buddha statue was directed. It was an ancient fresco, which, among other things, also depicted a certain temple of ancient warriors. Touching the picture, Jake tried to figure out what to do next because a person could not penetrate into that world. Christy was about to go inside to deliver the letter, but Jake stopped the girl, saying that he needed to think a little. The young man's thoughts revolved around how advanced this ghost could be, who was locked here more than 1,000 years ago. And as soon as this thought flashed through his head, he immediately wondered where the flickering piece of his clothing could have come from. After all, it turned out that his recent interlocutor was already more than 1,000 years old. And so a plan matured in his head, where he snatched the letter from Christy and asked May to change its contents, asking the ghost if he needed help. Having given the letter to the postman, who was concerned about the loss of correspondence, Jake allowed her to continue on her way. Received the letter back, the ghostly girl easily crossed the ghostly barrier of the fresco, and a few minutes later the girl came back, handing the sender the answer. Having taken and opened the envelope, Jake, with the help of May, read the answer written by the ghostly warrior, where there were only 2 words: break the defense. Having handed over the letter to Annette, the young man asked her to try to determine his level in relation to her abilities by her aura. The girl's answer that S3 rank ghost made Jake think about how he could resist it, and already donning his ghostly armor, the young man mentally concluded that he had several ghosts of the same rank, and also had support in the person of Jasmine. Approaching the fresco, Jake noticed that in order to get such a strong ghost as Jasmine, it was worth the risk. Standing near the painted wall, the young man took the postman's bag from Christy, deciding to try to take on his role in order to be able to go inside the painting. But suddenly, Christy turned around sharply, drawing her master's attention to what appeared behind him. Turning around, Jake saw some more silhouettes on the mountain, one of which was definitely a ghost. Seeing the young man in front of her surrounded by ghosts, the girl quickly spoke, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him and saying that she was just passing by. Then Jake asked a random guest if she was a ghostly master. Introducing herself as a ghostly master from a nearby town, the girl explained that she simply felt an evil ghost and came to deal with the ghost. Then Jake recommended that she move away from this place, since it could soon become very dangerous here. Looking at the young man with her big green eyes, Jake's new friend thanked him for his advice. After watching the girl go, the guy decided to return to what the appearance of this girl had prevented him from realizing. Throwing the postman's bag over his shoulder, the young man was able to go inside the fresco, seeing a small monastery on the rock in front of him and some kind of silhouette opposite it. Looking closely, Jake saw in that silhouette a skeleton, the remains of which allowed one to conclude that it had once been a monk. Rising to the monastery, the young man saw that some kind of shadow was wandering there too. Jasmine was already next to her assistant in business, and the guy said that they could attack the ghost warrior, which was immediately implemented, where after the fiery girl, Jake's ghosts rushed into battle. Jasmine struck first, sending a powerful stream of flames to the place where the shadow roamed. The ghostly umbrella and a net in the form of a painting struck the same place immediately after her. All the other ghosts of Jake also attacked the desired ghost, but at some point, from the place where they were aiming, an energy stream hit the sky, where very soon Jake and all his ghosts were able to see a ghostly warrior who was already preparing to counterattack. Summoning the abbess of the quiet monastery, Jake asked her to investigate this ghost. Meanwhile, all the other ghosts continued their massive attack on the new enemy. However, the ghostly warrior was strong, and having formed a protective dome, he directed one of his ghostly blades at his old friend. Christy, who emerged from the role of a postman, also fought with certain creatures created by the enemy from her energy. But at some point, the whole world that Jake found himself in suddenly began to distort, turning into something else. Some unknown black mass began to absorb Christy, who was closest to the place where the changes began. May protected her friend by approaching her and using her teleportation skill, and the resulting mass continued to fill the room. A second later, this mass had already gone beyond the premises and absorbed everything that was in the area. Then a ghostly painting came into play, wrapping its canvas around the very object from which it all began. They then called upon their ghost world, which was supported by Jasmine's ghost world. Seeing the power of the ghost opposing him, Jake became convinced that he was definitely more than 1,000 years old. The ghostly warrior, on the one hand, held back Christy's attack, and on the other, defended himself from May's ghostly fire. All Jake had time to do was dodge the ghostly blades attacking him, noticing as he went that researching this 1,000-year-old ghost was very difficult. Here, from the third side, the one who came here to take revenge for the death of her mother decided to attack the ghost. The phantom warrior had no choice but to take refuge in his protective sphere from these numerous attacks. But, having concentrated, the warrior sent a powerful stream of energy into the sky. The young man immediately felt how his opponent's aura intensified in an instant. This could only mean that he was leveling up right now in preparation for awakening. Realizing that in this case it would be simply impossible to resist him, Jake and his ghost could only flee. Having dropped to the floor and watched all his ghosts emerge from the fresco, the young man noticed that the power of the awakening ghost was simply incredible. Jake then opened the research status window, where he discovered that it was only 18% complete. The only chance of victory was the ability of the abbess of the quiet monastery to suppress abilities. Then he decided to give his ghosts a rest and gain strength to try again. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the young man's switchboard, which was flooded with hundreds of messages. The young man was surprised when from one of the messages he learned that he had been gone for more than a month and a half, which meant a different flow of time inside the fresco, and also showed how strong the monk was who imprisoned the ghost there. The holiday went on as usual, with May preparing dinner and Annette experimenting with ghostly patterns on the magical fresco. And then Jake's attention was drawn to the battle that was taking place nearby, where his recent acquaintance was confronting some ghost. Watching her ghost in the form of a scarecrow attack the enemy, the young man could not understand why she went on the mission so late. And so the girl managed to defeat the evil ghost, not noticing how she was being watched. Deciding to check out what this chance encounter had told him earlier, Jake used the switchboard to find out that there was indeed a small town nearby. And so, looking around, the girl suddenly began to climb up the steep cliff. She almost slid backwards when Jake appeared in front of her at some point, lending a helping hand and asking if she was afraid to walk through such places at night alone. Continuing to climb the rock with the help of the young man, his interlocutor replied that someone had to deal with the annoying ghost. Then Jake asked if the brave girl needed to be seen off, to which she, pointing to an approaching car, replied that they had already come for her. Already from the salon, having lowered the side window, a random acquaintance of the guy waved to him and thanked him for his help and attention. Watching the car drive away, the young man could not shake off the thought that this meeting was of some unusual nature. The rest was over, and Jake, with his ghosts and Jasmine, again found himself inside the fresco, where everything, as he had expected, returned to its original state. Just like last time, the brave, ghostly girls quickly rushed to attack the ghostly warrior. And as then, the process of awakening the ghost did not begin immediately, providing time and opportunity to explore it. All of Jake's ghosts, in the company of the Fire Queen, attacked the warrior, and Olivia continued her, this time, overly long study. Fighting off the ghost's attacks, the girls helped each other, this time freeing Phoenix from the ghostly chains that entangled him. And so, at some point, the ghost began the process of awakening, where Jake immediately ordered to retreat. When they were back on the other side of the mural in the real world, the young man discovered that the research was 32% complete. While they were once again resting, gaining strength for a new battle, Jake noticed Mickey playing the same game as Christy, immediately realizing who taught her. In addition, the system announced the appearance of a new ability for the ghostly umbrella, where it was able to balance its forces in relation to him when faced with a stronger opponent. The downside was that the effect of this ability did not last long and took a lot of energy from the ghost. Nevertheless, the appearance of this new and rather strong ability could not but please the young man. Having walked around all his ghosts and inquired about their condition, Jake decided to continue their difficult task. And now, for the umpteenth time, the battle began again, where Christy, as usual, attacked one of the energy sources of the ghostly warrior. Watching the progress of the battle, Jake kept paying attention to the research process on which the outcome of this battle depended. And his opponent also did not stand idle, over and over again repelling the attacks of the young man's ghosts. Already knowing approximately how long it would take for the enemy to awaken, Jake noticed that they did not have much time left. To begin the process of suppression, Olivia needed to conduct research at least 55%, which was still about 3.5% away. And now the process of awakening has already begun, illuminating everything around with a bright flash from a beam of energy. Jake didn't want to come back here again, so he decided to continue attacking the enemy, giving the abbess the opportunity to complete the research to the minimum threshold. The ghost girls were already having great difficulty coping with the level-up enemy when the research finally reached the required minimum. At the same second, the system informed Jake about the suppression of enemy forces, which the enemy himself had already begun to feel. Realizing that he could now be safely attacked, the young man sent his ghostly girls to finish what he started. And so the whole power of several ghosts fell upon the ghostly warrior at once. Watching how events further developed, Jake noticed that the suppression of the enemy also interrupted the process of his awakening. He then shouted for all of his girls to attack the ghost with full force, which they immediately did using their strongest attacks. Feeling that defeat was close, the ghostly warrior tried to escape from the battlefield. But the ghostly picture and the fiery queen did not allow him to do this, destroying his individual parts one by one. Christy also did not stand aside, using her icy palm to destroy one of the parts of the ghostly warrior. Meanwhile, May destroyed the temple itself, immediately after which the system announced victory over the ghost. The next messages from the system were information that Christy and May had reached the S3 rank, as well as the completion of all tasks and the opportunity to get a new ghost, which he immediately took advantage of. Praising his favorite for her excellent work, Jake said that she can choose what special skills she should develop, where she can improve her defense a little or devote experience to developing attacking skills. Then the young man asked his red bride with a similar question, to which the girl immediately made it clear that she wanted to strengthen her teleportation abilities. Looking at the whole crowd of S3 rank ghosts, Jake suddenly remembered the day when he got his very first ghost, which he had not expected at all at that moment. Having finished dealing with his ghost's new skills, Jake finally turned to the new girl in his ranks. Immediately activating the connection with Jasmine, the young man said that from now on no one would be able to harm her. As soon as the binding to the owner was completed, Jake was immediately able to familiarize himself with the characteristics of his new ghost, which initially had a rank of S3. This girl's abilities were truly impressive. And besides, the question of the body located in her ghostly world remained open. While watching Christy and Mickey play, Jake suddenly noticed the monk's bones standing nearby, deciding that they needed to be buried. But as soon as he approached and touched the skull, it began to dissolve into thin air. And instead, a small red sphere appeared right in front of the young man. When Jake picked it up, the system immediately announced that the owner had received a ghostly relic that could temporarily turn an evil ghost into a good one. Having buried the remaining bones of the monk, Jake, standing at the fresh grave, calculated that several months had passed during his stay in the world of the fresco. The young man noticed that during all this time he had not received any information about the Wallace family, and decided that it was time for him to return to Aliti. But before that, the guy decided to check something, heading to the same small town where his random acquaintance introduced himself as a resident. Having met with the elder of the locality, he described the girl and the ghost accompanying her in the form of a scarecrow. Lost in thought, the man asked about what age this girl was, to which Jake explained that she was no more than 18 years old. Immediately after this, the elder laughed, saying that if such a gifted S1 level ghostmaster appeared among them at the age of 18, they would have notified the association long ago. The wife standing next to the man also noticed that they have the strongest master of rank A, as in all the nearby settlements. It cannot be said that Jake was very surprised by the information he received, and he very calmly thanked his interlocutors for the conversation. At the same time, there were only more questions about where this strange girl for some reason appeared twice where he was performing a task for the system, and for some reason lied to him about some task to destroy a ghost. Suddenly, Jake remembered those legs that he saw in the ghostly mirror, where the same lace was tied both there and on the leg of his random encounter. These coincidences suggested that if that ghost from the distant past could fully awaken in 1,000 years, it could well disguise itself as a person. But the young man's mental flow did not stop there, where his head was visited by the exciting thought that this ghost could well be a flickering one. She is the only one who knew that he would go to track down the ghostly warrior, and also met him more than 1,000 years ago. Having subjugated some small ghost, she followed him everywhere to make sure that the ghostly warrior would be defeated. But if the shimmering one is a ghost herself, then why did she need to found an association of ghostly masters? Deciding that they needed to meet again, Jake finally left the temple. But as soon as he was outside, Melanie contacted him. The girl was very upset and asked Jake to quickly return to the city since her father was getting worse. Having calmed the girl down a little, the young man said that he was already moving towards them, thinking about why the man had become worse so suddenly. At the same time, doctors stood over Wilhelm, noting that the old man's blood pressure was dropping once again. Mike, who was not far from the ward, noticed that apparently this time things were bad. The ghostly master standing next to him said that in this case he needs to be isolated, because if he dies, powerful ghosts that have gotten out of control will destroy the city. Bethany and Veronica were also in the room, where the latter was interested in whether there was news from Jake, to which Melanie explained that she contacted him yesterday, but then turned to the second girl, asking what could be the reason for such a sharp deterioration in health. After thinking a little, Bethany replied that the old man did not receive any injuries, and if we talk about the curse, then it is unlikely that anyone was able to bypass his ghosts. Veronica immediately added that curses themselves are quite rare, but then the founder of the association noticed that in the south there was one master of rank S capable of casting a curse, but only a master of a higher rank could do it unnoticed. Suddenly, all the girls were attracted by a familiar voice asking how the head of the city was feeling. All three of the young man's admirers, of whom only one of whom interested him in this sense, immediately brightened their faces when they saw Jake enter. Sitting opposite, the young man greeted each of his girlfriends. When the guy approached the bed with the patient, Melanie explained that just yesterday everything was fine, and after a few hours he just fell ill, where now there are thoughts that this is a curse. Looking at Wilhelm, Jake asked all the medical personnel to leave, since if they were dealing with a curse, then they were powerless here. After which the young man noticed that there is no need to spread information about the disease in the city, as this looks like the machinations of his enemies. Then the young man carefully examined the old man's face, raising his eyelid and taking a closer look at the color of the pupils. He then raised and looked carefully at the bluish limbs, after which he asked whether an analysis had been carried out for poisoning. To which the old man's daughter explained that the tests were negative and, moreover, her father was not afraid of poisons. Then Jake turned to Bethany, asking if curses could bypass ghosts controlled by the target. The girl replied that this was possible, but only on the condition that the curse was sent by a master of at least S rank. And to the young man's question about how to neutralize the curse, Bethany explained that you need to find the ghost who cast it and force it to be removed or killed. Realizing that they couldn't save the old man without finding this figure, Jake asked if anyone present had any suspicions or guesses. Where, after the question was posed, Veronica and her classmate looked at each other in confusion. The first assumptions were made by Melanie, who reported that last month Southerners came to their father with a proposal for unification, but Wilhelm refused. Analyzing the information, Jake mentally noted that this was definitely not the work of the head of the Wallace family, who was hiding, which means the malicious people could well be one of the Southerners. Bethany immediately noted that she would report the current situation to the very top, since the South was crossing all borders, and tears flowed down Melanie's cheeks again, where she said in a trembling voice that, according to the doctors, her father would not last even a day in this condition. Having calmed the girl down, Jake said that in this part he could provide assistance on the spot. Calling the abbess of the quiet monastery, he instructed her to unfold his ghostly world, under the influence of which the old man should fall. And once this was done, Jake explained that time flows differently in that world, which will slow down the progress of the disease in their world and give them precious time. Veronica and Bethany were shocked by such abilities of the guy's ghost, but Melanie, thinking only about her father's health, experienced sincere joy. Well, Jake turned to the girls, saying that now they have the difficult job of identifying the attacker. After some time, the young man sat next to Veronica, who said that she had already contacted one of her friends in the South, who promised to help. Jake himself has already asked the satellite center to look for ghosts with curse abilities, and Bethany has attracted the forces of the association's headquarters. And since at the moment everything that was possible had been done and all that remained was to wait, the young man told Veronica that he had a surprise for her. Not at all expecting such words from the young man, the girl was a little discouraged. But she experienced an even greater surprise when the guy handed her some kind of ancient mask, saying that now she would understand everything. Jake called Olivia and invited Veronica to follow him into her ghostly world. Soon the young people approached the meditation room, which, as usual, contained several rehabilitating ghosts. The girl immediately noticed the presence of a harlequin with rank S2 among the ghosts. Handing the mask to Veronica again, the young man noticed that now it was a good ghost, and with the help of the mask, she could take control of it. Having accepted the mask, Jake's girlfriend stood and looked either at the gift or at the harlequin spinning near her. When Veronica's eyes once again fell on the mask, she realized that there were no good ghosts of this rank in the world, which meant the use of some kind of transformation process. And her companion said that the S2 rank ghost was his little gift for the beautiful girl. Already embarrassed by such attention, the girl smiled no less embarrassedly at the definition of small, since at an auction such a ghost would cost tens of billions. Well, Jake said that to control she just needs to put a mask on the harlequin, which Veronica immediately did. Within a few seconds, the girl felt how a relationship had been established between her and this ghost. Jake noticed that now his girlfriend has become an S2 rank master, and after she develops this ghost, she will be very strong. And so the harlequin disappeared into a mask, which became a ghostly object, after which Veronica said in confusion that she did not know how to thank the guy. Gently touching the girl's cheek, Jake said in a gentle voice that she was his girlfriend, and therefore there could be no question of any gratitude. Veronica was incredibly pleased to hear such words and feel her beloved's palm on her skin. The flow of the most pleasant feelings that washed over Veronica made her literally throw herself into the arms of the young man, where their lips connected in a tender and at the same time passionate kiss. The ghostly world of the abbess dissipated and the lovers returned to their room, looking at each other with loving glances. At some point, Jake picked the girl up in his arms and walked with her towards the bedroom, where he didn't really care about her argument that it was midday outside. When the girl and the boy thoroughly enjoyed each other after a long separation, Veronica sheepishly reminded them that they needed to return to solving the problem of the illness of the head of the city, with which the young man agreed. Soon, Jake sat opposite Mike, noting that members of the association regularly came into contact with the head of the city, and therefore he would like to get some information from the head of its branch. But the man was ready for such a question, immediately reporting that the old man had contact with only 5 people about whom he had already prepared complete dossiers. Mike also added that, among others, he and his daughters often visited Wilhelm. Then Diana appeared in the room, brought the guy dessert and kindly offered to try it. Catherine, who immediately appeared behind Jake, noticed that her sister makes the best desserts, but only on special occasions. And so both girls sat on either side of the young man, watching him try the treat. And when asked if the guy liked the treat, Jake replied that the dessert was very tasty. After which the sisters boasted that they had developed their ghosts, which they received on a joint journey to the S1 rank, where Mike, sitting next to him, noticed that for the last few months the girls had always accompanied him and participated in defensive activities. Immediately after that, a slightly blushing Diana said that they just want to be worthy of Jake and help him in any way they can. The young man highly appreciated how quickly his girlfriends managed to raise their level, and so Jake left the house of the chapter leader of the association, urging him to be careful in these troubled times. Suddenly, a man came close to his ear and whispered that he knew about his refusal to marry the daughter of the head of the city, and therefore he invited him to think about considering one of his daughters as a future wife. Joking that these 2 girls were still very young, Jake suggested leaving this conversation for later, quickly moving away from Mike. And the man shouted after the fleeing young man that they had plenty of time and he would wait. The guy's next meeting was planned with Melanie, who reported that she could not find any clues pointing to the attacker. Wiping tears from her face, the girl suddenly handed Jake the sealed envelope that her father asked him to give to him. Taking out the paper, the young man read the words of the old man, who left the city to him in case something happened to him. The young man noticed to himself that even on the threshold of death, this old man did not abandon his plans to transfer power into his hands. After finishing reading, Jake took the girl's hand and said that in this difficult time they all need to stay strong, and Wilhelm would like that too. Then he pulled out some kind of ghostly object, saying that the future head of the city would definitely need support. When a rank S2 ghost emerged from the item, Melanie was quite surprised to see an ownerless good ghost of such a high level. Looking at the young man, the girl could not believe that he was just giving her such value, to which Jake replied that it was with the best of intentions, where with such a ghost, protecting the city should no longer be a big problem. Accepting the priceless gift and thanking him for it, Melanie asked where he got it. Without saying that he captured the ghost in a battle with the henchmen of the head of the Wallace family, the young man said that he simply came across him during his wanderings near Hetrod. The girl immediately remembered that the head of this city told them that Jake not only saved the city, but also defeated a ghost of rank S3. But it seemed the young man was not listening to her at all, and at some point he almost screamed from the thought that visited him. After contacting Elizabeth, Jake asked if there were ghosts in their area with the ability to cast curses and if they could harm an S3 level master. To which his interlocutor explained that this is very rare, but she is familiar with one technique to which ghosts do not react and which does not leave traces. And when she described how this skill works, it immediately became clear to both Jake and Melanie that this was exactly what was used in relation to Wilhelm. The young people immediately rushed to the hospital to check their guesses. According to Elizabeth, a characteristic sign of the use of just such a curse would be the presence of a red dot under a person's chest, which was discovered on Wilhelm. Jake was happy about the established circumstances, because knowing what kind of curse was applied, they have a chance to save the old man. For treatment, it was necessary to extract some poisonous ash from the bodies of special ghosts, where the young man kept one of them, and now May was already influencing him with her ghostly fire. When the healing potion was ready, Jake brought the bowl with it to the nose of the head of the city, and as soon as the man inhaled the poisonous fumes, some small insects immediately began to emerge from him. Summoning the Red Bride, Jake asked her to destroy these creatures using the same ghostly fire. When the procedure was completed, the young man noticed that now the old man would recover, but he would not wake up right away because his body was very weakened. All that happened came down to the fact that someone mixed it into the food of the head of the city, so no ghosts were involved, which made it possible to successfully hide all traces. Wiping her eyes, still wet from tears, Melanie asked what they should do next, to which Jake explained that the girl should take care of her father, while he will try to find the one who arranged all this. At the same time, The water in the crater of one extinct volcano, located in the northeast, began to rotate in a spiral. The funnel became larger and larger and very soon revealed what was hidden under the water, where someone suddenly jumped out of the boiling lava. Gradually, the ghost that enveloped the man's body freed him from his fiery protection. And pleased with how everything went, Thomas Wallace said that he had finally returned to this world. Jake slowly moved around the city on his ghostly horse, allowing himself to be photographed by everyone on the street. Those who managed to take photos and videos were the first to try to upload it all to the network, but discovered that there was no connection with the satellites. Bethany could not understand why Jake made a whole show out of his appearance in the city. Jake himself, watching how people were filming him and unsuccessfully trying to post him online, smiled slyly. Having finished the procession through the city, the young man rested, awaiting the results of his undertaking. And then his switchboard gave a signal, where, taking it in his hands and looking at the screen, the guy realized that his plan was a success. A little earlier, he contacted Amelia, who was in love with him, and asked to replace the usual satellite in Alita with one that belonged to him, thereby providing the opportunity to control the information entering the network. After which, before his procession, information was spread around the city that he had returned, where the attackers had to react to this. The canvas of a ghostly painting approached the house of a famous Chinese family in the city. Its head, Wenyang Zhou, sensing some activity outside, became worried and went to the window to see what was happening behind it. But suddenly Jake appeared in his house, which greatly frightened the owner, who could not understand why this well-known young man suddenly burst into his place. But casting a cold glance at his interlocutor, the guy just as coldly noted that Wenyan knew perfectly well why he had come to him. Bethany, who appeared after the young man, stated that no one expected betrayal from this family. But the man urged his guest not to listen to what Jake says, who is only thinking about how to take over this city, using the fact that the head is in a coma. The information that Wilhelm was in a coma was strictly classified, and so the girl with a grin asked the man who had let it slip how he knew about Wilhelm's coma. Jake did not give him an answer, saying that there was no need to strain his brains to come up with excuses, since his message to the Southerners was intercepted. Realizing that he had been exposed, Wenyan immediately summoned his ghosts and tried to attack the guy. But the ghostly picture neutralized the attack in one movement and destroyed the ghosts. And Bethany invited the man who had fallen to the floor to voluntarily tell everything he knew. Meanwhile, the Wallace family's minions joyfully celebrated the return from the mighty master. Having congratulated Thomas on successfully conquering a new powerful ghost, the masters working for him reported that Jake had returned to Elite. They proposed to immediately move forward to destroy the impudent man. But Thomas put a stop to their impulse, explaining that even though he now had 2 ghosts of rank S3 under his control, this was still not enough for an undeniable victory. One of his interlocutors suggested that the gentleman meant the head of the city, who could also intervene. And the man confirmed his subordinate's guesses, saying that he had another plan, after which he asked to bring him ghostly roots. His order was carried out immediately, where in less than a minute the box with roots was in front of Thomas's eyes. And while the head of the Wallace family was enjoying his trophies, those around him fearfully wondered whether their master had really decided to take advantage of it. And then one of Thomas's minions noticed that the ghostly root could summon several ghosts of rank S3, and then there would be nothing left of the city at all. But another servant of the Wallace family immediately retorted what was said by saying that their main task was to deal with Jake Stone, and no one cared about the fate of the city at all. The head of the family himself completely agreed with this, threateningly declaring that this time his opponent would definitely die. At the same time, the captive Wenyan spoke about the plans of the Southerners, who wanted to wait for the death of the city leader and provoke a breakthrough, after which they would capture the weakened city. What was said greatly angered Bethany, who spoke not the most flattering words, first about the Southerners, for whom the lives of ordinary people meant nothing, and then about the traitor himself. Menacingly declaring that the association's Supreme Court would condemn his actions, the girl ordered the arrested man to be taken away. Soon, Veronica and Jake were in the hospital, where after Melanie listened to the story of who started all this, she suggested that perhaps the Southerners would not organize a ghost attack while Jake was here. To which the young man himself replied that, in any case, you need to be prepared for various scenarios. The young man thought to himself that if a ghostly breakthrough began, it would only benefit him, since he would be able to earn a lot of experience for his ghosts. As night fell, Thomas climbed onto a cliff and used one ghostly root to lure powerful ghosts. And when the effect of this action became obvious, The henchman accompanying him noticed that everything worked, where, among others, his master was able to attract an S3 rank ghost. Another servant of the Wallace family reported to his master that everything worked out for him in the same way, where there were even more ghosts than expected. This information only pleased Thomas, who designated the city of Aleit as the target of the attack. Jake sat opposite Veronica and was interested in how she was progressing in strengthening her connection with the Harlequin, to which she explained that the process was going well. Here the girl voiced her guesses that her lover already owned more than one ghost of rank S3. Laughing, Jake replied that the girl was right, asking not to disclose this information to anyone else for now. Suddenly, Veronica remembered the very moment when, with the help of her paperman, she witnessed the awakening of the first ghost of Jake. Nostalgic memories were interrupted by the appearance of the daughter of the head of the city, who, without hiding her excitement, reported that an unimaginable number of ghosts were approaching the city. Looking at the radar, the young man and his lover were also able to make sure that this was a ghostly attack of unprecedented force. Confused, Melanie asked Jake what they should do since there was very little time. But the young man did not answer her question, concluding, not with the most joyful expression, that they would be attacked by hundreds of thousands of ghosts. Where, in response to his words, Veronica immediately noticed that in the last 30 years this is the most massive ghost attack, where she does not understand how the Southerners managed it. Hearing the numbers, the daughter of the city head said that they only have about 15 to 20,000 craftsmen. The father is unconscious, therefore the city will be destroyed. Urging Melanie not to panic ahead of time, Jake suggested going to the association first. And now all the central figures of the city were already in the main defense control center. Turning to Mike, Bethany told him to gather all the masters above rank B, whom they would send to the north. After which, the girl decided to turn on the alarm siren, since the danger to the city residents was real. And in the middle of the night, a rapid danger alert system started working in the city, and ghostmasters located in different places received messages about an impending huge wave of ghosts. Gathering and preparing for defense, many were convinced that they could not repel such a massive attack, and therefore the city was doomed. Moving forward to defend the city, fathers said goodbye to their children as they realized that they might not return. The Southerners' spies, seeing some movement, did not understand what was happening, since according to their plan it was necessary to wait for the death of the head of the city. Well, those who were already ready and collected moved forward to take defensive positions. Bethany approached Jake and said that the flickering one had also promised to arrive, but they needed to hold out on their own for about 4 hours. Jake immediately noticed to himself that if the flickering one saw Jasmine among her ghosts, he would immediately understand that he had figured out who she was, and therefore decided not to show the fiery queen. He told the girl that they should have enough strength to hold back the attack, since both Veronica and Melanie are now ghost masters of the S2 rank. The only question that remained open was who organized this attack, since according to the plans of the Southerners, Wilhelm had to die first. Then Veronica and the daughter of the city head appeared on the wall, who said that they had placed their father in an underground bunker and were joining the battle. Having said that this was the right decision, Jake added that now there is no need to hide the fact that Wilhelm is unwell, but rather, the rumor that he is in a coma needs to be spread as widely as possible. And now the ghostly masters have already read reports that the head of the city was poisoned by vile Southerners. Where, having received this information, one of the Wallace family's henchmen immediately reported to his master that the head of the city would no longer harm their plans. Having intercepted this message, Jake finally learned about those behind today's attack. The fact that Thomas chose the same tactics as the Southerners for his actions amused the young man. The attention of the head of the Wallace family was attracted by a male voice behind him, who called the man's name. The voice was familiar to Thomas, and he turned around, wondering what this man could be doing here. The head of the Southerners, Jing Mao, who appeared before him, stated that the man had organized an unprecedented attack, and then asked about his plans after the victory. Having shown the old man his new ghost, Thomas casually said that his plans had nothing to do with the South, to which Jing Mao said that the absence of the head of the city in this confrontation was his merit, and therefore it would be worth sharing the laurels. He suggested that Thomas kill Jake Stone and leave the rest to him, where in the future they would have a strong alliance, with which the man agreed. Meanwhile, the first ghosts appeared on the first line of defense, and the Rhodey sisters also came out to confront them. Veronica transmitted over the switchboard that she would be able to deal with rank A ghosts, leaving the weaker ones to other masters. And so the S-rank ghost summoned by her immediately destroyed the dangerous opponent. For further confrontation, the girl also called upon her new ghost of rank S2 Harlequin, who immediately created her own ghostly world. Another ghost 55, given to her by Jake, who had a rank of S1, was not left idle either. When an S3 ranked ghost appeared on the battlefield, the Rhodey sisters had no choice but to move back. Melanie confronted the S2 rank ghost, calling for help over the switchboard because she couldn't handle him. Then an equally bulky stone flew at the huge ghost, after which a female voice said to leave this ghost behind. The girl was very happy that help arrived, which helped her save her ghosts. It was Elizabeth who immediately launched a massive attack on the ghost, sending Melanie to help the others. Meanwhile, a ghost appeared in front of Bethany in the form of a three-headed snake and rank S3. Noticing how difficult it was for the girl, Jake immediately sent a ghostly picture to help her. But just as the ghostly canvas was preparing to attack, it was suddenly attacked from behind, where, as it turned out, another ghost of rank S3 joined the battle. Observing what was happening from the side, the leader of the Southerners noticed that even Jake could not defeat two such ghosts. But his ally, knowing this guy full of surprises, was not so sure. Meanwhile, continuing the battle, Jake summoned a ghostly umbrella, sending his numerous clones to attack. And now Jing Mao was already surprised to note that this guy had two S3 rank ghosts. The young man was thinking about how he could lure Thomas out, because fighting at full strength for tactical reasons was not an option, but doing nothing was also impossible. The two ghostly girls he had already sent to fight were suddenly told by Jake to pretend that they were being defeated. And so the ghostly snake immediately destroyed a dozen clones of the ghostly umbrella circling next to it. Likewise, the second S3 rank ghost clearly began to dominate the ghostly picture. Suddenly, paying attention to something, Bethany shouted at the top of her lungs for Jake to be careful, where, in the direction the girl pointed, Thomas Wallace himself appeared, surrounded by his ghosts, shouting that Jake's hour of death had come. And there were two ghostly worlds floating in the skies, which were created by the ghosts of the head of the Wallace family, who were of S3 rank. The defenders of the city on the battlefield were horrified when they saw huge balls of fire descending on their heads. Jake, donning his ghostly armor, just grinned at how easily his bait worked. And there was real panic on the battlefield, where all the ghostly masters fled to the sides, declaring that if their opponent was able to suppress Jake's ghosts, then they would all definitely be finished. Veronica rushed to help confront the enemy, leaving Melanie to fight in this direction. Well, Thomas gloated, saying that two ghosts had already pinned him to the wall, but he had two more of his own, plus two of his subordinates, where simple arithmetic shows that 2 against 6 cannot survive. To which Jake, smiling mysteriously, asked the smug man about where his subordinates with S3 rank ghosts were. After Thomas looked around and did not find two of his fighters following directly behind him, his face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, those same two men discovered that they had found themselves in some kind of ghostly world, deciding that it was a trap and trying to summon their ghosts. But the laws of the ghostly world of the Red Bride worked clearly, where the captives could only hold their ghostly objects in their hands. But behind them flashed the red clothes of the ghost who had captivated them. The last thing these men saw in their lives was May's red threads approaching them. Thomas, with a confused look, tried to understand what had happened to his impeccable plan, to which Jake, spreading his arms to the sides and grinning, called his opponent an overly naive person, whose fate was decided an hour ago. Even before the battle began, Jake gathered all his ghostly girlfriends, deciding in advance to discuss the tactics and strategy of the upcoming battle. The first person he turned to was Jasmine, whom he asked not to appear since no one knew about her yet, and she was something of an ace in the hole. The young man instructed Annette, who listened attentively to him, to lead the attack, since Thomas knew about her for sure because of the duel with one of his henchmen. Mika's task was to hold off the ghostly attack until the head of the Wallace family appeared on the battlefield. Next, it was worth thinking about whether it was worth showing all the ghosts to the enemy at once, and so he turned to his ghostly friends, asking if they had chosen special skills. Instead of the girls, the system responded, informing the owner that Christy had activated 2 special skills, one of which was offensive in nature and the second defensive. May, as a development of her special skill, upgraded teleportation, where it was now possible to ignore the type of terrain when moving. But the most interesting skill was Olivia's skill, where when researching the enemy at 75%, it became possible to lure him to your side for a while. And so Jake instructed his ghost to stay somewhere away, not showing their strong skills. Where the abbess of the quiet monastery will have to immediately begin performing analysis as soon as a ghost of rank S3 appears. Then the young man noticed that among Thomas's comrades there would definitely be those who owned ghosts of rank S3. Using her abilities, Christy's task will be to identify these people. And when they are found, May comes into play with the special properties of her ghostly world, where the opponents who find themselves inside will not be able to summon their high-ranking ghosts and will be doomed. However, the stubborn man, not knowing everything that Jake's ghosts are capable of, shouted that even without the ghosts of his subordinates, the advantage is on his side. And so he ordered his two ghosts with skills of the opposite direction to kill the guy. And Jake has already given instructions to the ghostly picture and the umbrella that they can act in full force. He immediately sent all his other ghostly assistants to join them. Both Jake's opponent and everyone who was simply watching the beginning of the confrontation were shocked when they saw 5 S3 rank ghosts, which, having united, began a massive attack on enemy positions. Christy, as usual, summoned her favorite little train from her ghostly toy world, on which she sat, circling around her opponents. May attacked the fire ghost Thomas with her ghost fire. Well, the ghostly picture, in its own style, literally bombarded Thomas's ghostly world. The ice ghost of the head of the Wallace family tried to resist the powerful attack that Annette organized. Watching the progress of the fight, Jake turned to the abbess, asking if she had everything ready, where Olivia was busy conducting research on 2 S3 rank ghosts who had been lured by the ghost route. And so, answering the question posed, the system announced that the research had reached the required minimum, where at that very second the ability to lure ghosts to one side was used, and they immediately attacked the one who lured them. Watching 2 more S3 ranked ghosts approach him, Thomas couldn't believe that they had suddenly changed their target. Jake himself was quickly moving in his direction on his ghostly umbrella, who simultaneously asked his opponent about how he liked this arithmetic, where as many as 7 ghosts were now fighting against his 2 ghosts, among which were 5 ghostly girls of the young man and 2 deserted ghosts. The leader of the Southerners, watching how in a matter of seconds the state of affairs on the battlefield was turned upside down, noticed that this guy was not at all simple. Well, Jake's living friends, meanwhile, gathered together and decided to cover the guy's rear, thus giving him time and the opportunity to deal with the head of the Wallace family, the ghost worlds of which were already somehow holding back the onslaught of a whole horde of ghosts of rank S3. Thomas's ice ghost only managed to hold back the attack of the 3-headed ghostly snake. How at that same second, the second ghost from the kingdom of the dead fell upon him. Clearly realizing that his affairs were very bad, Thomas decided to resort to escape. He immediately summoned the ice ghost, which had already lost one of its paws. But Jake immediately realized that his enemy was about to retreat, pointing this out to his ghosts. Then the Red Bride stepped into action, using her updated teleportation skill. And now she, together with Annette, had already blocked the path of the fleeing ghost. A ghostly picture immediately wrapped his wounded body in its murderous canvas. And when the rings of the painting's canvas sharply contracted, scattering ghostly scraps around the area, the system announced victory over a ghost of rank S3. Along with the disappearance of the ghost, his ghostly world, in which Thomas was so accustomed to living, began to split and fall apart. Watching the remains of this icy ghost mountain disappear, Bethany was only glad that Jake was able to destroy one of the ghosts of the head of the Wallace family. Watching the fragments of the ghostly world fly apart and dissolve in the air, Veronica noticed with a smile that this guy would never cease to amaze her. The owner of the defeated ghost himself, having lost the hard surface under his feet, began to fall down. He had no choice but to start calling his second ghost for help. The fiery ghost of Thomas left the scene of the battle with May, quickly rushing to save his master. Opening its huge mouth wide, the fiery creature prepared to swallow its master. And now a huge burning ghost has already landed on one of the mountains nearby. And the head of the family, Wallace, looked straight out of his terrible toothy mouth with a triumphant grin on his face. Having surrounded everything around him with flowing lava, Thomas will make it impossible to approach him on the ground, killing many masters. Meanwhile, the abbess of the quiet monastery was researching his ghost, where it was 43% completed. Taking a closer look at the actions of the fiery ghost Thomas, Jake noticed that he was clearly preparing to use his special abilities, and so the mountain behind the ghost turned into a real volcano, spewing streams of burning lava. Fireballs rained down from the sky like rain, destroying everything in their path. To defend himself from this deadly attack, Jake took advantage of Christy's new defensive ability, which surrounded him with a sphere of small ponies. These little toy horses were a manifestation of a special defensive skill and could easily protect against fireballs. Thomas, realizing that he managed to gain a little time, ordered his ghost to take him away from here. And so the fiery monster quickly rushed away from the battlefield, trying to hide in the lava flow. But prudent Jake said that his opponent would not be able to escape. From the glowing trail, it was clearly visible in which direction the cowardly head of the Wallace family was trying to escape. Where to pull it out of the ground, the young man sent his precious Christy, who used an ice attack. At that same second, the system announced the completion of research to the minimum level necessary to suppress enemy forces. And as soon as Jake received this message, he immediately gave the girl the command to attack. After starting her attack with an ice hand, Christy gradually moved on to her new special attack, literally crushing the ghost's body. And so, defeated in everything, Thomas lay wounded on the ground. And Jake was already approaching him, who stated that his enemy had lost this battle, like the entire war. Looking at his enemy, the head of the Wallace family said that his biggest regret was that he did not sneak into the city and kill the guy earlier. To which Jake replied that the man should most regret that he could not properly raise his son, with whose actions it all started. Where, immediately after these words, the clones of the ghostly umbrella dealt the final blow to the defeated enemy. The Ghost Masters who had just witnessed the destruction of the head of the Wallace family were shocked by this event. Leaving this disastrous place, Jing Mao, who had been watching from the side all this time, praised himself for not interfering, since he would have died along with Thomas. The Wallace family's henchmen, who were in one of the cars, decided to immediately flee when they saw how their leader died. Veronica rejoiced at her lover's victory, and Bethany stated that as of today, the influence of the Wallace family in the Northeast is over. The winner himself held the exhausted Christy in his arms, telling her that she had done a great job. The youth then tasked the ghost painting and umbrella to destroy the remaining 90% of the ghosts, leaving 10% for the local ghost masters to level up. And so the order was immediately carried out, where it was not difficult for the ghosts of Jake. The ghost masters were overjoyed as they watched Jake's ghosts massacre their opponents. And so the ghostly wave began to retreat without waiting for them all to be killed. And all the participants in the battle greeted Jake Stone, the owner of 5 ghosts of S3 rank and the hero of their time. And while his ghosts were disappearing into his ghostly objects, his loved ones began to approach the young man. Here were everyone with whom he had ever participated in battles and travels, and all those who definitely cared about him. After listening to the praise, Jake said that not only he, but everyone who defended the city showed their best today. Then the young man was shown what was found among Thomas's things, where, apparently, these ghostly roots led to the attack. Taking the last remaining root, Jake used the system to familiarize himself with its characteristics. After thinking that since this thing has such a ghost-attracting effect, it is better to put it away. Bethany, who caught up with the young man, said that all the possessions of the Wallace family are now transferred to the association, for which she will certainly thank the guy. Then Jake remembered that the shimmer was supposed to appear, asking if anyone had seen her. His question was answered by a voice from above, saying that apparently she was late. Raising their heads, everyone who was next to Jake saw the founder of the Association of Ghostly Masters hanging above them. Hiding the extracted root, Jake listened to the praise of the woman, who said that the guy was much stronger than she thought. And so, dissolving into the air, the shimmering one told the guy to follow her. But the offer to go behind the mines was just a formality, since the girl simply isolated part of the area and created a ghostly world there. When the shimmer stated that the young man had probably already realized that they essentially remained in the same place, Jake asked if this was the ability of her ghost to change the current terrain. To which his interlocutor replied that the young man's guesses were not entirely correct, because now they move around Aliti in the form it will be in the future. This statement shocked the young man, where he even asked if he had heard the word future correctly. And the flickering one explained that she has a ghost with the ability to see the future, although not in all places. But Aliti is one of them. While examining the ruins, Jake asked about what happened here, to which his interlocutor explained that this would not happen soon. After which, the woman added that she tried to use the ghost's abilities on Jake, but he was unable to do it. Thinking that the flicker failed because of the system, Jake asked why the ghost could not see his future. And the woman noticed that predictions about people may not always be accurate, but that there was no information at all. This was the first time. And when his interlocutor suggested that one of his ghosts had a blocking skill, Jake thoughtfully replied that he had not paid attention to this, since no one had yet tried to predict his future. Then the flickering one added that she would continue to watch the guy, reminding him that he had the right to one more question. Deciding that it was too risky to ask her about her origins, Jake said that he had not yet formulated the question. And then the woman handed him a certain object, saying that although the guy is talented, control over so many ghosts could have a detrimental effect on him in the future. Then she added that when he wants to meet again, he just needs to blow into this shell. Looking at his new artifact, the young man thought that this ghost was on the side of people since he was helping him, and at the same time was not at all shocked by its strength. Well, in the meantime, a photograph of Jake surrounded by his ghosts has already spread all over the internet, gaining more and more positive comments. Entering the room, the young man said hello and asked about the purpose for which the man wanted to see him. Wilhelm, who had already regained consciousness and met him, thanked the guy for protecting the city while he was sick. But then the man added that he called him to share some of his plans for increasing the level of his ghost. Jake immediately realized that the old man was referring to an attempt to awaken the ghost. And then Melanie entered the conversation, explaining that her father had been preparing for this event for many years. The head of the city himself added that if he does not try to do this now, then the opportunity may never arise again. And his daughter noted with sadness that her father's body might not be able to stand it in this state. Jake also thought about the state of the head of the city's body, which definitely would not return to its previous state after magical poisoning. And the old man himself calmly said that he realized the danger of what he had started, and therefore he had one proposal. Turning to the guy, Wilhelm said that he would be happy if Jake formally took the post of head of the city, since after his epic victory, the people trust him more than ever. But in fact, all affairs will be run by Melanie. The proposal was worthwhile, where the young man understood that in this way he could stabilize the situation in the city and at the same time would not be bound by any obligations. Looking at the pondering young man, Wilhelm added that if the guy still wants it, he won't mind if Jake marries his daughter. Realizing where the conversation was turning again, the young man quickly agreed to the old man's offer to be the formal head of the city. Very soon, an official ceremony was appointed and took place, at which Wilhelm spoke about how hard this victory was and what contribution the young man standing next to him made to its achievement. And so the whole city, watching the broadcast, heard how the old man transferred his powers to govern the city to Jake, which greatly pleased the people, who knew what kind of guy had the power. A little later, sitting over tea, the former head of the city noticed that he could now breathe a sigh of relief. Having taken a sip, the man noted that the air around him seemed to have become fresher, and peace reigned inside him, where, in his opinion, everyone who has a short time left feels exactly this. His beloved daughter listened to her father's words with anxiety and sadness. And to her question whether her father really wanted to do what he had planned, the old man said that he would prepare everything within a week, including allowing Melanie to be present. Jake, who joined the conversation, asked whether Wilhelm was aware of the consequences that could occur if he failed. Laughing, the man said that he had lived a long and wonderful life, raised a smart and beautiful daughter, managed to meet such a genius as Jake, and therefore was ready to die. Fully understanding the feelings and mood of his interlocutor, the young man no longer objected, saying that he would definitely help with everything, but now he had some things to do. It had long since become dark outside when the guy reached the place where the ghosts began to arrive during the last attack of the city. His plan was to try to capture high-level ghosts, give them to Olivia for re-education, and then hand them over to Veronica and Melanie, which would greatly increase the city's fighting power. After some time, Jake noted that there were a lot of low-level ghosts around, which were practically useless to him. Suddenly, a glowing fireball appeared right in front of him, which the guy initially mistook for another blood moon. But within a second, it became clear that this was an S3 rank ghost, and Jake immediately sent his ghosts to attack. But as soon as the ghostly picture and the umbrella began to approach the enemy, a huge eye hanging in the air opened, where the young man immediately felt the impact of its energy. As if flickering, the young man noticed that this ghost had a very interesting ability. By telling his ghostly friends not to look directly at him and to move around a lot, Jake was giving Olivia time to explore, which the abbess of the quiet monastery has already begun to produce and has already managed to complete more than half of it. And while she was completing her task, The other girls united their ghostly worlds and did not allow the ghostly eye to attack. But now the research was completed, and Olivia began suppressing the abilities of their enemy. Soon, the despondent ghost gently sank into the hand of the abbess, who handed him over to Jake. Unfortunately, this ghost did not have a gender, and therefore could not be placed in a monastery for re-education. However, the young man still decided to save it and continued on his way in search of new ghosts. Suddenly, 4 S3 rank ghosts immediately appeared in front of him and united to confront Jake. But the guy was not at a loss and called on all his girls, telling the ghosts from the opposite side that they had no chance against 6. Addressing the Fire Queen that she was in charge, the young man sent his ghosts to attack. And now, having felt the full power of Christy and May's attacks, the first ghost had already crumbled into small pieces. Jasmine, sitting on her phoenix, burned the ghostly cart with a bright stream of flame. The ghostly goat, meanwhile, tried to resist the ghostly picture circling around him. While the abbess of the quiet monastery, calling on her ghostly world, pressed on the old woman, whom Jake ordered to be captured. The battle was won, as were a number of subsequent ones, where several ghosts of rank S2 and one ghost of rank S3 ended up with Olivia for re-education. Jake himself stood aside and looked with curiosity at a certain ghostly sphere that he managed to get. Meanwhile, his ghostly girlfriends were sorting through all the other ghostly objects and weapons that were obtained in today's outing. As Jake watched Annette develop, she noticed that she would likely be the first to enter the awakening stage. Food was cooked over a lighted fire, the enticing aroma of which spread for several meters around. Lowering his head into the lap of the red bride, Jake watched his ghostly friends having fun, noticing that they had not had such a rest for a long time. Taking another piece of freshly fried fish, the young man thought that in their last battle all the girls had performed well. At the same time, the young man noticed that compared to the others, the Fire Queen was progressing faster, but the gap was not very large. Jake understood that sooner or later his ghosts would also begin to reach the stage of awakening, and therefore the opportunity to watch Wilhelm move into such a stage was a real success. And then that very day came, where the ghostly masters guarding the entrance to the Golden Room reported complete readiness. While the old man, his daughter, and Jake were taking the elevator down, the former head of the city told the guy that he could always get any information about this room from Melanie. While they were walking to the desired room, Wilhelm noticed that some of the ghosts located here are very strong, but the enemies are scared away by the very fact of their existence, and not by their actual use. But then the journey was over, and the visitors to the Golden Room stopped opposite the entrance to the desired room. When the door opened, Wilhelm explained that he had used the method of overlaying 3 golden rooms to enhance the defense, but they would only see one on the screen. And within a second, the old man headed inside, without saying goodbye to the young people, but simply declaring that he was leaving. Melanie tried to call out to her father, but he only turned his head and said that his daughter should not worry about anything, since it was his own choice. The doors to the Golden Chamber, which was supposed to contain the ghost in any unforeseen situation, were closed, and the screen hanging from the ceiling turned on. Left alone, Wilhelm concentrated and summoned his terrible ghost. Jake and the daughter of the former head of the city watched very carefully everything that the screen showed them. Preparing to begin the awakening, the old man brought one of his fingers to his mouth and bit it. And when he dripped blood onto the ghostly object, Jake immediately noted that the exact same method was used here as when the ghost was initially activated. As soon as the drop of blood touched the ghostly object, the ghost standing next to the old man immediately began to spread powerful energy around itself. This indicated the beginning of the process of awakening the ghost of the plague doctor, who had been controlled by Wilhelm all his life. But suddenly Annette appeared right in front of Jake, covering the young man with her ghostly body. And the young man watched with great interest as a certain transformation of the ghost took place, where with every second the ghost became more and more like an ordinary person. Looking at the time, the young man noticed that more than 3 minutes had already passed, where the old man himself said that if the process takes 3 minutes, then danger cannot be avoided. Wilhelm himself joyfully looked at his ghost, who had already completely taken on human form. The old man's face beamed like that of a child who had finally received a long-awaited gift. But suddenly the awakened ghost turned to its owner and began to concentrate energy. Both Wilhelm and Jake and Melanie, who were watching, immediately realized that something was wrong. William's 2 other ghosts instantly came to their master's defense from the impending danger. But the strength of the awakened ghost was incomparable with the abilities of others. and therefore, with one blow, the plague doctor destroyed 2 ghosts and attacked the old man. Melanie could only scream loudly as she watched her father just be killed. And the former head of the city, having fulfilled his duty, sat in his wheelchair without showing signs of life. Out of helplessness, the girl, tears starting to roll down her cheeks one after another, stretched out her hand to the screen. Jake tried to understand what happened there, because the ghost had completely transformed, which could only mean a loss of control on the part of the old man. Although the young man was mentally prepared for the fact that today would be Wilhelm's last, the death of this old man still shocked him greatly. Trying to calm Melanie down, Jake said that her father fulfilled his last wish without regret, and therefore they should not regret either. Then Annette turned to the young man, who tried to explain something to him, using the words, kill and awakened. After thinking a little, Jake asked, not without surprise, whether he understood correctly that the ghost must be killed to fully awaken. To which his silent interlocutor responded positively with the same signs on the ghostly canvas. If this ghost could be defeated, then the only question was how to get into the room without opening it. Summoning May, Jake told her to try using her enhanced teleportation skills. At that very moment, the girl concentrated and began to use her special abilities, which only an S-rank ghost could have. Since the test move was carried out to another golden cell, the young man asked the guards to switch to another cell. And then, after a few seconds, all the people in the room saw how the ghost was able to move into the golden chamber. No one could believe that the ghost could bypass the golden barriers. But for Jake, it was a real victory. While he looked at his ghostly girlfriend in the cell, the young man realized that now his capabilities were greatly expanded. He told Melanie that he would find a way to destroy that ghost as soon as he finished his trials, after which he asked the guards to escort the girl who had just lost her father. Left in the golden room, the young man told May to continue to move, where they need to understand how much movement she has enough strength to do. And so the process of moving to the cell and back to Jake began. After the 6th movement, the ghostly bride had no strength left, and the young man praised her for her excellent work, sending her to rest. In the meantime, he turned to all his other ghosts, telling them to use the proven tactics where everyone attacks and stalls for time while Olivia conducts research. Jake returned to the Golden Room the next day, where May and all the other ghosts had a good rest and gained strength. Once at the desired camera, the young man gave the command and his red bride moved him through the first golden wall. After resting for a minute, Jake and May moved again, finding themselves on the 2nd level of overlaid rooms. The 3rd movement was supposed to lead them to the room with the ghost and Wilhelm's body, but suddenly Jake saw that they were in a completely different place. Trying to look around, the young man did not understand where May had moved him. Well, the ghostly masters watching the course of events on the screen were very surprised when the guy suddenly disappeared somewhere. Moving through the gloomy streets, Jake realized that most likely this was the ghostly world of a plague doctor created from memories. Observing the poverty that manifested itself on every corner, the young man realized that this was one of the settlements of the very distant past. Hiding away from prying and prying eyes, the young man reasoned that, unlike many other ghostly worlds, this one does not limit the calling of ghosts. Disguised as a local resident, Jake decided for now to just observe life in this world. Turning to the boatman, the young man asked what kind of place this was, to which he explained that this was the city of Kond. Saying that he was just a traveler and showing a ghostly coin, the young man asked the man to help him look around. And now they were sailing along the gloomy canals of the city, where the boatman asked the guy whether the curse was active where he came from. Before Jake had time to clarify what curse he was talking about, suddenly his attention was attracted by some noise on the bridge. There, a little boy tried to beg the fat man for some money, but he kicked the beggar away. And when the child fell to the ground and the bandage came off his face, everyone saw that he was stricken with illness. And the one who kicked him, and everyone else who was nearby, immediately began to call the guards in order to isolate him. Then Jake, turning to the boatman, asked what was going on here, to which the very frightened man replied that the curse of the evil spirit destroys people and, apparently, has already reached the central part. The man said that the first to bring the infection arrived from the south on merchant ships. Infection occurs from any contact with a patient who constantly bleeds. Black ulcers appear all over the body and dies after 3 days. When the disease struck and killed the main priest of the city, the faith of the people was especially shaken. Other priests immediately declared that everything that was happening was the result of a curse imposed by wizards who were under the influence of evil spirits. After listening to this story, Jake immediately realized that there was no curse here. It was just a disease that everyone knew like a plague. Meanwhile, on the bridge, several townspeople tried to detain a child suffering from the plague. But suddenly the guy turned around and was able to bite one of his offenders on the hand, where the angry man immediately grabbed this poor child and threw him off the bridge into the river. Someone tried to feel sorry for the boy, but the victim shouted loudly that because of this brat, now he too would die. Although Jake was aware that everything around him was nothing more than an illusion, the man's action and the cheers of other people who supported the massacre made him incredibly angry. But suddenly the young man's attention was attracted by what began to happen under the bridge. Some man, whose silhouette seemed painfully familiar to the young man, swam up in his boat and pulled the guy out of the water. Jake asked the boatman to follow that boat, but the man refused, saying that he would never voluntarily sail into the quarantine zone. Then the young man took out a bag of money, saying that he was buying this boat, after which he asked the boatman to go ashore. And so, working independently with an oar, Jake quickly found himself in the city quarantine zone. When he moved a little further, a terrifying sight met his eyes. All around lay mountains of dead and almost dead people, where everyone who was dragged to the cart and who had not yet died asked not to be burned alive. Once on the shore, the young man quickly found the one who saved the child, tracing his entire further path. The man took the boy into some room, where he desperately tried to persuade the terrible man not to kill him. But handing the guy a flask with some kind of drug, the man told the guy to drink, since they were not struck by a curse, but simply by a disease. One of those who was in the room suddenly rose from the bed, saying that the doctor was lying and his medications were not working. To which the masked man replied that it is not he, but those who doubt his conclusions who harm others. Where he also noted that his interlocutor, no matter what, is still alive. Paying no more attention to this distraught man, the doctor continued to give the boy the drug. The treatment was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the front door being broken down. Where armed people appeared in the passage, turning to a masked man, they declared that he would not harm anyone again. And a certain man accompanying them pointed his finger at the doctor and insisted that it was he who promised to cure everyone. But in fact, this man is not a doctor, but some kind of sorcerer who needs to be captured and destroyed. And so the soldiers grabbed a man who begged not to touch him and let him cure all these people, but no one listened to him. Over and over again, the doctor repeated that there is no curse where all these people are simply sick with an infectious disease. He was already being taken out of the room when, in despair, the doctor shouted that the church and priests were deceiving them all. Remembering the lessons of history, Jake knew that in those troubled times the church destroyed many good people, passing them off as heretics and sorcerers. Pretty soon, people had already gathered in the square, eager to destroy the evil sorcerers who were sending a curse on their city. Standing not far from the people tied to the pillars, the priest said that the fire would cleanse their souls. The crowd cheered and demanded execution as burning torches began to set fire to the straw laid out at each pillar. Only Jake silently watched everything that these madmen did in an attempt to save their pathetic lives. A pregnant girl, with flames already approaching her feet, screamed hysterically that she was really not a witch and was selling good apples, begging to be allowed to go home to her children. And the plague doctor, whose body was already engulfed in hot flames, suddenly began to laugh loudly. With his voice straining, the man shouted that everyone who had gathered here were madmen and murderers of innocent people. And when his voice stopped sounding, people in the square suddenly noticed that something had appeared behind the priest. One of the nuns, who was very close, tried to draw the man's attention to what was happening above his head. Not wanting to interrupt his pleasure from executing heretics and sorcerers, the fat priest lazily turned his head. And at that very second, unknown forces seemed to begin to suck all the life force out of his body, where very soon the skeleton covered with dried skin lay on the floor of the one who had given the order to kill people a few seconds ago, and the silhouette of a plague doctor rose above him. People in the square tried to escape, and only Jake stood motionless, mentally concluding that the priest had received what he deserved. Meanwhile, the bodies of the people on the pillars were burning out, and what killed the priest began to spread its energy more and more widely, where, a second later, thousands of crows appeared in the sky, making their disgusting sounds to the sound of church bells. The bodies of the killer priest and his nun accomplices were already dangling on ropes, right in front of the entrance to the church and right opposite the bodies of those whom they had so mercilessly burned. Watching the situation around him rapidly change, Jake came to the conclusion that this was due to the death of the plague doctor, with which his memories ceased. And suddenly, right in front of him, the young man saw that terrible face in a plague mask. Quickly getting his bearings, the young man called on his ghosts, saying that it was time to start the battle. The phantom umbrella attempted to strike first, but the phantom plague doctor easily blocked it, showing his incredible strength. Jake instructed the abbess of the quiet monastery to begin researching this ghost to suppress his abilities. The young man himself was thinking about why the ghost, which was supposed to restore its consciousness upon awakening, suddenly attacked him. From this, it followed that even after awakening, a ghost remains only a ghost, and therefore cannot be treated as a person. And so Jake ordered his ghostly girls to attack together and using special skills. And protection from the attacks of the plague doctor was provided by the special skill of his favorite Christy. A world of a ghostly picture was approaching the enemy from above, and the ghostly umbrella was again trying to attack in a straight line. The fiery queen did not remain indifferent either, calling both her ghostly world and the phoenix. But none of the attacks by the young man's ghosts brought absolutely any results. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Jake told May to move them all to safety. And so his red bride moved their entire friendly company back to the room where the guards were located. Looking at the screen with no image on it, the young man noticed that he managed to hold out for approximately 55 seconds, after which Jake asked Olivia about the stage of the plague doctor's research. The response was shocking, with little more than 1% completing the study. The only thing that was pleasant to realize in such a situation was that awakened ghosts were incredibly powerful. And so it was decided to finish for today, rest, and continue the next day. After some time, Jake, with the help of his ghostly girls, managed to transform the captive ghostly eye. And when the young man established the connection, he immediately noted that in its behavior, this ghost was more like a pet. At the same time, the young man began to wonder whether this pet would be useful in battle. And now the ghostly eye has already participated in another attack on the awakened plague doctor. As Jake watched the battle unfold, he warned his ghost to be careful. And then the ghostly eye showed what it was capable of, blinking at some point in the battle, where everything that was happening suddenly rolled back to the state in which the events took place 10 seconds ago. But the most pleasant surprise was that the research progress accumulated during this time did not disappear. Jake noted that his new ghost was very useful, where in this situation 10 seconds mean a lot. So a whole month has passed, during which progress on the research of the plague doctor has increased to 43%. Also during this time, significant progress was made in the process of re-education of the last captive ghosts. Carton and Dina Rowdy were having fun with their ghosts in an open area. Diana told her sister, who this time was the first to neutralize the ghost, that next time she would overtake her. Then the girls saw an approaching car in which Melanie and Veronica were. Having taken the passenger seats, the girls drove off with their friends, noting along the way how successfully their city was developing. Everyone knew whose merit it was, and Veronica, the driver of the car, said that she needed help in order to give Jake a surprise. Having received an invitation to the meeting, the young man arrived at the restored school of ghostly masters at the appointed time. The guy admired how the educational institution looked, and Veronica explained that the work was not finished yet, but training would begin soon. Melanie immediately noticed that the way the city lives now is the exclusive merit of Jake, whom she doesn't even know how to thank. To which the modest young man replied that he did not require any gratitude, since all this was for the benefit of the city and its inhabitants. The students who appeared at the school, seeing the famous hero and current head of the city, greeted him kindly. Veronica also did not go unnoticed, to whom new students also paid tribute. Catherine, standing nearby, chuckled at the fact that young people like Jake and Veronica already occupy such high positions that they force even their peers to address them as you. Laughing, the young man noticed that all these were just formalities, where the true future of this city was in the hands of all its inhabitants, including the Rowdy sisters. Breaking into a satisfied smile, Catherine said in a flirting voice that she and Jake had a special relationship. But suddenly her sister intervened in the conversation, who noticed that besides Catherine, there are other people with whom the head of the city can build trusting relationships. Veronica immediately joined the conversation, almost aggressively asking the girl about what kind of special relationship she had with Jake. And suddenly all three girls looked at the young man, insisting that he say right now which of them he chooses. Melanie, who had not yet intervened in what was happening, suddenly realized that there was something between this guy and these girls, where tears immediately appeared in her eyes. And then, Shouting that the young man didn't need her at all, Melanie quickly rushed inside the educational institution. Of course, Jake couldn't just leave the upset girl and immediately followed her to explain everything and calm her down. But as soon as he was inside the room, he saw that everything was prepared for the holiday, and he was greeted by the smiling daughter of the deceased previous head of the city. At the same second, Veronica and Rowdy's sisters appeared on the other side, rolled out a huge cake, and congratulated the guy on his 20th birthday. Following them, Elizabeth and Bethany also appeared in the room and joined in the congratulations. Jake perplexedly thanked the girls for this surprise, where he himself had not yet completely moved away from that simulated scene, which in reality showed the brewing problem. Soon, a friendly and cheerful feast began, at which a lot of toasts were said to the new head of the city. Without denying themselves the pleasure, all the young man's girlfriends smeared his face with sweet cream. And soon Jake's favorite, who continued to remain a child, joined the celebration. Hugging the hero of today's occasion, Bethany said that everything was fine in the city, but soon she would visit the guy privately. When the holiday ended, Jay, already at home, went out onto the terrace to breathe in the fresh night air. May, who instantly appeared next to him, covered the guy with her ghostly body when a flickering one suddenly appeared nearby, noting that she would not harm anyone. Having calmed the red bride, the young man asked the woman in surprise about the reason why she decided to come to him, to which she replied that she had arrived in order to find out how her interlocutor's business was going. When Jake said that he was doing well, the Shimmer recommended that he save his strength and develop ghosts. After which she explained that not long ago a certain awakened ghost appeared who was looking for ghosts with powerful abilities, like Jake's ghosts. And the last thing the night guest told the guy today was that he should warn all the ghostly masters about this danger. When the guy heard how the woman called this ghost count, he became interested in the reason why he was given such a name. To which his interlocutor said that simply by his appearance he resembles the nobility of yesteryear. Noting to himself that this threat was very serious, Jake promised to take all possible measures to protect the city and people. And now the girls he had informed were already expressing their thoughts on how they could prepare for the defense of the city, where the issue was serious, since even the flickering one was afraid of it. Jake noticed that this count is definitely different from a newly awakened plague doctor, where he can be in this state for a very long time and realize a lot. Turning to Melanie, the head of the city ordered the use of all available gold to equip protective bunkers for people. He instructed Veronica to warn all ghostly masters that if they meet this ghost, they must immediately report it, and under no circumstances should they bring him into the city. The young man also told his interlocutors that he had already asked the satellite center to provide round-the-clock surveillance of the surroundings of their city. During each foray into the room where the plague doctor lived, Olivia moved further into his research. Moving once again to begin more than a dozen fights, Jake motivated himself by the fact that there was very little left until the end of the study. And so he again sent his ghost to attack, calling on the abbess of the quiet monastery to immediately begin continuing the research. As always, the ghostly plague doctor repelled one attack after another without any difficulty. Summoning his ghostly eye, the young man instructed him to periodically rewind time in order to gain an advantage. This was the most difficult battle that Jake's ghosts had to take part in. Jasmine tried with all her might to break through the protective barrier of the awakened ghost, and the research had already exceeded 69%. Noticing that his opponent was preparing to use his special abilities, Jake called upon Christy and her ghostly ponies to protect him. With great difficulty, they managed to hold off the incredibly strong onslaught of their enemy while the research was approaching the 70% mark. Realizing that there was very little left to the minimum required for suppression, Jake called on his ghostly friends to hold on. And now that long-awaited moment, which had taken more than 2 months to achieve, arrived, and Olivia began to spread the effect of overwhelming energy. What the ghostly plague doctor felt immediately, significantly weakening. As soon as his strength decreased, further research went a little faster, and after a couple of seconds, it was already 75% and continued to grow. However, Jake noticed that even when suppressed, the ghost's strength was much higher than that of the average ghost, and therefore ordered the girls to continue the onslaught. And while the research was being carried out further, all the ghostly girls attacked the plague doctor, not allowing him to recover. The barrier that their enemy had previously used was broken after suppressing his forces, and now Christy struck the doctor's body with her ghostly weapon. But then his entire body suddenly turned into black crows, scattering around the area, which was obviously another special skill of the ghost that he could use even when suppressed. The research had already reached 90%, But Jake did not understand how he could continue to fight the one who was not nearby. A solution was found because his favorite had the ability to see the invisible, where, using her third eye, the girl instantly determined that their enemy was everywhere, in every flying crow. But this could not stop the persistent guy, who said that since he did not have a single body, they would destroy all the small bodies. He immediately gave orders to his ghostly friends to unite their ghostly worlds, where this action, performed by girls for the first time, formed a power unprecedented before. This blow, more like a nuclear bomb explosion, destroyed the ghostly world of the Plague Doctor, and all participants in the battle instantly found themselves in a golden chamber. The ghost, who again appeared before Jake in his single body, was not going to give up and prepared to continue the attack. But then the study was finally 100% completed, where the ghostly Plague Doctor immediately felt the absolute suppression of power, and so he fell to the floor, surrounded by the ghostly energy of the abbess of the quiet monastery, and Christy was already rushing towards him. The girl had already extended her deadly hand to finish off the enemy, when suddenly he began to make some inarticulate sounds. Having heard for the first time that a ghost could make a sound, the amazed Jake stopped the girl's impulse. Lying on the floor of the cell, the ghost looked directly at the young man and made great efforts to utter at least one word. Jake came closer and sat down next to the defeated enemy, where he explained to him that no one would touch him and he could calmly concentrate in order to put his thoughts into words. Suddenly, tears flowed from the Plague Doctor's eyes, and he said that he wanted revenge on his killers. And suddenly he saw dead Wilhelm in front of him, where at that very second he realized the work of his own hands. And when the Plague Doctor asked to kill him, because he did not want to bear this burden of responsibility, Jake realized that this ghost remembered everything. The young man perfectly understood how difficult it would be for him to live with such terrible memories of what he had done while he was a ghost, and therefore instructed Annette to kill the awakened one. Using the ghostly canvas of the painting, the girl instantly dealt with the deprived enemy. Jake was very surprised and delighted when, in addition to the usual bonuses, the system suddenly gave him a certain restoration potion. Without even thinking, the guy applied it to the one who, based on her experience, was closest to the next stage: awakening. In the meantime, while the potion was working, which took time, Jake decided, with the help of May, to remove Wilhelm's body from here. Melanie was already running along the long corridor of the Golden Room towards the young man, accompanied by guards. Jake met her with the words that he had fulfilled his promise and dealt with that ghost. But when the girl saw her dead father, she could not hold back her tears and the surging feelings of loss. During the funeral ceremony, many good words were addressed to the former defender of the city, and they buried him in his hometown, without unnecessary honors, among the common people as he himself wanted. Of course, no one dared to say this out loud, but everyone understood perfectly well that the death of the former head of the city would not pass without a trace for Aliti, where the Southerners would soon show themselves one way or another. Jake also understood this, whose thoughts were also occupied by the impending danger in the form of the awakened ghost of the Count. A week had passed since William's funeral, and Jake slept peacefully in his room with the unfailing May in his arms. The young man was awakened by a ghostly picture appearing nearby, which clearly needed something from him. This was the young man's first interaction with his ghost after he used the healing potion on her. But then the canvas of the picture unfolded, and from the resulting portal, the young man realized that she was inviting him inside. Having quickly gathered himself, Jake went inside, where he immediately met Annette, who was very happy to see him. Walking with the girl by the hand, the guy learned that several months had passed since their last meeting, which generally corresponded to the passage of time in his world. Having invited Jake to her place, Annette, as always, showed her best side and fed him what she had recently learned to cook. The young man noted that the dish was prepared extremely tasty, thanking the girl and highly appreciating her culinary art, after which a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, and the girl said that if Jake wanted something special, then he could just say and she would prepare it next time. Suddenly, their quiet dinner was interrupted by loudly exploding shells of festive fireworks, where bright and multicolored flashes in the sky illuminated everything around for many hundreds of meters. After leaving dinner, the young people went out onto the terrace, where they comfortably sat on a bench to watch the fireworks, and where Annette suddenly asked if she could make just one wish. And when the young man said that she could wish for anything, the girl suddenly declared that with all her soul she would like to stop time so that Jake would remain next to her forever. He didn't answer anything. The young man asked if the girl had felt anything strange in recent days. To this, Annette explained that for the last few days she had been having terrible nightmares. And when Jake asked what kind of dreams these were, the girl said that in them she dies and turns into a ghost. In his mind, Jake was very surprised, deciding that this was how the approaching awakening worked, and asked out loud what else was in these dreams. With a very tragic look, Annette added that she constantly hears a voice in her dreams that tells her about the unreality of her life today. And now she has the impression that in everything that surrounds her, only Jake himself is real. Listening to the girl, the young man understood that this was all due to the fact that the ghost's memories were beginning to return, because the real Annette died 50 years ago, after which she was turned into a ghost by the abbess. And then the system issued a task to help Annette regain her memory. But at the same time, the girl's spirit should not find out that she was dead, and in this case, Jake had no choice but to convince his friend, who was talking about how scared she was getting, that her world is real. Immediately turning to the girl, the young man told her not to worry, since she has and will always have him. Having thanked her guest for such pleasant words, Annette suddenly pressed her lips to his, which Jake had never expected. When the fireworks and their first romantic evening ended, the young man put the girl to bed, saying that as long as he was nearby, everything would be fine, and the nightmares would go away. The guy's thoughts revolved around the fact that in reality, this girl's very existence is one complete lie. And therefore, in order not to lose her when she finds out the truth, it was necessary to find a new meaning for her to live. And so, looking at the falling asleep beautiful girl who was unlucky enough to die so early and become a ghost, Jake made an unprecedented decision to become the meaning of life for her.